What's going on, everybody, and welcome back to another day of the NADPC. That is right, we are about to get started with another action-packed day. It is the 3 series day as well, so if you're here for back-to-back Dota from the NA Division 2, then you are in the right place, my friend. Tigov, how is this region shaping up in your opinion?
Relatively expected, I guess. Of course, wildcard sitting up top being 4-0, and then everything else is a bit of a question mark. Of course, when you think of teams like the Cut and maybe American Goons, you expect them to do a little bit better. They're currently middling, if not elimination spot. So yeah, I'd say other than wildcard, everything else is just a bit up in the air still. So yeah, anyone's game still for that second slot, I feel.
Definitely, yeah. It could go either way, but of course, last time things played over here, it was kind of a close first series. Looking at the first game we saw last time was Grin, who we will be seeing for the first series today, versus the side of Nexus Titans. Now, this series was a little bit interesting. You know, it's kind of the battle of the bottom somewhat. Nexus Titans not doing great at the moment, and Grin not doing great either. And as expected, we had some long old games. You see these highlights starting at 55 minutes. Good lord.
Does it count as a highlight at that point? That's hype though. But unfortunately, I don't know who was casting this series, but my sympathies towards them. All 3 games contained a broodmother. The amount of webs they had to look at the entire time. I think the total game time for this series would have been roughly around about 2 hours and 15 minutes of gameplay. So 2 hours and 15 minutes ish of these poor commentators having to talk about broodmother and the webs and the blah, blah, blah. And also they were to win the series as well, with 2 of the games going their way on Nexus Titans. So luckily they're not playing today, and hopefully they haven't installed the fear of broodmother into Grin, where they themselves now start wanting to play it and we don't have to talk about it, because it's quite the hero.
Quite the hero indeed, yeah. Being played carry, of course, as is the meta these days, you know. Oh, look, a universal hero. Guys, hear me out. Crazy idea. Let's put it in a core role. Oh, genius. Oh, my God, amazing. What a terrible first game there as well. Didn't even get to, like, past 60 minutes, so you didn't even get the tier 5 items coming into play. 60 minutes and 25 seconds. What a huge debate.
So I'm just trying to process the first game, because I saw the highlight hitting the Radiant base and the Dire team won, but now we're in game 2. So I was like, what was that comeback shenanigans? I was just, all right, so an emotional game 1 at least, but yeah, okay. So then again, Grin, unfortunate for Grin, right? It's like when the first game is like that close, and then you have the second game where you win it, it's like, then you start asking yourself as a team, it's like, what if we did this better? What if we hit that smoke differently? Why did we play this way? All like these psychological things start hitting you, and then when you lose the series as well, like it can hurt your team's ability to kind of progress in the DPC when you're always thinking about like the minute issues which held you back from winning, you know, a very important best of 3. Because you've already mentioned it, both Nexus and Grin are at the bottom of the table. If Grin was to have won, then they would have been they would have basically leapfrogged Nexus Titans in the kind of elimination spot away from it. So yeah, this was quite an important series, and yeah, just not able to capitalize on their opportunities.
Yeah, I mean, looking at the leaderboard, there are like so many teams with only 1 series win amongst them at the moment. You know, American Goons and Tilted Boys were 2 of them, and of course Nexus Titans were another until this series. So yeah, taking that win would go a long way to getting you out of that danger zone with the bottom 4 teams. All kind of struggling in here, and wow, what a combo! That was insane. Tidal wave into the Techies acronyms. Yes.
I just wanted to savor it for another second. Oh well, game's over. But no, hopefully we see some cool combos like that today. It's always fun in the Division 2s, because all these players, they don't have that kind of stern captain that obviously has like insane pedigree, so there's a little bit more looseness within the drafts. And, again, we just tune in to like the most C-Dub just automatically winning, right? I'm just like, okay, I'm guessing they won this game, and they did. They beat American Goons 2-0. It's like football now, isn't it? Yeah, 2-0, mate. Cheeky score.
2-0. Go on, let's score a goal.
Yeah, both games averaging around about 31-32 minutes. And I feel like when I look at the drafts in C-Dub, when we last casted them, they were against Tilted Boys, who are in elimination. They lost to them in a very clean 2-0. But their drafts were egregious. They were like horrendous. And now I look at these drafts from C-Dub, and it already feels like an improvement from the last time they played. So that is what I want to see from these deep Division 2 teams, is the development. And we're going to probably see again in the second highlights for this for the game 2 of this series. When you look at the draft, there is the same theme of the Pugner. They used it both times in the opening phase, but it just seems to be like rounded out nicely. So yeah, props to C-Dub from making those necessary improvements.
Definitely, yeah. It's good to see a team improving, and admittedly, we didn't expect them to lose versus Tilted Boys. As a big shock to the region for that to happen as well, and definitely going to affect their chances in the long run of being in that top 2 position. Stop them challenging wildcard at the very least. So big loss for them as they are currently undefeated. So hopefully it's not us. Hopefully we're not the curse, and the same thing doesn't happen versus Grin. Maybe
that would be
maybe
hysterical.
they just really like us, and they're like, oh my god, it's no one T-Gov. Oh no,
Wow.
and they get nervous and start underperforming. I'm sure that's it.
Yeah, we don't want to draft our good stuff when they're watching. We want to draft our fun stuff, and then they unfortunately don't
Look
do
at
so
how easy this is for us. And lose to her.
I mean,
I'm sure we'll see them.
What you hinted at already, though, is very important though for C-Dub, because this is a team that has been a Division 2 mainstay and always been on the fringe of maybe they can qualify, but just never been good enough to get over the line. And this tour, because they dropped that game to Tilted Boys, they still need to play wildcard that you mentioned. So the likelihood of C-Dub is like, if they want to qualify, they need to beat wildcard to then maybe finish the tour 5-1. If they lose to wildcard, then suddenly the Cut, Ravens, these type of teams can suddenly equal that scoreline, get the tiebreaker, and perfect. We are going to look at the scoreboard here. And this is exactly what I'm mentioning. Like for C-Dub, it is so important that they close out the rest of their series, because they have that this inevitable series on the 23rd of June against wildcard, and you already expect them to be favourites, that being wildcard. And it's going to be a rough road, but for C-Dub at least, it is rare for them in their tour to have full control on what happens for them. Normally they're a team that takes a couple L's and they need X team to lose to then other scenarios. Like this is the first time I think in the tours that it's like you control your own fate. And of course today, playing up against Grin, 8th place team, it's a good start to get the vibes back up again before you play wildcard.
Yeah, and of course we saw both those teams playing yesterday. It was yesterday. Grin and C-Dub in both their series, and now they're playing against each other. So we have a very good idea of what they're going to bring to the table, and they will both have a very good idea on what each team is bringing to the table. So, it comes down to preparation. How much did they watch? How much did they plan? How many plans did they make? Were there any particular warning spots you got in mind as well? That's the kind of things you need to be pulling out here when you've got that kind of advantage to look at each other. So that will, of course, be the first series of the day, Grin versus C-Dub. Then we move into our second series of the day, which, of course, is going to be the Cut versus the Tilted Boys. The Cut have been doing all right. If they can keep getting some wins, and they can be looking at that top 2 spot as well. Another competitor, Tilted Boys, though, have been known to pull off some upsets here and there. And then, of course, the final series of the day, T.
Yeah, you got USA with the team that doesn't actually have majority USA players. Playing up against wildcard. And I feel like for a lot of the NA DPC mainstay fans, I think they might be a little bit upset with how American Goons have been performing. When you think about the players like Boris Esk, Lil Nick, these are often the players that you see them on a Div 2 team, and it's like, sure, they're going to probably be top 3, right? But so far, they've kind of crumbled under the pressure of the final tour of the year. They are sitting at 1-3, and but I'd like to think this will be the type of team that they'll just randomly go into a series, take a win, coast, but be like, we ruined, C-Dub's chances, or we ruined Ravens' chances. This is now the vibe I get from this team.
Yeah, disruptors, rebels, renegades.
Wait, who's
loose
they have to play?
cannons, T-Gov.
Oh, okay, so they have to play wildcard, they have to play Nexus, and then of course Tilted Boys. So I'm down for the wildcard series. It to be this team that's the only one to beat them. That's a storyline that I can already see written. It's like, oh, okay, here we go, classic NA.
It would fit their logo as well, that bloodshot monkey. I love it. But let's gear up for our first series of the day. Of course, it is Grin Sports versus C-Dub. And as mentioned, C-Dub, they are trying for that second slot at the moment. Maybe even the top slot of Wildcard can be taken off it, but Wildcard looking pretty dominating at the moment. C-Dub previously undefeated, but then they had that strange series versus the Tilted Boys where it all kind of fell apart for them. But other than that series, they haven't dropped a game, and as long as they have their drafts on track, they do seem like they're just better in this region.
Yeah, and we're looking at a team comparison here, and already once we zoom in, it's mildly concerning that of course Grin, A lot of losses to their team, so hence why the deaths are inflated. But when you look at like kills and assists, it's very even for a team that's 3-1 compared to a team that's 0-4. Like, I don't really know how you want to try and extrapolate that into like a bigger picture thing, but I'd honestly say for Grin, maybe their losses haven't been so one-sided as other teams sitting in their position. Even though they're 0-4, they still put up a battle each time, and that's probably where I'd lean in regards to the kind of the stat comparison. And for C-Dub, I don't really know what to say.
I mean, I think they've been quite clinical about their games, which often involves, you know, not just skirmishing and finding out the game and like bashing heads together until you win, but more kind of going around the map, you know, finding the objectives, finding the plays, playing the right part of the map, and kind of going for the conceptual victories instead.
But look at this.
In their wins, that's what I've seen a bit more of.
But even these stats as well, like it's maybe I need to check these stats in like other regions, like the top 2 to the bottom 2 type stats. But for Grid, at least, it really shows that maybe they are making just kind of macro errors in the game, kind of big team choices. Because if they're able to always match GPM with top 2 teams, matching XPM, like they're clearly hitting the stride of playing like the solid game, right? So yeah, it really feels like maybe, again, I've not watched many of their games, right? I'll be honest, I'm not going to try and like fake and think that I know how Gren plays, but it really does feel that they have the individual plays. They just need to find that glue to connect, and that's what I'm going to assume from the comparisons that we've seen today.
I mean, from what I've seen from the team, was certainly the reason why their XPM and GPMs are so high is because of Sol, is because of this guy. And yeah, you know, his stats are kind of reflecting that as well. Look at that average net worth. Like, this is your carry player. This is your Terrorblade picker. This is your farmer, Medusa, you know, like, he's got a very set start, and the team kind of plays around him. 4 heroes will go on the map, they'll go and smash their heads against the other teams. Meanwhile, this guy will hit creeps on Terrorblade, he will amass a ridiculous amount of farm, and he will come running down those lanes. It's just kind of depending on their timings and, you know, how much freedom they're able to give him, which depends on how well they do in the games. But yeah, they have been struggling to turn those into wins.
Trying to think as well for Double King. Yeah, I mean, I'm interested to see Sol. Of course, he plays on Western European servers, so I believe I bumped into a couple of times. He is a Syrian player, so that's also pretty cool to see. But yeah, it's going to be him up against Double King, an NA name that's been floating around for some time. And what's the difference of Double King? I think Double King seems to be more of like a tanky style of core that likes to get into the mix. I think about like his Abaddons, his Bloodseekers, Lifestealers. I think he played a Sven game when we cast him. Like, he seems to be more of like the strength boy who really just kind of gets into the mix. And then when you look at Sol, what you're mentioning, big kind of farmer, it is going to be a very different style of play. But also heroes can be different. And I think there's most picked heroes, no?
When it comes to variety, we will be looking at those carry heroes to be kind of much wider pull for the side of C-Dub. You know, Double King, I feel like that's one of his big points, is that he's happy to just basically play any carry hero or any hero as carry. So he's more than happy to just kind of flex it up, change it around. And as you can see here, you know, this is the heroes they've been relying upon. No surprise, both teams favoring Magnus pretty heavily, and Grin, you see that TB up there as well, I was mentioning earlier.
Yeah. I mean, yeah, as we look away from that, I think Pugner's going to be the real thing here. C-Dub just utilized it against American Goons. Of course, Magnus and Void are kind of an overlap between the two teams. We'll see how it develops. And already, I'm mentioning Pugner being a big boy. It's in the first pick. Grin, they don't even want C-Dub to get their hands on it. Banning the brick. You know, I said that Grin's going to have like PTSD from the series, right? Against Nexus. Their first phase banning it. Like, that's how much they respect it.
We don't want to do it again. We've had 3 games of this shit. We don't want to go through it again, please.
It's also like
Broodmother this time around.
I mean, American Goons also banned it against C-Dub. Like, C-Dub haven't played Broodmother, I believe, this tour. Again, maybe there's a player on the team that is a Brood specialist, and due to the rise in the meta, then they expect, okay, the specialist will probably want to play it at some point. I don't know the players well enough personally, but still just the respect that they've suddenly thrown into Broodmother. Is it because Nexus? Is it because of the wider meta? It's always interesting to see. But yeah, now a ban has been soaked up. Batrider gets through, Techies gets through, Magnus gets through, Void Spirit gets through. Like, there's a plethora of big heroes who are now available.
Yeah, the options are open, and they're going to be going for the Ember Spirit. That doesn't really surprise me too much. It's something they've very comfortable playing around. You know, just shove Isla on that nice stable pick. Sorry, Mark on that nice stable pick.
Yeah,
And,
real quick, I have a really important question. When have you ever met a Dota player whose competitive name potentially could be at a major or TI? Hello, my name is Salivating Salamander 37.
Yeah.
Are we gonna agree that we're gonna like cast his name always correctly? Are we gonna shorten him to like
full thing.
Sal 37? Because obviously, you know, Salivating Salamander. Like, are we abbreviating or are we just committing the entire time?
Look, last time I tried to abbreviate something, you said you could just be a good caster and say the full thing. So I'm not backing down from that. It is Salivating Salamander 37.
37,
every
there
time.
we go. Yep.
Yep. It's number was cut out before. But yeah, it's some interesting team names for sure. LGDK. We got Rojo Fire Flu as well. So yeah, there's some spicy names on this team. I like to see it.
Oh, God. Yes, and it's also, I've never heard of these players before, because like in the 2 years of NADPC, I always kind of like to load up Wikipedia just to see like what the player names are floating around, like who's in Div 2, Div 1, whatever. And at least for a couple of these guys, like I've never really seen them. So either they've just rose up the MMR to then get into DPC kind of level, or yeah, it's interesting to see. But yeah,
one of the favorite content pieces I've done was when I tried to do it was Dota 2 pro player or Healy, and they had to guess whether it was the name of a version of Heelys, which are the little shoes
the
with
wheels,
wheels
yeah,
on them for
on the sheet,
kids, or the or a Dota 2 pro from anywhere, any region, any time in history. So yeah, surprisingly difficult.
Wait, do they have jerseys? Oh, they do. Oh, wow.
Ooh, swagging out a bit.
I mean,
That
wait,
drip coming in.
I'm being silly, of course. I mean, when the team is called Grin Esports, you kind of expect that it's some body of support network there, right? Like, no, like mixed that's going to call themselves. Yeah, with the Frowny Boy Esports Club, you know, doesn't really have a good stack ring to it. So, all right, cool. It's always cool to see support in Division 2. Of course, it can scale from all the way up to like the more prestigious orgs, all the way down to just giving you, you know, $100 a month type of support where it's just to kind of make things feel nicer, right? Of course, it scales very differently, but it's always good to see support in any form to the Division 2 of DPC, especially NA as well. It's a slightly more starved region over all the years of Dota.
5 seconds remaining.
Absolutely.
Should we talk about the draft?
Yeah, let's do that. Let's do that thing for a bit. I mean, that's not that much that happened. We didn't really mention the Timbersaw pick a whole lot, but you know, it's a hero we're used to seeing quite a lot of. Lane versus Ember can be pretty good. If Ember ever missteps, he can get caught out, but overall, just a stable old pick. When it comes to bans, you want to take us through those, T?
Radiant team.
Sure. So I feel like you've mentioned Sol already for Gren, and so Terrorblade ban seems pretty warranted. The SD ban they just concluded the second phase with was covering the Spirit Breaker, because of course the ultimate will dispel your borders and make you feel rather squishy. I guess for Grin, the real question they have right now is Timbersaw in the offlane or Timbersaw mid. Their bans make it feel like it's an offlane because you're taking away like Lifestealer, Juggernaut. Juggernaut has kill threat on you, and Lifestealer, you never really push out. Like when you have your 6 timing, Lifestealer also has 6, so he can infest away. Like there's just ways to annoy that lane. So I have a gut feeling that it is just going to be a Timbersaw offlane. And C-Dub, I'd argue yet to answer it perfectly. I think Batrider is of course a very good counter to Timbersaw, but you need to put him into a core role. So if I see Batrider offlane with Spirit Breaker, then they've answered the Timbersaw and their draft is stable. So depends on how they flex things.
All right. Next pickup is going to be the Tide coming out for the side of Grin. Meanwhile, C-Dub, they'll go for the Spirit Breaker.
Bro, the beefy boys are in play. What the hell? Like
There we are.
this Pugner's going to have not the freest game, but a relatively nice game, because Timber and Tide, they throw themselves so far into the fight that you kind of need to charge them or slight them or do something, because you're never really going to get through them to see the Pugner. So Pugner, in essence, should have a nice time always enabling, but he's yet to actually have a hero he's trying to enable. Because buffing up your Timbersaw, it's nice, but normally you want your buff up to be on your carry that thrives from the life drain and the fight. So we'll see how they go with that route.
Yeah, kind of like a more brawly carry perhaps would be nice here. You know, I'm not looking at really the Timbersaw or the Medusa so much. Actually, Medusa might be okay, but yeah.
5 seconds seconds remaining.
Sorry, the Terrorblade or the Medusa at the moment. So
Yes.
we'll see what Grin end up deciding to grab. They have played a bit of Bloodseeker as well, but that got banned out first phase, so we don't need to talk about that.
I think Abaddon is still probably a viable carry for Grin, just because of the Dispel being so powerful throughout the entire game. It stops Spiritbreaker going for you. Of course, it would mean Timbersaw goes mid, but when I see the Tide, it's like I expect Tide Pugn to be your off lane, or even Tide Disruptor, and then your Timber to be mid. Like, I don't think there's too much creativity here with their lineup.
Yeah, for sure. And those bans which work against the Timbersaw also ban against the Tide Hunter, so they're kind of just predicting that one and anticipating their Tide Hunter pick and making sure they prepared for it in the ban phase. Another good use of bans there for sure. Now, well, fourth pick here for C-Dub. They need themselves a carry hero and then a bit open in the
Razor.
other roles. Ooh, okay.
Don't see this hero too often. It is sporting a 51% win rate right now in competitive pubs. It's been played carry, mid, and offlane. Of course, Amar has tried it as well. So if he's giving it a go, then maybe it's viable. Although Amar has, I believe, lost
5 seconds remaining.
5 games on it. Only won once. So he's tried really hard.
Yeah.
I am going to refresh my memory. What's the patch change for Razor? Does it come to mind for you or?
No, it does not, I'm afraid.
All right, don't worry. I found it. So static link buff duration has increased from 9 seconds to 18. From level 1 now being 12, scaling up to 18. So now level 1 it has 3 seconds longer static link duration, and then an extra 2 seconds, then 1 second, then same. So level 1 static link.
So stronger early.
Yeah. If you can hold that lane, chase them down a little bit longer, you're going to get that extra, little bit of damage. But yeah, maybe it's the big enough buff to bring the hero back into laning phase. I mean, it's getting picked up, so maybe it is.
Maybe. We'll see what they can do with it, C-Dub here. See how they're going to play it, what lane they're going to play it in as well. Again, draft is pretty open at the moment. This team like to swap stuff around as well, get a bit crazy with it, but not too crazy, I hope.
I'd argue for C-Dub that they might actually they're a very high pacing team for sure, but they need to find that carry that complements this, because I think their draft can be undone if their carry doesn't synergize with the timings, either farming effectively behind the aggression or farming too much and then you not having the damage to eat through a Timbersaw and a Tide Hunter and a Pugner. Because I guess the issue with a Razor is you don't naturally buy Nullifier, so Decrypt's always going to be high value against your Stellar Link and your physical damage. So just something to consider. I think C-Dub is all about aggression, and it can always go a bit wrong when you're trying to jump into a Static Storm and a Ravage plus the Timbersaw. You can outplay yourself quite easily with C-Dub's lineup.
Yeah, it's something to keep an eye on as well for Grin here. Like, they need to be worried. Well, not worried, but like, they need to be careful that they don't start, kind of, I know it sounds stupid, but like chain feeding, if you just give like 3-4 kills in a row, like it can happen when that mid game opens up and you're kind of like, it takes you too long to adjust to how the enemy want to play, then that alone, those first couple of kills just to get the ball rolling can really kind of just give up the map, right?
Yeah. If Soul played Arc Warden, I would think I'd want to see it right now, because C-Dubs, they're going to be throwing bodies in, desperate to find, and then if they go Sven, but this could have been a scenario where it could have worked out. But either way, with the Sven at least, it's an explosive physical damage hero that if you can then get through laning phase based on whatever the lane is, against Razor, it isn't that good of a matchup for Razor, because obviously Sven blinks in, you're already dead or half HP. Razor likes to initiate on the trolls, the Ursas, the heroes that are a little bit more kind of lethargic in how they take fights and a little bit more drawn out. But of course, Sven being explosive, my only fear is, how's the lane going to be? If you're into Spearbreaker Batrider, that's pretty awkward. If you're into Spearbreaker Razor, equally could be awkward. So laning phase, I think C-Dub should be a little bit happier with what they have in that lane, that single lane.
Yeah, I kind of agree with that. And I think this might be a bit of an underestimation of the Razor. Like, I understand that hero hasn't been strong for a while, and you can be like, okay, they picked Razor, that's kind of wild. But I think, like, not adjusting your carry pick to it at all is pretty wild. But, I mean, as you say, like, later on in the game, it's still a good pick versus Razor. But, yeah, he's got damage and buckets. Yeah.
Choose your hero.
That's a nice Rubik pick. to be fair. Like, when you get a last pit Rubik and you're looking into a Timber Sword to steal Chakram, there's a Ravages, even like a Sven Stun or a Warcry. Like, Duster could put his ultimate or his spell steal on quick cast, and he would feel good. He'd be like, oh, I've stole this spell. Let's play on it. You know, like any hero, any spell, other than maybe Anchor Smash, he's going to have quite a nice time with.
Alrighty, so
take it away.
for the lanes, yeah, it's going to be Rojo Flew on the Timbersaw, which means that's going to be their mid laner. We're going to have Muzi on the Tide Hunters, that's going to be your off laner, and then you have Soul, of course, on the Sven being your mid laner. And as a side of C-Dub, are they doing anything crazy? Well, there's going to be Isla on the offlane Spirit Breaker and Sanctified on the Batrider. I wouldn't necessarily call that crazy at the moment, but still an interesting one. Mark Ember mid, and Double King, Razor will be your carry.
Yeah, so in regards to the Spirit Breaker versus Batrider, these two heroes dominate the games at different times. Batrider, of course, with BKB will threaten Timbersaw, anyone basically, but Spirit Breaker going into 25-30 minutes, he can just get every single wave skipped out, no cares in the world, right? So I think when they're deciding between Batrider and Sven, it's like, do you want your Batrider to kill off the Timbersaw in the early game, or would you rather your core be the Spirit Breaker, and if the game gets difficult, you know he's going to have Ags, Yashakaya, all waves are dying, there isn't really cheap stun to kill him off, so I can respect the change-up. I think I would have preferred to see Batrider core just to amplify the Razor in the Embers game, but I still can respect the Spirit Breaker having a core role in this game.
Absolutely. All right, let's jump into it then. It is game number 1 of CW Esports versus Grin Esports here in the North American DPC Division 2. Which way is it going to go? Will CW manage to regain their dominating streak, or is it going to be Grin with another surprise upset here? Let us find out. One thing to mention as well is that the Razor and Rubik lane is pretty annoying as well with that double damage steal coming out.
Yeah, it's the same as like the Underlord Rubik lanes, you know? It's like, oh, God, please. I just want to right-click a little bit. Yeah, it's not going to happen too much. Quite a defensive lane. And already Disruptor going on quite the journey here.
He is.
Oh, no, I have that
Pilgrimage.
bug where it's Radiant or Dire Vision. How do I fix that, by the way? Do I have to leave the game, watch a game, and then come back in?
I don't know. I haven't had it.
Oh, he's doing the ward!
Oh, he's doing your thing.
Oh,
He's
I
a
tweeted
T-Governor
this.
fan.
Yeah! Okay, all right, let's lock in. Why am I so happy? When I scream, I tweet. Okay, I'm gonna disconnect from the game to fix my visual bug. I hope it doesn't appear on stream.
The battle begins.
No, it doesn't. All right, cool.
Meanwhile,
So basically,
nothing
to give
exciting
context,
happening
by
around
the
the
way-
bounty runes. Everyone's
Well-
just grabbing them. Go ahead, T.
But basically, what this ward does is the tower that sees the sentry, but because of the tree, it doesn't see it. But when the creeps then walk past it, they will then get vision to then hit it. They aggro, and because the Radiant lane is a little bit shorter, it actually basically does enough body blocking. No one body blocks on Dire, so now Double King's like, ah, crap, my wave's already been blocked for me. And now it's going to be under tower. So the lane will naturally just shift all the way up to the Dire side. And yeah, unfortunately,
Duster's desperately trying. He's like,
Yeah.
no, please, please. He can actually drag it back here.
they did
Okay.
a pretty good job. That was a nice.
Counted.
Normally, when you do this, you kind of need to have someone to body there as well to take the fight. But the reason why they did it is to try and set up for this tri-lane top and get a kill. And unfortunately, it didn't transpire for Grin. But I love the fact that they are trying these little new tech things that are occurring.
Very innovative. You like to see it. So, yeah, it didn't. I mean, you know, the wave actually dipped under the tower again there, so it will end up doubling up the range creeps. And yeah, Moose is going to be able to be pretty uncontested for a while. Like, I mean, sure, he's going to miss out on some creeps, but the lane's going to shove in, and Rain will come across now and start to help things out.
Nice moves. And these are the kind of moves that you need to make on Grin, right? When you're going up against Seed Up, who are maybe the more kind of try-hard potential team, maybe. They're the ones that have aspirations because they've been in DPC for so long that you expect them to have that final drive in the final tour. Like, I'm happy to see Grin entering the game with a really clear mindset, especially being the Norton 4 team as well. Like, a lot of these teams in this position, they can kind of back down or bow out. And, no, already pretty cool stuff. Nice setup as well. Putting the Disruptor with the Tide Hunter just means that you will always have Glimpse to help remove the static link.
It would go on top here as they're trying to bring down Salivating Salamander 37, but they don't quite have the damage to get through that Pugna. Interestingly, the flame break looked like it was actually broken by a bash there, so that was a little unlucky. Still probably didn't make a huge amount of difference, and you'd rather get the bash.
Duster in the bot lane.
Oh, he's low. He's low. He is going to fall. Will they trade the kill? I don't think so. Moosey's just going to be able to walk himself out. And that will be that. And of course, back towards the top side, they do finish the kill onto Salivating Salamander. 37 and Sanctified will also go down. So they will trade it out there. Kind of cute that I think he used a spell at the last second to die to Nether Ward. I'm assuming that's what happened.
Yeah, just to give you an update now, my entire visual feed is so broken from my in-game perspective and it's bugged out. So I'm just going to go off PGM. So all right. I'm on the wild ride, boys.
Yeah, you're on board with Yosin.
There we go.
Ride or die today.
Oh, it's so weird. It's like whenever I click, I just see the mid lane. It's very strange.
Oh yeah, I have heard about that one. It's a rare one. You've been blessed today.
Yeah, I know. Go me. And unfortunately, for Mark, he hasn't been blessed with a good matchup because like Ember, it doesn't really do so hot against the Timbersaw. Like with the Flame Guard, there are scenarios where you can bully a little bit, but I think the Timbersaw, if you just itemize correctly, you just get so tanky you don't care. Now I've seen Timbers go boots bottle against Ember. They lose the lane. It's like, boys, you just don't need to do that. You just get a little bit tankier, and he's actually going boots bottle now, so maybe he won't do so well. He's doing the build that I just flamed.
yeah, we'll see if Ember flames him back in response, or whether Rojo's got the right idea. So playing a couple of bashes coming down as Isla is the one to kind of be in control of this one at the moment. I mean, the Sven's farming fine, but Isla definitely feels like he's the boss of this lane.
Yeah. Sven isn't a very present carry in the laning phase. Often Sven needs the support to do the work for him, and he gets over the line with the tankiness of Warcry or setting up a stun. The fact that he's paired with a Pugner, it means that this lane is going to be very passive, and also could have been a reason why they put the Spirit Breaker in the off lane, because it's like, wait a second, this lane's so weak, we can get a core Spirit Breaker through his weakest part of the game, which is his laning phase, and into the game. So, yeah. So far, so good in regard to seed up. Most of their cores are pretty happy. And for Sven, at least, he's always going to hit creeps. That is going to be the trade-off. He's got 23 CS, 6 denies to his name. And even when things get dicey, he will happily go to jungle.
And finally, of course, we have this bot lane, one we haven't really been talking about a whole lot, but probably the most dramatic lane at the moment, because this Tidehunter is getting stomped out something special.
Yeah, at any point in this bot lane, if you waste Glimpse, or if you're too far down the lane on Tidehunter, you are just going to get lifted or static linked, fade bolted, just pressured pretty much. And you already see it here. Just the trader spells. Every time they're available, Radiant goes for the aggression, Dire goes for the disengage. Interesting. I haven't been able to follow mid too much, but this time around, Timbersaw is just doing a lot more work than expected. 31 and 11 to the 23 and 2. Normally I see Embers do relatively better in this, but... Yeah, every lane's just poking at each other, just constant. I'll have to see it.
Yeah, there's a lot of aggression coming out from everybody at the moment. I love how Isla and Sanctified are just always next to each other. You know, they're always going on the same target, always running around. It's that's cute. You know,
you need that synergy for sure.
Yeah.
Oh, Tidehunter again in the bot lane. Yep.
Yeah, lift up, throwback, double king, doing the damage. He's going to want to go under tower for this one. But he barely needs to. They're going to get the kill onto Moosey. Man, Rain left the lane for like 2 seconds. Just going to make some stacks and secure the level 6 rune, the minute 6 rune. But yeah, they were super ready for that one.
Yeah, it's one of the more predictable, aggressive plays that you can make, right, as a safe lane duo. It's like, boys, it's about to hit 6 minutes. If the support's not mid, they're griefing mid, and if they're not in off lane, you know, they're griefing off lane, right? So it's so hard to play into that window. You just need to be very disciplined.
Ooh, Sleight of Fist didn't dodge the glimpse. That one's going to hurt. Mark might still be in some trouble here. The Chakram's down. The Timbersaw's level 6. That's going to mean he could just run him down, and that will be a cool kill coming out for the side of Grin. Rain rotating for the minute 6 rune, and it does pay off in the end.
But not enough damage. Only level 3 Batrider.
Yeah. Yeah, Sanctified, not the beast he wants to be this game around.
I don't know, everyone in this lane has the letter S in their nickname. Even Duster. No worries, I got you.
Yeah, true.
So-
only S havers allowed. Yeah, Isla might have taken a step too far here. Tower hammering down on him, does switch the aggro as Soul's being chased through. Duster needs to finish the job. They'll need a couple of right clicks if they want to finish him off here, and they will find it. Sanctified Duster, bring him down, but what is the cost going to be? They've already lost Sanctified. Now Rain comes in, looking towards Duster as well, just throws down the kinetic field to keep him in place, and Duster cannot really fight into this at the moment. He is going to full mark. Can he dodge out the
he
glimpse
dodged
this
it.
time around? Now he's got the level 6. Yes, he can. He's going to run down Salivating Salamander 37 and get himself out with no problems at all.
And then they're straight back again. Muzi left by himself, automatically
Oh God.
dying as well. Yeah, Grin are really
Such
struggling.
violence.
Like, the only lane going well for them is this mid lane Timbersaw, who has absolutely demolished the mid lane. He is 51 to 18 to the Ember. 12, like 1,300 gold ahead, and the only way that Ember's gonna get back into this game are the moves he's making, right? Poking his head into top. Because right now, he can't do anything, and unfortunately I wasn't able to really have a close eye on how that
Strength.
developed, but
Soul trying to bring down Isla here. Can he finish the job? He knows that the glimpse is coming on through, but Duster's ready with the lift. Beautiful timing on that telekinesis. A read on a read on a read. And Mark now just trying to get one more kill onto Rain here, but he's got to be careful. Soul's got so much damage, and he's just dishing it out, forcing Mark back and keeping his support alive. So no one going to drop here in the top lane, despite the God Strength being used.
God, it's just way too much action. Every time I go to look to talk about it, it's like, oh, they're back at it again, go fight. And it's like, even though Timbersaw's having this incredible game, like, look at Double King. The fact that he's got a couple kills to his name, 4,500 net worth on himself. I'll be really excited to see how he itemizes on this Razor. Do they even have damage to kill Timbersaw here? He has an illusion rune. I guess, maybe?
Maybe?
No. Now
Glimpse
Glimpse.
back. Oh, Glimpse is there, Sanctified. They haven't actually brought him down yet, and Mark's jumped in just to kill off Rain. Does so much damage to the guy. Looking over towards Rojo as well, but he gets both of his spells off, and Mark is just tanking tower at the moment. He needs to get the kill. Timber Chain comes through. Rojo's just going to bring him down. Isla still
Sven's
trying to
hit.
chase this right now, but he needs something, and he's not going to find it. Molotov comes on through. It's not going to be enough to tick down the Timbersaw, though. Timber is actually turning around to go back in the Madman. No way he gets away with that one. In comes a Ravage to the backlines, trying to
Stolen
bring down
Ravage.
Sanctified. Will be able to do so, and Isla will fall as well. My God, I mean,
Yo, Duster's got
They got
Ravage,
him.
boss. Just you wait.
Radiant's top tower is
I mean, Sven's gonna be
Oh.
so careful. Okay, good. He passed down. Duster gets out with the Ravage as well. What a steal. I was picturing it. Soul walks back in, doesn't realize Ravage is stolen, just insta dies to it. I mean, well, Double King's like, thank you for the great work, boys. I bought a Falcon Blade of Treads and already one component deep to BKB. This was a very old school style of build for Razor because you just rush the BKB and you throw your team into every engagement. And it feels like C-Dub are just going to hit this early mid-game timing, right? My only concern is Ember and Barrow, they've made so many rotations that sure, it looks pretty, they're getting kills, but look at the net worth. They're just in the shadows of Timber and Sven. Can Razor do all the heavy lifting by himself?
that is a great question. And I don't know, this hero has not felt particularly overwhelming over the past few months, but maybe this was a buff we needed to see him back in the game. I mean, he's come very, very strongly out of this laning phase. Always has been a strong laner. Let's see what he's able to do now that he is amped up and ready to go.
I love Duster, he still has Ravage, right? So he's walking up behind you like, yeah, go on, you want to go on me? I dare you, go on.
under attack.
You don't want to
You think you can
throw
kill
hands
me
with this
fast
guy.
enough?
Yeah, exactly. Even if you kill me, I'll get the
You
Ravage
lucky
out.
punk. Now I know what you're thinking. Did I fire off 5 ravages or 6? Yeah, Double King's just vibing down here. I mean, there's 2 heroes in his lane, and he's like, yeah, you sure? Come. I will fight you. I will take your damage. I will drain you dry.
I mean, Grin has 0 ways to progress the map with their lineup. Like, Pugna can, Timbersaw can with 3 waves, but to do it with confidence against an Ember Spirit Breaker plus back, like, it's so difficult.
Ooh, glimpse out. Gonna send back
I'm
the
so close.
Spirit Breaker. All right, no XP for Isla, I guess. Rain, there he is gonna drop here. Even Double King coming in for the side, trying to snipe the kill, but ends up with just a assist instead.
Wait, is this going for a Midas on Spirit Breaker?
Yo.
Damn. Oh. Am I a fan of this? 50-50. But because of everything I mentioned about him being starved and active, I can, again, still respect it for the... I think they can feel in the team, like Ember and Spirit Breaker having bad games. So if Ember can go like some Maelstrom, BKB, Barrow then goes to the Midas to get his levels back up. And if Double King can soak the early game, I can see it working out. But also it could be the incorrect itemization where they try and win the mid-game fights, but they're still in farm mode of multiple cores, and they've just, rem... And, wait, was he glimpsed or rem? Yeah, remnanted, of course.
He remnanted, yeah, he had a remnant down. They thought he was going to jump back to it. Instead, he was jumping to the other remnant. That old chestnut. Every disruptor player has been bamboozled by it once or twice. And throw it down the D-ward, please. Voice line. That's one of my favorites. It's so passive-aggressive, especially when you're pos 5.
Dustin now still Static Storm as well. Ooh, he's getting all the big steals.
On him. Yeah, doesn't really have a way to keep him inside of that Static Storm, though. And Salivating Salamander 37 is healing up Rain right now. In comes a Ravage, the hammer to follow, but yeah, it doesn't really catch out Mark. Rain's still alive through this one as well, playing on the sidelines, but they can't rip through the brick wall that is Muzi. This Tidehunter might have had a bad game, but he's still a Tidehunter.
Such big spells used, but to no avail. C-Dub should be able to muster the courage to look at this tier 1 tower. Static Storm on cooldown, Ravage on cooldown. Even Gold Strength isn't available, but if Sven was to turn up, that'd be a disaster for Grin. So, yeah, C-Dub doing a pretty good job just soaking up these spells, and even Chakram as well. Damn, Duster, calm down, man. Stop getting all the big spells.
He's like me at a buffet, you know, just going straight in for the big things first.
Oh,
screw the little olives and the...
You don't get baited for the bread or the rice or the pasta, all carbs.
Just fills you up.
That's like buffet, like your first ever buffet trip. You're just like, oh my god, the bread's so... No, get the meat, get the goodies.
The bread is a lie. And leave room for dessert as well, because they're often the highest value items there. Anyway, C-Dub still looking to fight this one, and actually Salivating Salamander 37 spent a bit too long healing up his Timbersaw and actually gets just sleight of fisted down. You've always got to be careful about that one, but yeah, gotta be said here. It's a weird old game because C-Dub are pretty far behind when it comes to the core net worths. You know, like this net worth chart is actually crazy at the moment. Like it looks like this Sven and this Timber should just be owning, but Timber's honestly looking like he's in a bit of trouble right here. Luckily, he's got himself that Lotus Orb to put upon himself. The Zizzler comes charging on across, and Timbersaw all inside the enemy Chakram here. That's not his, but he's still going to try and fight up into this one. Soul coming across as well. He's got that ultimate pop, so he really wants to try and get us some clicks here. He will be able to catch out Duster at the very least. Roho, Fireflu getting up to the high ground, trying to bring down Sanctified. Chakram is going to be dodged. The Shackle, nice job with the Timber Chain, getting down to low ground, but has he taken a step too far? Yes, he has. Double King takes him down as his Razor continues to be the king of the game.
Dude, what a scrappy game. It's just back and forth fighting, and now we're seeing at least Spirit Breaker, the Midas paying off. He went from being the bottom of the cores to now slowly sneaking his way up. So it is going to help out a little bit there. And of course, with Mark going for the Maelstrom, that's going to be his farming tool. So C-Dub, I think they are identifying the fact that the game is a little bit weird. Farming is going to be key. I am very interested to see how they utilize this BKB on Razor, because if they throw him into the fights, then sure, it's a great pickup. If they don't, then maybe he himself could have gone for a little bit of a farming route as well. But still, C-Dub pretty much setting the pace of this game, as you can see. And your question about Timbersaw, why he's going down, he went for a naked Lotus Orb brush. That means he doesn't have any real physical resistance other than maybe the plate mail. Doesn't have any natural magic resistance against the Ember, the Barra, the Batrider, the Rubik. So he's kind of in like a weird spot for itemization right now. And Muzi, Muzi. I see this every time. He actually lives for now.
You see what? Yeah, Tidehunter walking away every time. Well, that's exactly what's happening here. But Duster has gone down. Double King holding this high ground. Doesn't want to overextend on this, but Isla says, I'm overextending. That's the name of the game, son. The cow goes in and gets a kill onto the Tidehunter. Timber Chain, big miss there actually from Roho. Fire Fluid now. He's going to get lassoed up, but straight into the Lotus. I mean, no one's going anywhere, but Roho still goes down. That said, the Sven is able to grab himself one kill. Now moves across towards Isla as well. Looking for a second Isla. He can't walk his way out of this one. Is going to get brought down by the tower. And that is going to be 3 heroes on the side of C-Dub, 3 heroes on the side of Grin, as the brawl doth continue.
But this just isn't good for C-Dub, though. Like, they're the ones who are meant to be the aggressors, but they're forcing it so much that they also could have easily get hit by a Ravage there. If Tidehunter, at the last second, he got Krakened and then Ravaged, even bigger turnaround potential. And so, throughout all of this, he is happily farming up. He is, what now, about to hit the 10k mark in 16 minutes. He went for the Blink Dagger. And for Double King, that was his BKB reveal. And he revealed it, plowing his face into a tier 2. Like, that ain't how you want to show it off, boss. You're like, it's got to be a little bit more classy. And yeah, Muzi running around, soaking up stuff, and that is where Grin's lineup's going to feel good, right? Either the Timbersaw tanks or the Tide tanks, but you're always going to have counter initiation from the Sven. Like, it's kind of the team fight writes itself because of how easy their heroes will soak up any form of damage.
Well, Mill Tower's going to fall here. Muzi's going to grab that one for himself and the Tide Hunter. And that will be a pretty important objective, honestly, for Grin. Completely uncontested as well. C-Dub seems to have taken some reflection. They've been like, all right, like, our Ember needs, like, he needs to get into the game. As does the Spirit Breaker. You know, we've got a Midas. We've got a Midas. No need to rush things.
Yeah. And Tide Hunter, he's got the courier with his Blink Dagger, hiding it off place. So if they are to click on Tide Hunter, it's like, oh, he doesn't have Blink. And now, bam, now it enters the inventory. He has Ravage available, Static Storm available, God Strength available. Like, everything is ready for Grin if they want to be the Scufflers for once in this game. But often, the Scuffler becoming... Okay, they're even smoking up.
All right, easy smoke pop. Bye-bye.
All right, back to farm, boys. We tried to be aggressive.
Yep,
didn't work out. All right, hit the jungle. Rough. No, I feel like for Grin, they can just calm down, hit creeps themselves, because once Timbersaw gets Ags, Sven should also have BKB at that timing, and that alone will probably overwhelm C-Dub. Like, there is no item that C-Dub can buy before Ags on Timbersaw and BKB on Sven that makes them feel good for the bigger engagement. So I would like to see Grin not smoke. I'd like to see them just hit some creeps. Just have a breather in this game.
Double King? I don't think he realizes there's a Timbersaw within his lightning field. One's SC.
He doesn't see him right now. We have currently Toggle the Fog, but we do see Rain Prince on the creep wave. And Sven is also drawing a pair of glasses on the minimap. Rain is drawing the nose. It feels like I mean, it does feel like a maybe Family Guy style drawing, but yet to really complete it. Stick to playing Dota, guys. You're kind of shit at drawing.
Had to be said. Had to be said.
Also,
right,
Salivating Salamander's name doesn't even go, like, it's too big for the the graphic.
Good old Salivating Salamander 37 Seal Anime Season 2. Don't know what Seal Anime Season 2 is. Sounds suspicious.
Radiant are scanning.
Do you reckon... Imagine if they actually paid for that. If they were like, hey, you know what? Advertise our new anime in your Dota username. We'll pay you like £10 a match. Deal?
Sure. I mean, advertising, you know, there's a lot of real estate available.
It's free.
Yeah.
Especially when you're paying for it. Soul
Logic.
There's actually being seen here. They're going for this right now. The full commitment coming through onto the Sven, but Salivating Salamander is nearby, and here
BKB.
he throws down the Invis, and that's going to allow the Soul to survive. And now with the Blink Dagger, with the BKB, how many items has this kid got? The answer is a lot. He's going to take down Duster, and now they'll go towards Isla as well. Isla, he does have this Charge of Darkness if he can get out of the Static Storm, and that he can, and rams right back through everybody to get himself away to safety.
I'm gonna do that from now on.
Beautiful
I'm gonna annoy every single person listening. I won't do that. Trust me. Don't worry. That was a one-time thing. Yeah. So for C-Dub again, it just feels so sloppy with how they're trying to make these plays. It's very forced. I love the fact that Batrider, he set the ward down, disengaged, and then allowed everyone to go into the mix. But the BKB really turned that around. So unfortunate C-Dub. They go for a kill, don't get it, and Sanctify gets picked off again. Will he get the TP?
Yeah,
No, he won't.
Muzi. That's a trade and a half going the way of C-Dub. They'll be happy about that one. I'm surprised. I mean, Grin, well, I'm not that surprised because they didn't have their ultis anymore. No God Strength on the Sven, no Static Storm, so didn't want to commit the Ravage for it.
That's the mindset C-Dub needs though in this game. Like, they need to have that resilience to things going wrong, because as soon as spells are down, you need to go again. As soon as BKB is wasted on Soul, you want to get your Razor in position and get on top of him. You want your Barra to be charging through. So I like the fact that I am seeing C-Dub have that kind of tenacity in them, and they aren't backing down.
Yeah, and you know, that guard lead is not huge. In fact, it's almost non-existent. Sven is a little bit ahead of the Razor, and the Razor is quite significantly ahead of the Timbersaw. They're all following each other
Another smoker.
closely. Muzi is the one suffering the most.
The last time Grin smoked up, they found nothing. But this time,
he finds a big catch. Oh my goodness. Two supports just cuddled up right next to each other. Duster and Sanctify just holding hands going for the D-Ward, and Sven, he can't resist.
That was an absolutely juicy engagement, and that is going to be the entire game against this Sven. Look at him, just keeps going.
Yeah, my man's used God Strength. He wants to make the use of it.
Oh.
What's that about? Oh, he glimpsed him. Oh.
No. He had a Remnant again. He glimpsed him back, and then Remnant dodged it once again.
He did? It looked like he was in that Static Storm, though, like, fully.
Ember
DJ,
Spirit.
can we get a replay on that?
It's the same thing that happened earlier. It truly is quite an annoying thing for Ember. Oh, sorry, for Disruptor and Timber.
Yeah. Yeah, it's not so fun.
No.
Well, 14-17 is a scoreline, a slight goal advantage for the side of Grin.
Trying to see if there was any big ticket pickups. And Ags on Timbersaw. That is going to be the pickup that we're referencing now. And there isn't any Dispel right now on C-Dub's lineup to be able to deal with it. There is no Yules, no Nullifiers. So this is going to be a Timbersaw that, against two melee heroes and a Razor that likes to relatively be in melee range, is going to kind of put this Timbersaw in a much tankier position.
Yeah, he's going to be a
Of course,
beast.
with the reactive armor, as you see here. Bonus based on people in your proximity. So anything melee or on top of you, even Batrider as well, is going to throw some additional help towards Timbersaw.
Yeah, it's extremely obnoxious. So looking for another target here, going in for double kick, popping that ultimate, no hesitation as he brings down the Razor. This is just Soul. This is his game. He's running around the map, finding the kills, hits his timings, and yeah, just murdering the enemy carry like it's nothing.
Yeah. And again, you need to be mindful. They just use Ravage. So for C-Dub, Razor respawns. What should you do? Hit the creeps or try and find a fight? Probably should try and find a fight because you know Ravage is going to be on cooldown for nearly 100 seconds once you're alive. Like, this is where I want to see C-Dub group back up together and just muster some aggression on the map. And we've seen them try and do it to Muzi before. It's quite a questionable one to try. Yeah, and they back out. They go for his Kura instead.
Team are coming. They're coming through the portal. Yeah, it seems like... Is this going to be read by C-Dub? There's luck. This is an area you want to walk into here. I mean, Sol doesn't have the God Strength anymore, but at the same time, they might just have the damage. Oh, okay. Hello. Bye-bye. All right. See you later. Well, I'm coming too now. Oh, it's not.
Oh, God.
Portal's
so
so
awkward.
funny.
Was there really any follow-up? Could the Sven just TP out again after? I mean, Ember's pretty close, but still. Unfortunately, not on the ball there to cancel the TPs.
Yeah. It's pretty unexpected to find a hero just sitting out there, keeping away.
Yeah, the random like 24-minute dude just chilling at the port. Like, Sven, mate, you're meant to be farming. Why are you just hugging this, twin gate? Come on. Be a better carry. That's what Izza said. And Soul's like, yeah, no worries, boss, on it. BRB.
All right, go hit them.
About to whip out a Silver Edge. Yeah. Or a Lincoln, sorry, actually.
Advantage. Bottom lane, here's a play onto Muzi. Lift up into the charge connecting, but the TPs are coming in thick and fast from the side of Grid. And, well, C-Dub, they're just going to leave Isla behind. They're like, yeah, sorry, bro. We got other things to do.
This engagement would have worked about 2 patches ago if Spirit Breaker had the shard that allowed him to break on his ultimate. Because that wouldn't have been tied cracking in multiple things. But now, his shard is playing out pocket, and he doesn't even have it. It just doesn't do anything. So one of the best aspects of Spirit Breaker, which was a break mechanic, has been removed. He has an Ag, sure, it's not some nice damage, but very optimistic for C-Dub to go for that. I feel like that's been the theme of this entire game. C-Dub has like blind optimism to just throw bodies in the hope to get kills. Like, it's like, if we have the numbers, surely they die. And Muzi has always just been like the soak for it.
The thing is that their draft kind of necessitates that. Like, I don't see them winning a game where they're not trying that sort of Dota. They're just in that weird position where, yeah, they're not going to win it late. So it's going to have to be the call. Ooh, the Remnant destroyed the tree. He tried to Timber Chain too. Not would have made a huge difference maker, but yeah, Rojo Fireflu going to be lamenting that one. What's his Razor's build been? BKB, Sanjin Yasha, and he doesn't have much else, huh? Man's is not as rich as I thought, but Muzi is going to get brought down eventually here, but that said, Salivating Salamander coming in from the sidelines with a life drain, keeping him alive. They are going to be able to finish him off there as they find him in the tree lands. Muzi will eventually die as well, but look at this Timber in the front with the Axe. Soul committing as well, but if they can disengage here on C-Dub, it's going to be a huge dub for them, but they won't be able to get their cow out of this one, and Sol even popping the BKB. Okay, that's a little interesting, but nevertheless, a great fight from the side of C-Dub, I would say, as they only lose their Spirit Breaker and they get those big cooldowns going.
Yeah, and that's the key thing, right? C-Dub, they're able to look at the engagement, bait out some spells, and then reset and instantly smoke up again. This is what you want to see from C-Dub with this type of lineup. The constant go, 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 don't care about the deaths, even with Barra down. Look at them, they're just hugging each other.
They go straight in the moment. The stun, it's not going to do a whole lot of work here as they're just cooking under the fire of Sanctified. But look at the barrier coming on through. They can't penetrate through it. Rojo Fire Flu, he's doing so much work, and that barrier's about to explode and do a huge amount of damage to Mark. And that is just not how the script was meant to be followed there. C-Dub just get absolutely put in the dirt.
They just flick through a couple pages and, like, when you smoke up like that, you want to find the Sven or the Pugner or anyone but the Tide. Like, even when resources are down, be it God Strength or Ravage, like, Timbersaw is still super OP. I don't know if I said Tide, I meant Timbersaw, but still, it's like, this Timber is giga fat. Like, he is humongous. And unfortunately for C-Dub, I like the energy. You know, I love the fact that they poke, reset, smoke, go, but they find the Timber. Oh, the one hero they didn't want to find. Yeah. And now Grin, they get Roshan. They don't even have to use God Strength for it, potentially. That is a massive win for Grin once again. We might be the curse to C-Dub.
We really might. We really might. Maybe they just don't want to talk to us. They're like, oh, no, not these guys. Let's just lose so we don't have to do the interview.
Yeah, they don't think they're going to Div 1. So it's like, all right, well, we just won't win the game, the 2 games that Nomad and T cast, so then...
Anti-British, shake my head.
Oh, God.
Who can blame them?
Yeah, true.
It does feel like the one thing C-Dub really need right now is like a Yules or just like a way to take this Timbersaw out of the game. And no one's going for that at all, which is concerning.
Spirit Breaker can actually buy it, and it's not that bad for Spirit Breaker. You get additional move speed, you get some kite potential, you can deal with Sven or the Tide, or even, like, again, it's just a nice hero item to buy. Way down the line, you can even go Wind Waker. So
I love that item.
It's such a sad item in the fact that it's so hard to buy and feel good. Like, the super late game, like, when does a person still have a casual Yules to then go, you know what, boys, I'm upgrading to the Wind Waker? Like, normally at 60 minutes, that Yules has already been traded off for something else. And I feel like Wind Waker, there's so many cool plays to make with it, be it saving people in Chrono, Black Hole, any big control. It's just, a bit of a lost item. And if it was cheaper, for example, it'd be too good. So it is arguably a hard to balance item, but I wish we saw it more.
Yeah, it's something you only ever see in like really long games where the supports are getting loads of money, and then maybe you can see it coming out then, or some
the Rubik players
pick it up. Yeah.
I always see on like the random Aetherlens Rubik Yules player who then just suddenly gets Wind Wake and go, wait, what? What's happening? You're like 12-0, boss. You're just such a god. Why'd you ever win? I'm not going to complain, but I mean, Grin, they've through the ages in the Timbersaw as well. Of course, when you have Sven on your team, very much a what is the correct phrase for this? Is it like binary? Because it's like
hero.
Transformation, binary, like zeros and ones, like he's on or he's off, like
light switch hero.
Yeah,
let's make it that. I like that.
But do you hear other people talk about these types of heroes? Like, do you know what they phrase it as? That's like an actual question. Like, is it transformation? Is it binary? Is it
transformation?
Okay.
That's what
do you want to? Yeah. Is it good though?
Can we light switch?
Okay. Yes. Sven's quite a light switch hero. You either got to flick him on or off, and of course with an Aegis, once you flicked him on and he dies, he's then turned off. So the Aegis doesn't really come into play too much. No, I think that works well. No, man, I think we've really invented a whole new phrase. Yeah.
We've done it.
Because of course, when Terrorblade's turned off, meta doesn't continue, you know.
Team really want to turn him on again, but of course, you've got to wait for that cooldown.
I mean, that's why you pick Kotal, because you can start, Chakra, and you can really help the guy.
Yeah. We help turn him on. Roho Fire Flu, though, he is an absolute beast this game. He's got an Aegis, he's got an Aghanims, he's got a Sange, he's got a Lotus. I mean, I can keep going, but I'm not going to. They're not killing this guy. He knows that. We know that. He's going to keep whacking on these barracks. See, what is the play? I mean, you got a Blink Dag on your Razor, like, take his damage or something, I suppose, but what's that going to do? Answer, not a whole lot.
This is a point where you kind of want your Timbersaw to have the shard, right? Get a little bit of flamethrower action, chip down the buildings a little bit quicker.
Catapult. Huge.
So clutch. Just Timber's so... okay, again, beautiful stuff from Grin here. Like, the execution of this, so many pubs are lost because they're not understanding how to go high ground. But like Grin, Timbersaw goes up, Pugner behind, don't even put Sven near contention of getting jumped. And Isla, he's been dusted up. Bulldozer cooldown for 2 seconds. Charging cooldown for 1 more second. Should be
He might have just done it.
He's only going to
just done it. The absolute madman.
Does have the Lincolns, of course, to eat up the glimpse. But this is where Spirit Breaker likes to thrive. When the game gets a little bit dicey, he can kind of ignore his team, skip waves relentlessly. And maybe that's what CW need to do now. Concerned they can actually win a 5-on-5. They need to somehow get the Sven to blink in to then give Razor entry to the fight.
Hold on here, C-Dub. They're going for a very deep engagement with Mark and with Isla. Yeah, looks like they're just poking the hornet's nest, you know?
Mm-hmm.
Inviting them out to party. And then,
Just shaking it.
Get themselves away, yeah. You ever stung by a bee as a child?
I actually stepped on one accidentally when I was on holiday. Yeah, it's kind of annoying.
Ooh.
I had to go to A&E because my foot went a little bit bulbous.
Oh,
But
really?
then-
You had an allergic reaction.
Yeah, I mean, the guy, the little bee thing, decided to like be on the ground, like sticky thing up. So when I walked
Awesome.
over it, its
Yeah.
little arse went into my foot and got amongst my toes and shit. And then suddenly, that's me crying in pain. I think I was in like, I don't know, I was on holiday. And I was trying to like tell the people, like, please help. I've stood on a bee. And they're like, grow up, boy.
Yeah.
I'm like, I'm sorry. Yeah, exactly. Literally. Like the American people next to me, like, oh my God, are you going to die? I'm like, I don't know, maybe.
Yes. As a kid, it's always like, yes, I'm not long for this world. My parents, I love them.
Farewell. Farewell, Barbados. I don't think it was Barbados. I don't think I've ever been to Barbados.
Radiant's bottom tower has
No, I haven't. Just sounded good for the moment.
top tower is under
Grin,
attack.
they are grouped up. I think they just need to position again. Timbersaw up front, place a sentry down so you can't get wrapped around on, and slow siege. Just be a beautiful execution for this high ground. Very disciplined.
Everything done.
Radiant's
Yep.
bottom tower
Sentry is there, the Nether Ward is there, the Timbersaw is there. They don't have an Aegis anymore, but who cares? Like, they're not going to kill him with an Aegis. They're not going to kill him without an Aegis. Salivating Salamander has been charged upon. And Isla's going to complete that one. Let's see if they can actually catch him out this time. As over in the front, they're actually going for the Disruptor, who's somehow been scooped up, brought back into the enemy lines. Okay, this could be the way back into the game for Cedar, but of course they've still got a lot to fight through there. As Isla just pieces out once again. He's just playing his own little game.
Disruptor doesn't have buyback, so can't even utilize the buyback into outpost play.
Yeah.
It's currently short about 400 gold, and that 400 gold also would be the Aghanims on Disruptor. C-Dub, they can feel the severity of the situation. They have numbers advantage. They need to get something more. They've been behind for at least 10 minutes of this game. But don't
Gods is
make the
down as
fatal
well.
mistake. Don't run into the Timbersaw once again. Find someone else.
What if they do it? What if they can kill him?
By Jove,
Just,
it will be great.
Flying forwards here, he's got the Timber Chain. They have found the Pugner. It's not exactly the bee's knees, but you know it'll do. It'll do.
Oh, yep, he's dead. Yep, C-Dub, if they can survive the onslaught of the siege, the retreat will always be C-Dub favored, right? The chase down potential is insane on C-Dub. It's just they need to manufacture scenarios that enable them to get their heroes to play this way, right? And I think he's very much understood what he needs to do. Just see a wave, press bulldoze, charge. Be careful not to get picked off, because that one death, suddenly waves aren't pushed in, then you need to buy back. Now you can't make these plays, so it's a high risk playstyle to make, but if you do it well, you can keep your team in most games.
Absolutely. Yeah, 36 minutes in. I mean, not the game we're expecting here. We're expecting bigger things from Cedar, but once again, you know that they just don't seem to have the momentum to carry themselves through with this rough laning phase they sort of had. Razor just wasn't the hero to put their faith in, it seems.
Dire's bottom tower is under
I wouldn't even say it's. I mean, I guess it was the Razor because he got picked off. Then they went top. It's like BKB reveal was wasted. Then he gets picked off. But also, just I think the whole philosophy of C-Dub's playstyle or plan in this game didn't really amplify the Razor. I guess as well, like, does Razor really... Yeah, I've already mentioned this. Sorry, Razor doesn't counter Sven. Sven's way too explosive of a physical damage hero, so...
Yeah.
Sven was also picked after the Razor, to be fair, so we can't really talk about that narrative being a thing for the Razor. He was picked into Timber and Tide, where you can argue Razor does decent. Still maybe not the best of picks available, but comfort always probably reigns supreme over better choices. And this time around, Grin instantly want to go for Roshan. They're throwing in the big spells this time around. They're not trying to be greedy and not use God Strength.
Yeah, I kind of respect it, you know, just a very respectful play. Just pop the gods here, try and get it done as quickly as possible. Don't give Cedar a chance to respond to it. Grab yourself an Aegis. This time it will be on the Sven.
On the light switch hero.
Yeah.
Okay, so with the light switch this time, when he is turned off though, he does have Harpoon, Nullifier, Silver Edge, and Lincoln's. So he has a lot of like active items that can bridge the fact that he doesn't have God Strength.
Dire's bottom tower is under attack.
Not the worst. Like if this was a Sven, but let's say like Daedalus, and just raw right click items like an AC, then sure, it's a pretty bad pickup. But because of all the small items he's got, or active items, I think it changes the pace a bit for sure.
Mm-hmm.
And,
Yeah, it gives him a different way to play the fights as well, where you can just kind of go in and start hitting people.
There's
and
a DD rune.
Wait on... Oh, he doesn't need the God Strength. He's already got one.
It's back up pretty soon, to be fair.
Huge.
Are they going to find him?
Oh,
Get him!
oh,
Glimpse!
Glimpse.
Glimpse back all to the far to the right. Go, go, go!
TP out.
Dire's bottom
Oh, what a
Just
hero.
glimpsed him into Narnia. Boys, we're going to go into the wardrobe. We're going to find him. Oh, it's already gone.
Yeah, they're looking around and there's just nothing to find.
And DD now half usage.
Ridiculous.
That is Spirit Record in a nutshell for you.
Yep.
Has Tide
Playing
completed the
the
axe
game.
yet? So Tide now has the axe as well, which it's such a sick item for Tide Hunter. Because you get to blink ravage one group, and then if let's say your Sven's initiating elsewhere, you can just throw the gush out in a distance, apply the slow, the minus armor. Any minus armor with Sven makes him feel like an absolute king in the game. So yeah, I feel like Moosey's played quite a chill game, to be fair. Even though his scoreline's 1, 5, and 6.
Sponge, yeah.
Yeah, he's soaked up a lot. Itemized nicely with the halberd, of course. Go for the razor, the axe, the blink. Like, yeah, he's nothing too, spotlightish, but commendable performance. Of course, bottom of the net worth on all cores, but yeah, still been able to punch his name into the game multiple times.
Certainly has. Yeah.
Right, Farmer Nomad taken away with the cast.
Yarp. Oh, the counter nether ward. Maybe this is what they need. Maybe this will even the odds.
are fortified.
Holy crap, Sven just popping God Strength and going to hit a tower. He saw this tower on low health and he took that personally. Well, down it will go. Now onto the barracks. Knock knock. Is anybody home? Seed up. Alright, here we go. Not even using the static link actually, just throw getting hexed. Now Sven
Instantly
jumps in,
onto Duster.
looks for the Rubik, trying to bring him down. Duster, he's nullified up as well, so no chance of him getting away from this one.
Nice
And still
Lotus.
no static link even being used. Double King's just trying to take him down the first time au natural, and to be fair, he's doing the damage, he will get the kill. That is no God Strength on the Sven. That light switch here is going to come back turned off, but the Ravage comes through onto all of them, and now Sol, he just needs to follow up. Do they have the damage to get through them regardless, despite having no God Strength? Well, they've killed off Mark already. Duster's going to go down for a second time here, so he is not coming back into this fight. Isla just causing chaos on the backlines. They don't really have the control to bring down the Spirit Break. It'll interrupt the TP. This game is not over, T. Double King chasing, still going for more. Hex is out though. Moosey trying to control him up, trying to get a cheeky one onto his Razor. Razor blinking himself away as Soul gets back in. They're going back onto the Ember Spirit. Ember, he just brought back. He's gone again, 105 seconds without no Ember Spirit. Sanctified being chased down as well, and the reactive armor will finish him off.
That was 2 diebacks, and they kind of got baited in because the Tide Hunter, he blinked So he used tricks to cloak, then blink, then TP, so he wasn't able to invisible TP out, but I think Sol really just the MVP of this fight here. Starts the fight instantly. Timbersaw then lotuses to save the Batrider movement. Like, Godstrom's back up again. 3 heroes dead, no buyback. Double King and Spearbreaker. Only 2 heroes alive. But with the Lincolns in play and Lotus, like, they can't defend it.
No.
Beautiful performance, honestly, from Grin.
This game, I think. Like, they're not going to have any heroes up for another minute. Double King trying to run them in circles, but can't really do it. Salt smacking away at the tier 4s. God's Strength U is about to run out, actually. They're taking Megas. Now they'll go for the tier 4s as well. 30 seconds still on that Batrider. Isla trying to commit hard hit. Gets hexed up though, gets Static Storm, the whole 9 yards being thrown his way. They are taking a while to bring him down, but to bring him down they certainly shall. Now Bo buyback on the cow either. Double King trying to hold his ground here with that BKB, but it's not enough. There is nothing which they can do at this point. Next tier 4, probably going to be taken as well. Double King with that AC. Trying to hold his ground, but now they jump upon him. They'll throw the kitchen sink towards Double King. Double King with the buyback. C-Dub, they're being stubborn about this one. They're holding on, but as our Ancient starts to fall, I mean, Sanctified is back. Ember Spirit's going to come back in about 8 seconds here. But their Ancient is getting very low indeed. And Sol has that ultimate as well with the God Strength. Just going to come in and start whacking away on that Ancient. They've got the lasso. Do they have the timing to bring him back into the fountain? Yes, they do. Down goes the Sven. Ancient's still alive. C-Dub, there's no way you come back from this. There's no way. They're coming in forward here, coming in deep. They're trying to bring down Rain. Roho thinking of trying to go for the Ancient here, realizing that's not possible. But the Ravage is there to bring down Double King. They will get the die back onto the Razor. Sanctified and Mark. Can they do it alone? Try to fight up here. They've got so many Sleight of Fists, so many spells to keep on throwing in the catapults. They're just, one of them's going to work, the other one's hitting the heroes. Roho, Fire Flu, trying to get that Ancient down, but he just doesn't do the right click damage. Sanctified in 13 seconds. We'll have the Flaming Lasso back up again, and the GG is called. They realize that there is nothing they can do to hold on to this Ancient. I mean, yeah, no, the Sven's brought back, and they knew at that point that the game was over. GG is called. Grin will take game number 1.
What a game as well. But I think fair play to Grin. Like, this is the game where I think execution is key. Under the aggression of C-Dub and that like relentless go at you mindset, teams that don't have discipline can easily crumble. But I feel like Grin showed us that they have that discipline. They, especially around this Timbersaw. Like, Timbersaw was unkillable, felt like the entire game. Even though he did die 4 times, the 4 deaths didn't go like, wow, the game's really swung, right? And on top of that, I think just even seeing the discipline on how they siege the top racks, the Timber, the Pugner, no one else shows, how they set up for the bot racks play with the Sentry Wards, the Never Ward, the Timber, the Pugner, like, I don't know, I feel like Grin, they drafted very nicely, but just the small little execution details in it show that they are a pretty good team. And I don't think they deserve to be 0-4, I feel. They probably shouldn't be 0-4. Yeah.
Yeah. No, this looks good. I mean, this looked like some real Dota being played by these guys, and yeah, more of this, please. Again, just playing around Sol, who is this kind of big, hard carry of theirs. They just opened up the map for him early on. They knew that all this brawling they took against C-Dub, you know, all this kind of not bringing 5 heroes into C-Dub's 5 heroes was going to pay off for them eventually. And Sol absolutely pays them back for that as well. His first few fights were absolutely dominant. Like, when he started playing the game, he just started destroying them. And yeah, they had a few misplays on the side of Grin, of course. You know, this is Division 2, we expect that. But they were always ready to bounce back from it, always knew the next play to be made. You know, there wasn't really much like wandering around, just kind of holding their thumbs, looking confused. This was a team which kind of had a cohesive plan on how to take the game, and that's exactly how you can take games of a team like C-Dub.
Yeah, and I don't know sort of us casting the C-Dub games, but I feel like they become so volatile. And in this game, at least, I feel like their draft, once you conclude the draft, they're in the back of your mind. You always have this fear like, guys, we need to execute so well, otherwise we're going to have issues. And even when they make their first moves, their first ganks, they try and kill Tide. He then hits Ravage. Wait a second, we can't kill heroes. We don't really have explosive damage. It's damage over time. Ember, Spearbreaker, Razor, Bat, all of these heroes provide damage over multiple mini fights. They're not the best heroes at taking an engagement and saying, this is our fight, we're crushing it right now. They like to drag them out. So I think C-Dub drafted quite a skirmishing lineup that didn't really have explosive damage into a lineup that you needed to be explosive into. You need to blow up the Sven or the Timber or the Tide. And they just didn't have it. So unfortunately for C-Dub, they drafted themselves into a corner. Grin exploited it. And then, of course, you mentioning Soul just capitalized on it, put on a show, and yeah, just crushed the game with a Sven, running away with the net worth, and deservedly, for sure, most likely going to be the MVP of the game.
Yeah, Sol, kind of doing some real carrying here. But Rojo Fireflu as well, definitely worthy of mention as well.
1000%,
great performance from the Timbersaw. Yeah, like he was the kind of frontliner. He was the guy like doing the damage, surviving up through. Well, not quite doing the damage. That was his Sven's job, but surviving up, tanking up, and also kind of infiltrating some huge rotations from C-Dub. He just found himself on the front lines of it, and he wasn't a hero they could brought down. Woozy being the sponge as well, but yeah, Sol, Sven, absolutely MVP. Just playing a magnificent Sven game, and yeah, like being in the right place at the right time.
Yeah, and good stuff. And I feel like, unfortunately, I feel like Timbersaw for sure easily could have had the MVP, but I think just Sol, he utilized the space perfectly. And I feel like from the stats that we saw earlier today as well, this is how Grin plays, where you expect Rojo Fireflu, that's how you pronounce it, to always make these moves, and you expect Soul to farm behind. And I think in this game, they capitalize on it quite nicely. I think in the next game, if they are able to replicate it again, we'll throw the MVP back towards the mid maybe to show the respect of the double whammy of the two. But yeah, I look at Soul like 10, 2, 14, participation through the roof. Itemization as well. I love the fact that he went for the cheaper items, not the cheaper items, but the more active items, just to keep the fight going.
Build up.
Yeah, exactly. It looked comfortable. It didn't look as awkward as the old school Sven, right? So yeah, overall, happy with Grin's game 1. Not very happy with C-Dub. I really want to see C-Dub bounce back, because I'm yet to personally commentate a game where they've drafted well and played well all in one. So maybe the next game's it. Like, they're the top 2 team, but they haven't shown me that Division 1 might yet. They still look a little bit volatile.
Yep, let's pull it out the bag here, C-Dub. I'm ready to see them at full power. We're going to throw it over to a break, after which we're going to be back with game number 2 of C-Dub versus Grin Esports here at the DPC Division 2, North America. Hello and welcome back to the NADPC. It is Division 2 time as we are jumping straight into the draft. Sorry guys, we're a little bit on this one. T-Governor had to go and wax his beard and, you know, it took a while and we were like, T-Governor, come on, phoning him and stuff. And he was like, guys, I have to get the beard right. That's why people tune in.
It's surprising that it is the case, yeah. I've actually not done anything to the beard for some time, to be fair. It's just a beautiful little thing. But either way, it is a bit wild.
Homeless.
It's a nice look, to be fair. But
People try and give you money on the street?
I mean, I don't go outside, so this situation doesn't occur.
No risk there, then.
Yeah, no risk. So therefore, no reward, unfortunately. But I will say, straight off of the bat, C-Dub going with the, I guess, kind of tried and tested counter to Medusa with this anti-mage response. So Grin was second pick, so they went Ench plus Medusa. So to close the phase, C-Dub went for the anti-mage. And you can normally assume that if your Bloodseeker is your carry, anti-mage is your off lane, for Grin at least, I would love to see if there's like a little bit of flexibility here to maybe push the Medusa elsewhere, because you don't really want to put your Medusa in a position of vulnerability, or at least pick up a support to secure it so you get Manta Butterfly. But already interesting things have occurred in the draft. Will Dusa be the carry? Will she get flexed away to hide from the anti-mage? Who knows?
Who knows? Who knows indeed. And also, kind of what position will the anti-mage be in? I mean, I'm imagining it will be a position 3 because we've got the Bloodseeker to fill up that position 1. Does always leave your draft a little bit holy though, and not in the pious way, but in the we don't have any stuns way.
Yeah, they could become New Knight to figure out the holy aspect of that, but then they'd be griefing themselves. It just is very much like a run and gun style lineup, because anti-mage from the offlane, you buy Vanguard, you buy Diffusal Blade, and then you go Manta after the fact. So because of the Diffusal Blade, you have a little slow, a little Dispel to throw into the mix. Not a Dispel, so just a slow. And then you also have additional mana burn. So it really does hurt a carrying Medusa. And I think the games that offlane anti-mage look really bad against Medusa is when you're able to kill off the anti-mage in laning phase. You're allowed to distance the anti-mage from the Medusa, and then she gets to Manta Butterfly by 20 minutes. Because Bloodseeker, what, she's going to rupture him? Sure, Medusa stands still. Anti-mage comes close, you're gonna miss chance. So even C-Dub just tripling down on the hatred for Medusa, going for the Pangolier as well. Another Diffusal Blade buyer. Like, I don't like seeing Medusa flexed in these scenarios too often, but this could honestly be a scenario where it occurs and it doesn't feel too bad. But it doesn't look to be the case because Grin are picking up even more amping style of heroes, right? You got the Legion, very much known for executing a Bloodseeker or an anti-mage. Great counter with Blade Mail Blink. On top of that, you have the is it press the attack? My brain is lagging slightly right now.
Correct.
So the press the attack to amp up the Medusa as well. So I like the pick overall, and it does feel like the Medusa now is just going to be the carry into an abundance of anti-Medusa heroes.
Yeah, I think so. It's tough, but you know, Medusa's still Medusa at the end of the day. It doesn't matter how many hero carriers, how many counters there are. If you have a good Medusa game, you can usually close it up regardless, once you hit those item timings. And it is greedy from C-Dub here as well. Bloodseeker, Anti-Mage, Pangolier, they do need to hit timings. None of these are budget picks.
Like, C-Dub's entire draft now looks good on paper in the mid game, but they need to get through lanes. And you would argue that CM Bloodseeker is a very good lane. But because of Legion can get rid of the roots, dispel it, as long as you're not really super far down the lane getting blood grenade in like multiple slows, should be fine. And then I think the Ench, I'm yet to see Ench lane into the offlane anti-mage, but I would like to think that Impedus plus a creep should be enough to put anti-mage at half HP and like an awkward spot. So this final pick, this position 4 pick, to really bring anti-mage into the lane, I think is going to be crucial. And I don't know what that would be. Would I have said Rubik? Probably not. But then again, for C-Dub, it's a hero they've already played, so maybe it's like a comfort band. But I think you need a more, like a super aggressive position for.
Yeah, something which is going to win the trades versus Enchantress, which doesn't leave many heroes, to be fair. Techies went out a long time ago, which could have been an option. So yeah,
maybe Mirana, but then it's like, you got Mirana. I just feel for C-Dub, it's like, if they can get to the mid to late game, they're going to be giggling, right? They'll be tanky enough to deal with the Blink Blade Mail of Legion. They'll have plenty of forms of anti-Dusa. It's just their draft looks very misaligned, if that makes sense. Oh, they actually do ban on the Marana, so still showing a little bit of respect towards the arrow to kill off the creep.
Yeah, and I
What
think
is-
something
what
we've
are
seen
the
up like
puzzles
running
left,
quite a
yeah?
lot. Yeah.
Yeah.
Alrighty then. Final pick from C-Dub here. What is the option going to be?
10 seconds remaining.
Yeah, so every hero I think of is just banned at the moment.
Yeah.
5 seconds.
All these big lane
remaining.
dominators, all these big controllers.
I mean, they could go for like even like Snapfire doesn't feel great because it's so absorbed into having to do well in lane, but it does push everyone else deeper into. My apologies. I hit backspace and disappeared from the broadcast for a second. I'm gonna click elsewhere on the screen so I don't do that again. But no.
Yeah. So, what are we looking at here? They're going to go for the Lich. Okay. Does that mean the
Okay.
CM's going in the off
That's
lane,
fair.
or is Lich
Yeah.
going to back up the anti-mage?
No, you put the CM into the Ench lane, so then you root up the creeps. I'd
Yeah.
like to see Ench play around that and actually go for 2 points in Petus and then 1 point in the enchant, and maybe even just forego really caring about getting the creeps and play more on the I'm just going to consistently click you down, annoy you. But no, I think I'm leaning a little bit towards Grin's line up here. I would have never
What?
in any single world would have said Naga Siren is going to get picked up, and it
Oh
is
my
going to be the
God.
position 5 Medusa. Wait, no,
Again?
position 4 Medusa. 4 Medusa.
4, okay. Well, not better. I mean, maybe a little better, but Nagasara. Well, I mean, okay, so like, yeah, okay, they
Can I
counter
time out
Medusa
for a
really
second,
hard.
Nomad? I just need to time out real quick.
Sure.
So the timeout is you picked Naga, but Bloodseeker buys Axe, and the Blood Mist
Terrible
counters
Naga game.
like it counters quite a lot of the illusion, and then also there's Pangolier. So it's like this isn't like the world's biggest gotcha Naga pick. I can see a world where Naga has timings, but I just
Yeah,
wanted to
yeah,
time out
as
for a
well.
second because
I love these supports versus Nagasaren as well. Like Crystal Maiden, you know, with her ultimate, with her AoE slows, you know, great answer. Lich as well, with the Frost Shield, with the AoE slows, you know. Frosty Heroes are great versus Nagasaren. I think this was one. If you could have pulled this off, like, putting the Medusa into position 4 is not something which is going to make me immediately hate the draft. But you got to pull a gotcha, not a... This is so mild. This is like lukewarm tea left out on a summer's evening.
But the way that it becomes piping hot and that tea then gets to optimal drinking temperature once again is this Legion. I think if there was no Legion in this game, then this Naga pick feels really weird because of course the Bloodseeker. But because of the Legion always forcing the Bloodseeker to think about his positioning, Blade Mail, Blink, Go, Bloodseeker has to then maybe buy a Lincoln Sphere. So now what you're asking him to buy the Maelstrom, the Lincolns, a BKB, then an Axe, and then all that time, Naga should easily have like Manta plus Orchid or Manta Skadi, Manta Butterfly. So I think if Grin can play around the Legion correctly, then this big counter that we're concerned about shouldn't be an issue. Because of course, C-Dub, they all in their draft thinking it is the Medusa carry, right? Like, every single aspect of their lineup is built around strong lanes, fight the Medusa, don't let her farm. And now she's position 4. So it'll be really cool to see if Grin can actually execute on the timings of Legion and Naga, syncing them together to not allow Bloodseeker to ever become the counter. But again, very happy to see the little bit of creativity from both teams coming into the second game.
Yeah, for sure.
It's cool. It's refreshing. A little bit refreshing.
Yeah, it's nice to see guys kind of trying to experiment a little bit, move some heroes around, and the Pos 4 Medusa is going to be interesting. I mean, we've seen a Pos 5 Medusa before. That was awful. Never want to see that again, but hopefully position 4 Medusa can get a bit more done. Yeah, I'm a little bit worried about the lane. Like, I feel like Legion can be a strong laner in the right matchups, but this isn't really the right matchup where I'm like loving Legion Commander. So, yeah. I'm definitely leaning on C-Dub, I'll be honest.
Battle begins.
Fair play. You want a game 3? You saucy one, and Rain Prince already
Oh dear.
under attack.
Not a good start. Let's see. Mangoes. All right. Mangoes being downed at the moment by Rain Prince, and that's actually going to keep him alive. So 2 mangoes and I live. Easy.
But now he has no mana, so potentially... Oh, he's also going for a D ward, so The battle between Duster and Rain Prince.
And if Duster
This
lands some
doesn't
clicks
feel
here,
good
this-
for Duster. CM hates using early mana to not get a kill. So already 2 mangoes to lane. Not going to feel too great for Duster there. A little bit too aggressive, I feel, for him. But we
Yeah.
are going to see the matchups that we expected. Lich playing with the Bloodseeker. Crystal Maiden playing with the Anti-Mage.
Oof, those spears, they do so much damage if you're not careful. Yeah, there is a world in which the anti-mage can kind of drain the Enchantress's mana and put her in an awkward position, but I'm pretty sure Isla's not going to allow it to happen too easily. Or at least Salivating Salamander's not going to allow it to happen too easily.
Whoa, whoa, whoa. Nomad, what do we say?
37.
Let's say it all together.
Salivating Salamander 37.
Thank you. It would be very rude to not say his name correctly.
That is true, but you got to
'Cause
stop
you say-
dodging
you
in
say
this cast,
Arteezy.
okay?
And then you say, what? You say Arme, yeah? Say Faith Beyond.
Yeah.
But do you say Salivating Salamander 37? There we go.
I do. We do.
We do. Oh, that was a big snake.
Oh, the huge snake, yeah. It's going to refill the mana pool quite nicely. Yeah, Double King Sanctified, you know, they've been trying to lay quite a lot of harassment into these two, but they have been trading their own lives for it. And Muzi actually wrapping around upon the Bloodseeker there. Blood Grenade following through with the snake, bouncing around another huge snake from Rain Prince. Actually, they can look for both of these kills, or they might get neither. Sanctified still running himself away. I mean, he's got a Frost Blast available in just a second. Blood Right is going to catch him, but the right click comes through from Muzi, getting him the first blood onto Sanctified.
Oh, and the Blood Grenade's on.
Oh my
Is he
God.
going to take down? No.
Don't think it's enough.
No, okay. 23 HP.
Like, wouldn't you just rather die there? Yeah, I kind of feel like that's just the better play, right?
I know, it's just funny. Because it's like... there's no reasoning. It's just funny. Oh, God. What a
It
great
did look like he
start.
didn't want to die there, I'll be honest. But
Yeah, so that's why
I
I'm
think it is
laughing.
better
'cause
to die.
It's like positioning, I mean, for sure. Like, after you go to that low, there's no way you want to ask your heroes to bring stuff up. But then the flip side is now you got Legion Commander, 2 kills to his name. This is a hero
Yeah.
that can take over this game. Anyone he duels, Pango, Bloodseeker, Anti-Mage, they will die to Blade Mail and Blink. Muzi, he had a decent game on Tidehunter. He can just pop off again on a Legion Commander. And what a great start for him, at least.
What a great start for both of these side lanes from Grin, to be honest with you. They're really not getting much of a look in the bottom side here. Sol are doing a pretty good job and just kind of battling up into the Anti-Mage. Yeah, Naga's having a great start to the game. Look at the health difference down here. Isla is the only one who's low in this lane. They're just ignoring Duster and just pumping out spears into this poor little mana-hating man.
And this is what I expected as well. When this entry got picked up, it's like into Anti-Mage, he just needs to use Impetus on Anti-Mage 2 or 3 times. And he's always going to be like, oh, I can't really farm. And in what world have you ever gone, wow, Anti-Mage is a great laner versus Naga Siren? It isn't. So now you're like doubling down on this Anti-Mage, somewhat getting starved. And I think CW are really going to need Mark, as we look at the mid lane, to break open the game, because Bloodseeker's not doing too hot top. Anti-Mage is getting what he's given bot lane, and they need a little bit of an X factor. And Isla getting brought down to 100 HP. It's constant aggression. Maybe the Impetus, but the Crystal
Quite good
Nova
range,
slow.
and Salamander 37 taking some heavy hits here from Duster, but also dealing it right the way back again. Just
Just
the
the
one
way
point
I
in impetus, but it's so painful to play into.
So hard, and yeah, Salivating Salamander 37 really just bringing this lane to its greatest of forms and soul. He had a stellar
mid.
game as well, where he's happily farming up. I mean, Mark has to do so much work in this game.
Yep. Yeah, this is going to be the Mark Clinic as Salivating Salamander 37 will go down
Nice
to Duster
blocks, nice
down
blocks.
here. Isla getting very low, but not low enough. Nice body blocks coming in from the Crystal Maiden as well to try and keep Isla alive as Rojo Fire Flu in the middle lane drops. Mark gets the kill. Oh, they trade it out in the middle lane and the Pangolier comes out on top. Okay, well, you wanted to see some work being done and Mark starts off on the early shift.
He tanked a couple tower hits, so Mark was on a sliver of HP, but the Ember Spirit, of course, the tower was against him as well, so it was technically like a 2v1. But great stuff from Mark, and yeah. A Pangolier that gets an early lead. You run to a Naga lane, you're gonna kill her off. You run to the Legion lane, you're gonna kill him off, so very important. And again, what the? Ember just came back to the lane just to what? Die again?
No way, no way. That's not how that's supposed to go.
That's illegal.
Okay, now
That is
you've earned the
actually
tip.
illegal. Call the police. Ember needs to get arrested.
Hate to
Die
say it, that
once,
was
sure, but
some
to go
Nomad
again.
gameplay in the middle lane. Like
all
seeing
by
that in that
himself.
game.
Phew. Okay, well, I did not expect that to occur in any iteration of the mid lane.
No, that is that is not correct. Goodness gracious. All right, well, yeah, Rojo Firefly respawns, and this time he's going to walk back to lane, and he kind of has to. Mark finds Salivating Salamander, 37 over on the rune spot here, and
Radiant's middle tower is under
there is no
attack.
bounty to be gained, no fight to be had.
Oh, Mark's DP in top now. Muzi, you had a good start, boss, but when Mark comes to play,
Yep. Yeah, he's in trouble. No spells available for another second here, and will get caught just by the Blood Right. Oh, the Bloodseeker didn't even stop farming for that one as well. Just naps the kill with the Blood Right while still going for the creep wave. You greedy little potato.
I respect it. It's just focus, you know. It's like, you don't need me. I know you've got this.
Soul at bottom is kind of fighting back into the anti-mage. That said, the anti-mage, that too, they both got tons of regen available still. Anti-mage has that ring of health. Soul just has loads of tangos available. They get into a 4-1, very nice.
Why every time I look mid, Ember's just in like the most precarious of positions?
Yeah.
He's got to take a chill.
You know what's crazy? He's still ahead on CS on the Ember. I mean, I know he died twice, but still, as Duster's the next one to fall right under the tower here. Grid now giving up any forms of ease in this bottom lane.
And Double King's courier died as well. And Salivating Salamander 37 coming with the absolute steal of a lifetime.
Oh, grab! They can't stop him. He's salivating too hard. He might be dead now. Got himself a 5-1 to work with. That's not going to be enough. Trying to get through the gate, but that is not your gate, my friend. It is closed to you, so...
Get a courier, get a courier.
No, he gets a courier. Ah, this is so value. He is the mayor of Value Town right now.
And not only... Oh, God damn it, Ember, every time I look at you...
He's dead. Mark's going to catch him. Swashbuckle's available.
Rain Prince? Oh, nice route there from Duster.
Yeah.
But the Bloodseeker, his courier died as well, so his phase boots are currently dead on the courier. This Lich also lost his courier with the boots, so two of the heroes in C-Dub missing out some of their economy. And it is going to hurt a little bit, but Mark is just styling right now in the mid lane. Ember, what, 3 deaths to his name now? We mentioned how important it was for Mark to have a good start, and already he is rolling away with this game. Only like 1400 away from his diffusal blade. And an early diffusal, you throw that onto a Legion or a Naga, that could be the difference of hitting the jewel or not, getting the song off or not. It's so disruptive in the early game.
Yeah, and he's already allowed this advantage to kind of spill over towards middle lane and to the top lane as well, as they'll go once again here looking for the Ember Spirit. Ember does have the Remnant available, but it's into the arms of the Lich, who's going to try and gaze him on in here. Ember, he's dead again. What is happening right now? This is just a monumental chokeout in the middle lane. 0 and 4 for the Ember Spirit.
I mean, maybe he had so much fun playing Timbersaw that he was like, damn, I'm so tanky. And that mindset's carried through to this game. Because it feels like he's playing a Timbersaw of his positioning, but unfortunately, little old Ember,
Feels like
not so tanky. What a weird start to the game. Like, rather perplexing.
Yeah, weird we didn't talk about this in the draft. As we know, this Ember Pangolier matchup always results in the Pangolier getting
4 kills.
4 kills onto the Ember.
Yeah, a couple
4 minute
solo
10.
ones. Then he gets like 2 rotations.
The trap.
and-
Oh, Mark was hiding in the trees, but Rain Prince actually has level 6. This is a pretty leveled Medusa, so her and her 12 raindrops. What? Sorry, what?
Ah, yes, he's done the accidental play where he double buys raindrop. Happens.
That's a lot of magic resist.
I mean, he's just crying. He's shed. That's how many tears he's shed looking at his Ember Spirit. You know. It's like,
Yeah, you generate
You
them for
made
free
me
when
do
your mid
this.
laner feeds this hard. Duster going for the solo plays right now. No, there's no Stone Gaze available, but he's just not getting lucky. The freezing fields aren't landing for him. Rain Prince just walks the hell away. Nice try, Duster, but yeah, RNG not on your side. Still chasing though. Still hungry, still horny, but unfortunately, well, oh, okay, in comes Isla. There you go.
see,
A low mana Medusa.
his single
Thank you
raindrop
very
didn't help
much.
him there. Yeah. Now we're only on 10 raindrops.
Damn. Thought he'd get through all 12 there for sure.
That would be so busted if it just insta-procced. Rather than
Yeah,
having
no
a
cooldown.
cooldown, it's like boom, 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 boom. Grin, they need to
Interesting.
stabilize this game. And luckily, their game does stabilize in the fact that Naga Siren skips waves. Legion exists within the offlane. So as long as Ember doesn't die more, like Grin should be able to play quite a defensive game plan. And it still feels like CW are the team that need the kills. Like Antimage needs kills to feel good. He needs to be active in the map. Like if he's just AFK hitting creeps with a Vanguard to his name, it's not the most comfortable of gameplay. And it's why you see the net worth lead being quite even though that CW have picked apart Grin. And by that I mean Mark has picked apart Grin.
Yeah. Yeah, the one man
What
show
a pro name as
somewhat.
well. Just Mark. It's
Just Mark.
It
Hello,
sounds like
I'm
like
Mark.
my dad's friend who's like nearing 50 or something. It's just like an accountant,
Yeah.
you know. It's just such a like, you know, just a
Very
stable
plumber
name. Oh, it is actually, yeah, true. I got the profession wrong. Yeah, it's a very tradesman. Ah, how you doing, Mark? Yeah, mate. I just got to fix the piping upstairs. It's like, yeah, no, that's what I got you.
Just come to wipe the
It's a solid
sink.
name. Yeah, it's a good name. I got no
question
complaints
is-
with it.
Is his name actually Mark?
Oh, now that
That'd
would be
be
an absolute
wild. If
curve.
it wasn't, that'd be absolutely insane.
I'm
That'd be
loading
the
up his
most-
Wikipedia. Yeah.
I'm looking.
What if he like Gavin or something? You know, like a complete left field turn from Mark.
Ah, okay. So his real name is Nka Iao, which
Okay.
is I think it's the Vietnamese. Like anyway, not
Dire's top tower is under
maybe Thai or something, but definitely not American. So that might just be his anglicized name.
Either way, good name.
Good name, solid name.
Solid name. It's just like a solid name, yeah. It's like, it's not great, it's not really bad, it's just like in the
Mark,
middle.
oh, he's going to get dueled
Oh,
up
no,
here.
Mark,
And this
you're
is
in the
Blade
middle of
Mirror
a duel.
reveal as well from the high ground, but it's not enough. It's not enough. The shield, they threw everything they had onto it, but it doesn't make a blind bit of difference. Sanctified going to go down as well for his efforts. C-Dub on the run. Double King being chased here. He's got that chant upon him, and now they're looking for another kill. Sol's even coming in for this one as well. He wants a piece of this tasty
What an
pie.
overall
And
odds.
they're going to bring down Double King as well. The carry is dead. The mid is dead. Oh, this was such a statement play from the side of Grin. My goodness.
And even Dusty's getting chased down as well. Slight up in 3 seconds. Should be alive. I wouldn't have been surprised if Rojo did start diving there for that one, but great move from Grin. We're talking about marking his name and where it comes from, and then suddenly a smoke around from Legion with mentioning the fact that Muzi, he is the hero to bring Grin back into the game. He hits the jaw on Pangolier. Doesn't matter how good of a start you've had, you're gonna die inside that jaw to the blade mail. And yeah, 700 gold away now from Blink. Grin very much back in this game, 2k gold. C-Dub, they need to be so careful. Protect Mark at all costs. He is your savior.
Well, now things took a turn. It looked like Mark was going to be able to save this game, but in the end, that was a pretty big pick-off and changes the dynamics a lot here. It's now kind of in Grin's court. And just look at this Naga Siren, top of the net worth chart at the moment. And when that Manta comes, she's just going to get faster and faster, going to farm out of control.
Both the supports and C-Dub are trying to smoke up right now. The Lich, the Crystal Maiden, both have ults available. Naga does have the Song of the Siren and, yeah, already distancing herself to the left-hand
Yeah.
side.
He knows something's up. The question is, should she go for this
Oh,
count?
nice scan. Nice scan. Yeah. Scan goes red. So even with the ult chat as well, very much telling C-Dub, boys, get out of my jungle. I know you're there.
My woods.
Yes.
If you owned some woodland, what would you do with it?
I'd try and, if it was, I mean, it's probably protected, right? So I can't really fell the
No,
trees, but
you can do whatever you want with it.
no, I'd probably build a couple houses on it for like my family. Again, money's not a construct in this scenario.
Okay.
And
I didn't ever said that, but all right.
I mean, suddenly I own woodlands, mate. Like what? Where,
Yeah.
That's so much money in England.
What if someone just died and said, all right, yeah, Robson's brother, you get my mansion. Robson's cousin, you get my my
Okay,
Lamborghinis.
sure. I would
and
make a really
Robson,
cool.
you get my woods.
What friends do you think I have? But no, I would say, you know what? I'd make a really fancy boot camp facility. Because imagine if
Ooh.
you're like an up and coming DPC team, you fly out to the woods. You know,
Yeah.
imagine the activities. You know, cut timber and
Yeah, like
catch
team
fish with
building
your bare hands.
exercises.
Yeah, exactly. But Muzi, he's found this with the blink dagger and He's already dead.
This is a team breaking exercise right here from Muzi as he gets yet another kill. But now Mark's coming in for a bit of revenge. I mean, they were just under the tier 2. They're in the creep spa. And, well, Muzi's actually going to be able to get away with this one. Mark's still trying to finish the job on a hero here, but just trying to split the aggression around and keep his supports nice and safe. It's an act of love from Mark at the moment as he rejects the kills and goes for the saving plays instead. And they're going to try and bring down the Ember Spirit, and Rojo Fireflu, makes his way across, goes for the Sleight of Fist, but does get brought down. Meanwhile, Double King also going for a kill on the sidelines there, but isn't able to finish anybody off. TP out, I think.
Yeah, 2, 5, and 2 of the Ember Spirit, but I think you can feel from his gameplay at this point, he's just going to try and amp up his other cores to do well. Like, he knows that his game hasn't been too great, and as long as he can keep up with cheap net worth, be it the Maelstrom, then the BKB, like, as soon as he gets to BKB, it doesn't matter what other items he gets. He's going to be able to play a game out, and yeah, Muzi with the Blink Dagger reveal. I just want to see them keep going for this. Like, every time you have Jewel, get a kill. So as soon as you pick up Orchid, join the fight as well. Like, he's now 2,000 gold ahead of this Bloodseeker in net worth. Yeah, Grin,
you mentioned about a boot camp in the woods, and well, we'll have to hold on a second as we've got another duel coming down, and he's actually going to be able to bring down the Bloodseeker. I mean, Muzi can die here. He doesn't really care. Do what you must. I've already gotten my kill. Maybe they catch a Medusa on top of this. It might make it somewhat worthwhile, but I don't think they can. Rain Prince is just absolutely jacked right now. He's just got so many shields. He's got a barrier upon him. He's got all the mana as well. Good fucking luck. There comes the Stone Gaze. He actually freezes up Mark, so he's going to stop that Rolling Thunder from really having much of an effect here. Does still connect onto the Ember Spirit, and now with the Blink Dagger, he can go for the rewind, but Ember trying to make his way away, but I think Duster sanctified a marker on him once again. It's another death for the Ember Spirit. I know he's trying to pick up his teammates, but that's a pretty bad one. Isla will be looking to finish off Rain here. Can just ulti him whenever he wants, but looks like he wants to do it the old-fashioned way. Oh, no, okay, it's fine.
I mean, that was...
raindrop.
Medusa had the shield rune, so she had like what, like a 90 shield bonus to her at the start of the fight, running around like, oh, look at me, I've got a shield rune, I'm so strong. It's like
not very effective.
It was so useless. But
I did look at that, I was like, wow, she's got a shield rune. Then I clicked on it, I was like, 90.
It was like nothing. But yeah, Gren, maybe overplaying that hand there a little bit. Great stuff from CW, utilizing the toolkit that they have. So much skirmish in them, play around Mark, survive the duel, and of course, because he tanks it, everyone else thrives.
Go. Duel's there though, but I mean, they might survive through this one. Yeah, there you go. That's the Frost Shield coming in, doing work. Now they've got some levels in it. It's a pretty damn good ability, but Rojo Fireflu still able to bring down Duster on the sideline. The Muzi will eventually fall. And he jumps back in on this. You absolute madman. Okay, well, that'll be another death. That's a very good way to get yourself to 7 deaths.
I mean, the difference here at Grin, they went from playing as a team, smoking up, dueling, playing together, to one-by-one style of play, right?
Yes.
The Legion gets a duel and Bloodseeker, but then the rest of Grin go for the engagement after when the Legion's out of play. And Naga doesn't participate. Like, all the fights that Grin have done exceptionally well in is when all 5 are present, or the Legion is dictating the other 4 to follow. That's not what's have occurred in the last 4 minutes of play. And CW have very nicely capitalized on that, brought the heroes, and we're getting to see the elements of their draft and how good it is, right? The spam of the CM, the roots to prevent Ember from moving around, Mark with the Diffuser Blade non-stop burning through mana. Grin, they need to be careful. Like, sure, they had a good spell in the game, but they easily can blunder this elite. Like, this anti-mage went from being bottom of the cores to now suddenly in contention for being, you know, top 3, maybe even top 2 if he gets a couple big kills. He's got Manta already. Like, yeah, CW very much in this game. I expected Grin to be able to hold it a little bit better than what they have done.
Indeed, but CW looking for more here as they're moving on to Sol. This is a big target, and they've got no mana to pull off the Song of the Siren. Down goes Sol, but another duel coming down, this time onto the Lich, and they will get that one, so it's another load of damage for Muzi, but Muzi, if he doesn't survive, it's not going to be worthwhile, but it looks like he is going to be able to make his way out of this one. Rojo as well also has a pretty deep remnant in. I mean, they still want to go for this, and Isla, they might be able to finish him off. Oh, Sleight of Fist off the mark, but Muzi finds it with the blinking with the jump. Duster going for a big ultimate in the freezing field, though not going to be enough to bring him down. Double kick, trying to fight up into this one. Can he heal his way through it? He gets one, but no one else is low enough for him to fight into. He needs to leave, but he is slowing down. The brakes are being pumped as that thirst runs out, and it is Muzi with the ultra kill in this fight. Legion Commander getting it done in style.
I mean, someone had to step up. Graham was like slipping away in this game, and Muzi, he comes back in swinging. We mentioned how important this hero is. Look how much damage he did. And also, Ember, for being a hero that's 4 and 8, kind of a really bad game. It shows us how dumb this hero is, right? With the slight spam, the maelstrom.
100%.
With a couple levels to his name, you're still going to be able to pump out in the correct form. And God, this game is so volatile. At any minute, C-Dub could just run away with it. If Grin get the execution, then they can get it. And I feel like for Grin, it's like, we've now, like 6 minutes of this game, we haven't seen Grin be a team. It's just been awkward pickoffs into then throw bodies back in and somehow still then find success. Specifically that previous engagement. Grin need to kind of clean it up a little bit, because if it keeps going sloppy, then Naga likes to be ahead with items. She never likes to go toe for toe.
Yeah,
What a weird and wacky game. And C-Dub now going for the Tormentor as well. 21 minutes in, 2k gold lead to Grin. Oof.
I'm so shocked and guffawed that they decided to fight on the Naga's corpse like that. Like, it wasn't even an advantageous part of the map for them to be in. It's not like C-Dub had gone into a map. Oh, duel out onto the Anti-Mage. Anti-Mage's going to go down. 102 duel damage now up on the Legion Commander. She getting large and in charge. Medusa actually going for the D-ward there, but doesn't want to get the Observer ward, but they're still going to try and fight on top of this, even though she's got that ultimate available, running around inside of it with a shard also, which she just picked up from the Tormentor. Medusa popping that ultimate though, slowing down the fight, hitting the reset button with both the Stone Gaze and the Song of the Siren.
They have the chain
They're going to
frost.
just isolate Duster here and go for the easy kill. Duster's on the high ground, is going to fall. Pretty tanky due to the Frost Shield, but when that is gone, she is just a little maiden. Well.
I mean, they're playing more as a team now. They're throwing the Legion in, but they're ready behind them. And yeah, Muzi. I love the Legion pick in regards to like just the core for core matchups. I mentioned at the start, like Blade Mail Blink, like she can crush a game. And already she basically is. 22 minutes in, about to complete the BKB. Also nearly overtaken the Pangler and Networth, sitting in second place. Going for this Aegis. Who would you give it to at this point? Muzi, who's been popping off. Rojo, who's been dying like no tomorrow, so give him an extra life, treat him like a Wraith King. Or Soul, who one pickoff could make the game dicey, and they go for option number 3, please, and give it to Naga Siren.
Yep, Sol will take that Aegis. And, you know, I do want to just point out that C-Dub here, they were kind of strategizing and looking to consider how to smoke out into this map, but didn't really get their waves like kind of pushed out super far. You know, they didn't really play the map during that time. They're all pretty close to each other, so it looks like they're going to keep that right now as Salivating Salamander 37 just rocks up onto the high ground and starts bouncing around. Trying to force just some sort of reaction from C-Dub, I guess. And in we go, the duel is there, immediately responded to by Mark, who is ready and waiting with the Rolling Thunder. Duster's going for that ultimate as well. This time they're not going to use the song to try and cancel this one out, but it's getting a lot of work done. Muzi's already dead. Yeah, they kill off Sanctifier. That's not worthwhile, but down goes Rain Prince as well. I think this might be C-Dub's fight as they're able to bring down Salivating Salamander at last as well. They look over towards the Ember Spirit. Ember doesn't have a counterplay here. He's going to drop. Sol, gonna be dead the once. What do you do the twice? Song's still on cooldown for another 8 seconds. Oh no, Sol's just gonna drop another time around here. This is an absolute disaster for the side of Grin. They just threw away everything.
But the reason, click on the death summary of Legion right now. As he hits the taunt and hits the jewel, look at what happens. He gets stunned.
Boing.
Okay, you can't see it. Okay, I'll just narrate it. It's fine.
Boing.
He gets hit by the Rolling Thunder. He gets hit by a CM Root, and he gets hit by another Rolling Thunder. What's on the courier of the Legion right now? The BKB.
They
The
just
courier was
needed to
flying
wait.
out.
Like, Song of Siren was on cooldown for like 10 more seconds as well. Like,
It was like, the courier was like 4 seconds away from getting to Legion Commander with the BKB. If she has that, completely different engagement. She doesn't get CC'd. She kills off the Bloodseeker. The fight probably looks pretty good, but impatience, the need to go for the engagement. C-Dub's lineup will always take that opportunity. And Muzi, a little bit of a blunder there.
yeah. I
But
think
now
Grin
the
just
BKB's
needs
in play at
to
least. Yeah.
take a breather, you know, have a couple of massages, you know, just
I'm
take
taking a
break.
breather.
Yep. Shut your eyes. Breathe
Like,
in.
don't forget that C-Dub
Breathe
is
out.
their lineup is the one that once they do their breathing exercises, they enjoy this, right? They want the fights to be scrappy. They want their opponents to struggle. And I'm not going to do my breathing exercises that you were narrating. Sorry.
Oh, good. Oh, good. That's right. Everybody get nice.
I'm getting stressed watching this game. I won't lie. I hope you can hear it in my
It's
voice. I'm
stressful,
legit.
yeah.
I'm actually stressed
know.
watching this. Both teams are just scrapping it out, and I am on the edge of my seat, and not in a good way, not in like a wow, this is hype, more like a who's gonna win, you know?
Yeah, I have no idea which way this is going to go at the moment. Like, we're yet to see Cedar really kind of pull together on a 4-5-man fight, and that's because they don't really want to. Like, in the last engagement, they were just reacting to the things which Grid were doing, but when it comes to them forcing the engagement, so it's going to be interesting to see how they decide to go about that, or even if they do for a long time. I mean, they might just be looking for the hyper late now, because this Naga has just become such a beast on the map. You don't really want to fight into it unless it's under those circumstances. But when the cooldowns are ready, Grin are an entirely different team, and with the BKB on the Legion, which they need to respect. Yeah, it's going to be interesting. Also want to point out that Bloodseeker not going for the Aghanims anytime soon. It's going to be Mjolnir into BKB, then go back for the Shard, then go back for the Manta. So a very different build here on Bloodseeker, honestly. Like,
I can see why though, because the game isn't as clean as a Bloodseeker who wants to go Ags. Like normally when you buy Ags, you're already winning the fight, so the Ags overwhelms the Naga. And if you're already behind, you buy Ags, it can just be a little bit too awkward. So I think secure your game with the Mjolnir BKB, be able to stand your ground. But I like the fact that he's thinking of Lincolns. I don't think he wants to go... I think Blink might be too naked of an item for this hero. I think Lincoln's first is too important.
Like, Bloodseeker is kind of like one of these heroes where you can actually play it either way. You can run at supports and just try and kill them, and that's where we'd probably see the Axe coming into play, or you can actually go and just try and be the anti-carry. The Shard allows you to do that, so that's what Double King's Read is, so that's the kind of Bloodseeker he wants to be. Hence Mjolnir as well, very good. As bottom lane, we have Duel coming down onto the anti-mage, but who's going to win it? It's actually the AM who comes out the other side and just blows up Muzi. They will both fall, and now Rohu Fireflu looking to finish up the job here, but Dust actually just TPs out under the cover of her ultimate. So both supports get out. I'll trade the anti-mage for the Legion Commander. Honestly, kind of worthwhile. And was that because there's no BKB units on the Legion? Like, I feel like she might have got that kill if she didn't use it.
Muzi is like the previous fight, not in Courier, and this time he doesn't even use it. Like when you're going for a big core kill, just trade the BKB for it. Like the window in which he respawns, like, it's not worth it. Like any root on Legion or her foe completely removes the damage inside Jaw, because of course if you're not punching the Legion, then you're not getting your procs back, your moment of courage procs back onto her, and likewise if the Legion's not right clicking, then of course she's not doing any damage, right? So it's a little bit unfortunate, let's say, that she isn't pressing the BKB in these Jaws. Maybe in the heat of the moment it's like, oh, I found it, you know, and like sometimes you just don't click it and it occurs. But Muzi, after going from an ultra kill to the next two engagements, there's a lot of pressure on him to execute, and I think he just needs to, like you said, take a little bit of breather, make sure he executes mechanically, otherwise this game could start slipping away. All 3 cores on the C-dub are now in the top 4 mark.
And like, it's not like it's a small kill as well.
So much items on mark. Sorry.
He is an off laner, but he's still an anti-mage at the end of the day. You want to slow him down. You want to stop him scaling. You want to... There's no such thing as overcommitting to that kill, I don't think. So,
no, not at all. Yeah. It's such a nice kill. And throughout all of this...
PKB.
Yes. And Mark's got, what, Ags Octarine now. Like, we went from him dying a couple of times and Grin vibing to now blink and suddenly he's giga fat and ready to demolish any team fight. Of course, Ags Octarine very good against Naga Siren, getting additional swashes when you jump around in your Rolling Thunder, just always wave clearing. He doesn't have a Maelstrom or anything to kind of amp up that swash. Maybe down the line he looks at some type of item, but he doesn't realistically need it. It's just so obnoxious. Even just having Diffuse or Mana Burn is important enough.
So the map still does kind of mostly belong to Grid, but it's pretty even at the moment. Gold net worth is as well. Neither team kind of feels massively far ahead, so it's probably just going to be chill o'clock until we're looking at Roshan, which honestly, it's not that far away. Looking like it's going to respawn just as it turns daytime, so it's this bottom area of the map they need to be fighting over. And C-Dub, they already have very good control in this area. They've warded up that portal, they've warded up actually behind the tier 2 down here as well, so they really want to take control of this area. I think that Grin need to be defending this.
Right now they're not, because Naga Siren is chipping away at the top towers. You don't really care about the tier 2, but yes, the Roshan is pretty key, and it is going to turn to daytime in 5 seconds time. But still, so his whole idea right now is just thinking about top, and Antimage has the Lincoln Sphere, so now Muzi can't simply just do the good old blink duel now. He's got to think about buying a Lincoln's Popper. He has Halberd queued up, but still quite a ways away. About 1,500 gold from that Lincoln's break.
Yeah, they need to make a play into this bottom side of the map right now. They know exactly where C-Dub are.
I mean, Mark's TPing top to the Twin Gate, so slight delay in regards to the TP, then the Twin Gate TP, but isn't actually going to get punished. He's already going to be there. There it is.
Yeah, they're ready. Carrying on the high ground as well. I'm not so sure they could call it carrying so much as preparing. Mounting the turret.
All eyes on Muzi here.
Rojo, he knows exactly where they are. Yep, slide fist up to the high ground, but in comes that Rolling Thunder. Mark disrupting the fight straight off the bat. Duster as well, just letting it go on that high ground, but the duel comes down. They want to kill down off Crystal Maiden, and they will be able to do that. Meanwhile, Medusa getting blown up by the Anti-Mage, but not quite. He doesn't get the kill with the Mana Void. Now the song comes out. They're looking for the reset. They just want to grab those easy support kills, those cheeky little Grin members. I'll look over towards Sanctified right now as all hell breaks loose. The Chain Frost doing a hell of a lot of work right now. They're going to be able to take down Soul. That's not how this was meant to go. Rojo's going to fall as well. Double King blasting around the fight, doing whatever he wants. Muzi on the run, but Anti-Mage is chasing. Nice little sidestep there from the Legion, but it feels like it's going to be too little, too late. Blink across, TP. I'm wrong. No, I'm not. Isla gets him, but Muzi's out. TP back to the base, and the Legion Commander will survive, but still a big loss again for the side of Grin. C-Dub just outmaneuvering them in the fight.
Yeah, just beautiful positioning from C-Dub, but also, what was the execution from Grin there? They're just throwing bodies into the high ground. Legion's dueling the Crystal Maiden, not a big ticket core. The damage isn't there. Then the Naga sings during the Legion BKB to then everyone pings a Lich to kill them. But because they then positioned for the Lich, the Chain Frost runs wild. So yeah,
that's
Grin
crazy how much that did.
Yeah, unfortunately for Grin, just the shot calling just hasn't been on par, right? The Aegis pick up into then run into the triangle, the try and wrap around fight around the Roshan again the second time around. It's quite pivotal moments in the game for them, and they just haven't been able to capitalize on it. Just not the cleanest. Or C-Dub, they have just consistently been ready to fight the entire time. And I think that's one thing that we have seen from them, even when their drafts look a little bit wackier. This one's probably one of the better looking drafts that they've had. It is their desire to always be present for the fight, always look for that engagement, and this game is paying off. Everyone is just getting so fat, and we saw the damage done in that previous fight. Like, Naga just did nothing, and that is surprising. The win probability only 2% favoring the side of C-Dub. Maybe Dota Plus really values late game Naga Siren or something, but
yeah, I mean,
I expected it to be at least like 60-40.
I think it's a little confused by the Medusa as well, I would imagine.
Oh, yeah, true. So wait, but surely it should be, it should be smart enough to factor in the fact that Medusa hasn't got a lick of damage to her name.
Probably, but I don't know. I don't know inside the mind of the win prediction engine what makes it tick.
It's actually just one guy at Valve who, for every pro game, has to sit there
game.
manually, but please, Gaben, let me take a break. Let me go to Hawaii with you guys.
Dire's top tower is under attack.
Salivating Salamander 37 in the area, interestingly. I feel like if they spot him there, he just dies, but he just skips himself back to the base.
Nothing based has occurred in this game, good sir.
Yeah, that's fair. Boots of Bearing on the Medusa as well. Very interesting build. Not even going for that usual phylactery into Ags. Just getting what the team needs. Boots of Bearing against Crystal Maiden, against Lich, against Pangolier. Very good. It's Tormentor time, baby. Bring that bad boy down. Get yourself a nice little shard for old Marky Mark. And yeah, that was a hell of a shard to pick up, actually. Free roll up. Yeah.
Yep. It's going to help just repositioning the fights. It's always good, mainly for the chain CC.
I'm trying to remember who from them got the first shard. I think it might have been the Crystal Maiden. Yeah, I think it was.
Yeah, it was Crystal Maiden. As soon as she picked it up, she basically ran into the middle of the fight, running around with her freezing field active. It's why Boots of Bearing is pretty cool, Crystal Maiden, because as soon as you get the shard pick up from Tormentor, you suddenly just reposition so nicely in the engagement. But they went for a very defensive style of build this time around. The Pavis, the 4-staff, then a Ghost Scepter for herself.
Yeah, just also
Scardy
trying to
picked
get
up
off
on this as well.
these freezing fields off as long as possible.
There's been 46 kills in this game, and Dire just haven't even taken mid-tier 1. Like, it's been 35 minutes. Like, what?
Oh yeah, we should probably do that one, guys. Oh yeah.
We've got
Let's do
a
that.
4-slotted Anti-Mage, a 4-slotted Bloodseeker, and it took them 35 minutes to take this mid-tower. Like, that is just testament to how annoying playing against Naga is, right? Lanes getting skipped, the aggression. There probably were windows where C-Dub could have taken the tower, but still, C-Dub very much focusing more on farm than fight,
Under attack.
other than when
Even this,
Grin
right,
really
like-
present it.
C-Dub have been on the map so long that Nuggets was able to get this top lane all the way shoved in, and now, well, they're taking a lot of damage onto that tier 3.
I wish he had a dragon scale. If Nagasine had a dragon scale right now, these towers would be on like a 3rd HP, if not less. Like that constant burn applying on every illusion, it would have been tasty, but maybe she didn't have it. I don't know. I would love if, as a caster, you could click on neutral and see the options that they had when they first got introduced. It's something I thought about. I saw Moon Meander tweeted as well. It would be a really nice quality of life for
It would be nice.
everyone. Just see into the minds of every decision for the neutral items, but maybe it's too much information. Who knows?
Yeah, we're simple people. Don't overload us.
It's more like I click on that neutral tab and imagine it then go from neutral. You have to click Medusa to then drop down like another 5 options. Like, oh, I see. He could have chose shovel, but he chose the faded brooch. You know, like
It's fine. We got barely anything to click as observers. We don't get to click anything. They even took away our ability to ping items. Try.
I mean, to be fair, like, can anything observers do now appear in live where the players see it as well, other than pausing? There's nothing,
Or
right? You can't,
pausing in all chat.
No, in all
you
chat,
can't
no.
pause as an observer anymore anyway. As
Yeah, because I knew the pausing thing, of course, was the female pause, right? I have no idea the context. I just know the phrase.
Yeah, that wasn't a caster either. I've never seen
Well,
a
it was an
caster
admin,
pause
right?
either. I think it was an admin, yeah.
Yeah, okay, fair.
You can pause from admin slot, but you can't pause from broadcaster slot.
Right, I see.
You can just type in all chat, and I think that's about it. It used to be back in the day when if you pinged an item, it would come up for every single broadcaster. And it was so annoying because I don't want to name a region, but one region would just do it every time.
I mean, I think it was Eastern Europe, right? It was like, was it, was it
No,
Vlad
it
or
was
someone?
SA.
Was it SA? Oh, okay.
Yeah. They would just do it every single time, and you tell them in lobby over and over again, guys, stop pinging items, we can all see it, and they'd be like, okay,
That's
sorry.
what I meant. When I meant players, I didn't mean players. I meant other broadcasts. So I remember, that's what triggered my question. Because I remember there being a phase of like, Big be ready, Big be ready. It's like, bro, we get it.
We know. They'd pick up a new
Moosey's
item.
had a
they'd be like,
BKB
"Oh,
and not
ping, ping,
used it
ping."
really. He's used it
Yeah.
once in this game, all right? We don't need to ping it. Moosey knows. Aegis has expired and no rule events have occurred. And I think for C-Dub as well, their lineup is very fluid, how they play the map. But when they get to the high ground, they don't have an innate building hitter. And then that even amplifies Moosey's ability to initiate on this Legion Commander. So I can see why C-Dub's very concerned to go high ground. They only sport a 4k gold lead. Sure, it is Naga Siren holding most of that economy, but C-Dub are very cautious. And Salivating Salamander 37 finally completes the BKB, so he himself will be able to pump out quite some damage in these upcoming engagements. Even going for the Moon Shard potentially with the Enchanted Quiver. Yeah, like this game has the makings of being some like 60, 70, 80-minute banger where we just never get to go to bed. And the
That is
night
for the
is young
week.
for NA. Yeah, don't forget, the night is young. This is the first series. We've got 2 more coming on this blockbuster
Yeah, they got nowhere to be, and they're playing like
Monday. Yep, there you go.
Figure out the
It
day.
feels like a Sunday. I don't know why.
It feels like a Tuesday, so
Oh, wow.
our body clocks aren't aligned.
No, we could sync them up though if you want, honey. Don't worry. We can
Oh.
do that.
My goodness. Well. All right.
Instantly leaves the call.
Yeah. I got somewhere to
Cast goes
be.
quiet.
Sorry, something's come up. My dog's on fire.
I'm lucky. This game has really hit a stalemate.
It's a hell of a speed bump. What you doing? Steve? What are you up to, Twitch chat? How you doing?
I don't have Twitch open. It's
No, I don't either, actually. Because I'm a
they're so in the
professional.
past.
I never do.
No, I mean, it's quite nice to have it open, to be fair. Right now, I feel like C-Dub, they're hesitant to go crazy into the fight, because I think for them at least, mixed execution have been Grin's nemesis. And if they were to execute cleanly, maybe the fights wouldn't be as clean. And of course, they're also chasing the shadows, right? Naga's skipping waves, salivating Salamander 37's also all in an aggressive position. And you can see C-Dub, look at them, just running around, hoping to find something, and then have cores connect. And this is very difficult. Very, very difficult game to play now.
Yes, I mean, as you say, you know, from both sides, it doesn't look easy. For the fights, for Grin, it looks super, super hard. For pushing, from map control, from C-Dub, it looks super, super hard. So how long will we be locked inside this eternal damnation for?
Once we have committed. He doesn't, okay. And Muzi has the ninja gear, so he's going to be basically permanently smoked now, running across this map. Better than a Shadow Blade. So obnoxious.
It's so good. It's so annoying. Legion Commander and Enigma, the two most annoying ninja gear holders in the game. And probably the two happiest heroes to see this change to neutral items where everybody gets their own selection now.
Oh, yeah,
Means your stupid, ugly carry doesn't take the ninja gear every time and refuse to give it up.
Fight for it, yeah. Because Nagasaren also wouldn't... she'd like ninja gear herself, right? Like the idea of being able to smoke up, get the illusions thrown out. There are 2 tier 4 items available that haven't been picked up right now. When you look at the neutral page, like a little bit of economy right now from Grin not being utilized. While C-Dub, all 4 are to boot.
You don't really want to replace Quiver on Enchantress.
But for Nagasaren?
Based.
Is Tunic that... I mean, maybe she's just seen her options and they're all pretty bad, but maybe like a Trickster's Cloak could be handy. It would technically be an upgrade.
Like, ugh.
Yeah, exactly. Unfortunately, we don't know what she saw, but...
Indeed. Nor could we
yeah. The only one she'd want is probably Trickster's Cloak, but the fight...
Yeah, Mark jumping through at the moment, just trying to disrupt, get some information for his team using that Rolling Thunder, using the safety offered as Isla has committed to the fight. He's gone on to Rain, but Rain has been able to get off the Stone Gaze and Mark unable to get off that Mana Void. Meanwhile, on the sidelines, Muzi has actually gone down. They've managed to find a target at C-Dub, and they're going to look for another one. Ember Spirit jumps himself away, but he's right into the hands of Isla. He could be in trouble. He doesn't have the mana to get the jump away. He is gone as well. 2 heroes dead on the side of Grin. And yet again, we see that struggle and initiation they keep on facing.
He just didn't press BKB again.
He didn't?
He didn't.
Oh, no.
He jeweled the... I mean, he's giggling himself as well, but he jeweled up the Crystal Maiden right next to the Lich, who threw down the Spire, then the Chain Frost, killing him pretty much 100 to 0. Grin, they put themselves in the aggressive position, but they didn't execute as if they were the aggressors. And C-Dub, of course, time after time capitalizing it. You click on any of the cores on C-Dub and they've entered their late game state, they can shrug off pretty much all the damage. Both Legion and Ember are 7,000 gold, if not more, behind the Anti-Mage and the Pangolier. And then you look at the Bloodseeker, who's got 30,000 net worth, pretty much within touching distance of the Nagasaren. So all cores on C-Dub have just AFK farmed their way to just a glorious point in the game.
Yeah,
but yet it's still so uncomfortable.
Yeah. But maybe Roshan will give them the comfort they need. And guess what? He is respawning in exactly 10 seconds.
And it is currently daytime for another minute.
Indeed. They can probably take this in time, one would imagine. The question is, Grin, have you been humbled too many times now? Again, I think I still want to see a good fight where Legion Commander uses BKB, then jumps in. I think that just changes everything for this team. But as long as that keeps happening, I'm probably going to be favoring C-Dub in these fights. Unsurprisingly to anyone. It's
just you wait. Muzi's gonna have the biggest glow up possible. Like, he's gonna fix all his problems and hit it. Go, what's up?
He's got one problem though, and nothing's gonna make me go, wow. One improvement from last fight.
No, it's been quite a downward spiral, unfortunately, for Muzi. C-Dub, Aegis is available in this Roshan, maybe. That's why Double King wasn't going for it. He's gonna get the free one.
Oh, Isla takes it.
Don't you dare, Isla. You're the offlaner, all right? You've been lucky to farm quite a lot, but give Double King his time. Butterfly, Manta, Mjolnir eats up that Aghanim's very much ready to go toe for toe. This Nagasaren, I'm excited to see the damage numbers at the end of the game, but it's gonna be quite minimal.
I had a Bloodseeker in my game yesterday who bought the Aghanims just for the shield. He bought it and he never used. He didn't do a single point of damage of Blood Mist throughout the entire game. He just bought it for the shield. Didn't press it. He said it's bad. So maybe it'll okay.
I mean, there was an Arteezy clip when he first played Bloodseeker and he didn't know what Blood Mist did and he just kept dying, right? Or is the crit interview after Shopify played against Nows and it went like an hour long? It's because they spent like nearly an hour teaching Arteezy how to play Bloodseeker and what Blood Mist did. So maybe he just watched that single game and copy pasted the same perspective. And unfortunately, Muzi, the BKB that we do get to see is him fleeing for his life and dying.
That's unfortunate. Isla just staying on him here with this Abyssal Blade plus the Skadi. He is just a chase down master now. It is so difficult to escape from this anti-mage at this point in the game. Dude, what do you do? I'm wondering what town the anti-mage goes for at 25 as well. I imagine Mana Void cooldown.
Radiant's top tower has fallen.
Yeah. There's no reason to go for magic resistance.
Radiant's middle tower.
I don't think there's enough magic damage in this game to even warrant it. And of course, with Medusa in play, even Ember has quite a sizable pool. Like, everyone's got like 1400 plus, other than maybe, like, of course, Medusa is like 2000. So it's a pretty good game for Antimate just to throw out some mana voids.
Now here we go, but their lanes are split right now, so this is a final wave of creeps they have coming in for them. So now it's going to be into backdoor protection, but do they give a damn? Do they care about backdoor protection? Soul? Well, that's going to be some even more protection coming through for the side of Grin here. Izzle, though, he doesn't give a damn. He's got an Aegis, he's going to keep smacking away at those barracks. We'll get out to the side since they've managed to find the Ember around in the sidelines here. Ember just going to pop that BKB and get himself out. Ooh, Rolling Thunder is committed. Do they have the song? It doesn't seem like they can get it off. The Nagasaran taking so much damage here. BKB does come out. She turns around and blows up that anti-mage. But now the song is used, but it doesn't matter. Double King, he's with the cover of BKB. The duel comes out from the Legion Commander. The song ends, starts back up again. They will kill off the Bloodseeker here, but Muzi's going to follow him into the grave. Meanwhile, over on the side, Isla's just finding the Medusa once again. Rupture is out. Salvating Salamander. Gonna be caught out here most likely as, well, they're just fighting into illusions at the moment, just trying to clear those guys away. But it's big buybacks coming out from both sides here. Solar's back, Rojo's back, Muzi's back, Double King's back. Both committing quite a lot from each team here. But Grin definitely more. And they don't have their Medusa.
We got to see what Muzi could do in the fight, right? Like, he presses BKB. The Bloodseeker dies. He forces out the dieback. Grin, if this game is to conclude with C-Dub winning, they're going to have a mental reset because poor old Muzi, like, if he executed just 20% better in this game, it could have been a completely different story.
Yep.
And unfortunately, that is what happens in Division 2. They are a little bit more rough around the edges, the players. They play a bit more with the gut feel than the finesse. It kind of really hit fast and loose. And Muzi he was so fast to jump in and duel. So fast indeed, he forgot to press BKB about 6 times in a row.
It's just going to happen. That's how it is sometimes.
Mate, it's got a banging amount of damage as well. And, yep, Antimage is blessed with the Tormentor, giving himself a little bit more damage reduction. And gives an aura to the boys. So, yep. Just a little bit tankier. Again, not a lot of magic damage in the mix, so not the craziest of shards. But still, nice to always layer up some more defensive capabilities.
Mm-hmm.
Who are you thinking for MVP in this game for C-Dub? Like, where is your gut lying?
Oh, that's
not that it might turn up.
Lich. Sanctified has been doing work.
Oh, the Lich.
I've liked the Frost Shields.
Yes.
Good Frost Shields. Can't take away from the guy. What more do you want from him? He's a Lich.
Oh, we'll see where the MVP does lie. I'm not going to say anything. I like the surprise factor of
you like
the North American MVP. Yeah, it really is.
I don't think it's
tickle my fancy. It'll probably be anti-mage. That's my guess.
Maybe Double King.
Could also be Mark. We just listed like 4 players.
All the cores.
We listed everyone but Duster.
Yeah. Fuck you,
Duster. Oh god.
Oh man, it's a long one. They want the Aegis back again on their anti-mage. Then they can send him high ground. Then he can
There's
take the
two
final lane of
cheeses in playing
barracks.
Nomad. Like, don't entertain this whole wait for stuff. They got 2 cheeses. That's how long this game's occurred, and how like
Shame.
death by 1,000 cuts has been.
Yeah, it's a shame that Grim aren't lactose intolerant. Otherwise, you might be able to use those cheeses for something. But alas.
No, you can't have toilet breaks during your game, so being
Yeah.
lactose intolerant would be quite a detriment as a pro player.
Well, leave that cheese outside the base. Can't resist it.
And the room.
Yep. At the very least, it's going to be an uncomfortable game 3.
35,000 gold lead at the 50-minute mark. Cedar poised at the edge of the base. They've jumped onto the Legion Commander.
Moosey's caught out right now. The BKB has come through though, but is it going to be enough? Trying to get itself back to the fountain. Mark chases out all the way there, but Moosey does escape. Meanwhile, the Song and the Stone Gaze being used in tandem here. They want to try and get their Medusa away as well, and to be honest, they're playing the fight pretty nicely on Grim. They're going to be able to bring down this anti-mage. Duster on the front lines could be in some trouble, but no, Rofar, they're going to be able to take down the CM. Double King comes back in, actually does kill off that Ember Spirit. Man, this guy's fucking huge. He's running down the Nagasara, and the whole team's just sitting behind the Naga, and they can't do anything about it. The Naga is dead. They'll move in towards Mark as well. Mark taking some heavy hits from that Enchantress, but they have no Naga. They have no Ember. This might be the end. C-Dub, they might be able to take the win here. They're looking for the tier 4s. Meanwhile, on the back lines, Moosey just trying to bring down Mark. Is able to do exactly that. Mark, Double King, what is he going to focus on right now? Looking in towards Salivating Salamander 37, who has a BKB, trying to fight into them right now, but I don't think she's got the health to survive through this. Nature's Attendants won't do enough. She's going to go down as well. Immediate buyback coming out, but the Medusa's dead. Ancient exposed, and they're going to take it on down, and the GG well played comes out from Rojo. That is going to be game number 2 going to C-Dub.
What a game as well. Just so drawn out and so aggressive. And I feel like Gren robbed themselves of a potential game 2 victory here. Fair play to C-Dub for being able to stick it out and have the kind of understanding of when mistakes were being made to punish them. But again, I feel like this was Gren's game to win. Unfortunately, the players that we praised in game 1 just couldn't really step up in game 2. Rojo in laning phase got completely outplayed by Mark. Moosey, after his ultra kill, but then proceeded to not be able to get the BKB for the big fight. And I think when we looked at the Grin in the pre-show, it was that macro gameplay was our assumption on their inability to win on games, even though they've been competitive in most of the games that they played. And this game here is the perfect example, right? It's like you're fighting without your BKB, you then go for fights with your BKB, but I don't know. It was such a weird game from Grin. And yeah, props to C-Dub from game to see through the madness and finally find the win.
Yeah, they managed to get it done. I mean, I think, looking at the players on the side of Grim, there were some misses. Obviously Moosey, not a great time. Still not entirely sure this Medusa had the biggest game impact here. Kind of just acted as kind of a linchpin for the anti-mage to be able to find an entry into every single fight. It's stole very little game impact on the Nagasaran, other than obviously huge impact on the map as you would expect from a Nagasaran, just getting those waves pushed in, farming out deep. But ultimately, when it came to the fights, she didn't look scary in any point in the game. They were just able to take it down pretty damn easily. So yeah, C-Dub definitely good to find the weak points in this draft and absolutely abuse them here. That was the strength of them this time around.
Really good stuff there from C-Dub. And it's fun to see this team when they have aggressive heroes, because you feel like there's the inevitability that they are going to have that team fight to get themselves back in the game. Like, even if they are getting beaten in the early game, beaten in the mid game, you feel like there's going to be that something. And this was kind of what this game was about. Like, they get wiped as an ultra kill. It's like, oh, game's kind of awkward, but then they keep farming, they keep going. And I think maybe for C-Dub, this play style, it can work well in Division 2. I'm skeptical how good it will be in Division 1, having Isla, the offlaner, look more towards a farming style of play compared to the kind of pseudo farm fight. But it worked out this time around. When you get Isla on an anti-mage after quite a difficult lane, but then just to kind of park the bus in front of his tower, that's a football term, it's where you go defensive, and you just hit some creeps, then you are going to scale into the game as an additional carry, basically.
100%. 100%. 100%. 100%. 100%. 100%. 100%. 100%. 100%. 100%. 100%. 100%. 100%. 100%. 100%. 100%. 100%. 100%. 100%. 100%. 100%. 100%. 100%. 100%. 100%. 100%. 100%. 100%. 100%. 100%. 100%. 100%. 100%. 100%. 100%. 100%. 100%. 100%. 100%. 100%. 100%. 100%. 100%. 100%. 100%. 100%. 100%. 100%. 100%. 100%. 100%. 100%. 100%. 100%. 100%. 100%. 100%. 100%. 100%. 100%. 100%. 100%. 100%. 100%. 100%. 100%. 100%. 100%. 100%. 100%. 100%. Absolutely, and yeah, when it comes down to it, C-Dub, they were just able to scrap better when it came to, you know, getting the shirts off and fighting in the streets. C-Dub definitely proved the better fighters in this time around, so they get the win, and our MVP will be Isla on this farming anti-mage, just taking control of the game, blowing up this Medusa at every available opportunity, and just generally kind of turning into a giga-farmed core, despite being an offlaner. Very nice.
I would be surprised if this drafting line occurred in Game 3, where you trade the Medusa for the anti-mage, then flex it away. During the draft, I did have some concerns with it occurring, because we've seen support Medusa, at least in China, get absolutely walked over. I think this game was a lot more competitive, but again, for Grin, they need to fully reset after that game too, because we were stressed watching it, they were probably stressed playing it, and for C-Dub, they're kind of improving bit by bit.
They are indeed as well. Let's see if they can get back into their normal form for this third and final game, or if Grin are going to keep pushing them to the edge. Guys, stick around. We're going to throw it over to a break, and then we're going to be back with game number 3. So we'll see you then. game number 1 was messy. Game number 2 was somehow messier. Game number 3, well, I'm just expecting big things. It's certainly going to be fun. C-Dub versus Grin could have been a stomp. It could have been convincing. That's kind of what we're anticipating, but Grin have come to play some Dota, and C-Dub, they are forced to bring things to the line, but they do tie up game number 2, which brings us to a game at number 3. T-Gov, what's the best thing to do? Do you try and fight the messiness, or do you try and just draft and play into it? What's the mentality here?
I feel like if you're Grin, you should be telling yourself, like, guys, they only win if they beat us in the scrappy fights. They only win if they get, like, super farmed. Like, they're not a team that excels from laning phase into fight and everything. So I feel like if you're Grin, just make sure you have a stable draft that you execute cleanly, like they did in game 1, and you should be able to walk over C-Dub. Like, even the C-Dub's doing well, I think they're doing well through their unique playstyle, but this isn't like some, like, brand new discovery of play, right? This is like just a very aggro form. So I feel like Grin, they just need to just reset a little bit. And of course, with draft order, Grin going back to first pick, we are seeing the identical draft order of game 1. This time around, Undying wasn't banned by C-Dub. It was let through, and Timbersaw, of course, was banned out because it was very much carrying the side of Grin to their victory in that first game. Oh, so many hours ago.
Indeed, a different world, a different time. We were different men, but now we are into the third game here, and things are looking very different indeed. So C-Dub will be the ones to grab up the Ember Spirit, which of course is their level 30 player mark on that one, and then they'll grab their Undying, which is a very comfortable hero for them. Going to secure out some lanes as well. Things looking good for them. Meanwhile, Grin, they're going to grab this Pugna. Pugna was hit with the nerf stick just a little bit, but doesn't really seem to be affected by it, I guess he is technically a child skeleton, so you hit him and he just gets right back up again. Why is Pugna still good? That is my question. I thought that this nerf would hit him kind of more effectively, like reducing his healing in the early part of the game, which was kind of why everyone was drafting him, but he doesn't seem to care.
Radiant team ban.
It's because it's just so enabling, right? And the fact that in laning phase as well, you can manipulate the pools, you have high move speed, you play on life drain, you amp up other heroes. It's just an all-round really annoying hero to deal with, because it becomes like the oracle of the draft, right? Where it's like, oh guys, we have to kill X support before we then do the core. And then when you start layering it with Storm Spirits, Morphlings, Medusas, heroes that like to get this amp up, it just makes it so much harder. And I love Grin's response to both Ember and Undying. I will be interested to see if the Morphling goes to the safe lane or the mid lane. Into the Ember matchup, you kind of like putting Morphling there, because if Ember wants to rotate, Morphling hits your tower. If Ember wants to play the lane, Morphling farms well. Ember can never spam you up truly, because of course you're an agi high armor hero. But with the bans from Grin being the Darkseer and the Anti-Mage, could just be a carry. Of course, these are very good bans that like to punish the Morphling.
Yeah, they defending it very, very well here, as expected, to be fair. And, well, the answer is going to be the Shadow Demon coming out from C-Dub. So you got your kind of frontline support and now your backline support. Makes a lot of sense. One thing, they are looking like they're kind of low on his stuns and ways to catch out this Morphling off guard. So that might be something they consider later on, maybe. I don't know, there's not many cores that immediately come to mind, but I'm sure they'll find something on C-Dub to try and abuse this Morph.
Yeah, I think for C-Dub at least, their lanes are going to be weaker. SD can enable the offlane to farm, and Undying can bully and fully win lanes, but they aren't going to rotate. So I think with that lack of rotation, Grin can get kind of greedy here with some picks. Already picking up the Magnus, one of the greedier cores. Sure, he pops off with Blink and Harpoon, but he really plays lane to then farm backwards for quite some time. So yeah, again, I don't mind the fact that Grin is going a little bit greedier just because of the support duo on C-Dub. We'll see how far down this route they go. I would expect them to pick up a support in this position here, just because you don't really want to show 3 cores and a Pugna going into 2 final picks. It's a bit too much information for C-Dub to utilize.
Yeah, for sure. We're looking at... Grin, I mean, is this kind of like similar to their previous draft? So like, is it more similar to draft in game number 1 or draft in game number 2?
I would be leaning this is draft more similar to game number 3.
Wow. Thank you for that
Because I think
insight.
each draft from Grin has been innately different, I feel. In game 1, it was tanky and explosive. In game 2, it was more death by 1,000 cuts, with Legion being a bit more of an X factor. And in this game, it's maybe an amplification of game 2, right? It's even more farm. You know, Morphling wants to hit creeps, Mag wants to hit creeps, Pugner and Silencer will happily rotate to a fight, but in the back of my mind, I was thinking of Axe as being the offlane core that you were thinking about. And because of the Silencer pickup, it kind of gives room for this to be a hero, right? Axe is a hero that needs Vanguard in lane, but once you get Blink Blade Bell, then most points of the game, you can really hurt Morphling pre-shard when he can start shifting. But just at the early game dominance, my concern for C-Dub is if Axe doesn't have a great game, where is the damage going to come from? Is Mark going to kind of heave all that energy into him once again like he did on the Pangolier and do it for the team? But
yeah,
it isn't a good Axe pick just for the laning phase.
Yeah, no, it definitely ticks a lot of boxes for the side of C-Dub. The only reason I maybe wouldn't like it is the fact that it can be bullied a little bit. Like, you know, it's kind of difficult to get that blink off against Pugner and Silencer. That global silence can catch him out as well. And your skew's not a bad tool against Axe either. So they have tools potentially to kind of mess with the Axe, but not enough to make it a bad pick for sure. Like, it's still a great Axe game, and those things apply to most heroes. You still need some form of initiation, even if they do have a Silencer and a Pugner on the team, which could potentially annoy you with blinks every now and again. Doesn't really change the fact. Yeah, gonna be a pretty brutal offlane, to be fair, coming out from C-Dub. Like, I really do feel like this team love playing for lanes. Every draft they've had has been kind of very laning focused, and in the game it hasn't necessarily led to them like smashing the laning phase, to be fair, but it just seems to be something they kind of lean towards.
No, Grin as well. Really doubling down on the PL is our carry bans, because of course, sorry, our PL is our carry, our Morphling is our carry due to the PL ban. I think, what is the final ban that can annoy a Morphling? I would argue maybe an Ursa or even a Slark. With the pacing that C-Dub wants to set with an Axe, heroes that often fall off in the late game don't have that issue. But I would expect C-Dub to really all in on the let's just punch Morphling in the face as many times as possible style of playing.
Yep. I'm always down for that. I always think that's like a good way, especially when one of these teams kind of revolves around it. I mean, it's kind of what they did last game with the Naga Siren, right? Like, they had this draft where, even though they only saw the Naga Siren last, it still answered the Naga pick pretty damn well. So every time Naga came into a fight, they were just like, okay, we will now kill you. And Naga Siren's answer to that was, ouch. She didn't really have one.
I'm dead.
Yep.
And what are they going to go for here? Grin needs a super playmaking mid hero. With how farm intensive your side lane is going to be, the fact that your supports are super like defensively orientated as well. The other flip side could be you just go for a mid hero that just doesn't care about rotating and just wants to push out lane as well. Like, I could see maybe even like a mid monkey being okay here.
Oh.
But no, they go,
Okay.
wait a second, is it mid mag then, offlane tide?
Looks like it maybe
That's fine.
could be. Yeah, that
I'm
works
chill
versus
with that,
Ember.
honestly.
Yeah.
Like, Undying into Tide is a weird matchup just for the level 1 where Tide has Gush. Because Undying goes to be a bully, you get Gushed. If there's like some Pugner or some just ranged hero behind you clicking, you can put Undying to half HP and he never really gets to body the lane correctly. So I don't mind this change up. I really want to see Grin execute this lineup with the logic of let C-Dub try and find the fight. They're desperate for Axe to find kills. They're desperate for Ember to be activated. If they don't find kills like in game 1, we will always have farm. We will always be tanky because you're Morphling, Mag, and Tide. So I think Grin have kind of understood C-Dub a little bit. It's what I wanted to see them,
and
as you asked me, so I don't mind it.
I think C-Dub have two options here. They can either try to double down on what the rest of their heroes do, pick like an Abaddon and just run at them, or they can go, yeah, Monkey King, run at them. Okay, I like it quite a lot. It gives you a little bit more flexibility than Abaddon does, where you can scale into the game a bit, but
Yes!
It's aggressive.
It's
and
mid-morphling.
It's
Yes.
going to be mid-morph and the carry mag coming out from the side of Grin. Okay.
I didn't know if they had this in their toolkit, but I at least know from history, putting Morphling mid against Ember really just annoys Ember quite a lot. Just in the fact that every time you do something on the map, you just know, guys, I'm leaving the Morph alone. I'm not denying him. I'm not preventing his levels. And of course, Morphling on the side lane, it's always that constant chase. Am I going to get to level 3? Am I suddenly level 5? Can I kill maybe on 6? You know, there's all these little small things. But when you put him mid, it's just inevitable. Like, you know it's going to come. So I love the fact that Grin put the mid Morphling. I think Rojo Fire Flu has had one of the more turbulent series that I've seen from a DPC player. Game 1, nearly MVP on the Timbersaw, like so close, pipped at the final second. Game 2, maybe even the LVP, the least valuable player on the team. He really did his best to not win the game, unfortunately. He just got outplayed. It happens. It's fine.
Yeah.
So now he gets the Morphling. Like, this is a statement hero in a statement lane. Like, I'm actually so excited to see if Grin can execute this one. And C-Dub, it's stable, it's clean. There's nothing really wrong with their draft. If they execute, they can win the game. If they don't, I can see Grin just getting too tanky. But I'm actually pretty excited to see this third game.
Yeah, and I don't even know whose draft is easier to execute. Like, both of them have picked up pretty high-level drafts here, you know? Like, C-Dub, they need to be finding kills, they need to be making the rotations happen, and pretty much every hero needs to be doing that across the map. But I feel like if they overcommit to the 5-on-5, then you're going to be looking at potential RPs and potential Ravages. So, and not to mention Global Silence as well. The team fight from Grimm's pretty damn good. So you're looking at being able to execute on 3 hero rotations rather than committing to the full 5 rotations. And yeah, it's interesting. We'll see how things go down as we move into this final game here. A bit of all chat coming out as well.
I mean, Rojo he's aware, right? He's like, well played, Pango, because of course the previous game. So, bit of self-reflection as we enter this final game of this series. And
that's not trash talk. That's like, that's
no,
all
it's not trash talk. It is. It's like, yeah, well played, mate. But runaway Rain Prince, the entire crew of C-Dub are here to play.
Child. Oh, they've actually, well, Moosey's committing to this one as well. The whole team just comes scattering out of the tree lines. What's going on, friends? Double King backing himself away. Doesn't want to be the one to give away this first blood here. Soul, he might be, though. The temptation to bring him down is there for C-Dub. They're going to turn everything onto him, and they get the kill. Mark does go down immediately afterwards. That's kind of what he wants. Get first blood, die immediately afterwards. All right, back to lane, full health, full mana, with a bit of gold as Double King falls as well. Rain Prince on the run. Isla trying to finish the job here. Can he do it, though? All he's got is the battle hunger in his fists, but that might well be enough. One more right click will do the job. Isla gets a double kill here. Salivating Salamander 37 on the run. I'm not sure he's going to get out of this, though. Dust is on top of him. He's out of mana, but he's got 20 strength on this Undying. Watch him punch. Oh my god, that damage is enormous. And it's a triple kill for the Axe at 0 minutes into the game.
He's practically at ring of health already. He's 10, 9, 8. I'm just going to count. 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Ring of health already complete on the Axe. What?
The 28-second ring of health, kids. You know,
if your 6 kills
isn't getting 28-second ring of health, don't even talk to me. Report him. Yep.
That was so ambitious from Grin. Like, when you look at just the 5-on-5 and Undying, the disruption, the Axe, like, they're so. Oh, hold up. What's happening here?
Yep, just a little bit. Yep, no, I'm pausing on pause. Yeah. The pause and pause.
C-Dub is so strong at level 1. I was like, fair play for Grin for looking, but I thought when the Pugna saw them and ran away, seeing 3+ heroes, they might not look for the fight, but they just went for it. They went for a proper scuffle, and yeah, Grin misreading how much damage they had. I personally would have not looked to line up as a great let's go and fight at the Rune 5-on-5 type draft, and yeah, clearly it didn't work out. 4 for 2 for C-Dub, 3 kills going the way of Isla, plus an assist. That is not the start you want.
It's not,
if you're a Grin fan, of course. If you're a Frowny fan, then you're pretty happy.
And it's Sol who's going to be suffering from this as well on the Magnus. You know, you really want your Mag just to have a good start, hit the jungle, you know, get yourself a nice goal lead. Hero, which definitely likes to play from ahead in the carry position, but that's probably not going to happen now. This Axe pretty much has free reign over this top lane. I'm fully expecting him to absolutely smash this one.
Okay, and in fairness, Muzi, he got 1 kill, 1 assist, 1 death. he's halfway towards his ring of health. So when you compare the offlaners, and I think the biggest L here is the fact that Rojo Fire flew. His resources needed to even participate in that fight. He's now playing into mid lane with what, half HP. Of course, it's a Morphling, but again, such an abnormal start to the game. I didn't think I'd have to do this much analyzing at the 45-second mark. Oof.
Yeah, wake up. it's nice and early start in this game. Rojo Firefly just picked up a bounty rune there, by the way, the 1 minute bounty rune. So, you know, can kind of forgive them for forgetting about it this early into the game. Mid laner's just locked in on the mid, I suppose. Yeah, wild stuff. Wild stuff. All right. So out of all of this, I mean, what we're kind of expecting here is this Magnus to kind of run a bit rampant. We're expecting this Morphling to struggle. And bottom lane, I don't think there's going to be a huge difference there. They traded pretty evenly from the first 0-minute plays.
Yeah, the lanes from Grin are rather passive, right? You got Mag farm, Tide farm. It really is on seed up to find the limits of their heroes to, oh, they've misstepped, we're disrupting to Axe Call, for example. Or in the bot lane, oh, Tide's too far down the lane, let's throw down a tombstone and jingo him out of it, you know, so.
We had a little bit of skewer plays under tower here, but luckily Sanctify's there and he's got the disruption to keep his axe nice and healthy, so no kills come on the way off Grin, unfortunately for them. So one thing which is really cool you can do against Axe now as a range support, by the way, is keep an eye on his counter helixes and try to trigger. He falls for it again. I mean, he doesn't have another disruption in just a second. He will be able to have one now, but Islet so low, not going to be saved by Sanctified. Even if you use it there, it was just going to set up Soul to grab the kill. So, I mean, that's one way to throw away a lead, is to get skewered under the tower twice. Just got to be a bit more careful of that one, I'm afraid.
Even with like the 17 or 18 want he had at the 2-minute mark, it's as if he's playing against a bristleback. That's how many charges he had. But of course, the big skerfuffle in the rune fight kind of gave quite a healthy advantage to anyone who had a stick or a wand at the start of playing. Yeah, no, I like the thing you're talking about with the axe, because of course the counter helix is now, you know, attack based. So of course, if you can see that counter, throw out a little click or two, then you can force the spin to occur pre melee hero being in range.
Exactly.
Big fan.
Can try and counterplay towards. And, well, this time a skewer in the other direction. Just going to go for the double skewer here. So I'm not too sure about this one. Will they be able to punish Isla and Sanctify? Yes, that Magnus is a bit too tanky. Okay, he's being very aggressive. I mean, I feel like Sol's even trying to position this if he's got another skewer available, but it is on cooldown.
Only for 2 seconds, but yeah. This has been a surprising lane for me. Like, the silencer looks good in laning phase, and that's rare to say. He's just doing a good job, just constant spam. I mean, I feel like Isla hasn't been able to utilize his advantage too well, right? Of course, the skewers that you mentioned hurt him a little bit. A Ring of Health, it's nice regen, but it's not as if it's like a Helm of Iron Wolf, for example, where you have armor and HP. It is just kind of naked HP regen and...
Absolutely. Ooh, a little close there for the Morphling there as he's heading towards the rune on full agi, and Undying almost snipes him just a sinking decay. And of course, back to the top lane again. It's going for another skewer play. Going super deep here. I mean, okay, you killed off Sanctified, but this is going to be able to take down one. Might be able to take down two. Nope, doesn't have another counter helix in him, unfortunately. So Salivating Salamander will get himself back this time around, but not without a battle hunger upon him. My word. And meanwhile, we've kind of neglected this bottom lane, kind of like how your parents neglected you, T-Governor. But Double King, he's kind of owning right now, 29-1. Good, brother? You all right? Okay.
Oh, yeah, Double King. He has quite a joyous time, right? He's playing into a Tidehunter and a Pugner. Not a lot of kill threat. I think the trade-off is going to be he hasn't, of course, killed the Tidehunter, which is relatively hard to do as a melee hero. So I think, if anything, Moosey's going to be happier in this scenario. Sure, MK's got top net worth, but when Tide picks up the Meteor Hammer, the potential ability to take the tower, progress the map whilst everyone else is very AFK farming, I think Grin will be pretty okay with this.
Yeah, absolutely. They aren't super concerned about... I mean, I don't know. I do think this Monkey King can kind of take over a little bit.
It depends on his itemization, right? Like if he goes for right now, of course, it's too early in the game to see kind of the trajectory, but he could go for Echo Saber Diffusal, go for like Harpoon style of play Skadi. He could go for a Battle Fury to scale up and match the fact that there will be a lot of greed coming from Mag and Morph. Right now in his inventory, his quick buyer, I just clicked on him. He is showing Echo Diffusal. So he is going down the original route that I mentioned. High risk, high reward. If he goes down this route and it's a couple deaths down the line, plus an axe getting a couple deaths, it could be quite a spell for disaster. But on the flip side, if it goes well, these items will amplify your ability to just crush the mid game, close down that map.
Yeah, and I kind of like the call with the start he's having. You know, you give him a free lane, and you should try and take advantage of that as a carry play. You know, not just try and accelerate your own farm, but try and accelerate your team's chances of being able to take a win. I'm always on board for that style of thinking. And yeah, right now, Seed Up, their calls are looking in a really great place. You know, we kind of mentioned how they drafted for the lanes, and that's starting to show in the net worth. Not a huge amount, you know, it's not like anyone's getting worried or throwing in the flag just yet, but things definitely off to a good start. We'll see what they can do with that. Right now, they're looking for a kill onto the salivating Salamander 37, but he's going to get disrupted, and that is going to seal his fate. So this very annoying silencer does get put to sleep.
And the bounty rune to boot. Mark having a pretty nice start. Oh, Duster, you're quite out of position there, Chief.
Yeah, he's gone. Dusted by Musi. They'll just chase him down. Not too sure what he was doing around there. Some support stuff, I suppose.
Some shenanigans. Yeah,
Maybe
800 gold
he's
away.
looking for the wisdom rune, I think.
Ah, yes. Makes sense, makes sense. So, does die in the top lane as well. Oh, but Double King, he's made it his way for the top Wisdom Rune contest. Surprise!
What a twist. And
What a twist.
he's going to be able to grab it. The carry player wisdom rune rotation. Now I've seen it all.
That is actually the most annoying thing. Because like when Wisdom Runes first came in play, it was supports go for it. Supports help each other. And then the meta suddenly shifted to like mids would come in and really secure it. And now we're seeing carries do it. It's like, couldn't you just allow it to be an honest support duel? But of course, C-Dub, with their draft that they have, they really want momentum to be on their side. They're taking away Wisdom Runes. It's just killing off Salamanders.
Yep.
37 of them to be precise, and doing quite a good job so far in this draft. In this game, sorry.
Dire's top tower is under attack.
I like salamanders. They're a weird creature, aren't they? It's kind of not quite. No, I suppose they are fully reptiles, but they're most mammalian-looking reptiles out of all of them, I would say.
I have zero information or knowledge on this matter.
Okay. Well, let me tell you, salamander.
North America grimaces having to hear Nomad talk about salamanders. Why not talk about... okay. I'll give you a topic and you have to talk about it. You got to talk to me about Moosey Tidehunter.
Moose Tidehunter. Well, I mean, there is a lot to talk about Moosey and his Tidehunter, especially his love of hammers. That's right. Throw a sickle in
Duster
there
boss, you're
and...
just- what?
Duster? Yeah, he's actually baited in Soul a little bit, but under the tier 2 tower, I mean, the guy's tanky, but is he tanky enough? No, he is not. Sanctified's going to grab that kill with the poisons and get themselves that one. Anyway, back to the topic. I mean, Moosey, he loves these hammers, man. He loves it. Just loves throwing down the Ravage into Meteor Hammer, gives him tower pushing potential as well. Is that going to win them this game? Of course not. That'd be ridiculous. Meteor Hammer's never won anyone a game alone. It's a team game. It involves loads of items, loads of heroes, loads of players, all coming together in a masterful blend of strategy. But it is going to have to take
Delirium
its spot
setting
on
in right now. All right, no, so don't ask you questions. All right,
Yep.
We'll keep it a one-way street.
See, this is how I do it. This is how I make sure no one asks me to do anything.
God, that was the most pile of shit I've ever listened to in a cast before. And you said some egregious stuff. Oh, of course, Tidehunter with the Meteor Hammer Wall Force heroes to the bot lane. Duster, 3 points Tombstone plus ultimate. They're looking for a fight. Both
Oh, the
supports from
pigeon.
Bryn are only level
What a
4.
traitor. I love it when the Wild Wing Ripper does that, just randomly pushes you into the enemy team.
yeah.
You're like, bro,
It's delightful, yeah. I mean, you were about to kill it, so I can see why it's sided with the guys who are behind, you know? Like, they're not killing me right now, so
yeah.
I'll help them out.
It's a tough time for the neutral groups. Not many allies.
God, the supports on Grin really need some XP. Like, Undying and
calls
SD,
out.
both
They
level
managed to
6.
catch him. That is a big pick off there. Rojo Fire Flute goes down in the middle lane. The blink reveal from the Axe getting exactly what they wanted.
Yeah, again, this is what the pick's for. Morphling early game absolutely hates playing into Axe, and Muzi as well just jumped on the monkey.
They've made all these big, beautiful stacks, and now with the Tombstone on the high ground, it looks very unlikely they'll be able to defend them. Muzi again beaten down. The Jingu's gone. Actually turning it around. Ravage comes down and throwing the RP as well. They'll throw him under the tower. Looks like Duster is going to fall. Double King in some trouble as well, running his way out of this one, but Rojo Fire Flute comes on through and takes down Double King. Meanwhile, Isla was able to get a lot of work done inside that fight, and he is still looking for more. He doesn't want to give up these stacks. He is a greedy, greedy guy. His team, they're coming back in to help him out as well. Marks in the neighborhood, Sanctifies here as well. Slevfist going to send them bouncing around for a while there on Rojo Fire Flute, but C-Dub, they are leaving. They are respecting the power of Grin right now. And actually, they might not be safe here. That Remnant is very slow indeed. A blood grenade even being thrown in from the Salivating Salamander 37 as well. Sanctified trying to escape this one, but Rojo's looking for another. He just needs to right-click. Adaptive Strike will find it. Salivating's going to grab it as a call comes in. Onto 2, takes down the Silencer, but Rojo, he's got the strength, but he's out of it now. And a huge damage from the Poison, along with the slam from Isla, is going to get them yet another kill. Axe going off the charts right now, 9-1. He wants to make it 10, and he will do so with that big slam onto Soul. Grim, they might have just thrown this whole game away trying to defend these stacks.
He got a triple kill pre-bounty rune, a triple kill at the 11-minute mark. Yeah, Izzo is having an absolute standout game, and it's good to see. I think he's played some of the quirkier heroes from the offlane, but to see him go back to kind of not a traditional offlane in the current meta, but a traditional in kind of the history of Dota, and also popping off on it, it is a delight to see. And Muzi, he shows his face for a millisecond, and already the supports in Ember throwing hands at him.
It's too much poison. Sanctified could have killed him whenever he wanted at the end there, and he was like, yeah, I'll let you cast your hammer first. Sick. Very good. Very, very nice stuff coming out from C-Dub. You know, this is what we've been seeing from them against the other teams, but haven't really been able to pull out so much this series. But with this strong start to the lane, they're just able to capitalize upon that again and again and again. Forcing Grim into that situation where they really wanted to defend their triangle, but they just weren't ready to do so. You know, look at their heroes. They're playing with Morphling. They're playing with Magnus. They don't really want to be making movements like that. And they just felt like they had to. And now they suffer the consequences. Moral of the story, never stack.
Don't be efficient, how dare you. I think moral of the story is, if you're picking the Morphling and there's potential of a player to pop off on an axe, show some hero that some respect. An absolute stellar performance thus far. And there isn't really an item timing coming. With Mag, Tide, and Morphling as your tricore, it's just all about hit creeps and hopes for the eventual blunder.
Oh, we didn't get it. Is it going to matter? No, it is not.
Yeah, Morphling did get jumped temporarily there.
Yeah, he was sitting on slightly higher strength than usual, so he didn't actually go down. And that's just the point he's in. He's like, okay, I don't have the reactions to strength morph versus an axe. I accept my weakness, and I'm just gonna adapt to it. Respect that. Bottom lane, Muzi going for a tower once again, but Double King's upon him as is Sanctified, and these guys just have so much stacking damage that they can just take him down with the two of them. They're just gonna get him once again, feeding off some nice Tidehunter sashimi.
Yep, Grin. They're going to probably use Muzi as a body for this aggression now. Throw him down the lanes with the hammer. Meanwhile, in the jungle behind, everyone's recovering. Like, you look at the net worth, it is just filthy. Monkey King and Axe are just in a world of their own right now in regards to the gold that they have. And for C-Dub, they need to be careful. Like, even though they have a lead, one global, one anything can completely turn things around. Sure, this global had to be used to keep Rojo alive once again, but maybe in 5-6 minutes time, this is the global that layers in with a Ravage or an RP, suddenly tower, fortifications. C-Dub, they're in a good spot, but the game isn't won yet. They are the draft that will slowly fall off in about half an hour's time, maybe. It's a long time in Dota, by the way, but still.
Yeah, well,
Oh, God, he
maybe
just
we'll
keeps
get there,
killing.
but at this point, it's not looking likely. Isla gets himself another. Meanwhile, down at bottom, the rest of the team committing to a fight right now. They're looking at Muzi. Muzi does have this Ravage if he wants to throw it down here and might have to consider it and will do so right as he dies. But now the RP comes down onto
Where's the
3.
damage,
Where is
though?
the follow-up? Salivating here, as is the Morphling as they jump into this fight. But in comes a Wukong's command. He's able to get it off. Can he heal through it? Yes, he can. 3 heroes down on the side of Grin. They thought they had them dead to rights, but now their bodies lay in the bottom lane. Oh my God, I thought that was going to work out for Grin.
I mean, this is what I want to see from Seedup. It's like, don't give Grin the opportunity to hit creeps, to farm, to bait you to kill off Tide, you know? Go for the big plays, find the pickoffs, and the speed that they moved around the map there is fair, you know? You got Isra on the top getting a kill, then you're killing off Muzi in the bot, but the numbers are good. Ravage is wasted. As soon as the RP comes in, it's like, Morphling, maybe if it was 2 seconds earlier to the engagement, he'd have been able to kill off the Monkey King, but he has to like sweep through the engagement, and yeah, it's too rough there. Just Grin not ready to fight. Maybe if they had 1 item each, that's a different story, right? But the game is not in that way. It's 24 kills at the 15-minute mark for C-Dub.
That's
probably
insane.
the best starts that I've personally seen C-Dub have in their DPC run so far.
Yep, for sure. And Rain Prince is going to fall again here. Also want to point out that Sanctified got an amazing save on the Monkey King in that last fight as well. Inside the RP, managed to find the correct target. It was so clutch. Duster, going for a D ward here. We'll see if they can do anything about it, but my head says no.
He's 3-2-15. Like,
my
he's
God,
had a baller game, and godlike Isla on this axe. Disruption as well, supports. See ya. Thanks for playing. Morphling as well. That was not a support, that was a Morphling.
Yeah, that was your kind of be-all end-all hero right now.
Dire's middle tower
I'm just looking on like, well, I got a lot of heavy lifting to do. I'm just a little Lord Magnus.
are fortified.
God, it's a 10k lead. Isla back at it again with another call.
He's just everywhere at the moment. These boots of travel, just realizing that, you know, yeah, I could go for an item which advances my stats, which makes me tankier, something like that. Or I could just be all over the map with this blink and this blade mail. And Sanctified, he's just always there for these kills as well into the Tidehunter. Like, here's Muzi's worst enemy right now. It gets him low enough for the cull to come through. Isla now 13-1. This is just a ridiculous axe performance.
I don't know if I'm a skeptic or something, but there is something that puts fear into me that what happens if Axe dies in this game, being 13-1? Like, what happens if the Morph gets the kill? You know, like, I'm scared for C-Dub. Like, this is their game to win. Everything has looked so beautiful. The kills, the rotations, the play. But there is something inside of me where it's like, there's a mag in the game. One skewer could really change everything. Again, I don't want to see it happen. I feel like C-Dub's done too well for them to deserve that to occur, but it only takes one wrong blink and suddenly things can start spiraling out of control. But Isla, look at his playstyle. See hero, find hero, run at hero.
Yep.
I mean, couldn't Rain just TP here? He didn't see the call. Of course, he blinked into fog, so I can respect why he didn't.
Like, why he no call?
Exactly. Beyond godlike at the 18-minute mark.
Is under attack.
Well beyond godlike. He's 14-1 at the moment, and that one was right at the start of the game in the lanes. So, yeah, flying at the moment. Meanwhile, Rojo, fire, flew, gets down to the low ground once again. Not allowed to farm this triangle.
Radiant
Be a little bit careful there as well with the morph as Duster just coming on through and sapping away his strength.
All I care about is where's Isla, and of course he's in the bot lane. He's on the silencer. Whilst Duster's getting skewered back to his favourite place.
Yeah,
so much shit's happening on the map.
Yeah, Muzi going for the ultimate. It does look like Salivating Salamander is going to get brought down eventually, but over in the fight towards the middle lane, they have already lost the Morphling. Muzi trying to be the brick wall here, but Double King's just smashing through it right now. He's more than happy to just take chunks out of this Tidehunter. Rain Prince trying to help him out here with the life drain, but he doesn't have much health himself either. So he's looking for one thing, and he's looking for the skewer back. That's all he wants, and maybe a tombstone would be nice, but deny.
The disruption into timeout.
Oh my god, didn't even deny it, just let it time out. That is savage.
Oh, that's so baller.
Dire's top
Like,
tower is
again,
under attack.
props to Harrison for being able to capture the silencer, then back to the fight. There's like so many things happening. Like, this is running around playing his own mini game of who can I find, who can I fish, hunt, catch, and kill. And then, of course, Grin. Like, that, even at their tier 3 with the tower, it just. where's the damage? They're like 10 minutes away from being able to put up a fight. Global just doesn't really layer and help out anything either.
I'm kind of surprised they're trying to find these engagements, especially at the moment with their Ravage down. Like, this just seems confusing to me. Double King gonna suck in Salivating Salamander 37 and get himself a nice little kill.
Radiant's courier has been
I
killed.
feel like there's a
Great
world
disguise.
where maybe with Mag Harpoon, you hide it and don't show it's been picked up yet. When C-Dub make this play, because I feel like Duster, his heat map has shown more times at the tier 3 on Dire's side than even anywhere else on the map right now. So if that can occur again, Harpoon, skewer back, like this is everything I've been hinting at. Like the timing for Mag to maybe make this miracle comeback play is soon. But Morphling, he is just also without any game.
He is Puddle.
He's not even a puddle. He is a mere thought inside the cloud where he might become a drop of water.
He has precipitation. Pre-precipitation.
Pre-precipitation, indeed, yes. And you know what? It's suddenly going to have a heat wave. He's not even going to get out of that cloud. And that is called Isla, because he is hot shit right now. Owning.
Damn.
Stopping the rain clouds.
Thermodynamic. Meteorological casting. Oh, Sol, that's not a hero we expect him to kill off, but, well, actually at this point he's killing off anyone. Let's be real. 11 cold armor. Homie has 16 armor for free.
So I've never seen an axe have this many dunks. What's just dropping like flies?
Everywhere
All
at
right,
once.
just all right. Click on Pugner, top side of the map. Click on Silencer, tier 3 bot. Click on Magnus, tier 1 bot. Like, what?
This is just impossible to play, and you're feeling that if you're Grim as well. It's like, they're going on the bottom, I'll be safe. No, I wasn't. Isla does miss a call.
Radiant's middle tower has fallen.
GG. Terrible game.
He
No
didn't
MVP
have
for you.
Axe's number or Tide's number. Ah, well, missed the line. What, this series again? I feel like some of these Div 2 series are just so wild. It's crazy. I think like we've been able to cover Western Europe, China, and NA. I think China is the most lopsided in regards to like top and bottom. Western Europe is the most like competitive for like the quality of game and the fact that you feel like the motions are there to be contenders, but it's like some things are missing. And then NA is just like whoever wakes up just vibes, you know. It's crazy.
Yeah. And there is a lot of kind of momentum-based fighting, a lot of comebacks.
That's
And that's
true.
what Grin are really hoping for here, but they have been revealed on their Tide Hunters. So they're going to know something's up. Double King.
He's by
sitting in the
himself.
trees.
Look at the minimap. Okay, good. You have to kill Duster here.
They will do so. Double King looking for a bit of revenge. I mean, he's happy to play under this tombstone. Definitely feels safe with that there, but the tower also kind of blasting away right now. Double King just going to put the wave in.
Dire's
Where are the rest of his
top
team?
tower
Not showing. They're actually looking
Just
for a kill
bottom.
at bottom. They're like, we play top, someone comes bottom, but that's not going to happen. Isla, cover this Invis rune, will not be finding any kills down here. Will not be finding any kills down.
Yo, Rojo Fire flew.
Oh dear. Oh dear.
Dire's bottom tower
My
is
bad.
under attack.
My bad, Robo Fire Flew. That was on me. That was on you, homie. Oh, rough.
And now Moves has come into the mix as well.
Yeah, he's like, oh, that looks fun. Let me try. He's gonna get
All right.
the
How quick did you die?
poisons
Can I die
now
quicker?
stacked upon him, sanctified. He's loving this. He's just like, boop, have another poison, boop, have another poison. This time, yeah, I think he's gonna get away with it though. 4 will not be enough. It's not the magic number.
Of course, Shadow Demon Poison is undispellable. Of course, with Kraken,
Yeah.
that often helps with these charge-based spells. But with SD, you're always able to kind of just throw them, and you do like 1,000+ damage once you get into that like 5-6 stack realm. After I think it was 5 stacks, it then just becomes 50 per stack rather than the multiplication of it all. But
Yeah.
either way, pretty good against Tidehunter.
Dire's middle tower is under attack.
Yeah, like it's kind of annoying to play against as Tidehunter because you just want to be this frontline that just sits there and absorbs damage, and
Dire's middle
eventually
tower
you do have to back yourselves away and get that reset against the Shadow Demon, otherwise you will just die.
Dire
All right, so
scanning.
C-Dub, absolute kings of the map play. But how are they going to approach the high ground? With a draft like this, getting the initiation, getting that set up to hit the buildings isn't so easy. With your Monkey King going for this like very assassin style of build, harpoon and diffusal, with Isla being the foundation of all the plays that you've made, Axe goes from like a 9 out of 10 pick-off hero in high ground scenarios. He's like, what, 3, 4 out of 10? It is rather inconvenient to hope that he is the source of breaking the high ground, of course, because he's the 18-1-3 hero, right? Like, unfortunately, he doesn't do anything. So
He's going to be the next target on Isla's list. This one's a little hard for him to bring down by himself, though, so...
he can TP if he wants to, but it's too late now.
All right, Global
Wait,
comes down. There's a fight going up on the top side right now. Double King's committing to this one pretty damn hard. Mark's in. He's got the chains off. Onto 2. Soul getting low. And the RP is going to have to be committed here. Meanwhile, Rojo Fireflu is just straight up gone. Mark, well, he's jumping across over towards the Pugna now as well. Trying to get him down low. Disruptions. Decrepify is going to keep him alive a little bit longer. Muzi come across from the side as well. He has got a Ravage, but I don't know how much it's going to get done. Rest of C-Dub just, oh my god, going in so deep for Salivating Salamander. And now they can cut off Muzi as well. Muzi is dead. And that is going to be 4 heroes dead. And, well, Grim keep coming outside of their base to face C-Dub like this. Then an invitation to the high ground is going to be very tempting indeed.
42 kills to the side of C-Dub in 26 minutes. Where was this C-Dub against Tilted Boys? Where was this C-Dub in Game 1 and Game 2? But finally, they're showing us their form, the fight that they can bring to a game. And it's a treat to watch. Isla has put on an absolute show on his Axe thus far.
For real. And this feel like a punch down. This feel like a much better team. And just need to find the consistency. That's a big target though. Disruptions there from Sanctified to buy him a little bit of time. There is not going to be any RP, but there is a Ravage. If the Sidehunter can get here in time, and he can't. There is too much armor on Isla at the moment. He doesn't care about tier 4s. They're also able to take out Salamander on the sidelines as well. And it's time to leave. The barracks will be taken. Duster punches up. Hang on a minute. Double King says, just kidding. Jumps back in here and grabs himself a dieback onto that silencer. That's just insane.
Yeah, even with the tier 4 skewer, Sanctified's in position with Blink, Aether Lens. It's so easy for him to get the disruption, disjoint that initiation onto the Axe, and yeah. Maybe there could have been a glimmer of hope, but what are we not forgetting, Nomad?
Plus 26 cold armor, giving him a grand total of like 40 armor at the moment. How much physical resist is that, Nomad? That is 71%. What, 71% of 172 plus 172 is the combined damage of the tier 4 towers? I don't know. I'm not a nerd. But I do know that C-Dub are looking for these middle lane of barracks, and I'm not sure Grin are going to be able to do a whole lot about it.
Mike did pick up the Blink Dagger. We saw it previous fight, but maybe they go for something new this time. RP's online, but again, you're going to RP him, but you got no damage, boys.
Yep. Oh, the waveform into cool from Rojo Fireflu. I mean, it's cute. Is it going to get anything done? Probably not. BKB comes up before the hammer comes down. There is a nice little RP landing onto 2. The Ender Spirit is in a bit of trouble as he's getting very low indeed. Is he getting low enough though? No, he is not. C-Dub just turn around, take down 4 heroes, make it 5 as Rain Priest goes down as well. And that is going to be GG's coming out. A huge, huge win here for C-Dub. They absolutely tear them apart. Not even close in this game 3.
21, 1 and 9 on Isla. Like, he pretty much 1v9'd this game. I've not seen an Axe performance this clean in some time, and fair play to him. It was a great Axe pick. It was a pick that you need to do well in lane. He gets a triple kill at the start. Maybe because Grin did this weird play at the pre-bounty runes to give Axe a triple kill, to give him the ring of health, that maybe shifted Isla's confidence a little bit, which gave him all this momentum. But yeah, fair play to C-Dub. I'm happy that they finally showed us some kind of from start of game to end clean Dota in regards to playing with one narrative and kind of sticking true to it. We've seen them be a little bit volatile throughout this tour, so personally happy to see a team kind of showing us some of their true kind of light. And yeah, fair play to C-Dub. Hard series, but they come out the victors.
They do indeed, yes. And this game was really kind of all about just movements, just looking so fluid. when we saw this Monkey King pick, we were both like, okay, they're committing to this kind of high execution, high aggression draft. Can they pull it off, though? It's been something which Div 2 teams have struggled with since the dawn of time. Playing a high-tempo draft means you really can't drop the ball too hard. You want to stay ahead. You want to stay kind of on the map and keep on making plays. If you make one or two big mistakes, your game is done. And that's something which Div 2 players often struggle to kind of play around because, you just have to be so clean. It's often easier just to go, all right, we're picking a Giga carry and we're just going to sit behind them and win the game like that. But C-Dub, they step up to the plate. They have a lot of confidence and they really delivered in this game. So it was good to see.
It now puts C-Dub in a 4-on-1 position where, of course, they play wildcard in 2 days' time. No, wait. 4 days' time. My apologies. And that will then be if they beat that, and sure, qualification of Division 1, great seeding for TI. It's all in C-Dub's hands, right? And I think this Game 3 is what I want to see from C-Dub in their series against Wildcard, in their series against Ravens to close out this tour. Aggression, but calculated through good drafting. And it's hard to do. But again, Isla, look at this scoreline, 21 for 9. If he's not got the MVP, he's been absolutely cheated out of it. But luckily, we're not going to miss the beat on that one, are we? He is the MVP, 21, 1, and 9. Nearly, 650 GPM from the off lane, 27,000 hero damage. Let me actually load up the game. I need to see what other heroes did damage-wise in this game. Like, how much did he dwarf his opponents? For a bit of context.
Mark did get more. It's an Ember Spirit. The hero is just silly. But, that's how it goes sometimes. Monkey King, meanwhile, also able to pump out a decent amount, but still not quite to the same levels of Isla and Mark.
Yeah, I'm just looking at Grin, for example, and Pugner did 20,000 damage, the most on their team. It was 14,000 on Silencer, to then 12,000 on Mag and Morph, and 9,000 on Tide. It was such a struggling game because your Pugner Silencer, two defensive supports, are the one who are pumping out the most damage on your team. Clearly, it doesn't really matter because they didn't really get to do anything in this game. They're just awkwardly running away the entire time, but still, it's testament to how C-Dub just broke the game so quick. And again, Isla.
Over 50% of Grin's team damage was dealt entirely with Nether Ward and Arcane Curse. So make from that what you will. But
great spells. They had to do a lot for those spells to connect.
Truly. Definitely just not C-Dub being like, oh, we're cast Nether Warded. Oh, well, let's just keep playing anyway.
Keep going.
Yeah, keep casting the spells. It's whatever. Yeah, I mean, it's definitely I don't know, the level of consistency does need to be better for C-Dub for sure. And that's somebody which I guess is a question which is best answered by their coach, which is very handy indeed because we get to speak to her right now. Kips, how's it going?
Hello. Yeah, pretty good now that it's all said and done. But yeah, I was sweating a little bit. When Tigo said that he wasn't enjoying this one at all, I felt that.
It was emotional, right? I guess that's gonna be my first question is how, I guess with C-Dub, what is can you maybe explain why it's so volatile for this team? Because the games that you're good, you look great in the division, and the games that you don't look good, it's the complete opposite, where you're struggling to compete alongside these teams, right? It's there's no middle ground for this team, I feel. It's so hot and cold.
Yeah, I think the biggest issue that we have, honestly, is that we have a great mechanism behind the scenes. We have we have the most wholesome set of players that I've ever seen together. Real big props to Timbits for putting this team together. And we're all just so constructive and we know exactly what to do. We just struggle with the draft sometimes, man. And you can be the best friends in the world and it can all be Care Bears and rainbows, and when your draft sucks, you just don't get to play.
Fair enough.
I want to ask, is Timbits a person, or is Timbits actually just the fact that you're sponsored by the Tim Hortons mini donuts things?
No, Timbits is a person. Timbits is the guy that originally brought this roster together and badgered me until I signed on, and then I immediately understood why he wanted me to sign on. I was like, oh, thanks for not giving up on me. This is great.
So how does it feel for you then, being back in the coaching role? Because it's been a little while, right?
Yeah, and I only did this because SA Dota didn't go so hot this season, so I had some time on my hands. And then
Yeah, we heard about that.
Next to that, like, this was just such a wholesome bunch of people that it was like actually worth it. Like, a lot of coaching has been I've gotten burnt out a lot just because I was putting in the most insane hours, and the emotional payback especially was very little. Like, maybe, you know, if you're on a Vega squadron or something, a lot of people are like, oh yeah, we forgot about that already. And I'm like, I got like undershock to 2 majors, but nobody remembers it when you get like a middling lineup to like decent performances. They only care if you win. And the players themselves are also like, yeah, whatever, we didn't win. So you don't get a lot of like, I mean, you don't earn any money, and then you don't really get any praise or any kudos out of it either. And then it's culturally awkward, so no hugs or shoulder pats. And, you know, with these guys, I get all of that, and that feels really good. And it doesn't matter that I'm still not getting paid because it's NA Div 2, you know?
Good to hear. Well, you know, what would you say your role is within the team then? Like, what specific things are you working on the most with C-Dub?
Mostly just the structure. Like, I think one of the things that teams have is that they're just a group of players that go together and then try to, you know, become friends or not become friends in the process of winning and or losing. And for me, it was much more like, all right, we're gonna do this business-like. We're gonna like do a pre-game briefing. We're gonna do a post-game debriefing. We're resetting in between every single match. There's a whole bunch of structural things that I brought in. And now that they've got that down, I'm just sort of there. I don't want to say just for the emotional support, but I'm just there to keep them steady. And that is a challenge sometimes. But really, they've got most of the system down right now. So I can just sit back and I guess focus on like the drafting a little bit more now. But like I'm not a full-time coach, so I mostly let them do that as well.
Okay, all right, T.
So this team's been together, or at least in the last tour it played together again. It came 3rd place, didn't get to Division 1. This time around, you're contenders for Division 1, which mainly seeds into the TI regional qualifiers. What's your perspective on this team? Like, seeing the Div 1 NA team, seeing your current position and form, like, do you think that you have that underdog potential to make a dent in the regional qualifiers? Or is it still, like, too early to say for this team, and it's like you'll be happy just to get the Division 1 slot and then the future's whatever?
I think the latter, honestly. I've been saying to these guys after every loss, but also sometimes after wins, like, this is just a road to TI 16, and you're probably not going to go there with this roster anyway. But
Okay.
yeah, but we, like, if we get our drafts down right, I do think that we could make a decent run. I think we're better than some of the teams in the, like, our peak is higher, I should say, than some of the teams in like the bottom of Div 1. But our floor is definitely, well, we've seen the floor today, and if we play and draft like that, then yeah, no run for us.
Okay, that's fair enough.
For sure.
I don't have any other questions, Nomad. So if you do,
I've got one more. Yeah, I
Go
just
on,
wanted to
Figo,
ask,
boss.
like, so, you know, you're seeing this team more as kind of like a group of individuals. You know, obviously you're trying to play as a team as best as you possibly can, but ultimately, you know, it's about improving as individuals and trying to develop that talent. So who are the standouts there for you at the moment?
That's a really interesting question, because I think like everybody stands out in their own way. Because like Double King is the youngest we've got, right? Like he's especially compared to me, he's like basically half my age. That's pretty wild sometimes if you think about it. And then like Sanctified is like the most wholesome guy. Duster is actually, like, you'd think that there would be a language barrier, and instead it just means that he uses very short, powerful sentences to condense like our entire problems down into one thing. You got Mark, who is like the king of popping off, like both, you know, vocally as well as like actually in game. And then for me, I guess like because I had to fight just a little bit to keep Isla on the team. And so for me, like, maybe personally, I'm a little bit like, look, this is the guy I kept on the team. Like, it's my find, which is not true. Aframush did all of the hard work there. So he's his hero pool and like his willingness to just play whatever and the breadth of like his perspective on the game is really cool. So yeah, I think they all have something really special going for them.
Awesome.
You didn't pick a favorite. Damn it. We needed you to pick a favorite and you went through all of them.
Yeah, then they all turn on each other. They turn on the favorite, and he goes, "Believe
There
me,
we go.
That's what we were looking for, guys."
This is
Sadly,
my
we don't
first
get it,
rodeo,
but-
T.
Used to the gotcha.
All right, who's the
questions.
worst player? Give it to us. No,
Alrighty. I think that's going to just about do it. But yeah, Kev, thank you so much for coming and talk to us and giving a bit of an insight on the culture and the players behind C-Dub. It was lovely to hear. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you for having me. And very glad that you two aren't actually the curse, because I heard you two saying that. I'm like, oh no, they're right, they're going to lose again.
no.
Yeah, we thought you just didn't want to talk to us, but
We had to stop casting for a little bit just to make sure we didn't really seal the deal. It was a rough
Thanks.
one.
yeah,
Thanks.
well,
I appreciate
alright,
it,
thank
guys.
you, Kev.
No worries.
Good luck with the rest of the DPC season and goodbye.
Yeah, see ya.
Alrighty, well, that will just about do it for our final series of the day. It is, of course, C-Dub taking the win 2-1 over Grin Esports in a grueling 3-game series here. Really kind of felt like it could have gone either way at some points, but in the third and final game,
Yeah.
C-Dub, they pull it together, make it convincing, and that's just going to about do it. And yeah, T-Guff, that's going to do it for the series, which means we can take a look at the rest of the day. There we go, the void
There
is
we go.
gone.
No, so basically the rest of the day, to give context, the cut sitting 2-1. They've only lost to C-Dub so far, which means if they can beat, Tilted Boys and continue their journey, those tiebreakers with only one loss to your name, they exist. So the cut, all perspective is on upper bracket. When we look to the other side, it's American Goons 1 and 3 playing up against the biggest seed number 1 in the division. So exactly. Honestly, that second series for me is going to be the closest, I feel, because even though Till Boys are the 1 and 2, they have the most tenacity. So again, let's just stop talking. Let's get into that second series. And you know what, Novan? I'm going to do it for you. I'm going to throw it to a break. Let's just go to a break. Thank you very much. It's been real. It's been great. Nomad and I are checking out. Good night. See ya.
Hello, ladies and gentlemen, and welcome back to Division 2 here for North America. It is, of course, MLP Dota and John X5 joining you once again here for some more great NA Dota action. Jonathan, welcome back, sir. How the hell are you doing?
Feeling great, Mike. We had a fantastic first series to kick us off, a lot of back and forth, and this one should be pretty fun as well. The Cut versus Tilted Boys coming up here. We've seen some surprising performances from Tilted Boys in the Cut. Well, they've been consistent at the very least, so I'm looking forward to this one, Mike.
Well, we can have a quick look at the team comparisons here. Check out exactly what's going to be happening between these two teams, John, because I need a bit of a refresher here. The Cut, of course, against Tilted Boys. Obviously, the stats are going to favor the Cut right now. They are one win ahead of Tilted Boys, who are sitting at 1-2 at the moment. So pretty important that Tilted Boys can find themselves a win here. But the Cut certainly looking like they're going to be the favorites going into this matchup. Though I can't say that confidently, I must admit, John, considering how inconsistent the Cut has been looking throughout the games we have casted. So it's a little bit hard for me to say that even based off the stats looking better on their end of things, but yeah, I'd still say the Cut should be favorites. But I couldn't help but notice a lot of people seem to be saying that Tilted Boys should have the win here against the Cut.
Yeah, I can understand why. We've seen Tilted Boys take game ones quite often. But I think the Cut is maybe a very different opponent to go up against. Of course, Tilted Boys did find a win up against C-Dub 2-0 last time around, and that did bolster their confidence quite a fair bit up against a team like C-Dub. Again, continuing with the comparisons, pretty close. I think our kills and our activity was a little bit higher on the Cut, but overall, in terms of the economy, it's pretty close. And now we can take a look at our player comparisons. MTD, of course, we're taking a look at our mids. MTD and Valobka being compared here. It's rather different. I think this is the one that stands out mainly just from how fast MTD plays. Like, he is a very high activity mid, and I'm keen to see just how much he can bring out here. Valobka, again, he's one of the two in the dynamic duo of Tilted Boys. Valobka and Ferte, I feel like, have been a highlight for this team. But again, in terms of playstyle, MTD looking a little bit more active here.
Yeah, it certainly has been. MTD certainly has been looking fantastic the past couple of series we have watched him in here for the Cut, and certainly a very integral part of the team, I think, at this point. Definitely looking like one of the better players as we can look into the draft for game number one here between these two teams and see exactly what kind of drafts they are looking at here between these two. So the Cut versus Tilted Boys, very, very curious to see how this one does pan out, because it could be a very, very close matchup here between these two. But let's head into game one's draft and, well, surprise, surprise. I mean, even with the nerfs coming out, Techies is first picked immediately here from the Cut.
Yeah, no surprises there. The hero still feels really good in lane. What I'm more surprised is Tilted Boys taking out the Broodmother. The Clinks maybe not as much, but we're definitely, it feels like that the stocks of that has been rising. You see the Tilted Boys again with the shades on. So they're rolling out.
Asha's got half a shade on, John. What's going on there? I can see he's all right.
That's pretty sick. That's very unique. I like that from Ash. I don't know how he gets that, but that's one way to go.
Yeah, it certainly is. Tilted Boys, they'll start with the edge straight off the bat. So just going for that kind of lane dominant support that we're used to seeing here. The edge, obviously, in pro games at least, is feeling quite strong. There's another strong hero that we get to see quite a bit, the Morphling now coming out. Though I must admit, John, I think I've already kind of mentioned this to you, but I do enjoy Ench in particular a lot right now, because it seems like all teams have kind of accepted that even with a position 5 Ench, you kind of expect this hero to build into a Dragonlance, and eventually might just get into a Hurricane Pike and just be that kind of, 5th damage dealer for the team. So, for people like me, John, that get very bored very quickly, having a hero like Ench where you can viably build Dragonlance first, it feels very nice.
It does, and it's still really strong in lane. It gives you great laning presence. Most laning partners don't really mind Ench. You can do a lot with that hero. Ooh. So it's not the worst thing in the world for Tilted Boys to start out with, along with Morph. The Cut going into the AA following up from that Techies, which is your counter to Morphling. So you do have a way of preventing that strength shift to be too much of an issue here from the Cut, as long as you land that Ice Blast. You don't really have the best setup yet with Techies. You maybe arguably lack a little bit of control, though it's not too bad. You've got a good amount of slows. You've got a follow-up from those slows and a good follow-up stun on the AA as well. His shard is pretty fun as well. Like once you secure Tormentor on the 50-50, if your AA gets the shard, the Ice Blast feels pretty damn good. If you land it onto multiple
10
heroes, that
seconds
control
remaining.
is huge. So I do like the position the AA is in.
5
I still think,
seconds
you know, with a good backline killer here on Tilted Boys, it could be a little bit harder to play the AA game. But so far with the Morphling and the Enchantress, not quite yet there for the AA to be fully threatened.
It's funny too because we don't see much. We haven't seen much AA at all. Even against all these morphlings we've been seeing coming out. I feel like this is the first time we've actually seen Pos 5 AA come out from any team against morphling in NA Division 2. So kind of happy to see it, right? Like there's such a hard counter towards the morphling, assuming you land your
10
ulti.
seconds remaining.
It can make life very, very challenging here for the morph, and I suppose you did get double value because it also does very well against the Enchantress. So it all makes a lot of sense here for the cut. So we are going to see some final bans come out from this draft before we can see the drafts continue. There's the Pango ban being removed here in Tilted Boys. They've been focusing on position 1 ban outs. They got rid of the Void, they got rid of the Ursa. And I think right now, if you wanted to, you'd probably just get rid of the TB. Just make life more challenging
10
for the morph if
seconds
they don't
remaining.
ban out the TB. You know, that Scardy timing does hurt quite a lot.
5 seconds remaining.
Yeah, it's going to be pretty annoying for the Morphling, even though you can turn into the Terrorblade and try to be the better Terrorblade. It's not quite as straightforward for the Morphling in that matchup. I do wonder
Dire
if
team
Tilted Boys will lean into, say, a Void Spirit pickup for themselves.
Ooh.
They ban out the aim, again, just trying to give themselves a pretty solid time in a Morphling. Mana Burn, also one of those things that makes Morphling's game pretty damn hard. Void Spirit still in the pool. Probably not the pick here when you've got first
Radiant
pick in
team
the second
pick.
phase. So they will just go with the Bat Rider first. And again, despite the nerfs, we've still seen a lot of Bat Rider. And that here is still up there. It still has the flexibility for offlane and for support. And very rarely, it does still have utility in mid as well. So a little bit more of a flex opening here for the side of Tilted Boys. Although for the most part, this is what we see on pause 4 for Skyward.
Yeah, that's fair. I don't mind the Bat Rider coming out here as the cut. Third pick for themselves now. No, I must admit, I'm surprised Tilted Boys actually opted to prioritize the AM ban over something like the Slark or the Terrorblade. You know, AM has been popular in the sense that every time we see a Medusa come out, AM's picked up. So the cut, no surprises, are going to go down the Doom route, which is a little Nick special. The guy loves playing this hero in the offlane. Mind you, it can make your draft feel a little bit greedy, to be fair. Like, we have seen some very slow games from the cut. And, you know, sometimes you kind of see this offlane Doom and you would have wished they chose something else. Because, you know, if your mid fails, like if you don't have a good tempo setting mid that actually succeeds in the mid lane, it can be pretty rough with a Doom offlane because it just feels so greedy.
It can feel greedy sometimes. I think the lane, just Doom Techies is pretty damn solid, so I don't mind it too much. The Wind Ranger comes out here as well for the side of the cut, and that probably is our mid now from the cut. Maybe just a mid Wind Ranger up against a Bat Rider is what they expect. Maybe Volubka playing that mid Bat. Again, there's still some flex here for Tilted Boys. I will make note of one thing, Mike. This is the second time you've mentioned Lil Nick with the Doom in a game where Lil Nick's not here.
Oh!
I mean,
Where is he, John?
I get it. I get why, because you know we were so
the
used to
cut.
seeing the
That's-
cut Lil Nick.
Oh my god.
Yeah, no.
I've done it
The
again.
last time you and I were in NA Div 2, Lil Nick was on the cut, so
Oh,
it makes sense.
poor
I
old Lil Nick.
completely understand.
Poor
but yeah,
Lil
it's
Nick. Here I am talking. I'm talking utter trash. He's probably just sitting there watching right now, like, what's this idiot
like,
talking
what?
about?
no, he loves it. No, say, hey, my name's out there. You know, people watching the streams. Let's go.
I don't think he does. I think he's sitting there like, oh, these idiot casters. They just can't. They're not even paying attention. Tilted Boys, they do go for the Queen of Pain. Well, what do you want me to do, John? You know what? Every time I think of the name The Cut, I literally think of Lil Nick.
You're right?
That's
No, I'm the
literally
same.
Lil Nick.
I'm the same because that was like Scourge McDuck and Lil Nick. I think in like
Yeah.
the first actual Div 2 of NA
seconds
when we're doing that. So I can't fault you. It does pop into my head, but I love that it just defaults for you. It's like, oh yes, little Nick. Let's go.
No, but the thing is, right? Because I was doing a bit of research while that first series was going on, and because the goons are playing later, that's probably where I would have like mixed them up again. Because he's playing later on, which is why I'm saying he's probably watching right now, probably cringing at the thought of us still talking about Little Nick in a game where he's not even in here. But there you go, Mr. Nick. There's some more free advertising for you, sir. Don't fail us next series against Wildcard. Don't do that to us. Make us look good, son.
Try to, at least. Well, we don't make that job easy, Mike, of making us look any good. So
no,
yeah,
well, that is
expect
true.
him to make it end better for him there. Still, I want to mention the Quap pickup here. It's pretty good into a Wind Ranger matchup. I don't think the Wind Ranger feels all too good into the lane. Sure, Wind Run is great to evade right-click harass. Quap is mainly spell reliant anyway. Shadow Strike, Scream of Pain. So you're pretty happy trading into the Wind Ranger, who only has Power Shot to threaten. And that should feel pretty stable. That does sort of solidify our Bat Rider as perhaps just the Pause 4 coming out. The cut can maybe flex that Wind Ranger onto safe lane for Scourge McDuck and pick something else for MTD. I mean, stuff like his Zeus is still available. You know, we've seen him excel on something like the mid Zeus. The Zeus plus AA as well. It's a lot of global presence in that you could just try to land an Ice Blast with Vision and Thunder God's Wrath, and chances are you're dead. If not, then once you hit Ag's timing from the Zeus, then you really are more than likely dead. Like a refresher Ag's timing with Blast should lead to some global kills. So I wouldn't mind that if the cut do flex here.
Well, final pickup. I mean, I automatically assumed it was going to be the mid Wind Ranger here for MTD. I'll be honest, John, but let's see if they do want to give him another mid hero.
I think it's
go
rather. It's rather confusing as well to pick Wind Ranger after first phase Morphling, because you give the Morphling a really good hero to turn into. For your Wind Run in the middle of these fights, Shackle can be really annoying to deal with on the opposing side as well. Like and he gets again with Ags 40% stat steal on a universal type. That's oppressive. They go with the Medusa here for the cut, so that should be the mid Wind Ranger instead of the flex. Again, the Quap lane's not too bad. The Medusa doesn't have any natural counters at the same time. Morphling turning into Medusa is also pretty damn annoying for the hero.
Yeah.
Like, it is not something Medusa overcomes really well. We talked about this with, say, Bloodseeker, where something like Blood Rage can kind of negate that minus 70 attack speed. But Medusa doesn't have any of those self-steroids. So if the Morphling does just opt to turn into a Medusa, spam Mystic Snake, then you don't feel like you do any damage in the middle of these fights. And Tilted Boys can still pick up an aura off lane. You know, something with a Crimson Guard that just ruins her output. So it's not going to be the comfiest time. Deuce plus Wind Ranger not going to play into any sort of auras really well. Tilted Boys could look into maybe something like the Underlord if they wanted that, and just negate that physical lineup right now in the cut.
Well, Tilted Boys, they're going to make this final pickup here. 40 seconds left of the reserve time for this one. It's always surprising when we see the Medusa pick into Morph. I think it's just, you know, most players, at least in NA, seem to agree that the Morphling is a bit of a counter towards the Medusa at the moment. It's kind of the funny thing though as well, because you do have a Skadi timing on the Medusa, but it's not as hard as, say, a Terrorblade Skadi timing, as they do go for the Underlord finish here for Tilted Boys, so fair enough. Yeah, I'm very intrigued. I think the cut, I mean, they might be just going for comfort here with Scourge McDuck. You know, Scourge will just be like, listen, guys, I'm just going to farm for the first 20 minutes of the game. You know, come out of the jungle and be unstoppable. But it's always interesting against this Morphling as to whether that's going to happen. Very, very intriguing kind of matchup here. Again, like the Skadi timing is really nice against the Morph. It might just be a matter of they trust Ade to get the Doom off every time on this Morphling, so he cannot morph into the Medusa, but I don't think it's quite that easy, right? Because you have a Quap you wouldn't mind aiming, you know, you have an Underlord you wouldn't mind dooming. It's not going to be as simple as we're going to find the Morph and doom him every time. And we're in a meta where Lincoln Sphere is so popular at the moment. You know, so I don't think it's going to be the easiest game for Ade by any stretch. And so Scourge McDuck asking for the Medusa, I mean, it does kind of reek of confidence here from Scourge. And I still think he'd probably be able to outfarm this morph anyway, but it's certainly a risky way to do it.
Certainly so. I don't think the lane's going to feel that good for Scourge McDuck either. And again, with the Underlord pick from Tilted Boys, a Crimson Guard, a Guardian Greaves here, up against a Medusa and a Wind Ranger, you're not going to have output. Especially if the morph just turns into you with Ags. Like, minus 20% Agi, plus minus 70 attack speed on Medusa. You just don't do damage with Crimson Guard and a full Guardian Greaves up on Ush down the line. So, not sure if this game gets any simpler for the side of the cut, even with farm coming out. Like, the scaling is there. At the very least, the counter scaling is there from Ush. I think for the cut, it's more about stomping lanes. Like, what we have to see is Ade and B-God just crush the lane on the Doom Techies. Because this is a lane we've seen a ton of before, especially at the start of DPC. Kind of faded away with Doom and Techies being first phase bans. But the cut do get to pick it up again. And this laning combination can crush lanes quite hard.
Skyward breaks his smoke. B-God, he lands the blood grenade. He's got the sticky bomb now. Skyward trying his best to firefly to the low ground. But he is down. Empyrean of all people, the one to take the kill here on the AA. Already a fantastic start here for the cut.
Yeah, nice little pickup. That does reveal their ward. So instant pings out coming there from Skyward, and he does have a sentry ready. And they will deny it off early here with B-God. So not going to give that gold out. They should still be able to position themselves for 2 bounties here, though, on the side of Tilted Boys. Doesn't look like the cut can really go in for the steal. But again, you're happy with First Blood, even though it goes to Empyrean. You know what? An AA with early gold, Mike, not the worst thing in the world. More blood grenades, more mangoes, more lane sustain for him to keep spamming his spells out.
Yeah, speaking of like buying more blood grenades, you know the one thing I hate right now, John, is when one lane takes more than one blood grenade and you don't get any. That really upsets me. It happens sometimes in my games. Like there's just no blood grenades left, and it's like, well, hold on a minute. Why the hell did you buy 3 blood grenades? Well, why is that necessary? Where's mine? It's very upsetting.
True. I don't like someone buying out all 3, but I can get a 2 buy. You know, like 2 for 2 and then 1 for the other support. It's not too bad. That is what we're seeing here with Skyward so far. Still taking a peek at that mid lane. MTT on the Wind Ranger up against Volodka on the Quap. Yeah, this lane for the Wind Ranger is not the most stable. You're not going to be able to just Wind Run, get free harass. A Quap can dish it back with Scream of Pain and Shadow Strike. Level 1 to 2 is pretty even. Level 3 with a level 2 spell and Volodka is when things start to get a little bit oppressive. And by 4 to 5, the Wind Ranger doesn't feel like it should get too much. Maybe MTD proves this differently. This is not a matchup we see too often on mid, but I do feel like it should favor Volodka, especially as time goes on here.
Can I just say as well, while we are looking at the mid lane, I have always hated this Wind Ranger cosmetic. This one with the cape, it makes me sick. Like, it's just so ugly. Am I wrong?
Yeah.
Am I wrong in saying that, John? It's just so ugly.
I'm with you. It's a weird look. It's like a, I don't know what it's supposed to be, like a like an insect wing. And
it's a butterfly.
Kind of like, like a butterfly, insect-y kind of wing, and it's like, not the biggest fan. Although, to be fair, MTD is doing a great job, so maybe it's distracting enough that Volodka can't focus on his lane. He's just thinking about how ugly it is.
Speaking of focusing on lanes, John, we probably should do the same thing. The top lane, of course, Dora is here with Fuerte on the position 1 Morphling, and they're going to be up against B-God on the Techies, and of course Ade, not Lil Nick, but Ade on the Doom in the off lane, and Ade not having the best start in the world, but neither is the Morphling. Pretty even kind of affair at the top lane. So the thing is with Doom, no matter how much they nerf this hero, it's just going to devour creeps. It's still going to find CS. And the bonus armor you get with Devour just proves to be more than enough for you to sustain in the lane. Especially once you have the Vanguard up. Like, there's just no killing you once the Vanguard's available.
Yeah, it's just really durable with all the armor he's gotten. I still remember the times when Doom had like 0 armor. Now we're at a point where Doom has 5, so it's much easier to play that lane. I do like that Door picks up this nice Kobold Foreman, so it makes it a little bit harder to look for the opportunities to Scorched Earth and run down with a Sticky Bomb and Blast Off. And that should help Ferret to just hold that lane a little bit steady. I don't see either side kind of shutting each other out. Maybe you can shut down the Morphling while he still has level 1 attribute, but again, you can't gap close with an Enchantress around, or just doing Enchantress things standing up front there. I do have to say one thing about the Doom Dome, Mike. It's kind of funny how they buffed early Devour, right? It went from 30 level 1 to 40, and from 85 to 80. So it's like a nerf on higher levels, but most teams go for like a 1-3-1 build nowadays anyway.
Oh, nice blast off here from B-God. Ensure that they cannot continue the chase on Arde. I think speaking of the Doom Devour nerf, I think the thing is, because he got -1 armor on Doom, they may have buffed it just for that sake of like, you know, we took some armor off you, but at least Devour's slightly better as Door is gonna barely survive. It'll be just fine. But that -1 armor, John, I'm not even memeing. It does mean a lot for a hero like Doom in the offlane.
It does.
You can't
even
take
though
me seriously, but it
funny.
does.
No, it does. I get you. It's just like it's the inverse of what Doom used to be, where +1 armor was amazing. It's a 100% increase, an infinite increase over 0.
Well, actually, John, 0 to 1 is not 100% because you can't. 100% of 0
It's
is 0.
infinite.
Yeah,
It's a
theoretically
unknowable math. Yes, theoretically infinite. What's not theoretically infinite is our last lane, of course. We've got Empyrean on that Ancient Apparition, Scourge McDuck on
this
that
could be
Medusa.
infinite, John. This one could be infinite. I'm not gonna lie.
We've got Ush on the Underlord as well, and Skyward, of course, and that Bat Rider here. This lane is pretty stable for Medusa, all things considered. Like we talked about what the Underlord can do to Medusa down the line. In the lane, not quite the case. I mean, Ush is still able to farm up, but you can't really get too much early activity here out onto Medusa, so it's a very stable farming lane for both sides. I think the one thing that does allow is Skyward to just get these pulls, get the EXP he wants on that Bat Rider. Empyrean doing a good job of just getting some free damage onto Ush, but he's got the Ring of Health. That means he's just going to be able to regen through, although it's still a little bit uncomfy on the Underlord. His timings for the Vanguard, Crimson Guard into Guardian Groove shouldn't be too bad, though. That's going to be the key for him to really have impact in this game anyway.
Yeah, absolutely. These poor offlaners. Like Vanguard gets nerfed 2 times in a row, and they just don't know what to do anymore. Well, hold on a minute. I'd be full HP by this point. The Ush is saying right now with this Ring of Health. What's going on here is top lane, Door, gonna go down. No trade to happen either. Sadly for the Morphling, just not feeling confident enough to waveform in to try and trade. Meanwhile, bottom lane, Empyrean does go down, so Skyward able to secure a kill as Scourge. Not even sure if he hit that Mystic Snake, but onto Skyward that is, but nevertheless, a nice little pick up there for the Bat Rider. They have forced Ush away though on the Underlord, so he's gonna have to TP back to the lane. Nevertheless, though, you still find a nice kill on the AA. Only problem being the Medusa is still having a very good time.
Yeah, it's still a free farm coming out there for Scourge McDuck. MTD getting really aggressive.
A bit too aggressive, I think, but a nice shackle shot gonna land on 2. MTD trying to chase Skyward. Blast off is out. Focus fire going. He's got the kill. Oh, MTD. He gets the better end of this. Skyward still gonna drop. Very nice rotation from B-God. He lands the sticky bomb at the end. That's a bit of a shame for Tilted Boys. Like, it looked so damn good to start, but MTD just surviving longer than he should have.
And that's a little bit surprising. MTD comes in, just focus fires up, loses the shield rune. Durability not quite enough on the Quap to kind of get that going. Ade rotates in as well to kind of snag away that Wisdom rune, so not giving too much to Door. He did die up top solo while being left behind, although is he going to find it? No.
Oh, nice.
Tilted Boys gets both.
Yeah, Door, very, very good. Fast hands. Ade not clicking fast enough. Gada needs to, go back in time, go back to Maple Story, John, get that clicking going. EMP. Gonna be chased down. Skyward, just gonna keep chasing him down. This should be a kill on the AA. Firefly's still got enough time to go, I think. Empyrean though, still trying to be as annoying as possible. Nice little sidestep. Flame Break though is up in a moment, and Volodka, well, he doesn't quite get the kill secures. Top lane, Door's gonna drop again. B-God. That's his 3rd kill of the game here on the techies here, John. He's doing a brilliant job.
He's doing a fantastic job of just having that impact across. And that is what you want to see from the techies. This hero can do a lot in the early game. A little bit of a TP out, 8-minute rune coming out, so MTD will opt for a contest instead of trying to get the bottle top up from the TP. And it will go Volodka's way anyway. Pop just having a little bit better of a time in rune control here.
Well, chases on from Skyward, but they're trying to punish the Bat Rider now. Lasso is going to connect, however. Sonic Wave to follow. MTD still trying. So he does get Skyward, but he will drop in the end. Does actually go down first. So Skyward very, very happy with that. And MTD getting a little bit greedy with that initiation. Maybe a little bit overly confident as... Well, they do at least find Dora again. He will drop, but now B-God's in trouble as Volodka's jumped in. B-God apparently... What was that? Was he putting a minefield sign down?
Dire's middle tower is
No.
under attack.
I
thought-
it's off cooldown right now. He just stood
I
still.
think... Was he taunting or something? Whatever. B-God is alive.
Yeah, you don't question the B-God, Mike. Are they?
Are they? He's looking certainly dead here, though there's the Scorched Earth out. He's going to be fine to die, I mean, as Arde does go down. Skyward the one to be fine as he does secure the kill. Skyward's having a very good game as well. The support Bat Rider, I must admit, John. 4, 3, and 1. Quite a few deaths on him, but he is finding some great kills here.
He's finding great kills and he's giving a lot of space out. Like, you finally give the solo lane to Ush so he can just kind of sit back, soak the XP, clear out the waves. It's starting to lag a little bit behind in the Underlord, but again, you're trying to enable mid more than anything else. The Quap tempo is one of the more sensitive timings for the hero early on. So giving good lane out here for Volodka should pay off. All support just kind of keeping their focus onto that mid. Skyward still scouting around, does run into under the ward, so they do know where the Bat Rider might be trying to find an angle in. And the side of the cut, just opting to play it safe in mid. They're not going to push their presence too much. They are getting some good stacks out here from B-God. So some good farm to clear out for MTD. Smoke out from Tilted Boys, though, looking to flank down south.
Yeah, that they will.
Are scanning.
Scourge McDuck's actually kind of low on mana. I say low, he's now half mana because he used Mystic Snake once. Skyward is going to try to find where this Medusa's gone. But you do have Lasso available, so it might not be the most challenging kill here onto the Medusa. Thing is, Scourge McDuck, he is aware that something is a little bit awry here, so he does back his way out successfully. And instead, Tilted Boys will be forced to focus on the bottom tier 1 tower. They'll get away with this just fine as well. There's no defense incoming. So a free tier 1 to go down.
Bottom tower has fallen.
There's a bit of a trade happening across the map, but Arde is having a much slower time as now Skyward. It's going to rotate over. B-God, meanwhile, he found Door. The mind of the Twin Gates, killing Door immediately is Arde. He's going to try to run, pops the Doom. Ice Blast down now from Empyrean, and in fact, it's the Morphling that's in trouble. Fuertes goes down. Sonic Wave out. Arde finally dropping, but now the Quap's blinked in.
Star
Oh, it's not worth
Oh,
it.
boy.
bottom tower is under attack.
It's definitely not. They get a little bit too aggressive there on the side of Tilted Boys trying to punish a solo Doom, but without a rotation cut off up top with the Enchantress early on, you just kind of lack that presence. It gives a lot of information out, so the moment you do go on that Doom, he's already starting to back off. Has the Doom ready, of course, nothing to protect on Ferta, and I'm surprised Ferta didn't manage to get off the attribute shift as he jumped in there. Not even preemptively getting a little bit of strength in. So once the blast is on, it's like, you're just gone. Granted, if the blast landed anyway, probably wouldn't be able to survive on Ferta. Good opening coming out there from the side of the cut. 10-7, 3k lead going their way. MTD starting to really dominate on the Wind Ranger as well. Has that full diffusal blade up and running. So it can make short work of Ferta, take away the mana, ensure that the attribute shift is not an issue even if your blast misses from Empyrean. You've got the full Midas running as well for Ade, so the recovery farm is there for the Doom. The side of Tilted Boys, they need some items to be up. Like, once Ush has some of those ores we talked about, the Crimson Guard, the Guardian Reeves, or the Pipe perhaps down the line, then this game can simplify. Until that point, though, the output coming out from the cut is pretty big.
Well, they're going to try an Arde, but Arde's actually a very tanky boy at the moment. Skyward needing to back off. Ush moved in here with the Fiend's Gate, but now he's in danger. The slows are there. Volodka's going to try and jump in and help out, make sure he does remain alive, but he just committed blink for this. Luckily with the drums, he is able to walk his way out. So 1 for 1 in the end. Never mind, MTD finds a secondary. The problem is you keep losing the morph. Like, MTD's just killed off Fuerte. That's just a huge death here for Tilted Boys to have to take. Yeah, how did he even die?
Solo up top to MTD. That's it. Just a focus fire shackle out. Finding the angle. Again, diffusal blade up against Morphling. It doesn't feel good for Fuerte. It's not easy to just go attribute shift and try to bail out. Very mana reliant early on the Morphling, especially if you don't have your stat items up yet. And you're still a ways off from that timing here for Fuerte. Looks like he did want to go for a Lincoln's up into the Manta. And again, that timing's still a little bit slower than you'd want it to be. Starting to get a little bit of space out, but you definitely need to keep stalling for your morph. All the course of the cut, having a comfy lead over the side of Tilted Boys right now. And Scourge McDuck, he's about to hit that Manta. Once he hits that butterfly timing, oh, it's not going to feel comfy for the morph. Again, the morph core to core up against Dusa feels good once you have Ags. Pre-Ags, not the comfiest time when you can't steal some of those stats away here.
That is the weirdest thing about the matchup, right? Like, because you are building Skadi and you are building a Butterfly on this Medusa these days against the Morphling, right? So it's like the Morphling doesn't necessarily... It feels like it shouldn't be a counter. Just because those two items alone make it very hard for him to fight back. It is a matter of when you have the Ags up as the Morph, you can actually do something. But you've got to get the Ags first. As MTD kills off Door now mid lane once again, so Door is just having an atrocious game at the moment, 1-5-1. Bottom lane in the meantime, Skyd was being chased by Arde, but Arde decides better of it because Fuerte is there. Rotation's incoming, Ice Blast's going to fly out, but he does see it. So he's out. Still a very strong performance so far from the cut. 13-8, 4K advantage their way, and with the way their draft works, they've already gotten a huge, like this 4K lead may as well be a 15K lead with this style of draft. The Tilted Boys, they have so much catching up to do. Skyward, on the run again, Sticky Bomb's not going to land. Big God looking for a blast off attempt, but not going to have any vision. So Skyward's going to be just fine. But I think the main concern should be the fact that you know Scourge McDuck's hitting creeps. You know MTD's hitting creeps, and quite frankly, you know Arde's still hitting creeps. Like this three-core duo, especially the Doom Medusa, you can't scale into the late game. They're just way too powerful. As Door needs to close the door in the mid lane, John. He needs to stop going into that area. Scourge McDuck now. Gonna get lassoed up. Stone Gaze is there though, so they can't really follow up on this. Everyone just getting petrified for now as Scourge gonna get so much mana back. Is just not gonna die. As soon as you see 3 heroes get hit by that Mystic Snake, you know you need to back. There's just no choice.
Oh, Blast not gonna connect. Yeah, it's kind of funky. You've got that Crimson Guard timing here on Ush, so I appreciate that he does want to start playing with his team, but you still lack maybe a little bit of follow-through control once the lasso is out. Or it's just damage in general to throw out. Like, sure, you can melt the mana shield down, but if you don't commit something like your full combination on a Quap, then Scourge McDuck, when you're clumped up like that, gets 3 bounces on the Mystic Snake, goes back to almost full mana, and it's just fine. It's starting to build into the stats a lot faster here as well. Already has a Manta +1 Ultimate Orb. Skadi not too far off, so it can be a lot more durable on the Dusa. And it starts to become really hard to try to suppress that. Fuerte still working onto his own Manta, and then the Ags afterwards. That's going to be his timing. The Ags, more than anything else, should enable that core-to-core to work in Morphling's favor. But it'll take some more farm. As side of cut will smoke out here. Lincoln's ready to go. Well, being built up by MTD, but he does have more stats with the Ultimate Orb. So more damage for the One Ranger here.
Okay, this death for Door is actually going to make sense. He is taking the gank here for his Morphlings. That's actually a good death here from Door. So clear that up, Jonathan, in case people think that was a bad death. It was not.
Radiant's middle
Yeah.
tower is under attack.
It's not the worst thing. You buy space out for the more. If you break the smoke, you're buying time for the team.
Is under attack.
And that is really what you need right now to kind of catch up. Like Volodka, he's gonna go into the Kaya Sanch, so a little bit hard to pin down. HP. Ags is going to be his big timing as well. For good old Ush, he is working still onto that pipe into a Rod of Atos. So not going for an early Guardian Greaves here. Just looking for more auras for the team. Should be able to get that timing. It's not too far off. Maybe just about 2,000 more gold. And you've got that full pipe for the Crimson Guard. And perhaps that's the point where the damage output of the cut does get cut down. Like we did talk about this, the Underlord is a pretty good foil to Dusa and Wind Ranger, as they are physical out, but you just don't enjoy playing physical cores up against this hero. Haven't felt that yet, but you know you'll reach that point
Eventually. I mean, I say that. The thing is, Scourge McDuck almost has a Skadi up now. So even if you have that point where
as
you...
well. Oh,
Oh? Kidoki?
that is
Well, I mean, yeah.
strange.
Strange
Ade was
gate.
just hiding in. He was hiding right next to the gate. They didn't bother trying to throw a random pit. He just TP's out. Like, easiest escape. That's a
Okay.
4-man bait.
Dire's top tower is under
Okay,
attack.
very nice. That's what I mean, though. Like, Tilted Boys, while you might feel like you're strong right now with the Crimson Guard, which you are, it's the timing. The Deuce is just a bit too quick, I think. Like, Scourge is 200 gold away from the full Skadi up now. Probably going to mean that your Morphling cannot get too involved in this next fight, the Skyward. But he's going to fight Empyrean. Not a bad start, though. Empyrean literally just 4 staffs away. Nothing else to it, apparently.
They can't keep going. When they show up on Ade, they know the Doom threat's there. They know that everyone's there to back up. Blast ready to go in Empyrean. So the skirmishing just not quite working out. The mid will fall here to Scourge McDuck as well.
Dire's middle
But
tower
MTD,
has fallen.
full Lincoln's up on MTD as well. So lassos are a little bit harder to pull off. And 7k lead still holding for the cut. Again, this isn't the worst position for the side of Tilted Boys, but it's certainly not an easy one.
Bottom, Skyward's going to jump in on B-God, but he does not have Lasso to play with. B-God, he's dropping, but now Ade shows up. B-God actually had the Guardian Greaves the whole time as well, so he probably was just going to survive through it. Skyward, I don't think he quite realized the Greaves were up. And, well, that's a bit of a tough death here for Skyward. He's jumping in, trying to go for some kind of techie skill, just not even able to find that.
Kind of boils down from that engagement near the jungle, right? Going for that lasso and Empyrean not finding the kill, getting this attempt onto B-God again, not finding the kill. It moves on to supports as well. And they'll just be able to clear out the bot off the back of that, invade the triangle a little bit. Fairte not wanting to be in any position to fight right now, forced to just back off, and the cut just takes simple control on the map. Like, there's not too much fight in Tilted Boys. They understand that this isn't their timing, but you are giving a lot of space out waiting for that timing.
I mean, there you are. T2 tower now, bottom lane is under siege. Looks like there's going to be no defense coming in from Tilted Boys. Just going to let this one go, as they still need a lot more farm to really feel like they can fight back. Top lane, though, is not going to be allowed to be pushed in because Doom was out. Ade catching the Queen of Pain. There's going to be another death for Volodka. Ade's not made his life very easy this game already. And Tilted Boys, they are being given nothing. Like, they lose their tier 2 bottom tower, they can't even find a top tier 1. It's just not allowed.
No trades coming out. The best you can get is just farm for Ferta, but even then, he's still not able to really catch up with the Deuce's farm rate. Manta up does provide Ferta a lot more, at the very least. Lincoln's again makes it harder to jump him, as he does manage to waveform away. But he can run, he can't really fight yet. That's your big issue. Yeah, you're dodging out, but again, the map space you're losing is significant. As long as the cut don't bleed out any heroes to a freebie kill, then you're pretty fine with doing this.
Mid lane, there is going to be a big group up. Oh, never mind that, because top lane, Skyward again going to drop. Now, Tilted Boys, they are grouped up mid. Like, they could run down bottom. They've drawn a line towards that area. I do believe they might think that the area is empty, though. And it is not, and Scourge is going to reveal that here as the Medusa. That's certainly a hero they cannot really afford to deal with, I don't think. That they are looking to still move their way down. Give it a crack, perhaps. It doesn't make it much easier, though, that he's got the Greater Healing Lotus. That's an easy Night Hero mana that he can just bring up out of nowhere. And in the end, they aren't really going to make a quick jump in, so Tilted Boys, sadly, are going to have to retreat once again, and now the counter smoke is here. So if you're the cut, you don't need to hesitate to smoke. You can just rush in knowing exactly where they are.
Dire are scanning.
Oh, they smoked under vision this time as well from Tilted Boys.
Ouch. Well, they're going to try and make their way down. The cut seems to be well and truly happy to just stand around and wait. Tilted Boys are going for the long wraparound. Perhaps assuming that the cut might already be starting Roshan, but the cut are waiting on the high ground now of the Twin Gates. Minefield site being placed by B-God, though he does not have the Ags up. He's just placing it down for the lols. So I suppose it makes the mines invulnerable, so you can't go to the Twin Gates at the moment. It's pretty annoying.
Dire's top tower is under attack.
And they might just start Roshan. Like, if they don't want to go for the fight, it's like, fine, we'll just take Rosh.
Yeah, I mean, their smoke breaks and they don't bother initiating. They don't have a great jump in here to start these fights from the side of Tilted Boys, outside of maybe a Blink Lasso from Skyward. Even then, it's just risky into 5. And Rosh just falls pretty damn quick with the output on MTD and Scourge McDuck. That objective is just gone. They've
It certainly is.
security for the high ground if they want to take that next.
Jump in, Ade. He's already found Skyward. The Batrider caught out here in mid lane. Trying to escape, trying to retreat, is not going to make it. So he'll go back to the tier 2 tower. He'll get 2 hits in before he dies. Did a total of like 5 damage, but, you know, better than nothing. Scourge?
Yeah, it's something.
And Scourge is alone top lane. Even then, I do believe they wouldn't be able to kill him once.
No. Like one time just feels like a tall order when you don't have your Morphling. You really need Ferta to kind of try to reel in that matchup, and it's just not quite there yet. So with the security of Aegis, Scourge McDuck should feel confident enough to just go for the tier 2s, maybe even the high ground.
Tower is under attack.
Again, we're just not seeing any play from Tilted Boys at all. Just doesn't feel like there's anything they can do. Just avoid as much as they can. Hope that the Morphling carries through for them once the Ags is up. And just not bleed out.
Dire's top tower.
There goes the tier 2 top tower. Nice and easy for the cut. 19-8. Just no contest at the moment here between these two teams as they are looking to go high ground. Firestorm going to slow things down just a little bit here from Osh. Lincoln Sphere placed on Scourge to make life even more challenging here for Tilted Boys. And the worst part is you don't really have the greatest ways of breaking the Lincolns either. Like, it's a little bit annoying here to just deal with the Lincolns being placed on Scourge. As the card, they can just keep going. There's no reason for them to retreat. Literally zero. Skyward is setting up from the back though. Shackle out on door, not going to land on anything. It's like Skyward is going to try and creep skip to try and avoid this push happening any longer. And he will go for it. Immediately just starts running towards the west of the map, realizing they are probably chasing him down. But Skyward's done a great job. He's protected his top racks. It's not going to be completely taken. Even if he died, it probably would have been worth it. But it seems like he is barely going to make his way out of there.
Is under attack.
And bails out and does stall for more time. Again, this is very important for the side of the Tilted Boys. I do believe that's the Ags flying out on Ferta now. So that's one timing down on your chorus. That should help you take some of these engagements, turn into Wind Ranger, or the Medusa is going to be big in these fights. So this should be the turning point, or the start of the turning point. If they find the angles here on Tilted Boys, gives them some play to come out here. On the side of the cut, and they still have this advantage. 9k up. They've smoked up on Ade and B-God. Doom is still at the ready.
Radiant's courier.
Just need to find someone to catch out here. B-God's courier does get sniped off.
Radiant's
The
top tower
Enchantress
is
with the
under
trolls should clear out the top tier 1, and does.
falling.
finding a little bit during this downtime, but on the side of the cut, there is a little bit of pressure to do something with the Aegis. It is only less than 2 minutes left, so gonna be a little bit uncomfy if they try to high ground now with a lot of towers falling for Tilted Boys. They're doing a great job of playing into this Aegis.
And there goes Ade. Door's been jumped immediately. He will be able to TP out. They don't want to commit the Doom here onto the Ench. Rather just save it, because you are going to try for high ground again while the Aegis is still going. So he'll move up here. Scourge McDuck, he'll get to work. Thing is, he's a little bit low on mana, but one good Mystic Snake will do the trick. And again, he does still have the greater healing loaders, so he has 900 mana just sitting in the bag at the moment if he needs it. But it seems like they're not willing to risk this game too much. They're going to retreat, they'll play it safe, let the Aegis expire calmly, and just wait for the next team fight. If you get one more good team fight here in the cut, you probably could just move high ground with that Aegis. There's 2 buybacks available on Tilted Boys at the moment, one being Ush and the other one being Door. So they don't really feel like the best buybacks to have at the moment either. So one good team fight, and that'll mean high ground is open for the cut.
Just need to find an opportunity. And Tilted Boy's not giving them any opportunity at all. Again, doing a great job of just stalling out, of buying space. Fairta just trying to go for a Shadow Blade to maybe sneak around. You've got the Ags and Volodka. Again, this should be the point where you feel a little bit more confident in your draft here for Tilted Boys, but they show a lot of respect towards the side of the cut. And cut for their part. I mean, it's just a slow shove in. Send the Deuce Illusions out, control the lanes. Only lane that you have kind of shoved out right now for Tilted Boys is up top. You lose your Tormentor as well, so Empyrean gets a free shard. That Ice Blast with Cold Feet is pretty damn annoying, all things considered. That could set up for some nice fights, or could serve as a really good follow-through from, say, a good jump in here from Ade. So, you're just building up advantages on the side of the cut. Now you're at the point where Ade, Octarine up, working onto the Yags. Much easier to get that jump in, not going to care for the Lincolns anymore. Smoke out from Tilted Boys, though.
Mines are going to give that away, however. Like, they know Fuerte just kind of jumped in. MTD maybe did not get the memo, but he's just running the old-fashioned way. Lincoln's broken. Can they actually hold down MTD? That's going to be a huge Ice Blast! Oh, that is a big one. It may not matter, though. MTD's already gone. Bigot, somehow alive, will finally go down. Ash is going to move in. Fuerte, it does at least pick up another. We'll take down Empyrean. They lost Volodka in the meantime. But Fuerte is hitting quite hard at the moment, so Ade does not want to deal with him. Still Scourge McDuck having to deal with him now because the jump is there from Skyward, but the buybacks are incoming here. Empyrean realizing they need help. He's going to move into the outpost. Ade, in the meantime, he is going to go down. Now Fuerte still moving in. Just burst down the AA. Empyrean is gone. But Scourge is the one that they cannot deal with. They will have to leave the Medusa be, but I think it's a very good team fight for Tilted Boys.
It's a big win for the side of Tilted Boys, forcing out a buyback, getting pretty much a 5-man wipe here, going their way. And the output right now on Fairta is pretty damn high. He's managed to ride into that point where this Morphling is a threat. You do get a good Ice Blast out from Empyrean, but the follow-up damage just isn't there where the auras coming out. Just a lot harder to play that burst with the Crimson Guard. Skyward.
And Bigot will happily take that kill for himself. Skyward had really nowhere to go. I mean, Tilted Boys, they're showing signs of life.
They are. Again, they hit this timing now. Although, Fuerte.
Yeah, Fuerte's... Oh, he's alive. He's actually juked out the power shot. Fiend's Gate there as well, just to allow him to come back safely. Very close call, though, but the Shadow Blade does save the day for them all. It's one thing MTD will need to remember about is the need for a Dust now on the Wind Ranger if you are going to go for the solo pickoffs. But my god, did he do a lot of damage. I mean, one Shackle Focus Fire, basically he was 2 hits away from dying.
Yeah, that's a lot of output. And that's MTD without any sort of steroid, no crit on hand. It's just pure right-click damage with a Focus Fire up and running. and still more than enough to be a massive threat onto Ferta if he's not careful. So we'll see if he does manage to catch out Ferta at some point. MTD is just opting for a full Daedalus now, so wanting to just look for that instantaneous kind of physical burst coming out here. The cut, Roshan's about to spawn half a minute. That's going to be in a daytime spawn down south as well. They can just gun for it if they so wish. Get that safety net for themselves going out here. You've got the full Silver Edge up and running as well for Scourge McDuck. So now you have a way of breaking off that atrophy aura at the least. So you should be able to maybe find yourself an easier time in these fights without that minus damage here.
There's a 4-man smoke. Seems like they're going to try and go again here, Tilted Boys. Maybe feeling a little bit more confident after that last team fight. And of course, Roshan is now available, so the timing is perfect here from the Dire. Well, the Cutter already rushing towards the pit as well, so they may not be expecting this quick smoke here from Tilted Boys, but the problem is that bot wave has been forced in. So they scan out the Roshan pit, but they've got too many things to address at the moment. Too many waves forced in does make it pretty obvious that the smoke is happening. And eventually they just retreat. They won't go for the Roshan fight. Skyward's going to have a look around to see if he can steal this. He will get some vision. Skyward!
Ooh.
Oh, he's got the Aegis! Oh, Skyward, what a jump! I mean, it's not going to matter too much. He does end up going down. But that is a nice jump. I'll give him that.
Yeah. Very fast fingers. Gets the cheese and the Aegis. So they've got the cheese to hand over to someone else. Cheese onto Ferta would feel pretty damn big in the middle of these fights. And that does complicate the matters for the high ground here for the cut without that secondary life up and running. But they're still going to just shove in as best as they can. And they've got to find something. You don't want to drag this game too long. The QoP gets more and more annoying as the levels go up. Level 20, level 25 starts to feel pretty oppressive. So off they go, forcing into tier 3.
Back off for now. The glyph was forced out. Let's take the wisdom runes instead. Retreat and come back a little bit later. I say later, I mean, you know, probably in 5 seconds or so when the creep wave's back. The Tilted Boys, they are still doing a great job of holding out. Like, considering now the Aegis is down, they can feel a little bit more confident in their ability to be able to take a team fight. Smoke is there. Tilted Boys, they are going to try for this one outside of their base. Scourge is going to show himself mid lane. They will wrap around through the Dire triangle, and Scourge, he's the closest target. Skyward's going to jump in. They're looking for a support. He'll find B-God. Shackle, though, going to land onto the Batrider, so B-God is actually running his way out somehow with the disarm. He is going to be fine. Instead, Empyrean's the one to go down first. Ush does get himself out with a nice TP, but now the Doom's out on the Morphling. Perfect initiation from Ade. Fiend's Gate is there from Ush, but it's not going to matter anymore. It's too late. 2 down. You do get 2 on the side of Tilted Boys, but they were both supports dropping. It's not that big of a deal. Skyward trying to run, but MTD, he does try to shackle. It won't latch. The chase is continuing, though. Skyward still trying to run, is going to make it out. He's now the mid-tier 3 tower, under siege once again. This time they will get it. Ash is going to try his best to slow this down with the Crimson Guard, but it can only help so much.
Yeah. And they've got the fortified to stall. I'm a little bit surprised Ferta didn't manage to morph into anyone. Just change control in the middle, didn't want to morph early, lasso out.
Yeah, nice grab. They've got the Wind Ranger. MTD dropping a little bit lower. 4 staff away is there, but with the Shadow Strike, it's making it rather hard for him to survive. Stone Gaze is there to help MTD retreat, but he's going to go down.
Ooh.
Yeah. The scream coming up from one of the Shadow Strikes. I don't know who that was on, but regardless, he does get caught.
Yeah. Might have been able to bail out if they didn't clump up so hard. Decent stall coming out from Tilted Boys. They lose some melee racks mid. Not the biggest losses, you know. They hang into their other racks. Could have been a lot worse if they didn't manage to get that chip away damage on that Wind Ranger. So you get Ferte respawning back up. The Morphling is back in the game. Still trying to work onto the Scotty, but you have to be careful here, Ferte. If you do get doomed up, man, I mean, that Morphling's just a sitting duck. Linken's alone not quite enough with how the cut are playing and finding these angles. Audio being very on point to kind of see that Linken's pop first and kind of run from there. 15k lead still standing for the cut. We are at a 83% chance to win according to Dota Plus now for the side of the cut. And Tilted Boys, again, they've stalled out for so long. They've managed to hit these item timings. It hasn't felt the best afterwards, though. It does feel like maybe an initiation issue where you're really reliant on Skyward to try to find a lasso to open up these engagements for you. Your follow-up control isn't amazing. You've got Pit of Malice with nothing else to follow through as well to help hold him in that pit. So the side of the cut are just kind of free to run around. Like, we've seen this multiple times where both B-God and Empyrean, they manage to barely escape with their lives. They still get their spell usage off, and in the case of B-God, just constantly getting his follow-up stuns as well with a blast off in the mines. It's not easy for the side of Tilted Boys in comparison. Like, with an Enchantress support, you don't have that level of control. With a Batrider, you're very single target focused as well. So it does make trying to come into these fights a little bit more awkward. I'm very reliant on, say, a good lasso or for finding the back lines and getting a good morph target off.
Oh, Tilted Boys, they're not out of this yet, but it's a pretty tough game to come back from.
Radiant's top tower is under attack.
Yeah, only one rack's down to be absolutely fair. It's more so the drafts and how they work is what I think is causing the issue here for Tilted
Radiant's
Boys.
top tower has fallen.
They will lose a top T2 tower here, the cut. It's the creep wave just getting it done themselves. The cut are looking for a pick-off so they can go high ground again, but it's just not showing up for them. The only person that was really showing on the map there for a moment was Fuerte, but he has TP'd back towards his base now. That top wave does need to be addressed, so it seems like Ade will slowly make his way over on the Doom. Actually just cut the creep wave and make sure they can keep the push going, but now Tilted Boys, they are going to group up as 5 once again. Running down to the mid lane, Lasso has caught out Scourge McDuck. He's a huge target. He got the Stone Gaze in time, but he's out of mana. That is a huge start now for Tilted Boys. The best start to the team fight they've had. The cut is still going for the fight nonetheless, though. B-God jumping in, disarming everyone. But how do you take the fight without Scourge? B-God is down. Ade is still trying here with MTD, but they can't even find one. Seems like Ade is going to drop here. 3 down now for the cut. I'm not sure why they continue to take the fight, but they do.
Yeah, they force it out and they get punished severely by the side of Tilted Boys. Again, they find that opening. Just a one-man lasso onto the biggest target you could ask for, and that's all you need. Scourge McDuck playing really far forward without the rest of his team, not even close by to try to find some punishment. They need to play as a unit here on the side of the cut. They're trying to work the map. There was pressure to fix top lane for sure, but
Is under attack.
with this opening, with a Morphling up, this mid push doesn't take too long here.
It certainly doesn't. Tilted Boys suddenly in a position to push in the mid racks. Not something I was expecting just a minute ago. But there you go. There's one down. We're on to a second now. The tier 3 bottom tower under siege.
Radiant's bottom
This is all off the back of one good initiation on Scourge. And he's not buying back either. He does not want to commit it. They will lose 2 lanes of barracks. And Tilted Boys will happily retreat now, knowing they have the map advantage.
That is massive. That just again, Scourge
Can't
McDuck
believe
playing
that.
forward without his team. I mean, he's just standing in mid, farming out, no one there to
Radiant's bottom
back him up, and
has fallen.
I don't know. That's just a pretty big mistake from the cut. They'll smoke out now. Roshan in a minute. They need to find themselves an advantage to take control of that Rosh and hope that they can get the Aegis this time around, because it's getting a lot harder with the core-to-core matchup online. If Ade doesn't jump in, get that Doom on the Morph, then these fights are next to impossible to win out on.
I mean, all they've got to do is make sure Scourge doesn't get caught like that by himself. You know, as long as that happens, they should be just fine. Tilted Boys, they'll go for the Tormentor now. Skyward will take the shards for himself. Now an immediate smoke up as well. Lines being drawn right towards the twin gates at the bottom where the cut are currently hanging out. Roshan is up in 10 seconds. B-God may get caught immediately. Pit of Malice is there into the lasso, and that's going to be a tech. He's basically just dead. Though B-God surviving a little bit longer, but finally goes down. Meanwhile, Scourge McDuck trying to find himself a target. They have got at least Door down on the edge. As now the Doom is out catching the Morphling. So it seems like they've doomed themselves as well, though. The Doom is muted at the moment, but the Morphling, the much more important target. They've slowed him up with the Skadi, and eventually Ferte is going to drop, but the buybacks are incoming. They'll keep the fight going as Scourge now completely out of mana, in trouble again, needs some help, but the help is not incoming. Scourge is down. It does cost some buybacks to make that happen, but now Roshan is going to be open for Tilted Boys.
Yeah, again, just hesitation coming out there from Ade to get that Doom off. Doom striking the Lotus is on, and that reflected the AoE Doom, just making it so hard for the rest of the cut to finalize that kill onto Ferte. Buys him enough time to start to drop the other heroes low. And they get a free Roshan off the back of it. They get the Ags up now and Door. Like, you've got a free Spoink on your Enchanters with so many issues in the middle of these fights. Inside of the cut, that could spell the end for them if they're not careful in this re-engage. In a minute until the deuce is up, you would not want to buy back at this point with the respawn not being that far off. At the side of the Tilted Boys say no, they could try to end it right here, right now. No Doom as well, though on the respawn you will have that spell at the very least. But it's getting a lot harder to find these openings, and on Tilted Boys, they've managed to reel this game back in. Oh, they've got the advantage clearly, even though it's not in gold, but certainly in map control and how easy it is to pull off these fights now with their itemization. And Cut lagging behind.
Crazy game here. Dota Plus sitting at 54% win chance now for Tilted Boys. Just not the twist in this game that we were quite expecting to see, but props to the boys. They have made themselves look like a real contender now in the series. You are at the stage with the Medusa just not providing enough anymore, it seems. Fuerte, that is a pretty dangerous situation, or rather position he's in, but not going to get punished here by anyone. Does have the Aegis up anyway, so I suppose there would have been plenty of time for his team to catch up with him. Tilted Boys are going to go through the top lane. Final lane of Barracks standing for the cut after that disastrous mid-team fight. Not the easiest to push into the high ground here against Scourge McDuck's Medusa, but they will get started. Skyward, he's already got the lasso. He found the Medusa. Scourge immediately hexed up, but he is alive as now a huge gale force coming in from our Wind Ranger. MTD, they'll move into the Quap. That is Volker down, but he's going to buy back here. So they will move on to Ash. The Underlord also going down, but also has buyback. He'll commit it. There's your Fiend's Gate coming out. Verite's still going. Has found Scourge McDuck, but the Medusa is able to force into the high ground. Tilted Boys, the buyback's not going to amount to much. Forced to retreat once again, and that's going to open up the game now for the cut.
They get to stall out for a little bit more time. I don't think that's enough for them to try to re-push these lanes just yet. You are still dealing with the 5-man. You've still got the Aegis up and running for Feta for 2 minutes. So it's going to be a little bit longer until you're comfy and trying to retake some map control here. You don't have Doom up as well for a little bit longer. There's a few openings here for the side of Tilted Boys if they manage to time this next fight right. And the cut have to be really cautious with Scourge McDuck up front. Heck, you might be at the point where you need MTD to be up there to double Lincoln's up Scourge, just to make sure that there's like a way to block Skyward. If that lasso goes off, it's a really dicey circumstance for Scourge. Granted, he's still hard to pick off, but he can't really feel good when he's already half or maybe a quarter mana by the time the fight really starts to break out with your reinforcements coming in. Just not the best of times for the Deucey there.
Certainly is not. Tilted Boys. Gonna take some time now to just maybe reset. The state of the game is just too close to really count here between these two. It's literally 50-50 right now on Dota Plus. So it kind of goes to show you how close the game's really become. As it seems like the Cut are going to start prepping the Radiant base with a bunch of mines here from B-God. That's kind of the game plan. It's like, let's wait for Tilted Boys to move up again, and let's just have a billion mines ready to go. Sometimes, if you jump in a little bit too aggressively, you can just blow yourself up. Especially if you're like this Volodka Queen of Pain. You might blink in for a big sonic wave and find yourself between 4 mines if you're not too careful. There's going to be a smoke out from the Cut now. 4-man smoke coming out right behind Scourge, who just uses his Silver Edge. He'll be looking to be the bait for the team, I believe. Tilted Boys, they are going to retreat. There is now a full MKB up on your Morphling, so Fuerte's even hitting even harder now. Mind you, there's no Butterfly available on the Medusa anyway. So it's not really evasion that you're worried about here, but perhaps against the Wind Ranger, the MKB is still going to have a pretty nice effect here against MTD. So still value there for Fuerte. The smoke's not going to amount to anything but a Wisdom Rune being picked up here from B-God. And it seems like they just have to address their lanes again, because the bottom lane just gets forced in. The smoke does not work out. And Tilted Boys, they are still in a position where they can kind of keep them just in the base. The Cut again are going to try and venture out here in the mid lane. But Tilted Boys, they don't seem like they're really interested in forcing a fight outside of their own base now. Well, the Cut, they're still going. They're going through mid.
They can equalize at least one lane, so that's one lane less to worry about just shoving in, I suppose. Maybe even try to gun for the bot slowly but surely with the illusions here. Of course, you do have really good high ground defense coming out now with that Firestorm coming out. You can just burn through the creep waves and prevent any cheeky plays. DD up and running MTD. Would love to use that, but they just don't have that high ground vision. No forward wards. Sentries are in place. Try to risk it though.
Yeah, they're going to try. Scourge will move in. Lincolns will be broken immediately here from Fuerte. Scourge McDuck, he's going to try for tier 4 towers, but no, never mind. He'll go back down towards the bot lane and see if he can secure Megas. Hesitation from Tilted Boys because Volodka's not even there right now. Volodka's pushing out the bottom wave.
Their tier 4s have a huge creep wave here.
The tier 4s of the Radiant are under siege. That is correct. But they don't seem too concerned about that because they're 1 barracks away from getting Megas. They just need the melee barracks to the top lane. Problem is, Tilted Boys, they are now setting up for that fight. You still don't have Volodka there though. I don't know if you necessarily want to force a fight without your Queen of Pain. They might try. Scourge will reveal himself. Lasso is out there. Caught Arne with that, but the Doom is a very, very tanky boy, so he's going to be just fine. Volodka now has rejoined his team. Ash is going to be in trouble. Doom is out. They have at least shut down the Underlord as now he's caught out and it looks like he's going to die back. So Ash is down for 2 minutes. Scourge McDuck still going. Move on to the Queen of Pain. No, he wants the Morphling. Fuerte jumping in very deep now. Trying to try and survive, but a 3-man stun. Arne locking them down to the T4 towers. And B-God jumps in with a blast off. Fuerte's in trouble. Still dropping here on the Morph. Trying to escape Scourge McDuck. He will waveform away, but the Megas are incoming.
Okay. The high ground siege still goes. Scourge McDuck, not scared. Imperium, we won't have that Ice Blast up and running soon. So if you do commit, you won't have that save here even without the Doom. 1 tier 4 down, 1 more to go. Scourge McDuck just applying that pressure.
Well, Scourge, Hex is out. Medusa half its mana now gone, but she's going to continue fighting back as Dora has been caught on the edge. Dora able to force staff away. Scourge dropping extremely low now, is completely out of mana. No way to survive. He is down, but he's got buyback. Immediately committed. Looking to come back into this team fight ASAP. They've got a full base open. The Ancient exposed. Volodka has to blink away. In comes Scourge again. He can't afford to die. He'll just go after the Ancient, though. That's the focus right now. It's Tilted Boys. They can't really fight back. They are trying to find a way, but Arde's in. He's cleared out the Morphling. Fuente's down, and GG is called. The Cut have done it. They almost throw that game really hard, but they made the right call in the end, and they will secure the win. And look at the stressed faces of the Cut at the moment. They did not look too impressed.
No, that's certainly a lot more stressful than you'd expect it. They have a really good time controlling what felt like maybe the first 30 to 40 minutes of the game. Then they just slow down. It allows that build-up to come out here for Ferte and Valodka to hit those timings. And of course, to start to get that counterplay with the Underlord, with the Crimson Guard up. Just the physical output didn't feel great. That was the big opening we were looking for. But that's also the start of Tilted Boys finding their own openings. Like, they get the punishment, and they start to clean up a little bit more than you'd expect. And that's when the Cut started to lose a lot of that momentum off the back of just some great plays coming out from Ferte here. And from Skyward. Skyward did keep them in that game for Tilted Boys for quite some time. But it's just not enough. You know, like, especially on the high ground, they didn't opt to maybe just be sneaky and go for a base trade instead. I feel like if you did go in that circumstance, you might have been able to actually clear out the tier 4s, force out a TP home, and maybe even win out that fight there. We decided the Cut not ready. But the Cut play patiently, slowly chip away, come back in, and eventually with all the protection out on Scourge McDuck, it was enough. With a buyback ready, they just make their way in and end the game.
Yeah, they certainly do. A fantastic comeback here from the Cut again. I think they really did scare themselves midway through this game. Just the way things were going, Tilted Boys looked like they were able to find a way to find that victory. But, you know, props to the Cut. Whoever made the call to make this push happen did make the right call. They certainly did. And you know, it takes balls to pop the buyback there of the Medusa like that and just rush back into the mid lane. But that's exactly what happens here from the Cut. So they do secure themselves the W. Of course, we do have to hand an MVP over, Jonathan, and it is going to go the way of B-God on the Techies, who goes 12, 5, and 16. Actually having a better KDA than his Wind Ranger in the mid lane. So there you go. B-God, a fantastic performance here on the Techies.
Yeah, he had a great time. He really set up. He helped that lane for Ade just help shut down Bertha for a long time, preventing that Morphling to get that fast build-up that you really want in the hero, forcing the side of Tilted Boys to play a much more farm-heavy game. Heck, even his rotations all across the board were pretty on point, so I would agree with this. For B-God, having a spectacular showing, and the Cut overall, again, having a great time. I think for Tilted Boys going into Game 2, I don't think it was a draft issue at all. Like, I think you and I are on the same page where it's probably not the draft issue. It felt like maybe the lanes got crushed a little bit too much. I think it did feel like Skyward had impact, but certainly not in the laning phase. So you might want to weigh that balance of, do you want that threat of a big lasso and scaling damage from a support, or do you want to crush a lane? Because it didn't feel like you got the lane crushing here in this game for Tilted Boys.
Right. Well, with that, Jonathan, we are going to head off to a short break. And of course, right after that break, we're going to be back with our Game 2 draft between the Cut and, of course, Tilted Boys. We'll see you all again very soon. right, ladies and gentlemen, welcome back. We are going into our Game 2 draft here between the Cut and Tilted Boys. Straight off the bat, Jonathan, we'll just go straight into it. But I will ask you, I mean, Game 1 was quite a close affair. It seems like Tilted Boys were about to make a huge comeback there in Game 1. Do you feel like changes could be made in the draft here for Tilted Boys to give themselves a chance at forcing this to a Game 3, John, or is it gameplay?
I don't... Maybe a little bit of gameplay. I feel like they could have pushed their advantage a little bit more from Tilted Boys when we found that opening, but I think it also went down pretty much the laning phase. I felt like Tilted Boys' timings just took a little bit too long to come out there this time around. The lanes were not in good shape coming out of laning phase. You couldn't really get too much done with Skyward. He was opting to try to stack and rotate mid. Not much in Underlord, and Batrider really does. They will opt to go into the Batrider once more for Skyward, though. It is a stable hero, and he did have big plays, but they will also go into the Spirit Breaker. So now I'm very curious what Tilted Boys want to do, because if they do go for the Skyward Spirit Breaker, I think that is scary. When we've seen Skyward actually get to pick up that hero, it does pop off really hard. So I'd actually prefer Skyward on a support Spirit Breaker. Maybe you run the off-lane Batrider here, perhaps, for the side of Tilted Boys, and all that should fix a couple of their issues there. Although we have seen, again, some flexibility there. Ush has also played the off-lane Spirit Breaker. Either way, this should allow him some early game tempo that did feel lacking from Tilted Boys last game.
Yeah, I wouldn't mind seeing like a core Batrider this game. I feel like the general consensus has been after 7.33D that Batrider should be more of a core now, if anything. Mind you, I still think Skyward did a brilliant job last game on the support Batrider, so I wouldn't quite blame them for going back to that. But I would certainly agree that the Spirit Breaker support, at least in my opinion, feels a bit better, and I think we both agree that Skyward has been playing a lot of support Spirit Breaker, so it wouldn't be very surprising to see him just taking that once again. Unsurprisingly as well, the Cut do go back for a Medusa pickup, which is, you know, if it's not broken, you don't fix it. Well, in this case, it is quite broken as a hero, but Tilted Boys sadly last game around did not find the defining answer towards this hero that would allow them to finish off the game. This time they don't have the Morphling either, so if you wanted to go back to the Morph, you're not going to have that option. You don't have the AM, you don't have the Slark, so already all these huge counters towards the Medusa are now gone. And the Cut, I'm going to say it again, John, if they do want to, well, I guess you don't care for TB as a Medusa, but it probably still wouldn't be the worst option to choose here for Tilted Boys if it was left.
Definitely not. I think it still fits in. I was thinking a core matchup that the Medusa also doesn't like, outside of like a Terrorblade outranging and just kind of chipping away at you with Scotty's maybe like illusion spam here for Ferta. So stuff like PL, stuff like Naga Siren can be pretty impactful in that core as well. I'm really curious what Tilted Boys will opt for, as a couple of those options are still left in the pool here. Tilted Boys, for their part, they respect ban out MTD's Wind Ranger, and they respect ban, of course, the offlane Doom that we did get there as well. There's a lot of impact coming out from Ade that time around, so I don't mind that too much. I am curious again, really, what the cores will be and what the mids will be, because with all of these bans, Spirit, Ember Spirit, Storm Spirit, and Void Spirit are all available for both sides to pick up here as well.
That is true. The Tilted Boys final ban out now. See, respect banning out the Doom, respect banning out the Wind Ranger, both of which caused them a hell of a lot of issues last game around. Taking their sweet time with this final ban though, and they are going to get rid of the Queen of Pain this time around, so perhaps they are looking to maybe go for one of those Spirit Brothers in the mid lane. Just getting rid of the Quap kind of implies that we might see that. But for now, they're going to go down the Shadow Demon route. So a nice pick against the Medusa, because you can just use the illusions against her. They are usually quite effective against heroes like Dusa. And the Cut, how do you want to respond to this? Like, maybe just another support be picked up?
10 seconds remaining.
You are going to get illusion spammed by the Shadow Demon quite badly. Dusa, to an extent, can handle it, but if it's Dusa illusions, it's also equally annoying for her. So I'm wondering if the Cut finds a way to clear out a little bit better. the Shadow Demon is also pretty good to block away from the cut, as Shadow Demon to Spirit Breaker is something that we've seen be really awkward for Spirit Breaker. The cut will just opt for the Silencer, so having some team fight break in the middle is pretty big. We've seen the Silencer kind of rise up in stocks as we've reached the midpoint of Div 2 here in Tour 3.
Team pick.
So this year has felt a lot better. And they also go for the Beastmaster out for Ade, which we've seen him play multiple times before. The build-up for Beastmaster is still very varied. For the most part, it doesn't lose its lane. You've got the Beastmaster Techies lane as well, which is just as oppressive, if not even more oppressive, than a Doom lane with Techies. So I like this from the cut, and that could be your Illusion answer as well. Right? If you go for the Ags build-up on your Beastmaster, then the illusions that you make on the Shadow Demon, well, all they'll do is help the Beastmaster heal up in the middle of these engagements. Like he doesn't mind having more heroes around him.
Radiant team.
It's always a good laugh seeing the Beastmaster. doing
Oh,
its
really?
thing,
They
isn't it?
do this? What?
Yeah, apparently they go down the PL route and into Beastmaster. That's pretty interesting. All right, well, drums time. Here come the drums of Slom again.
10
Aw.
seconds remaining.
I mean,
Look,
I get
it does
why you
well
still
against
pick it.
Medusa. Yeah,
5
it's.
seconds remaining.
But I don't know. I don't know about this hero. Like against
Yeah, it's-
Beastmaster.
nah, it's not coming. I mean, to be fair, all you have to do against Beastmaster is literally ignore him. So if you do
Yeah.
that, then you're probably fine. I feel like the Medusa has ways to optimize to make this pretty awkward for a PL, like a Butterfly Rush. And well, PL doesn't enjoy building MKB. So that is already one clear way for the cut to kind of get that. And we have seen, what is it, a Manta Butterfly Rush on Deuces before. So I wouldn't be too surprised if that's the way they go here for Scourge McDuck. I'm wondering as well what mids will end up sliding through. Like Quap banned earlier, Storm being banned out by the cut now, Ember being banned out by Tilted Boys, Void Spirit in the pool, Pango in the pool, and I suppose something like a Puck is there. Although again, the Puck's probably one of the least popular options on that mid for both sides. That's the one thing, I guess, in draft that could be odd. Perhaps you get something like the Zeus here for MTD once more if it's not banned out. The Zeus into this isn't the worst, although into a PL, it's pretty damn annoying when you get run down as a Zeus. I don't think that's very enjoyable for the Zeus later on, but you do have a lot of illusion clear at re-released, especially with your shard. So it kind of works either way here for MTD. If he wants the Zeus as a way to handle that PL, it can to an extent, although not the smoothest.
Oh, we'll see what he wants. I mean, I was going to say Ember Spirit probably would have been better, but it was banned. With the cut, they'll get rid of the Storm.
Dire team ban.
There's a Void Spirit, so Spirit Brothers being removed.
Radiant team pick.
Don't even mention Earth Spirit to me, John. So they do go for the Timbersaw ban as well here for Tilted Boys.
Dire team pick.
And the Pangolier is going to be the option, which is still a great option to pick up here against the PL. Obviously, just even more control now. It really doesn't feel like the easiest PL game I've ever seen. Like, you already said it, but against the Medusa, you still have options. Like, a Butterfly Rush does work very, very well. You're against the Beastmaster, who's going to be spamming Wild Axes the whole time, and if you try to jump him, he'll have Drums of Slom arguably up very early on. Should be an Ags Rush, I'd say, for the Beastmaster. And now you've got a Pango to be up against. Not to mention as well, on top of all that, you are up against the Position 5 Silencer. So Global Silence is just going to ruin this PL every team fight. It's an idea from Tilted Boys. I just don't know if it's a good idea to have this hero.
Yeah, I think I was really happy with her draft until the PL came out. In fact, if you wanted illusion heroes, I feel like a Naga might have been even better here in comparison to the PL. I'm not sure if there's anything mid here for Volodka to help them out as well in terms of correcting some of these issues. What mid matchups are left to deal with Pango? There's an argument for something like Lena, since she got buffed on spellcasting, but I've experienced that heroes. I've seen a little bit of it. It doesn't look any better than since it's nerfs from 7.32. What else is there? The Puck is still an option to kind of cut off the cut from trying to get the rolls, I suppose. Puck matchup versus Pango is stable. not a lot of options left. Maybe you run the Batrider mid, you run that Spirit Breaker and Shadow Demon support duo, and your last pick an offlane here. Maybe go back for that Underlord. That could be one way to, again, stop the output on the Dusa, but it does feel like there's a little bit of a lack of play if you go that route. They will just go for the puck. So just go back into the puck, have the Dream Coil to stop that roll, have some team fight on hand. I think the mid matchup shouldn't be too bad for MTD. I mean, puck is stable, but it doesn't feel like it dominates too much. I don't think we've seen a puck crush a lane in a very long time, Mike.
No, I don't think so either. The heroes felt a little bit lackluster. This draft does not feel anywhere near as I don't feel much confidence in this draft at all from Tilted Boys, which, you know, to be fair to them, it probably is a good thing that we don't feel very confident in their draft, John. But you know, it's I don't know, it doesn't feel as good. It feels like the cut have already got the counters ready for this this style of draft. You know, you got to give props to Tilted Boys. Again, they almost made a huge comeback in game 1, so chances are they'll have a pretty nice game plan here for game number 2. By the way, can confirm now, Skyward is going to take the pos 4 Batrider again, so they are going to give Ush the position 3 Spirit Breaker. And this hero can be very challenging to play against when it is a core hero. That is off to a good start. But in the event that you don't have the greatest start as a Spirit Breaker core, it can just feel like a support.
Yeah, it can drop off pretty fast. I suppose when it comes down to it, you would much rather your Batrider kind of run around the map early on in terms of like getting stacks off. The Batrider's a lot better in that. You still have some good damage output as a support with your 0-1 tree build. So you can have impact even if the Spirit Breaker is not going to rotate. I am keen to see how the lanes go for Tilted Boys. I think, again, that's something where the cut really shined in the last game. They managed to pretty much crush every lane. This odd AB God lane, I think, is the one to watch out for. Beastmaster Techies. If it suppresses Ferta early on, and quite frankly, Doppelganger early levels are pretty easy to manage. If the PL goes off to another slow start, this is not going to be a good feeling for Tilted Boys. Granted, a PL can clear out farm pretty fast once you've got Diffusal Manta, but still not the kind of position you want to find yourself here.
Yeah, I'm very intrigued to see how this game number 2 does play out. You know, I mean, Tilted Boys, they've got an idea. Let's just see if they can execute it, as I believe we can head into game number 2 and see exactly how this is all going to pan out. If we are going to get a game 3 here between these two teams, let's see. I mean, if you can get amazing timings on the PL, like if Fuerte just farms like an absolute madman and just has the best laning stage, then you can just shut down the Medusa very quickly. But that's a lot easier said than done.
Yeah, I don't know. When you look at the lanes, like a PL Shadow Demon lane, feels like it doesn't hold up as well as a Dusa Silencer into their opposing off lanes. Like Dusa Silencer into Spirit Breaker Batriders, not bad. You can just Arcane Curse and prevent the Batrider from running up. And a Beastmaster Techies is pretty hard for a Shadow Demon PL to stop from getting aggressive as well. So I know, I feel like the lanes are just a little bit better for the cut once more. And for Tilted Boys, and that's what hurt them in the last game. That's what stalled out their timings. That's what allowed Scourge McDuck to just be massive in that Dusa the entire time.
So he was. And there goes the horn. Ush might try and contest for this bottom boundary room, but does decide better of it. Obviously, a little bit too dangerous by himself. Going to be a 2-for-2 trade on the boundary rooms to get started, and as per usual, we'll start off with the mid lane, of course. MTD going to be on the mid Pango against Volodka on the mid Puck. I mean, you'd maybe make the argument the Puck should have a decent time as... Oh, we've seen this before, by the way. In fact, I don't know if you've seen that, John, but there's a new trick with Sentry Wards now, where you can put a Sentry Ward by the T2 tower, which we just saw, and you can make it so the creep wave does not end up going to the exact spot you want it to. And see, now the creep wave is going to push underneath the Tier 1 tower. And what's going to happen is after this creep wave, the equilibrium is going to be pushed back the way of Tilted Boys because the creep wave is going to be near their Tier 1 tower.
Huh. It's a rather interesting way to go about things here.
It's a great trick, John.
Too hard.
Well, I mean, it's a Spirit Breaker offlane, right? So you kind of rely on the creep wave being close to your tower, I would argue.
Yeah.
Dire's current
Looks like it is at the least going to help Osh ride through his rough 2 level. It's like 1 to 2 for Spirit Breaker. Doesn't feel great into this matchup. So you should be able to get a little bit more. It's not going to stop Scourge McDuck from farming too much, but he barely has lane control. So that is a massive upside here for the side of Tilted Boys, and that should allow maybe a more stable start again for Osh and Skyward. We'll see if they can use that sort of early rush into the level 2 and 3 to apply some pressure. Into a silencer, it just doesn't feel like it'll do as much. But again, all you want is to just get out of lanes unscathed. Still taking a look up top lane as well. Ferte and Dor on the PL, and Shadow Demon up against Ade and B-God on that Beastmaster Techies. This lane is not a simple one for a PL. It can get scary. Your early levels in Doppel are pretty long in cooldown. So once you see that commitment, you spam the Axis, you spam the Sticky Bomb, you line up for a blast off. If Door doesn't get off the save a disruption, it can get really awkward really fast. And this is the lane that, again, you want to go well for Tilted Boys. You don't want this PL to wait a long time for a Diffusal Manta. Kind of need to get out of gates running and apply that pressure and Medusa from this hero.
Yeah. Fuerte, I mean, top lane already taking so much damage. He's going to doppel at least the Sticky Bomb off. I must admit as well, like, about that bot lane point, John, it's a bit of a miss as well from the cut, because generally speaking, you're meant to get level 2 earlier due to that sentry trick. Like, there's the -2 putting that sentry ward down by the T2 tower is that you lose the level 2 timing. But that didn't actually happen. Which I think maybe due to the fact that Imperium did scout did end up soaking half the XP away from Scourge McDark. To be fair, I don't know if the level 2 timing on the cut would have made it any more worth it anyway. Which is maybe why you saw Tilted Boys do that trick. Because the level 2 doesn't do anything for the cut anyway, but yeah, it still didn't work out. Like, they didn't get the level 2.
I think it's not too bad. And basically what it comes down to, despite all of this talk about EXP, I mean, as long as you're farming Medusa, like, the EXP is kind of a moot point in this lane. Just, and you can't do too much on Spirit Breaker Batrider unless Scourge McDuck just like overstays his welcome somehow and is like very far away from Imperium. Like, maybe right now in this pull, that's kind of your opening, but they don't even manage to find that. So Scourge McDuck's perfectly happy. And now with Imperium at level 3, level 2 Arcane Curse, you really just can't stand here. Like, Osh can't back you up on a Spirit Breaker. He can't commit for a charge. Gets run down with the slow DOTs from Imperium and the right clicks from Scourge McDuck. And you have a pretty free Dusa lane in the end, despite all their shenanigans.
I mean, I'm pretty happy about it, though. Like, to be fair, this trick does allow Ash to get a bunch of CS very early on, which I don't think he should have gotten. So even though the Medusa's still farming, I think you kind of understand that she was going to do that anyway. It's like, even where the creep wave is right now, it's just going to feel really nice for Ash. It's top lane. Fuerte again, dropping very, very low. Can doppel the Sticky Bomb and will do so. At the very least, he is alive in this top lane. But it's certainly not a very fun lane for the PL at the moment. This bottom lane, Ash almost going down. Empyrean actually getting dived right now by Skyward. Skyward maybe going a little bit deep here, but he is. Empyrean gets the kill.
Yeah. Gets killed, doesn't die. That was like a couple of blood grenades being tossed across the board as well. You're just pretty happy with the lane. You know, you're getting some free farm on your Dusa. All the lanes actually coming out really strong from the cut. Like that mid lane, which we kind of ignored for a while. MTD is pulling ahead by a huge amount. And we talked about the puck here. Level 6 is big for the hero in terms of stopping the aggression from MTD with both the Swash and the Rolling Thunder not going to feel too great with that coil up. But until that point, well, you're just kind of copping it. The Pango has better uptime and harassment, much stronger durability as well with a shield crash. There's not too much of a lug can really do to offset that here.
Certainly not. Every lane right now has gone quite badly for Tilted Boys. Seems like the cut have won every lane up until this point. So at least Fuerte is finding some decent farm now in the PL. Definitely doesn't seem as threatened by the presence of the Techies Beastmaster. I mean, I guess up until that level 6 mark of the Beast, you might not be too scared. Mind you, even after he gets the roar up, Door is still probably going to be around with disruption, so chances are you are not going to be able to secure a kill onto the PL during the
Is
lane.
under attack.
But, like I said, John, every lane has just gone the way of the cut anyway. So I don't think you really care about killing the PL right now.
No, not a high priority. I think as long as you hit your item timings on Ade, then you don't really care too much. And Fertus always forced to hold the Doppel for the sticky
He
bomb.
might be dead.
Which means,
Oh, nice disruption. Very nice disruption there from Dor to ensure that Fuerte did not take the blast off damage. It's like he did have the one charges anyway, so he was going to be fine regardless of what happened. But Dor is already ready to go whenever with that disruption. So good to see he's
MTD.
quick on the fingers. MTD though, mid lane dropping very low, not going to get hit by the orb, but Volodka is still going. Shield crash is not going to help either. Not enough damage reduction, and Volodka now getting the tip here from Ush. That's a bit of a miss from MTD because it seemed like he dived past the tier 1 tower and gets punished for it.
Yeah, he had the DD up. I think he was just really looking for a kill opportunity with that power rune going his way, but doesn't manage to find the opening, overextends, doesn't get the roll with the coil coming out, and just doesn't have the angle afterwards. So good plays coming out from Volodka to finally get something going on that puck and just try to get a little bit more coming out of that lane. And you're still in a pretty good spot here for MTD, but certainly a little bit of catch-up now. Not something you look down on for Volodka. Again, a bit of a slower game, just 2 kills on the board. Maybe a little bit
MTD
push
again.
from top, although mid.
Yeah, mid lane, he's got the Rolling Thunder. Just the threat of it being used is enough to force Tilted Boys back, realizing they don't have the burst damage without the Dream Coil to really secure the kill here onto MTD. Of course, Lasso was not up on the Bat Rider either. Skyward is level 4 at the moment, as Pyrian is going to show up, trying to secure those power runes once again, and Skyward actually picks up the Invis once again, proving to be quicker handed than the cut at the very least. Is Ash gonna go for the chase? Nice Dream Coil there, and now MTD's in trouble again. Whoopsie daisies, the pen goes down another time.
He's overextending quite a fair bit. He's not respecting that Dream Coil at all, every single time. That's very similar to how he died mid, except, well, he didn't even get the Rolling Thunder off last time around. So 2 big kills for the side of Tilted Boys. Both kills going their way of Volodka, and both kills being on the Pango. It's not something to kind of give away on the cut. Like, yeah, your lanes are going great. Yes, your Deuce is still crushing it freely down bot, and you're still lined up for this good timing on Ade, but having the puck pop off like this, get Witchblade blink timing, it's going to be hard to handle that here as well.
Oh, they finally got
Okay.
it. Volodka's going to go down. That was a beautiful setup there from Empyrean. Just to make sure he got the last word off. No orbing back for the puck. Meanwhile, Skyward now being chased down, but does avoid the sticky bomb initiation from Begon. TD gonna just take the creeps away from him. Not gonna allow the free farm there for the Bat Rider. Skyward is still trying to mess around here with the Pango, but it's not gonna do any damage here to the old Pangoli. Well, Ade has been left alone top lane. I say that, Empyrean's rotated now. Thor, he'll go for a disruption on himself, but he is going to be surrounded here by Ade and Empyrean. Yeah, nice easy kill to the Bat Rider, rather the Beastmaster. Skyward, I mean, he does rotate, but without the lasso up, can you really afford to get much done? Global silences pop just to ensure that Empyrean will survive, as now Volodka's going to drop. Oh, poor guy just rotated trying to help get a kill.
Dire's top tower is under attack.
Yeah, I think the one silver lining here for Tilted Boys is, well, Ferte runs off. At the very least, he doesn't get roared off, doesn't get controlled, and doesn't get bursted down. So that's one silver lining. It's kind of a stretch, but, you know, you got to try to find some positives, you know, and try to stall the game out at this point. You do hit that point now where you are set for a slightly slower start in your PL. The Fusel timing is still lined up, but something like the Mantis can be a little bit slower. So Ade free to just push in, free to work into his own ags, and then they can build off of MTD. Like, lots of emphasis mid from the cut, keeping Empyrean, keeping B-God around just to get this push. Shield rune up for MTD. Very safe to just keep up that pressure. Still has a Rolling Thunder as well if they decide to go for something, if they see some commitment here.
Well, that mid-tier 1 tower is just gone now. The cart able to get a free tier 1 mid tower for themselves. No contest here from the Tilted Boys. Now the cart looking to maybe rotate up top and see if they can find Fuerte. Charge is out from Ash. But it is going to be cancelled here. It was just giving a bit of vision onto Ade. Speaking of Ade, he will just start on the top tier 1 tower now, knowing that there's not really much in the way of stopping him from doing this. And of course, he has queued up the Ag, so Drums of Slom will be on the way once he does have enough gold for it. I don't think it's going to take him too long. The mid lane, MTD, jump in is there onto the Pango. Shield Crash never really got off. And it seems like MTD is just set to fall, though they will chase down at least the puck. Roar is going to connect, so Velotka does drop. B-God even finding a nice blast off here into Ash. The mine's not doing anything here for B-God. Spirit Breaker is just able to run out of there scot-free. But at least you get yourself a trade. Like, even if you lose MTD first, they get something back for their trouble.
Yeah, you're not going to feel too bad on the side of Tilted Boys. And you kind of need this puck to tie in with some early timings on the Spirit Breaker to get going. So that kill is still massively important. It does take a lot of commitment. Like Lasso Dream Coil out onto that one target is a lot. And that does mean Scourge McDuck just has the freest game of his life. I'm a little bit surprised that all this movement's onto mid rather than trying to catch out Medusa before she gets stat items up. But with the Yasha and with the gold built up now on your Medusa, I mean, that Mantis coming in. The early stats are going to come into play. And then, well, it's a lot harder to look for that burst play, you know, unless you drag in Ferta somehow. He does opt for the Yasha first, so not going for the Diffusal build-up just yet. Should probably pick that up afterwards. And he is free to go into jungle now as well and kind of get that going for himself. So at the least you're out of that dicey lane into the Beastmaster. But again, your timings are kind of lining up better on the cut. It's still a free time for Scourge. Ade's still going to have this Ags up in 1,200 gold. And MTD, despite these stats, I mean, he still hits a really good timing in Diffusal. So he's still able to play around and melt a lot of heroes if you're not careful.
Yeah, he certainly does. The cart, they are going to pop a smoke here as 3 together in the mid lane. Rushing towards the Dire jungle. They're going to run into Ash. She's going to back his way out at the right time here on the Spirit Breaker. So instead, it might be time to head up north and find Velotka instead. Because still hanging about. It's a matter of whether they can get the big jump in they're looking for. He did just commit the orb, but has it back up and available. Still, the Global Silence is going to ensure that he has no escape route. Well and truly worth it for Empyrean to just pop that immediately. Tilted Boys, just no time to react to this.
No. And that opens up a bit of a shove top if they wanted to continue that process here with Ade. They're going to take it slow. Let's kind of farm up the jungle as they go along, applying pressure. It's still so much space out for Scourge McDuck. I'm just surprised this Deuce has been left uncontested this long. Like, when they finally get some pressure onto that bottom tier 1. But Scourge McDuck's already on his way to a butterfly. Has the quarterstaff up. Once that full butterfly's up, like, what are you going to do about this hero? You can still try to burn down for sure with, say, your Bat Rider here, but Ferta is not going to be a solution for a long time, even with the Diffusal up. Like, that Deuce is still going to feel really tanky up front here.
Yeah, absolutely. Pings are out towards MTD. They're going to try and find the Pangolier here in the mid lane. TD, get connected here with a Flame Break. We'll go for the Diffusal Blade onto the Bat Rider, though, and just ensure that they cannot get in range for a lasso attempt. Skyward not able to find the big initiation. I mean, maybe Fuerte just makes the call here, like, let me at least have Diffusal Blade up before we get going. Especially against the Medusa. But with the Butterfly incoming, like, even the Diffusal Blade's not going to feel like much. You know, it's just that evasion proves to be way too difficult to deal with as a PO. They are surrounding top lane. Looks like they are going to try and go after the Beastmaster. They've got the charge up and a big blast off. B-God! Oh, the damage! Usher's down. So is Skyward. Empyrean trying to get in range to get some last word off here. MTD, he's going to pop the Rolling Thunder. They'll chase down the puck, but it seems like they're going to miss out on everyone. The chase still goes on for Door. Never mind. MTD at least going to find a position 5. Triple kill for MTD. But it's all off the back of the setup here from B God. It's Empyrean. Even he's going to make it out. Fuerte cannot secure a kill.
It's a big win for the Cut. I mean, sure, you managed to pin down this Beastmaster. Again, you're forced to use your coil up on the hero. You're forced to use lasso and kind of tried to chain down the lasso and the Nether Strike as well. And, well, I mean, he already had the Axe Gold anyway. Bought it out right before that fight started. Would have actually, might have been able to live if he had the Axe in the middle of that fight, but doesn't fly out fast enough. And getting all those kills onto MTD, he had like 2.2k come into his account right then. Enough for the full Ultimate Orb going into the full Lincolns. So it has a way of stopping the lasso, stopping the Spirit Breaker. You know what's a funny solution to Spirit Breaker, Mike, that I don't think a lot of teams do in pro play, but you see it in pubs? I've seen a lot of people, when they're ahead, go 5 Lincoln Spheres up against Spirit Breaker. And then what do? You try to charge in, 1 Lincoln's breaks, they reapply it, breaks again. If you charge in successfully, you get another Lincolns on top for the Nether Strike. Look, Spirit Breaker's a funny hero when you get multiple Lincolns up.
It is. It's a weird one though, because you can also pop Lincolns from across the map. So it's, if you get the right call from your team, like, hey, I need this Lincoln's broken, it's pretty easy to just suddenly pop it as the Spirit Breaker with some vision.
Radiant's bottom tower is under attack.
Here we go, the cut. They rotate down towards the bottom lane. Tier 1 tower is set to go down. Ade immediately jumped here by Ash, but there's your Rolling Thunder. MTD actually connecting on the Spirit Breaker, but they didn't have the vision. Or maybe they do, because Ash is still getting hit by it. Door's the one being focused on the Shadow Demon, so he's just going to drop for free. But Tilted Boys, they might be pretty happy with that. Like, only taking down the SD is not that big of a deal for them. So the cut may be a little bit upset that they didn't find a bit more than that. Nevertheless, at least Tilted Boys, they get out with the other 4.
And they bail out with 4 heroes, and they manage to find a tier 1 in the end. The side of the Cut will be able to trade, finding that bot tier 1 for themselves. You're very close to the full Crimson Guard now for Ade. So another way of mitigating some of that output coming out here from Fuerte. It's going to be a while until he can safely overwhelm that. And there's that full butterfly we were talking about in Scourge McDuck. So the Deuce is not really a target you can safely gun down. Especially once that Scotty's up with more stats. It's going to be more than enough for Scourge McDuck to feel safe here. Like, Ush runs up and Scourge McDuck literally 0 cares. He knows he can't die right now.
Big wraparound here from the cart. Excuse me, rather, Tilted Boys. Scourge gonna get charged. Ash, Nether Strike will land as well. He needs some help. Scourge, he's gonna have the Global Silence to back him up. And look at the damage output. They cannot deal with it. They actually just cannot deal with it. Like, they get close with the mana pool dropping a little bit low, but not anywhere near low enough. And now the teammates are here. The cut, they have rejoined, they have regrouped at the top lane, and they might just push top tier 2 tower while they're out. Or they might force a fight, because Tilted Boys, they are moving in. Coil's going to be there. MTD does get caught out. Lasso to break the coil, but he is still alive, though he will never get the Rolling Thunder off in time. Now, B-God jumping in onto Volodka. Going to allow a setup onto the puck. But it's a pretty messy team fight at the moment. B-God dropping very, very low, still somehow knocked down, but eventually will get lanced here by Fuerte. The problem is, where's this Medusa? Scourge is coming in. That's when Tilted Boys realize they can't really fight any longer, but they have found themselves a great fight.
Yeah.
They should be happy.
They get some good kills. That's some sick timing coming out from B-God. Getting the blast off as you go out for phase shift there. Managing to net them that follow-up kill on the puck, but losing MTD does cut off a lot of your impact. Again, they're getting good chain stunts off this way. Just Dream Coil into either the Ned Strike outside or Lasso out, and it's more than enough to find yourself that burst window onto the Pangolier. Should be rectified with the full Lincolns coming out shortly in 400 gold. So you'll have some solutions on hand. Still a 5k lead running for the cut side of the Tilted Boys. I mean, we saw the hesitation from Fuerte to come in as soon as Ade was in the middle of it. It's like, I do not want to tempt fate with the drums of Slam. So they have to play it safe. Roach just opened up though. First Aegis going the way of Scourge McDuck. And if you couldn't deal with one life in Dusa, you definitely can't deal with 2 lives here. So we'll see what the side of the Tilted Boys do. Last time we saw them play behind with the Aegis up, they did do a great job of dodging out fights. I think you can kind of stick to that same playstyle from game 1 here if you so wish.
Sure seems like they can. TD, there's your Lincoln's broken down to the bottom lane. It's the charge being committed here from Ush. Nobody around to really capitalize off that, sadly. I don't believe he actually knew that Lincoln's was up yet. Ag's coming out soon on Fuerte, so you're going to have the bouncing Spirit Lances coming out. Not really sure how much it's going to help the man here against the Medusa, but you know, more illusions are pretty good. If they can hit her, that is, which with the butterfly, it's quite hard to do that at the moment.
Dire's top tower
I mean,
is under attack.
more illusions are good, but not into Beastmaster as well. To remember that. The Drums of Slam just enjoying more things to lifesteal off of. So it's a little bit of a double-edged sword there in the middle of these fights.
Are fortified.
Especially if you try to focus down the Beastmaster at some point.
Under attack.
Again, for Tilted Boys, just ignore Ade as much as possible, and they have been. So at the least, they've been getting that right. Top tier 2 will fall here towards the cut. Tilted Boys shoving in down bot. And you're getting Skyward do some pretty
Radiant's
deep
bottom tower is
pulls, deep cuts onto mid to prevent that tier 2 mid to fall as well. And that should stall out long enough. You're not going to have a creep wave here to get that tier 2 going.
Radiant's bottom tower is under attack.
T2 mid tower. Not going to last very long. Backdoor protection does at least kick in because Skyward is creep skipping at the moment. So they are lacking a creep wave thanks to this Bat Rider. They are still just going for it the old-fashioned way though. They'll all just hit the tower until it does go down. Even Empyrean comes in to help out a little bit, and there you go. No creep wave necessary. Bottom tier 2 though is dropping. So Fuerte, they get a nice pick up here onto the bottom tier 2. But it seems like the cut are just going to go high ground again at the top lane. You've got 2.5 minutes on the Aegis, so you may as well. It does feel like Tilted Boys are not in a position where they can actually deal with this. Unless they continue creep skipping, that is. For now, however, that is not going to happen, and Scourge will move up.
Yeah. Just him by his lonesome. The evasion more than enough to keep him alive. They're forced to fortify with no creep wave around. Not the ideal here for Tilted Boys. So the next creep wave going to be a lot harder to burn down.
That's a problem. Illusions are at least going to be a little bit annoying here for Scourge, but not too annoying. They do clear them out quite quickly. Up-in is there. Koya was committed. Arshi is in with the charge, but nobody really dropping quite yet, as now the Global Silence is going to counter-initiate here for the cut. These Scourges out of mana completely now on the Medusa, but keep in mind he still has the Aegis up. 4 stuff down to the low ground, but the chase is on. They want to try and go for the fight while the mana's not there. Problem is Skyward gets roared up immediately. Skyward is down. He does have buyback if he wants to get back into this fight. It seems like the cut might actually choose to retreat though. But the Aegis is just about to fall. It is now gone. Tilted Boys. Can they potentially find him a second time? And the illusions of the PO are proving to be a little bit annoying to deal with now. They are taking through a lot of the damage Scourge is providing. Of course, the mana drain here with the Diffusal Blade is proving to be very, very annoying, as well as Fuerte threatening to jump in, does decide better of it, but they are going to go back on the cut. The tier 3 tower taken. That's going to be enough for now.
Yep. Not going to force the issue too hard. Going to need a little bit more output here from Scourge McDuck before committing onto the high ground. He is going for a full Mjolnir, so he wants a way to protect himself, get some output onto those illusions. Coming through the split shot, not quite cutting it here for Scourge McDuck just yet. Ade, you know, I always enjoy watching Beastmaster in the middle of these fights, just ping pong around from low to high HP because of the Drums of Slam. Always so funny. And I do like his itemization here. He's going straight for the Shiva's Guard to have a solution, more solutions for the PL. But the cut, Tilted Boys again doing a great job of just stalling. Skyward just constantly creep cutting, preventing any moves onto objectives. And that should lead to that stall out that Tilted Boys really need. They need a lot more time to keep that build up. They need time to get Volodka up and running. Their PL with a heart is going to be pretty hard to stop, despite the fact that, again, he also can't quite touch the Dusa down. But it's going to lead to some really awkwardly long fights at the very least, which is, you know, as a fight drags on, it could turn into anyone's fight, depending on who finds a pick off first on softer targets. That is one way to get things done here. And of course, the split push with PL Illusions with Heart, it can kick in much easier once that's up and running.
Yeah. Seems like Scourge is already kind of prepping for this. Like, he's going for the Mjolnir build-up, so wants to have a way of dealing with these illusions.
Dire's middle tower is under attack.
Probably will need one once the heart is available, that's for sure. 6k advantage still standing here for the cut. 73% win probability, 73% chance win probability here. Skyward. Gonna be spotted by B-God. Yusupta is there to set up. And with the blast off, they have more than enough to deal with the man. And the cut, I believe, are just going to be waiting for the next Roshan before they try to go high ground again. So a bit of a slower game now. Just the farming game begins. You could still try to force it with Skyward down, but it doesn't seem like they'll have the time to get there. It's probably just safer to go for the full Mjolnir before you do go high ground again. But they are slowly making their way over. They are still hanging around the Dire base.
Just chilling out. I mean, you're shoving in again on the side of the cut. So it does make it a little bit awkward. Only Fairtire is really able to work the side lane safely with Skyward down. So just shoving in where they can, stalling out for that PL, stalling out for that heart. The cut will finally smoke up though.
They will down towards the bottom lane. They know Fuerte is there. The PL, obviously the big target they really want, though they aren't really running in the right direction. Maybe just setting up for the prep for the Roshan. Fuerte has left the building now, just TPing back towards the base. Roshan, in about 10 seconds we'll find out when it is going to respawn. It seems like first dibs will be the way of the cut, as always here in this series. Question is it going to be a quick one? And the answer is yes, that it will be. 37 seconds for the Roshan. I mean, if you're Tilted Boys, I don't really think you can afford to let the next Roshan go. But they may have no choice in the matter at the same time.
Yeah. And they're set up top. They are under vision. So the cut sees right where Tilted Boys are kind of standing around right now. And they see that smoke. Like that's right under that ward.
They'll get the twin gates sorted out here. B-God just getting some mines down. Pretty devastating, that mine setup, because yeah, it's 575 magical damage each mine. Basically doing over 2k if you do go through the twin gates. We've seen multiple double kills happen through these twin gates with the Techie's mine setup. For now, Roshan's actually going to be left alone. They're going to go for the Wisdom Rune instead here on the cut end of things and maybe head towards the tier 2 bottom tower. Same thing will happen here from the Tilted Boys end. And now Roshan has moved its way over to the bottom, or rather the southern Roshan pit. So it's time for the cut to move their way over. And Tilted Boys, they aren't prepared to fight. Which is a bit of a shame because, again, I don't think you really want to lose this right now.
No. You just can't afford to. Maybe Skyward comes in again and tries to go for a steal. Last time around, he was pretty successful around its second Roche timing, but it doesn't look like that's the case here. He's going to surrender that objective the way of the cut. Scourge McDuck finished up his full Mjolnir as well. So again, having a way to deal with that PL spam coming out, it's going to be pretty damn nice. with a secondary life up and a cheese up and MTD as well. That should be your cue to go high ground. It doesn't feel like there's too much to be worried about. You just have to watch for Skyward maybe going for a cheeky lasso. That's your biggest concern in that high ground siege. Full Heart is up for Ferte. So his illusions can do a lot more now in the middle of this. Whether or not that's enough, not quite sure, but high ground will start.
Here we go. Tier 3 tower under siege now. The illusions only can do so much. This Ferte does have the full Heart of Tarask, but has no buyback gold available. They'll jump in though. Scourge immediately being focused here. So he's going to pop the Stone Gaze now, turn right back around onto the puck, and they've got the roar out, so Volodka's gone. That's a nice start here for the cut. Scourge, he's pretty low on mana though. His first life going to be in danger already. The charge is there, flame break up, but Scourge is going to eat a cheese. Again though, he is pretty low on mana. Going after that tier 3 tower, they will find it. Scourge charges there from Ash. The disruption, trying to secure this Medusa kill. We're taking the jump in, but unable to get that done himself. And the cut, it does seem like they are going to play this one safely and go for a reset before they come back. Like, you've still got 3.5 minutes on the Aegis, so plenty of time to try and find some value out of this. They have already gotten the tier 3 tower with this one. So, yeah, you want the racks down, but you can come back another time.
Yeah, no need to rush too hard. I mean, you find a good kill onto the puck, but it's not able to really sustain true. And the burden damage is still pretty significant onto Scourge McDuck. So you just go back, reset. 3 minutes for the Aegis to still be up here. Tilted Boys, again, doing a great job of holding off any sort of continuation here for the cut. And they're not able to find any further objectives. Does feel like they'll need a better lockdown coming out. Outside of Aurora, this Basher coming out in MTD is probably your key timing now. Once that's up, it should enable some more ways to lock in lane.
Ash, Chase is still going, but no MTD. He'll cancel off the Rolling Thunder. Not going to go all the way for that. So here we go again, the cut. Grouping up mid lane this time. Might just go for the third tier 3, but no, they found the PL. The Rolling Thunder connecting once, but not connecting twice. Fuerte again getting caught out. Where's the follow-up? They have roar up, they just are not committing it. I suppose if you can't see the SD, they just can't roar knowing that the disruption could come at any moment. Charge out from Ash. He's going to find the Pangolier with that, but the Global Silence going to make it hard to follow up as now Ash has been caught out. The Spirit Breaker down. But the cut, they are still having issues dealing with the PL. That is the big problem. Just all this mana being drained is making it impossible for them to move high ground safely.
Yeah. They just can't leave Scourge McDuck up front too badly. The illusion spam is getting annoying. Ade doesn't quite have the blink on his way. I mean, he has the gold now. If you just somehow blink Roar, maybe the Shadow Demon first, that probably opens up the fight.
Well, the tier 3 top tower, or rather the top racks, is going down pretty quickly. Scourge disrupted up here by Door. Blood going to jump in once again, but will jaunt his way right back out. Scourge still dropping low, but does have the Aegis still intact for another minute. Rete now going to look to rush forward onto the Beastmaster, but Scourge will turn around. Throughout all the illusions that he threw out. And the cut, it seems like this time around the Aegis might just casually expire. No need for them to keep going anymore.
And they find one set of racks up top at the very least. So they have one advantage in lane. One lane that will just constantly shoved out. Tilted Boys. I mean, they've got the right idea in terms of what to build up against this Dusa. It is going to be the Bloodthorn here from the RPL. So Ferte just wants a way of getting some hits in and trying to get that burn off. I do like that you already have the full Ags here on Door with the shards, so double demonic cleanse, double demonic purge. That is massive for these fights. That could be actually what leads them a couple of big kills in the middle of these engagements, just as it complicates things for the cut. complicates things for trying to run in. They need to take care of the Shadow Demon first on the Cut's end. But you don't have that mobility. Now, you've got the Techies and the Beastmaster. Those are probably your most mobile heroes along with a Pango. I don't know if MTD will really want to commit a rollout for Door, but you gotta commit something to take out the Shadow Demon and his illusion spam.
Still hanging about the cut. Hoping somebody shows in that top creep wave, but nobody will. Bloodthorn being worked on here by Ferte. Still needing an answer towards the Medusa. Very, very calm kind of game now. Like both sides just kind of in a bit of a stalemate, I guess. Like Tilted Boy is obviously the losing team at the moment here in this this game number 2. The win rate has been stuck around 75% for the cut for quite a while now, it feels. It's just a matter of like the PL's just causing so many issues here for this Medusa. And once the Bloodthorn's up, you have actually got some really nice answers now in terms of actually being able to get through that evasion. So there's that going for you as the PL. And actually be able to burst down the Medusa no problems next time around. There is a rotation down towards the bottom lane. Skyward, revealing himself with the Firefly, is going to try and run his way out. The cut failing to get initiation here onto the bat or the PL. Both will be fine. So you could just wait for the next Roshan if you are the cut. But Skyward's still around here in the bat. But they aren't going to see him, so he's going to be okay to just place some wards down and hide on the tree line. It seems like they are setting up for a counter Roshan fight on the side of Tilted Boys next time around to ensure that the cut cannot take a third Roshan for free. But we'll see, because the cut is starting to move their way through the bottom lane. So it seems like they're almost ready to try and go high ground again.
Maybe just a slow push out. We do manage to find a nice courier kill. Not building anything of value at the least, but a little bit more. Oh, TP's down though.
Yeah, looks like they finally found the Bat Rider, but Skyward's going to go for a run. MTD, oh, he's not going to see him in time.
Sorry, what?
The silencer is rather the Bat Rider going to be just fine here. More time being bought. Now the Bloodthorn is available.
They reveal that on the illusion. So you should be aware now on Dedusa that it is up and running. Roshan still a minute, so it's going to head down bot on the respawn. Should be able to force a fight out here.
Yeah, charge is there. They've got the techies to start, so B got in trouble. He's actually going to survive the initial initiation from Tilted Boys. The Scourge McDuck going to show himself to boot. Skyward also going to be around. So again, Tilted Boys not willing to give a third Roshan the way of the cut. Not for free anyway. There is going to be a bit of a counter smoke now from the cut, though. It has been spotted, of course. Tilted Boys did have the PO illusions there to see that happening. But it's all about positioning for the next Roshan. Which is 15 seconds just about away. Tilted Boys actually looking to retreat just a bit and maybe just loop around through this Radiant jungle. See if they can get towards the Roshan pit that way. Are they going to show himself? Trying to bait for his team. It's not really going to work out. Though Door gets caught. They found the Shadow Demon to start. Not a bad pickup whatsoever, because then you can commit the roar on the PL. There goes the SD. Door is down. Fuerte, looks like he has been spotted. He'll get the doppelganger off here for now, but he could be in a lot of danger knowing there's no save here for the PO if he does get hit by the stun of Are. Bigod's going to buy back. They are still chasing down Fuerte. I think they found the real PO, but the doppelganger again going to buy him a little bit more time. Fuerte's dropping low though. Ush, he'll charge in. He'll try to help out, but they've got the real PO under control. Now Raw being committed. He's locked down. It looks like he is set to fall, and he does go. Ush trying to save her. Be the savior rather. He is going to charge away just barely. But Roshan now open. The Cut have the third Roshan in their hands.
That's a big one to find. There is vision here from the side of Tilted Boys, so they could try to make a cheeky play. But this is Roshan with Aegis Cheese and free Ags upgrade. Wondering who to hand it over to. Like, Angolier wouldn't be too bad. It wouldn't be the worst thing in the world on the Deuce as well. But I feel like, and this is going to be a little bit weird, I feel like it's pretty decent for a Techie Zags game. Just because the PL is going to have to Phantom Rush to get kills. You can't Phantom Rush when you have a Minefield sign up. So, could be one way of getting that done.
Oh,
Now they'll go with
Roshan.
Scourge McDuck.
Why the hell not?
Yeah, but think about it, Mike. Phantom rushing under Minefield. That's an instant counter to PL, right?
I mean, I guess so. I guess. It's kind of the thing. Like, I think the... Yeah, I mean, I think the Mystic Snake with the Ags upgrades probably just better against PL overall. Substantially better.
Probably, but Minefield sign.
Yeah,
No,
I know,
Minefield
John, I know.
sign.
Well, you've already got the Drums of Slom, Jonathan. You can't get greedy. You know?
But more, Mike. We need more of the fun Ags. We need a random Bloodseeker to show up with Ags somehow,
Are
like
you
a
telling me
neutral
that Mystic
Bloodseeker.
Snake spam isn't fun, John?
I mean,
Is that
it
what you're saying
is,
to me?
but it's not as funny as Techie's Ags.
No,
You know, it's not as captivating as Drums of Slom.
that's right.
Not quite, Mike.
Well, they can't. I mean, they've got everything they can ask for now. It's as simple as trying to move high ground at this point with the Aegis up, and you know, if you can get through both Raxes, you are sitting very pretty as the cut. We go very slow move up.
Radiant structures are fortified.
Charge is there. Then we cancelled immediately by Ash. Scourge. Gonna have to do this very slowly. He's gonna find himself out of mana pretty quickly here thanks to Fuerte. In fact, he's finding himself out of mana pretty darn fast right now. Scourge. Forced the back already. This damn PO illusion's proving to be just so annoying. Not much damage being dealt to the T3 tower either. This is going to be a very slow kind of siege. Unless they can get a team fight to happen or a pick-off to happen, this is going to be an extremely slow siege by the looks of it.
Yeah, it's gonna be slow going, Mikey. I'm just gonna sit back, slowly poke and prod, maybe find an opening. Same thing goes for Tilted Boys, though. Skyward just gonna go for the creep cuts once more. Prevent the creep wave from coming out.
Oh, Rolling Thunder's committed. Volodka does avoid the initial stun, but the chase is on from MTD, landing onto Door instead, so the Shadow Demon is gone again. This time Door does have buyback, but they found the PO. That was the real one. It doesn't seem like they quite realize it. Instead, the jump is back in onto Scourge. McDuck is going to get dragged into the tier 4 towers, but he's full mana again. These damn Mystic Snakes proving to be too much. His Door has died back immediately. Fuerte's been caught out another time, petrified up consistently. He's trying to get out. He will be fine for now. But your Rax is slowly dropping here thanks to Scourge. And with the cheese and Aegis up, it's so hard to see them doing anything about it. Chase again. Lotus Orb out. Nether Strike does nothing. Midrax is going to go, but he is out of mana now, so maybe you can get one life. But he has got the cheese. They'll land a charger. Cheese 8. He's fine. Dream Coil's on the back, but Volodka, he needs some more damage than that. They'll go on to Imperium here on the Silencer, though the 4 staff away from Imperium means he is still alive, still walking away. Volodka, he will finally secure the kill, but Fuerte now is being chased down. He will barely just make it up, and no, not quite. Ade is still chasing him down. There goes your PL.
No buyback.
They are still they're still trying to find a way to just buy more time. Don't allow the Megas to come in, but without a PL up, it's going to be pretty tough.
I don't see you stopping this shove-in from Scourge Mokdok, you fortify on the racks, but feels like you might need that towards the tier 4s at this point.
Disruption is there. It's not going to do much. We've seen this before. There goes the Megas. They say do catch out a Beastmaster, so RNA is going to go down. Still 50 seconds without the PL, though, makes it very, very hard to defend, but they are going for everyone but the Medusa. There goes MTD. Another nice kill here for Tilted Boys, but Scourge is the real one you need to try and find a way to deal with. Scourge is just standing his ground against everyone. Door getting a little bit too close will immediately die. Charge out again from Ush. They've got the mana gone here. Maybe they can get the Medusa. Oh, in fact, the Aegis wore out. Scourge, he's in pretty big trouble, but he's just fighting back. Maybe he's not. Charge out again from Ush. At least they are going to get him in the end.
Oh, God. That fight just dragged on way too long. Like, Aegis expires. Yeah. You find that kill in the Medusa, but you've lost pretty much all your high ground, except for a couple of junk buildings and one tier 4. So it's time to really play Defense of the Ancients here for the side of Tilted Boys. The good news is their lineup can play Defense of the Ancients quite nicely. And you still have room to go here for Ferte, going for the Disperser into a Nullifier. So you have a lot of ways of kind of trying to reel this back game in. It's going to be a prolonged process for sure. The cut, all they need is just one shove-in, Mike. One tier 4 left. That's all they need. Mega creeps up, constantly shoving in. The full Dagon build here on Volodka certainly surprising him quite a fair bit. 11-second burst with how much for the amplification? I can't really see, but you've got the Timeless Relic up as well by Sancho. There's a lot of output that Dagon will do every 11.5 seconds. That is also going to be a concern for the Medusa. However, they've got to kind of stack all of that together, because once you do, again, you've got enough output, I feel, to actually take care of Scourge McDuck at this point. It's just, you've lost a lot as well. So these fights are very not straightforward for the side of Tilted Boys to find. Like that, the control has to be perfect, the chain control has to be perfect. They've got to ensure their backline stays intact. You do need your Shadow Demon to actually survive, so Door has to be very wary about his positioning. If you can get that done, then your high ground defense can hold. You can try to find an opening, but this is going to be probably just going to focus on the next Roche, and that's going to determine whether or not Tilted Boy still has a shot here.
Divine Rapier has been queued up here for Fuerte. Oh wait, never mind. He changed it to a Nullifier. A little bit sad. Divine might have just been the way to go here in this game, but side's better of it. Well, the cut grouping up again. The bottom Radiant jungle. You need to at least find buyback gold here on this PL, but he's still just such a ways off. It's the cut. Grouping up now for that slow siege up through the bottom lane. I was going to say, they almost left that Wisdom Rune alone. The Sky would almost look like he forgot about it, but does end up picking it up in the end. I mean, you might just be safer waiting for the next Roshan, to be absolutely fair. If you are the cut, like, there's no reason to force this. Mind you, next Roshan's at a minute 20. So a bit of, not the worst timing. It's about the mid-range timer is there for the cut this time around. But fourth Roshan of the game would essentially secure you the win.
It ought to. Who do you give the Ags to? Truly, well, they'll probably give it to MTD, but I swear to goodness, that minefield sign. Just drop a minefield sign and push Ancient.
It's not gonna happen, John. It's not that easy. It takes time.
Takes time to do what?
To plant the minefield sign.
I'll just rush inward Medusa, then plant the minefield sign around her, and then push Ancient.
Oh,
easy.
You gotta channel it, John. It's not that simple.
Oh, you gotta channel it. Oh, woe is us.
Oh.
Channeling a minefield sign.
I've had the experience, John, of trying to put that damn thing in the middle of a team fight. It's not that easy. You end up dying most of the time trying to do that crap. Let me tell you.
Yeah, but this is not you playing, Mike. It's B-God, right? It's his techies. I trust his techies.
Yeah, well, I mean, the problem is the people who's playing against Jonathan. I mean, obviously they're going to see him just standing in the middle of the team fight doing nothing. And they're just going to be like, oh, well, we'll just jump this techies. Easiest kill of our lives. That's what I would do anyway. Roshan is now available. B-God will get started. Skyward in position again to try and steal another Roshan. Or at least another Aegis. Game 1, he managed to make that happen. Still, it seems like they are well aware that Skyward is somewhere in the tree line and B-God's going to have a cheeky gander around. And they are going to find the Bat Rider to Skyward. Well, he's actually running away, but not quite. He will drop, but he will have buyback.
At least get some information out. Forces the Rolling Thunder a little bit early. Roche still set to fall. And, well, that should be your opening. A little bit of a shove up top. Someone needs to correct. Scourge McDuck does pick up the Aegis, and you do get the Ags up for MTD, so no minefield side yet. It is what it is. It is what it is.
You know what you could do, John? You could go play techies and you could build it yourself. How about that?
Nah, I'd rather play Abaddon. I'm a filthy Abaddon player, right?
It's so much fun right-clicking people. I know how you feel,
It
John.
is, though. Do you not, you just let go of your hands, you clap and laugh, all right? Yeah, it's like, let's go, they're dead.
No,
it's
I
just
don't
enjoyable.
do that. I enjoy pressing the buttons, John. You know, that's what I enjoy.
Yeah, that's why you love Earth Spirit. Because you're so skilled at
right.
pressing them buttons. Wow.
That's right, John.
so good.
that is
Mike Phoenix,
correct.
Such a good player. Wow.
I didn't say I was good at the spirit play, Jonathan. I said I enjoyed the hero. Right? Let's get two things straight.
Yeah, but it comes
play.
down across your insinuations here as well as they go in.
Lasso's out. They have caught one. It is going to be what seems to be the Pango, but he's fine as the roll was out, and now Volodka's finding himself in danger as to boot. The Puck trying to get out of there. Skyward has already brought back into the team fight as the Bat Rider. Volodka somehow still alive, is now Fuerte actually dropping quite low, is half HP. Ash in the meantime being chased here by Scourge McDuck, but everyone is just being annihilated here from Tilted Boys. As B-God does drop. More buybacks incoming here from the cut. So they are onto the peel once again. Fuerte getting into the Invias. They do have the detection in the end. Fuerte still trying to fight, but looking way too low is going to drop. He is down. The cut taking down two. No buyback available in that PO is what makes matters worse here for Tilted Boys. This is not even close to having buyback gold. And that'll be the Ancient being completely exposed now for the cut as they do move in, just wiping out everyone. GG is called. The cut, they find themselves a 2-0 victory here against Tilted Boys. And you know, John, Tilted Boys, you're going to give the boys props. Like, they did put up a decent fight here against the cut, especially in game 1. They were looking fantastic and a bit of a comeback, but sadly for them, in the end, it just does not prove to be enough.
Yeah, not quite enough coming out here from the side of the Tilted Boys. You know, it's funny that we're covering this on the cut because Tilted Boys did look competitive, but I did see the Twitch chat coming out from B-God where he said, being competitive in every match doesn't mean you're going to stay in Div 2. Being competitive in every match doesn't mean you can climb up to Div 1. And so B-God said that himself, and well, being competitive just isn't enough.
Oh, he's not wrong. He's not. You know what, B-God, if you're that confident, come on to the interview and tell us that, you know? Anyway, here we go. This is game 2, of course. Highlights from game 2. Much more dominant from the cut. Like, at least with game 1, it felt like there was a stage where the Morphling was starting to take over and you got 2 Raxes up here for Tilted Boys. But this game around, like, it was too hard of a game for the PL, right? Like, you saw some great high ground defense from Fuerte. But overall, like, you're against the Silencer, you're against the Beastmaster, you're against the Medusa. You know, you're against the Pango. Like, no hero you're playing against is easy as the Peel. And that's kind of the story of the game, I think, here for Fuerte, is just the fact that he couldn't safely ever jump in. You know, he was getting some great lances off with the Ags upgrade. Was holding high ground very, very well. But every time he'd make a big jump in onto somebody, it did feel like he was eventually just getting caught.
Yeah, it just felt difficult. His lane as well wasn't the smoothest. We saw Ade kind of crush that lane pretty hard early on. So again, a little bit of a slower laning start for Tilted Boys means that their initial timings aren't met. It takes a lot longer for your PL to hit all of these item spikes. By that point, you had that early Butterfly Manta already up and running on Scourge McDuck, and that gave a lot of momentum out towards the cut. I think the big issue for Tilted Boys is really like their offlane ideation right now. It's more about like
Ideation?
not really. Yeah, their ideas on offlane. I mean, their ideas on offlane seems to be more on finding heroes that fit like this mid-game tempo, but don't necessarily crush lanes, right? Like Spirit Breaker Batrider didn't really do much to stop Scourge McDuck from farming. Empyrean doing a great job in the Silencer from holding them back as well. In game 1, it was like the Underlord and the Batrider, same kind of issue. Like, yes, it counteracts the Dusa to an extent later on. It doesn't really stop Dusa from farming. So I think that's where Tilted Boys might want a little bit more. Again, just pressuring lanes. Do you see our scoreboard here, Mikey? 2-0 again for the cut. And Scourge McDuck will take our MVP here. I mean, he did have a really fantastic time farming up. He knew his timings. He knew the itemization. Manta, Butterfly. And once he hit that point, he just joined his team, take objectives, takes fights, and was really hard to stop. Like the PL had to wait for so many items to try to counteract that.
And my favorite part was the ideation, John, from Scourge McDuck. This fantastic ideation, as you would say. that's a great word, John.
It is a great word. I think I used it.
Is that a real word?
It is a real word.
Hold on.
It is a real word.
I'm making fun of you, but it's an actual word.
It is an actual word. It is.
Well,
I used it a lot in my art history classes,
Oh, well, then I look like an idiot, don't I? I guess nothing's new, John. We'll head over to our interview. Of course, we've got Empyrean here for an interview. Mr. Empyrean, congratulations on a 2-0 victory once again, sir. How the hell are you feeling?
I'm feeling pretty good. Those were pretty hard games, pretty stressful. They went pretty late, so I'm glad we won. Shout out to the cut. Shout out to my teammates.
Shout out to the cut and your teammates. Talk to me about game 1, because that was a bit of a closer affair between you two. Like, there was a bit of a comeback moment from Tilted Boys. They pushed you guys through, get 2 Raxes down. Eventually, I was actually sitting there like, well, hold on, Tilted Boys might actually pull off this comeback. But then you guys seemed to make the call to just run down mid with your Medusa. You had a buyback available on her, I believe, and you make it work. First of all, from your perspective, what happened? How did they make that comeback happen just for that brief moment? And secondly, who made the call to just run it down mid?
I think they made the comeback because we didn't really have that many stuns, and they were just basically playing like rats the whole game, like both of the games, just behind our tier 2s. Batrider and the Morphling were just cutting all our waves. And they were really hard to kill because he just had Silver Edge on Morphling and Mantas pushing out all the waves. And we didn't have many stuns, so I think that's how they got their advantage. We kind of want to group up and push, but they're spamming us out with Underlord and cutting all our waves, so it's hard for us to advance the game further. And as for the call to end the game, we killed them and made the Morph buyback for Roche. So they got the Roche and they went high ground, and we knew that we shouldn't go on Morph, so we just doomed the Quap and killed her and made her buyback, and then we disengaged with Deuce in front. So when we got those buyback advantages, when the Aegis just expired, we knew we had about like a 3 or 4 buyback advantage. So we just called to push mid and force megas with the Deuce buyback. Because if we trade 1-for-1 kills, we'll just have buybacks and they won't. We can end the game. I'm pretty sure I said in the game, like, this is the way we win the game, and not like play to win and play not to lose, right? Don't play not to lose, just play to win. And we did that, so it worked out.
That's very good. John, go on.
All right, Empyrean, I'm curious. You guys do have only a few series left. You guys have Raven's Grin and Wildcard left. Is there one team that you're more motivated to play up against, outside of just, wanting to win to climb to Div 1? Like personal motivation to face off against any of these teams?
I think for the rest of the team, at least for SMD and BGod, it would be Ravens, because Italiano was the offlaner last season, and, they have some friendly rivalry. They want to beat him and stuff. And mine would be wildcard because I teamed with Francis with Flea for like a year plus. So he's my friend, and it'd be fun to play versus him and try to beat him. That's it for me, though.
Yeah, I do. I do remember those times of Simply 2 based. Did enjoy those times. Now, there's one question that is maybe reaching a little bit far back into your memory here, Imperial. I remember a time when I was watching Echo League Division A, and I remember that you were renowned for, your team was renowned for a certain combination of Centaur Abaddon. Will we ever see you try to pull that off in a pro game?
No, we will not. Not anymore. Those days are gone.
Oh, those were very fun days. And I guess to close out here for me, you're a very peaceful guy, Imperial. Is there any beef in the team with anyone else, or are you all peace seekers here? You know, we had some words for good old Sammy Boy last time around.
No, I'm a nice guy. I don't say bad things to other people. You know, our entire team is pretty PMA, pretty chill. We all get along with each other. There have been rarely any days of tilt at all, to be honest. This is the most PMA team I've had, I think, ever. We all try to get better. Even after the first loss to C-Dub, we didn't even take it that bad. We still studied replays, we played scrims, and it was all back to normal in like a day. So the team environment is pretty good.
That is good to hear, you know, in comparison to a lot of other teams, comparison to some of the interviews, you know, there's always something to say, especially about Sammy. Everyone's got something to say about Sammy, but good to hear.
Yeah, with that, Imperial, I think we'll let you go, but thank you so much for talking with us again, and congratulations on your 2-0 victory.
Thank you, guys. See you next time.
Thank you.
Bye-bye.
The lovely Imperial, as always. You know, they make this guy do the interview every time, and we appreciate talking to Imperial because he's a super nice guy. But, you know, the other boys from the cutter, I gotta admit, Jonathan, you know, I'm gonna start putting on the chopping block very, very soon if I don't get somebody else. So I'm gonna have to start calling out some names very, very soon here from these boys. Well, we're gonna have a look at the schedule. Speaking of calling out names, you were calling out Sammy Boy. John, he's coming up next here against the Goons. The Goons, they've been struggling as a team. You know, they're not sitting in the best spot right now, sitting in, I believe, tied in first place with Nexus Titans with a score of 1-3. So definitely looking to try and move their way up. Wildcard, they are still in first place, tied up with Seed up at the moment. So if they can win out this series, they will be outright first place on their own. So it should be a fun one. The question is, do Goons have anything against Sammy Boy? I'm sure they do. I could probably message Sammy Boy right now. He'd tell me some story about how the Goons hate him. So, maybe I will do that, Jonathan. We'll head off to a short break. We'll be back with our third series of the day here between the American Goons and, of course, Wildcard. We'll see you soon. Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. We are going into our third series, of the day here between Wildcard and, of course, American Goons, and it is MLP Dota and John X5. Jonathan, welcome back, sir. We are going into game one of our draft soon, but it seems like we do have some roster updates here between both these sides because apparently both of them require a stand-in today. Do you want to give us do you want to tell us what's going on here, Jonathan?
Well, I'm not sure why, but the Goons do have Jubei standing in once more instead of Pingus. And Wildcard, well, apparently, RCY is either picking up his parents or going on a date. So either one is his excuse for not being here. And we do have Babatich joining back on Wildcard. So it's going to be an interesting one with subs coming in. Again, Jubei has been the most prolific sub player that I think we've seen throughout our time here in Div 2. And I'm keen to see how these teams compare head-to-head, because I think this should be fairly competitive. It's been a lot rougher for the side of the Goons, of course, taking that random loss, I think, up against Ravens, probably not expecting a straight 2-0 and getting 2-1 by the cut. A little bit rougher for them. Wildcard, they've had all wins, but it's been a lot of 3-game series coming out, although recently it has felt a lot faster, and you can see in the stats again, a little bit more active coming out from Wildcard, a little bit more controlled, but not as many deaths. To be expected when you're winning more often, to be fair.
Yeah, it certainly is to be expected here. I think it's still going to be I don't know if I can say it's going to be a close series between these two. It's kind of hard because you never know when the American Goons are going to show up, and well, quite frankly, even with Wildcard, you never really know how they're going to go either. So it's going to be a bit of a wild series, I'm sure, here between these two teams, especially with two big stand-ins kind of subbing in for some big names here in either side. Well, we'll see. I mean, Wildcard obviously looking to have the better stats, but like you said, it's based off the fact that they have been winning more. So stats naturally going to be in their favor. I'm just curious to see how things go with the stand-ins coming in, because again, I think RCY in particular is a huge kind of missing piece now for Wildcard, though they do have Babatich, which I do believe Sammy Boy has played with quite a bit. So at the very least, some familiar names here for Wildcard, but then you have American Goons with Jubei, which I'm sure a lot of the players have dealt with Jubei and played with Jubei quite a bit. But whether it's going to gel well in this series is something we have to see.
Yeah, I think that's the one thing to watch out for. Just how well can he reintegrate into Wildcard? Since I think the last time we saw Babatich was maybe like, what was it, Tour 1? And Wildcard was in Division 1, so I'm keen to see how that works out. Of course, we have our player comparison to come out here as well. We are looking at our safe laners. Should be comparing Sammy up against Boris, which is always an interesting head-to-head because, you know, Sammy's the most talkative guy. And, well, at the very least, his stats do speak for itself. Pretty strong look at the net worth and the average kills. Although, to be fair to Boris, he's not too far off, and he's getting all of that done with less net worth. So maybe in terms of gold to kills, you know, Boris is looking a little bit better, Mike.
I think Boris is always doing a pretty damn good job every game we see him. Like I can't quite blame Boris when American Goons do end up losing a series or even just an individual game. It does feel like he's always doing a pretty damn good job. So not too surprising there. Again, we'll have to see how the game pans out because both these sides, they can look a bit hit or miss depending on the day of the week. So very intrigued to see what we're going to see here in this Game 1 draft, and intrigued to see if we're going to see some all chat after the Game 1 draft as well, because, you know, I'm sure even if you have no hatred towards each other, there's some words to be said, I'm sure. So we do have draft number 1 available now, so we can head into it straight away. Maybe.
Should be showing up soon, and again, with our subs on hand, it's going to be really interesting to see how they adjust. I think when a team picks up Jubei, it's always like he plays two heroes, Mike. He plays Disruptor and Mirana.
Yeah.
And I don't know if that's down to Jubei wanting to play those heroes or the team's probably just thinking those are his best heroes, but I feel like the guy could use something else, you know? Surely you give Jubei something else at some point.
Sure.
There's only so much Disruptor Mirana he can play over 2 tours now, Mike, as a sub.
Oh, I don't know about that, John. I don't know if there's so much. It's, you know, it seems like he's more than happy to keep going. We'll see. We'll see what they do intend on giving him. Like, if if they were to pick up the Disruptor Marauder, probably it is going to be in the first phase. Just go ahead and take it for yourselves. You know, like it's not exactly very surprising for anyone involved, so you may as well just go for those early pickups, as we do see the initial bans being Medusa Lena for American Goons and Bat Rider and Spirit Breaker being banned out here for Wildcard, and they do actually take the techies themselves, which is not very surprising.
Yeah, still a strong hero. I'm really surprised by the Lena ban. I mean, I know the hero's been getting buffed in spellcasting, but I don't know if it's really enough for it to come back as any sort of core. It's still rather funky, so maybe they've been practicing in scrims and Wildcard's been enjoying it. Then again, maybe it's just an adjustment to Babatich being in. You know, like without RCY, perhaps there's some very specific heroes Babatich does enjoy mid. I mean, in Tour 1, it was the Lena patch, so I understand that, but probably not relevant now. Goons, they pick up the Undying, so having a strong laner already on hand. Some decent teamfight coming out as well with the Tombstone. Some small saves didn't come out with the Entombment you can get with your Shard, although I have to say, unlike Aghanim's Labyrinth, it doesn't feel as crazy when you don't have that bonus healing while in the Tombstone, so it's a really strange one with that Ag's Shard. Morphling comes out as well, again not too surprising, although it is rather blind, the Morphling pickup. You don't see your lane matchup, and you don't see your core matchup, so that does give Wildcard a lot of room in trying to draft around that. I think maybe the Illusion Heroes can come out now as well for Wildcard. They could come out with a Doom Techies lane, which we know Morphling doesn't enjoy, although into Morphling Undying, it could be maybe a little bit more challenging to get your aggression off there.
Yeah, it could be. We'll have to wait and see. Wildcard with their second pickup now. Though I have to think about this one. Now, I do agree with you that the Morphling was very, very early pick here for American Goons. Usually you see that into heroes like the Medusa, but that was not the case. Mind you, Morph obviously has proven to be... It seems like so many teams are prioritizing it now just purely based off the Ags build-up you can go for. Which every team basically is doing right now as the Morph, as they do go for a Lycan pickup here for Wildcard. Why the hell not? You know, this hero can be so annoying to play against in the right hands. The thing is as well, we have seen position 1 Lycan with Harpoon build-up as of late, so that could be an option if Sammy wanted to go down that route. Or you could just throw it in the off lane. You know, let Monster play it in the off lane and make it happen that way.
Yeah, still has some flux on hand. Wouldn't mind either way. It is a universal type, so it does enjoy all of that coming out there. Keen to see what the play is here for the side of Wildcard. I think a Techie's Lycan lane is pretty passive. I think you would want something a little bit more aggressive for sure to shut down the Morph. Lycan just... yeah, it dominates its lane for sure, but it doesn't really have a kill threat. And I think into Undying, you know, it's not really a stable solution for the Tombstone, but it can run down supports, so you still have that going for yourself. We'll see. On Wildcard, they ban out the Pangolier and the Trimousaw. The Goons banning out the Enigma, which is also rather interesting when you already have Lycan. Maybe they expect Wildcard to go all in on this Zeus strat, I suppose. That is taken out at the very least. It's kind of funny as well to pick Lycan into Morphling, right? Because Lycan is a universal type, so Morphling has a pretty decent Ags target to morph into to steal a lot of stats.
I don't know if they care about that anymore, honestly. Like, because we've seen this so many times. I don't think anyone cares for the whole universal versus morph thing. Like, so much. I guess with the Lycan, you don't really want to morph into Lycan because it's just Lycan. You don't really get that much value out of it.
I think down the line, like when your Morphling is probably 5-slotted and you don't need the other forms, like if you have enough utility elsewhere and you're staying in your morph form anyway, like, you know, we see Morphlings morph into someone, just stay as Morphling just for stats. Universal types are still pretty devastating to go up against. Like, yeah, I get the point that a Morphling morphing into Lycan isn't really a threat. What is he going to do? Summon wolves and howl? It's like, all right. But at the same time, as the game scales on, and Morphling is less reliant on trying to be a another hero and just be himself with all his damage, with all the agi and stat padding he has. A universal type gives you a lot. You shoot up from maybe 2k HP to almost 3.8. Like you can easily get like 1.6 to 1.8k HP from stat stealing alone. You can get a lot of agi out. You get so much on 40% all stat steal. It's
Right.
crazy, but it does take a long time for that to be crazy, to be fair.
Oh, we'll see. Final ban to come for American Goons. Veno being removed as well. One last one, but they'll have a think about this one. It's a bit of a mix of some strange bans, to say the least. Like, I wouldn't quite expect an Enigma to come out here from Goons, but from Wildcard rather, but nevertheless, it did get banned out. And even the Venomancer, like, I suppose the Venom would have been decent against the Morphling, but obviously, Goons just do not want to have to play against this. Mind you, Goons is probably taking this matchup extremely seriously, because this is arguably the hardest matchup you have for the whole of Division 2. And they are going to ban out the Lich, which actually hasn't been popping up as of late for some reason. But the hero still seems extremely busted.
Yeah, like today's been a dry Lich day. The other days in Div 2 have been pretty good for the Lich. It's been popping out in a lot of tournaments as well. The Goons do pick up the Enchantress, so look at that, Mike. Enchantress Undying. Jubei has to play something new.
I think he's probably just going to take the Undying and just let the Ench play pause 4. I mean, you could mix them up. It doesn't really matter too much. But he certainly has got to try something new here, John. I guess the thing is, if you do have the Lycan Helm of the Dom come up, at least the Ench is going to be able to enchant the creep most of the time. Until you get the Overlord timing, it's not going to feel too good for the Lycan. But then again, you could just skip that altogether and go for the Harpoon build, which I wouldn't blame them for, because I actually think Harpoon Lycan's pretty damn strong.
Yeah, like you can go for maybe an old school right-click Lycan, no problem here. You can even, there's an argument to be made for like a Harpoon Silver Edge here, just to have a break on hand if you feel that's necessary. If you don't have enough magic damage coming out from the side of Wildcard to burst down some of these targets. Could be one way to go. Or heck, maybe a little bit stranger, but something like a Gleipnir as well. The stats are, again, universal type. You just want a stat pad. A lot of options there for the Lycan, from offlane and from safe lane. Wildcard, they'll still steal away in the Doom, and now you can mention Lil Nick liking that in the Goon, so they steal that away from Lil Nick, Mike.
Yes, this time we actually have Lil Nick in the game, and he has not got his Doom, which is, I'm sure he's very upset about. Poor old Lil Nick.
I'm sure he's happy to play something else. You know,
I feel a bit bad for Lil Nick, I'm not gonna lie. Like, you see the amount of teams the guy's been part of, and obviously he hasn't had the most successful time as of late. And I just felt bad because last time we spoke to him, he kind of just said that. He's like, man, I've been part of so many Div 1 teams, and, you know, it just never worked out. It's just, he seemed kind of heartbroken last time we spoke to him. Honestly, John, it's, you know, it makes me sad to think about.
Yeah, like I feel for Lil Nick. I feel for a lot of the guys in Div 2. Or for a lot of the NA players, really, right? Because they've been bouncing up and down, Div 1, Div 2. It's just been a roller coaster for region for a lot of the players here. But
and then you have the added issue of, like, you know, a lot of international players coming to NA, which, you know, is a hot topic in and of itself. But then it makes them feel even worse, because it's like, if you got upcoming talent like Lil Nick was, or maybe still is, or all these other boys, it's you know, it's a bit demoralizing seeing these bigger names from Western Europe coming in, or Eastern Europe, or whatever, and making their careers in NA. You know, it's tough.
10 seconds.
Yeah, it was Yamson who gave us a piece of his mind in Tour 1 when it was Wildcard in that exact circumstance with Papatic, and I forgot if their pause won at that point. But yeah, that it was Wildcard. That was also kind of deep into that as well. So rather interesting.
I'm not saying it's wrong.
Topic.
I'm simply saying it would be very, very demoralizing for the players.
It is.
Yeah.
It is.
That's all I'm saying.
Sure.
Just before anyone gets upset.
You know, it's demoralizing as well. Jubei sees that disruptor taken away from him.
That is
true.
true.
Just reminding him that he's not playing that hero, good or bad.
Very unlucky. Very, very unlucky for Jubei. Like you said, he might be excited to play a new hero, John. You know, it might be time to increase the hero puddle to a third hero, potentially. Final bans to come out. Void Spirit removed, Slark was removed. Can I just say, by the way, while we were on the topic of Jubei, I'm a big fan of afros, and I do love the man's afro. I think he's got a fantastic haircut. In fact, I was upset, Jonathan, because my wife has an afro, like somewhat of an afro. She has curly hair, right? And when we had our daughter, my wife was literally begging me it's not my choice anyway, but she was begging me that our daughter did not have her hair and she would have my hair because my hair's, perfect. And luckily for my daughter, she ended up coming out with my hair, Jonathan. Very, very lucky girl, obviously. But I personally wanted an afro. I would have loved an afro.
Unlucky, Mike. Roll the dice in the next kid, huh? Just go next, I guess is what they say.
Well, that's it. I've given up on this one now. There's no point anymore. It's a wild card. Final pickup.
There's a very weird flex wildcard can do. Outside of Safelin Lycan, they could run a mid Lycan. What I think we have seen Bapatich do. No, alright, they go into the puck. Safelin Lycan biz for good old Sammy. The puck should help them lock in the Morphling as well. So mobility lockdown. You have a lot of solutions for the Morphling actually. Dream Coil to stop mobility, a Static Storm plus Doom to just prevent, just morphing around. We have seen the puck. Again, it's not the most lane dominant hero anymore. It always has a stable time, but never really pops off nowadays. What is left here for the Goons? You could go into a Storm, but Storm into Disruptor and Doom is always a little bit awkward. Maybe you could go for a Quap if you really feel like it, something like that, but Primal Beast is the answer.
Interesting, to say the least. This hero is not something you see too often anymore, but I guess with the recent nerfs that happened in 7.33D to other heroes, maybe it could make a reappearance. At least American Goons are going to try it here. I don't think the hero's in any way obviously bad, but I think it does need itself a good start to really pop off as a hero. It's just so XP dependent, this hero.
I don't think your matchup against Puck is the worst. It's also not the best, mind you, but you can gap close onto the Puck and punish any overextensions quite nicely. And the Puck shouldn't be completely zoned out. You should still be able to get some farm here. Overall, when it comes to the draft, it's hard to say who I lean towards. I see American Goons late timing a little bit better. I think the Morphling can carry them through here. I think their lanes are pretty solid as well. I would say the Underlord Enchantress lane being pretty hard to shove away. The Morphling Undying lane being pretty stable as well, especially if you opt for Soul Rip in that lane. It's pretty good to heal the Morphling to max and constantly sustain. At the same time, Wildcard does have a pretty sick offlane with Monster and Flea here. Your mid lane matchup is stable. Your earlier tempo in Wildcard's a lot better, but I don't know. I feel like this game's going to drag on, and if it drags on, it's a little bit easier for the Goons.
It's going to be an interesting matchup. I'm very curious to see how this one does pan out. Of course, Wildcard going for something that maybe a little bit experimental with their own draft, and we'll see how it works out. Game number 1 is officially now underway, so we should be able to head into that and see exactly how it is going to work out. And the Lycan Pos 1 is the one thing that you kind of question here. Like, is it good enough as a position 1? To be absolutely fair, we have been seeing Broodmother Pos 1 popping up recently in Western Europe, I believe. So, I'd say Lycan's probably a better option in terms of carries, but we'll see. I like it. I think Harpoon build up on Lycan's really strong.
It is. It's a pretty fun build up. I'm pretty sure that's what we'll see coming out here from Sammy. I think the one thing with Lycan as a universal core is that it doesn't have the highest damage per level. At the same time, I don't think that matters too much. It's really just down to getting way more from your itemization. A little bit of an early flank here from Wildcard. Not going to get any smokes out, but we'll just sneak around. It doesn't look like there's going to be any big scuffle.
Not quite. It's a, what is that spray? It's a spray in the Radiant Triangle that they're putting down. Is that meant to be like a Joker spray or something? Is that what it is?
Yeah, I
Bit of
think
wheel?
so. It's a disturbing Joker spray.
That just,
Bothers me, Mike.
when I saw that, I can almost guarantee the person that made that spray was thinking about Sammy Boy when they did that. That's what it feels like to me. That feels like a Sammy idea right there.
I can see it. I can see it, Mike. And the Sammy idea is also to play the game, so we'll see the lanes break out, as he would want to play some Dota 2. Taking a look at mid first, Babitic again reuniting with Wildcard to sub in for RCY up against Esk here on the Puck versus the Primal Beast lane. Overall, not too rough of a lane for either side. I think the Primal Beast will cop it a little bit in the early levels, but once you've got the Onslaught and the Trample, and then it becomes a little bit simpler to kind of harass out Babitic as well and keep clearing out the wave. So it should be a stable farming lane. Level 6 is going to be key. If you get that Dream Coil up faster in Babitic, then you can certainly look to cut down Esk early on and just prevent him from getting too much. Maybe some support rotations would be big here as well. I feel like the support duo of Wildcard can be pretty nice in a rotation here.
It certainly can. I'm looking down at the bottom lane for a moment here. Flea's really giving it to Jubei. Teki's one of the heroes that Undying doesn't particularly enjoy playing against because you just can't close the gap very well against this hero. Because he's going to be there with Monster. Jubei really just copying it. See, with the Undying, you want to hit that level 2 timing early and then try to abuse the level 2 timing with the Tombstone and the Decay spam. Though I don't know how much you're really going to get out of it with a Morphling because there's not much harass that can come out from Boris's end of things. Like the best you could hope for is like a waveform forward and maybe a few right clicks. But seems like for now the level 2 time is going to be a little bit slower and they aren't going to really be able to make full use of the level 2 on the Undying.
Yeah, not going to be able to get too much done. Stable farming lane coming out for Boris, though, at very least. Like, he's not going to be under threat as well for Monster. Good courier snipes coming out here from Sunlight and Flea. Just having a little bit of extra gold to play with. MTR taking a look up top. Again, Sammy on the safe lane Lycan up and with Sunlight on the Disruptor up against Lil Nick on the Underlord and Giant on Yench. This top lane should also be fairly stable. You just end up just farming. Maybe a little bit better for the Underlord. You do have wave clear on your side. Lycan doesn't really have that. Especially since Sammy didn't go for the Wolves. He did opt for the Howl Feral Impulse, looking to mitigate right-click harassment onto him, but that does mean his lane control's not quite as good as he'd want it to be here. To be fair, you are up against Ench, so your Wolves probably don't do much here either.
No point. I mean, Sammy just wants to farm anyway. He doesn't need the Wolves up. Giant obviously going to be very, very annoying here, and even Sunlight going to have a lot of problems dealing with him. Not much the Disruptor can do here in this lane against the Ench. It's hard. Like usually, that the Thunderstrike rather is just so effective with harass trade, but not against a hero like Ench. And he actually goes for the Nature's Attendance level 1 as well, so rather level 2. But you get my point. He does pick it up rather than going for Impetus, which makes enough sense because it just means Giant can never really be forced out of this lane anymore. Bottom, they do drop the Tombstone. Monster is out of range of it now, and it seems like the Tombstone is not really going to do anything for them here. Monster is fine.
He is having to sit back a little bit further than he'd like. Doesn't have a Ring of Health up yet. So can't just regen back in safely, but at least has a Tango coming out. And he's close by the tier 1 for a little bit more coming in there. Should recover quite fine. Against slower lanes overall from both sides, this does feel like... Honestly, I feel like even if you're not finding kills with Undying, as long as you're farming in Boris, you're pretty happy. Like, Sammy is impacted on farm much worse. Like, he only has 11 CS, 12 CS to his name, and he just doesn't have anything to do. Like, he goes for 1-1-1 with the Wolves. You don't really want to show your Wolves up against the Ench. Your lane's always shoved in by Lil Nick. And the Lycan's just not going to have a good start in comparison. The Morph is going to ramp up a lot quicker here.
Just for now. Giant trying to get aggressive on Sunlight. Actually getting a fair bit of damage off here with the level 2 Enchanted Creep. Plus 30 damage on that Centaur Conqueror. So poor old Giant again, rather Sunlight just forced to back out of there. Giant having a great old time. And I like this as well, like just getting the early push into the tier 1 tower. They know that Wildcard can't respond to this unless there's a rotation to come in from one of the side lanes. So this should be a consistent push coming in here onto the tier 1 tower. And Sammy's just going to be able to find 0 farm. Like even his Pharaoh Impulse is still level 1, so his regen just is not that high.
Yeah, I'm a bit surprised again that he opted for the Wolves, maybe anticipating he needs to go jungling. So, at the least, if you invest in the Wolves, clearing out the jungle to recover isn't too bad for Lycan, but it's also not the ideal. I mean, your top tier 1, 5.5 minutes in, it's already down to 1,000 HP, just above half. Not a good feeling here for the side of Wildcard, as every lane just looking pretty sharp here for the side of the American Goons, outside of maybe mid, but you've got control everywhere else. Little Nick has a good ramp up, already on the Vanguard. Boris, I mean, he's getting harassed here and there, but he might find a kill.
Yeah, Flea kind of just jumped right into the tier 1 tower and Boris will clean him up. Boris, a very, very quick reaction on the strength morph as he was initiated on with the blast off of Flea. So first blood actually going to go the way of the Morphling. He does that completely solo.
Yeah, just a little bit of overcommitment coming out there from Flea. No backup there for Monster, was just sitting him further back in that creep wave. And, you know, they don't find anything. So a little bit painful for the side of Wildcard to feed that off to the Morphling. And Boris already off to a good start. And with Sammy off to a bad start, it does feel like now the game is kind of hinging on Babatich to get some plays out on the puck. Maybe hit a fast Witchblade timing, get a rotation, play with a coil, look for pickoffs. I just don't know that even if you drop the coil, if you have enough damage here from Wildcard until maybe your supports hit their level 6s as well, which you're still a long way off from. Like Sunlight, still level 2, just gets the glimpse.
Well, it's kind of a shame for Giant. He just TP'd into that area, John, to try and get that Wisdom Rune. Bottom lane, Jabay's going to drop here. Flea able to take him down on the techies, and Flea actually got the Wisdom Rune to boot. So a bit of a shame here for Jabay. He's kind of missing out on everything. Ends up giving a bit of bonus gold back the way of Wildcard. So 1-1 now. Mid lane's been awfully quiet between these two teams, by the way, John. Though it does seem like Babatich has had a very good time on the mid puck.
That's the only lane that's been going really well here for the side of Wildcard. They've managed to suppress Esk and his build up quite nicely. I think the one funny thing from those Wisdom Runes is, again, Sunlight was level 2. Now he's 4, so it's a bit more playable.
Mid lane, Dreamcoil is going to make sure that the onslaught never gets off. Pulverize is going to be cancelled immediately by Babatich as well. Very, very nice setup here from Wildcard to just go right into the mid lane. And, well, now they can even secure themselves a nice regen for Babatich. So, full reset for him on the puck. And, shutting down the Primal Beast this early on, always going to be a pretty damn good feeling.
They've got enough room now as well to kind of just let Sammy play up top despite losing his tier 1. He's got the wolf levels, and he can jungle. He is going for the Echo Saber build up. So probably just looking for the Harpoon to run down some heroes. Start to get going. They glimpsed back Esk as well.
Yeah, that's not nice.
Yeah.
Oh,
Okay.
It's getting worse.
All right. That is less than ideal. Yeah, for the side of the American Goons. I mean, if you can maybe make it work in your side lanes, you know, like start to pressure Monster a bit more, it could feel better, but it is rather passive. And to be fair, your lineup does want to just keep farming, but don't think you want to keep farming this long and allow Wildcard to find these pickoffs. Because eventually Monster will catch up in a free lane. It is a Doom. You know, he will always kind of farm back in. He's working towards a Midas as well. So ignoring the Doom while it's weak is pretty big. They're just trying to focus mid to provide relief for Esk, but I think it's at the point where Esk, he should definitely make a swing elsewhere, and they are moving out. Again, probably eyeing that bot, eyeing Monster, the easy target.
Here we go. Monster will retreat for a little bit. Looks like there is still the rotation incoming. Goon's going to go in with the onslaught, and it will connect perfectly onto the Doom. Boris happy to secure the kill there for the team. Second kill for him on the Morphling, and it's going to open up the bottom tier 1 tower quite nicely here for American Goons to just secure. Thing is, they could just take the mid tier 1 on wildcards end of things, and it seems like that's exactly what they're going to do. Like, you want our bot tower? No problem. We'll just take your mid. And that's just way more valuable anyway.
Yeah. It gives them a little bit more here. Well,
Babbage feeling very, very spicy just jumping in, but does decide to retreat. It is an Underlord after all. He's not the easiest cut target.
yeah, he has the full Vanguard up. Wolnick just a little bit too durable right now to really instantly burst. Do you have the full Witchblade up on Babatich? There's a little bit more damage
Monster.
coming out as they run down Monster again.
And here we go again, but Doom is out. Pops it immediately, but has no backup yet. It is coming. Giant. He's the one to tank the gank here from Wildcard. So good positioning from Giant to just tank the gank completely. Knowing the Primal Beast was out of the fight. Now he's back in. Nice onslaught into the Pulverize onto the Puck. Babbage, though, still able to pop the shield rune and just jaunt his way towards the west. So the chase is on here from Boris, but he has to be careful not to go too far. They will glimpse him away, but a nice phase shift going to avoid that completely as Babbage, still in the middle of nowhere, is going to orb away again. But American Goons, they have grouped up. They are looking at that mid-tier 1 tower. And it seems as though they should be able to take this.
Yeah, no problems. I mean, no Coil to threaten, no Doom to threaten from Wildcard. Sammy's certainly not going to show up just yet on that Lycan as well. They can just find the objectives on Goons, and even though it's a very marginal lead here on the American Goons, it is still concerning for Wildcard. Their lineup kind of wants to kick it into gear faster, and you're just nowhere near this early timing you'd want. Like, Echo Saber Lycan's gonna be nice. It does feel like you need a full Harpoon to really get going on that hero as a core on the safe lane. DD, nice deny from Babatich at least.
Now Dreamcore setup, that allows Flea to jump in for a double blast off, and that is S just gone. Giant, he will survive through it with the Nature's Attendants. But you've got the much bigger target in S going down. Another nice pickup here for Babatich, who has been playing very well on the puck, mind you. Wildcard, I think they're just more than happy to keep buying time for Sammy. Like, your Lycan has caught up decently. Still very far behind the Morphling, mind you, but they have bought him enough time to at least have the Echo Saber on the way. And now they can start officially working towards the Harpoon builder. And there is going to be a timing, like once the Harpoon's available, Sammy will be stronger than the Morph, at least for a certain amount of time. Whether that lasts for very long is a different question entirely. But initially, once the Harpoon is up, it is going to be quite scary to deal with.
It certainly is. It's going to be a lot of output out from Sammy. It's kind of funny as well. Like, your crit in wolf form is pretty... It's minimal, but it's 220% at a 40% chance. With a hero that wants a stat pad as a universal type, that's going to be a lot of output from Sammy if he does hit that point, or when he does hit that point. And a bit longer until that. Still, smoke out from Jubei and Eskir. Looking for Sammy up top, it looks like.
And that's the big one. It's the guy you really want to shut down before he does hit that timing. So Sammy going to be on the eastern side of that top jungle, so not going to be caught out very easily. S going to go for an onslaught out of the dire jungle, just not feeling safe right now. No, well, there was sunlight around on the disruptor for a glimpse back, but didn't really have the vision to start with anyway. Mid lane, Static Storm's going to be dropped. They've actually found the Morphling with this, and he could not get the Strength Morph in time. Beautiful setup
Sammy.
here from Sunlight, and Sammy has started. Here we go.
Good old Sammy boy. He vouched for the Goons just to want to crush them in Div 1. Maybe that was the play on his appeal on Twitter. He's like, oh, these guys deserve it, you know? Then he comes in and says, yes, yes, I want to crush Boris. That's the kind of person that I imagine Sam to be. I'm sure he's not like that.
I think he might be, John. I'm not going to lie. I think he might just be.
Oh, glimpse back. Hello. Oh, no dodge. Poor Boris.
Unlucky. He'll have to walk back.
Might have been better. Might have been better for him to have to walk back anyway. There were 3 heroes clumped up mid. So maybe for the best.
Yeah. You're probably not wrong, John. The lines are drawn up towards the top lane. Babbage, he's moving in. Smoke is still available. Oh, those are a lot of stacks. This could be very good timing here for Wildcard, but they're not running the right way. They're running up north instead. Oh, they barely miss out on a very good fight here. And they might still find Esk for their trouble. Coil is going to land perfectly from Babbage right on the edge. So they've even got the blast off to follow up, and Esk is going to drop. It's still a great pickoff. But had they run south into the triangle, not only would they have found Boris and Jubei, both at half HP, but a bunch of stacks would have been stolen. And that would have been just way bigger.
Yeah, it would have been a bigger take for sure. Some good farm for Boris to find. They don't fully clear out the stacks. It's a little bit too challenging. They could just restack here, wait for the next tombstone from Jubei, and go again. 2-7-0. Wildcard's starting to pull ahead now at a 4K lead, compensating for a little bit of a slower laning start. They've got the Yasha flying out for Sammy into the Mantis style first, so not opting for the Harpoon, just wants more stats and just a way to self-dispel from maybe some of the control here on the side of the Goons. Monster, he's been free farming, has to blink up now in the Doom, and they find Esk.
What they do. Esk again going to find himself in a bit of danger. Glimpse was not available to be used, so he does get away. The thing is, Boris is still finding so much time to farm the Morphling. Mind you, again, Sammy is much closer now, just about 400 gold off having the same net worth as the Morph. Babbage, again, I got to give the guy props, John. He's been doing so much work on this park. Here we go again. Coil is out. He's actually locked down the Morph, but the Strength Morph was there in time, so he is going to be just fine. They do not have enough to burst him. But at the same time, there's 5 heroes here from the American Goons, and I don't think they're really going to get anything out of this.
No. Like they can't lock in and try to punish Babatich. He's already bailed out. They're getting some good farm in the downtime here for Sammy, for Monster. BKB for the Doom, not too far off. Again, having a great time recovering here on the Doom after a slower lane. Just not being contested. Like, he was the most susceptible target. They opt instead for mid. But you just don't really have the stable lockdown to keep Babatich down. So they miss opportunities.
Really
perhaps Sammy could be a kill.
Could be. That's the big one. Sammy, though, just pops the wolf form and runs. Like, you don't have the greatest lockdown for this guy. Most of your lockdown is the Primal Beast. So unless he's around, the chances are Sammy's going to be able to run away are pretty high. Maybe you could think about building a Rod of Atos on Lil Nick to just have that extra lockdown you require as Esk mid lane. Kinetic Field going to give the vision. Sunlight needs a bit more though for the glimpse. Never actually went for the Thunderstrike, surprisingly enough. Had he landed the Thunderstrike first, he would have just glimpsed him back, but it doesn't get it off. Wanted to go for the Kinetic Field instead. While that's happening though, Roshan has been started. Wildcard, do they have an idea this is happening? It seems like they do.
Yeah.
Because lines have been drawn right towards the Roshan pit. But American Goons, they are going to take the high ground of the Twin Gates. The Wolves will hand over the information that Roshan was happening. More Wolves to be sent in here from Sammy. And a smoke now. It's kind of the beautiful thing about the Lycan is you can scout for your team. It's Babbage, gonna avoid Pit of Malice, gonna go right into the silence, finding Lil Nick. They'll try to burst down the Underlord immediately. Now a great static storm, landing on 3 with a Dream Coil. Not allowing any kind of counter initiation. They do lose Lil Nick for 35 seconds now. No buyback. And Roshan has come to a complete halt. But those ultis are now down. So if you're American Goons, you could go for a big fight. But Boris is going to TP out. He does not want it.
That's... Oh. Might find Sunlight at least.
Sunlight?
No.
He's still fine. The Glimpse
What?
back. Going to cancel
Glimpse.
the Pulverize.
Right as he's coming in, expected to pulverize, got the glimpse off first. Mind you, that kill in Lil Nick probably doesn't count for anything, because it was a deny. So you don't
Oh,
really get
okay.
anything for wild card for all of those ultimates. But you stop Roche and you might find, well, you're close to almost burning down Boris. But Babitic alone just can't get that done. He needs way more to really hunt down that morph. Boris not really ready yet to engage. Only the Manta going into what looks to be his Lincoln's next. Maybe at that point feel more stable,
Oh.
although...
Last off mid lane, but again, the strength morph was out. Boris has got the reaction speed to react to all these spells being thrown. And the man has only died once this game, and that wasn't based off how fast he reacted. So props to him for really just paying attention here in this game. So apparently Flea just hands the tip over to Little Nick for some reason. Meanwhile, Esk is going to be chased down here by Babitic. Does have the coil if he wants to commit all the way. But he's underneath the T2 tower now, so it's not well advised. Immediately Babitic puts the hand up and just blinks out. And no fear in the world here against Little Nick.
Yep. Just working the map well, forcing a lot of movements out, preventing them from trying to be efficient in the map. They pop the static storm, but they don't catch Giant. Doesn't lead to too much for Sunlight.
Oh, this puck is being so annoying. He is being such a nuisance, this guy. Takes a courier, gets a wisdom rune. Meanwhile, bottom lane. Sammy's going to pop the wolf form. They're going to rush in. They found an inch. Giant is getting torn apart. 2 crits in a row. Just loses all his HP in one Echo Saber hit. Zesk now, gotta run. Crimson Guard doing some great work. Sammy in trouble. He'll be able to run away and just kite it out of the team fight. They got the Doom off on Lil Nick, so they want the Underlord down again. Babitic does end up moving in. Monster now the one in danger here on the Doom. Onslaught cancelled by Esk preemptively though, not looking to move in. And so this team fight does end in only 1 kill, and that is just going to be an Enchantress. I think the thing for Sammy in particular is he does not want to man fight Boris if he can avoid it. Not yet anyway. So every time Boris shows up and he can move into the Lycan, Sammy wants none of it.
Yeah, the Morphling's a little bit too big. Well, not too big, but not something the Lycan directly manages. That's really more down to your Static Storm, to your Doom. So it's down to your Disruptor in Doom, for sure. And again, you didn't have Static Storm that last fight, with Sunlight kind of trying to go for that solo kill onto Giant. So, kind of need to wait for those spells to be up. Babitic, though, always on the hunt.
Absolutely. I think Babitic wants back into the team, John, with the way he's been playing this game 1, I'll tell you. 4-0-2. Maybe having a talk with Sammy right now, like, you know, you need me. Is this RCY kid too busy picking up his parents? You know?
Hey.
Shout out to RC. Hey, no, it's good. It's good. I like that. I'm a dad now, John.
Look.
I appreciate good kids.
He's a Filipino kid. He probably lives with his parents. You can't piss them off and have them kick you out. What's he gonna do? Survive on a Div 2 salary? Ha! Let
Salary.
him live with his parents. Salary, you're right. What did I just say? What is that word?
Who said anything about a salary, John? Bottom, Flea actually ends up getting out of there. Babitic again with a Dream Coil will lock them down. Luanic forced to respond, but he just leaves. The Flea surely still goes down.
Whoa.
The onslaught doesn't land.
Huh? What?
Wait, did he? It's just not enough range? Is that what it was? The Sunlight top lane now goes down. Monster forced the BKB TP out. We'll be okay. I could have sworn the onslaught range was actually bigger than that, but maybe
he didn't fully
I'm just wrong.
channel it. I don't
That's
think
what I
S fully
thought.
channeled it. Yeah, I heard the audio cue. He didn't go all the way, so they miss out on that opportunity. I mean, you still find something in Disruptor at the least, and you force out the BKB up top. Not the best thing for Monster to have to deal with. At the same time, you don't take any losses. You found a tier 1. A harpoon for Sammy's finally done.
Uh-oh.
So here goes her Lycan going fishing. And wolves do like to fish, Mike.
Do they?
I believe they do
An actual
go
fact?
into rivers and pick up fish. I think so.
Do they really? Isn't that bears, John? Not a
Bears
bear
do that,
thing?
but I'm sure wolves are opportunistic as well. They would take the opportunity if they can catch a fish. I have seen wolf pictures with fish in their mouth. I believe.
Okay.
It does happen.
Well, thank you for those fun facts, Jonathan. Always appreciate it. But you can never confirm the facts you're providing with me. You just
I
know?
will never want to confirm, Mikey. I stand.
You
to
sure you don't
say
want to go
that
into
I
the
don't
woods
know
and find out?
No,
No,
no.
it's all right.
Oh, oh.
Bottom.
Oh, ooh. That's a kill.
Jesus, sounds like you were playing there for a moment, John. You're just very, very excited. Babbage still running.
His TP was cancelled. You know, he went in, got his TP cancelled, still finds the kill.
Babbage has been on fire. 6-0-2 on this park. Very, very clean performance. Like he's that puck player in your pubs that you just hate to play against because you just can't catch him. You know?
Oh.
You know those puck players that they just all they do is play puck, like those disgusting tinker players out there.
Yep.
You see that level 30 puck and
Babbage.
you just roll your eyes every time the game starts.
Yep. That's where you open up the console, type disconnect, and abandon game. if you're not having a good one, you're like, I don't want to deal with this. You know, it's like my team gets no stuns. But this line, look at this. Look at this line from Goons. No stunts in the supports. Your hardest lockdown's what? Your Pit of Malice and Pulverize. That's just not enough. Bobitich has just been hit and running the entire time. He's going to have Octarine. So him weaving in and out, it's just going to get even worse here, Mike, once that's up.
He goes
We'll try
Roshan
Roche again. Huh.
I mean, wildcard, they are around as 3, so they do actually have an opportunity to try and fight back here. Roshan going down a little bit faster than last time, at least. Here come wildcard with the rotations, but I'm not sure if they truly realize that this is happening. Roshan's getting very low now. They do smoke up, but they've got to hurry up. Oh, they've got to get in there now. No, they're running the wrong way. They aren't fully aware. And now it's too late, but they're going to go for the fight anyway. Onto the edge immediately. There's your doom out again onto Lil Nick. Poor old Lil Nick just cannot catch a break on the Underlord as they even pop the Static Storm. Like, it's not enough that he's muted. He needs to be silenced. He needs to be killed. No Lil Nick in this game. Game number 1.
No Little Nick. Wildcard. They've got it out for him. Esk, it's gonna be able to TP out.
He's alright, he's alright.
Spot, unfortunately. But that's huge for Sammy. 2 kills going his way. He's got the Basher up. Right after that Harpoon, he's going into the Lincolns. Like, this Lycan, man, would max out Shapeshift, a free 220% crit with 230 base damage. This guy does a lot. Sammy is not to be underestimated as the core Lycan. Sure, this timing for Boris into the Ags, that will make it pretty hard for the Lycan to dish out the damage, but I don't think it's late enough that Boris can safely just turn into a Lycan anyway. He's probably going to have to turn into a Puck for some good backline pickoff potential here, and that just means Sammy still gets to play with his stats.
Just wonder how the transition against the Morph works, though. Like, I mean, do you think he just builds a Skadi on the Lycan at some point? I thought Skadi would actually be quite nice for the Lycan in this game, considering he is against the Morph, and obviously the stats are very good as Universal Hero. For now, he's going for the Lincolns, but I could see, like, the last item he picks up. I wouldn't mind seeing a Skadi here on the Lycan.
Yeah, I think he'd go maybe Skadi into the Lincolns into Skadi, sell boots for overwhelming blink. That could be the play. Lycan doesn't really need boots anyway. So I can see that being the route Sammy takes if the game continues to go well. If farm slows down, all of those timings are kind of thrown off. They are smoking into Aegis here wildcard, but they are confident. I mean, you can take care of Boris's 2 lives right now. He's not the tankiest when he's fully agied up. Doesn't have as much stats just yet on that Morphling.
Axe is there now for Boris. He might want to try and play off this power spike. It's crazy how much net worth now on the is now on the Lycan. Sammy has well and truly taken over in terms of the net worth department. Mid lane, Lil Nick. Oh, we've seen this before. Like, they just can't help themselves when it comes to this guy. Monster, not going to dive the tier 2 tower. I mean, I do appreciate the Doom being committed on the Underlord every fight, though. Like, having the pipe and the Crimson removed from the game for the Doom duration is going to feel really nice every time. And the thing is, the Crimson just ruins Sammy's time so much on the Lycan, as there is actually going to be a big group up here top lane. Tombstone dropped very, very early on. Coil is way off the mark here, catching absolutely nobody. So a few whiff spells here. So Wildcard, they won't have the Coil, but they can at least wait out the Tombstone now. But it seems like they aren't going to go for the fight. Coil's down. That's enough for them to back out of there. And American Goons, instead, they're just going to stick around, take the top tier 2 tower, and they'll get away with it. No stopping them.
Yep. No contention-esque.
He's
Going
on.
hunting a little bit. I think your one issue for the side of the Goons is that you don't have anyone that naturally connects with your Primal Beast. Like, maybe the Morphling can once he's more confident. The BKB is probably the time when Boris is waiting for. But right now, you charge in as Primal Beast. Nothing there to help. Oh, Boris.
Jump in, Monster. Force the BKB. There's your jump in from Esk as well. But a nice static storm. Sunlight. Oh, he caught out two initially. The kinetic field was not there to hold him in, sadly. But in goes Sammy. He'll just do it the old-fashioned way against Esk. There's no way out for him anyway. Sammy gonna go for a little bit more now. We'll find Lil Nick. Gets the bash immediately. Cancels the TP of the Underlord. Lil Nick is down. So is Jabay. In fact, the only survivor is Boris. But my oh my, this Lycan is hitting hard. And I was correct, Jonathan. He's going to go for a Skadi after this.
Yeah, it's a great build. Heads up to you, Mike. You understand universal types now. No?
Thank you, John.
You got it. You know it. It's the stats, baby. Just stat up. You already have a crit in the shapeshift anyway. You don't need a steroid on Lycan.
You know
so
what?
probably
though,
just... Yeah.
Instead of all these stats on Lycan, hear me out.
Yeah.
What if we brought Necrobook back?
No.
I mean, it's pretty clear, based off the recent patches, that Ice Frog is back. Now, whoever deleted Necrobook, Jonathan, I think we need to talk to that person and revert that change. Ice Frog,
No.
if you're listening, you need to have a chat with somebody, because Necrobook deserves to be in the game.
I'm pretty sure Ice Frog was the one who decided to take off Necrobook.
Why did he put it in then, John? Why even put it in?
Because the game changes, Mikey. The game changes. No more Necrobook. Wait. Well, I'm trying to think of a way to make Necrobook fun. And I just don't. I'm sorry, I can't. Can you imagine Necrobook here now with Dazzle and the way his bad juju works? You just keep hurting yourself to spam to get more Necrobooks up. Why would you want this?
Why not?
No, I don't want to. I don't want to end up casting China and seeing a Dazzle mid, and then seeing this Necronomicon rush with Octarine and just hurting. Literally, Dazzle hurting himself to get the Necronomicon book out is literally what I feel when I see that. It's just, it hurts me. Please don't.
If you had a choice between Necrobook and Earth Spirit Q stunning again, which one would you choose? Gun to your head, you had to choose.
I would choose Necronomicon over fucking Earth Spirit. Screw that.
You're the worst, John.
Screw that time,
You're
man.
actually the worst.
That was a nightmare when Earth Spirit was busted, you know? That was a nightmare. I'd rather have the books. At least I can read. I can't stone, Mike, but I can read. Okay?
Here we go. Bottom tier 3 tower push is somewhat underway. Sammy could just throw the wolves in if he wants. Meanwhile, mid lane, Coil was committed. Esk is going to have the BKB and we'll just walk out of it. Little Nick will address the bot tier 3 tower being forced in, but cannot be around to address the mid tier 2 tower. Now, this Pos 1 Lycan is actually... Like, I'm not sure if it's just Sammy playing it really well, but it looks kind of busted. Like, he's hitting for 500 per right click right now, John.
Yeah. I think it's down to the fact that out of all the universal, like, cores You know, Abaddon, Magnus being nerfed. Magnus, you know, Abaddon, Magnus, and Wind Ranger. Lycan was not touched in this sub patch, right? So he is the next step for anyone who wants to play a universal safe lane. And well, Sammy's showing it off.
Look at the morph, John. He's morphed 248 agi. He's hitting for about 300 damage.
has a
Lycan's just
butterfly
hitting
too.
casually for 500 damage.
Universal type heroes. We shouldn't water be universal, Mike. It's all over the place. It's a fundamental building block of life. Morphling should be universal.
You might be right, John. Then again,
Can you
Arc Warden's not universal? He's like literally the warden of the universe.
True.
Is he not?
True, but Arc
I
Warden
agree. Imagine he was. Yeah, it'd be disgusting.
would be. No, but imagine if Morphling was universal type and morphed into universal type, so all the stats mean you get Oh god.
Here we go. Smoke on smoke. Oh, what have they found? It's going to be Jibei.
Jesus Christ.
Yeah, he got 2 hit there by Sammy. Yes, going to be scouted out. Jibei's going to buy back immediately. He needs to get back into this team fight. They'll have the Fiends get there to bring him back in, but a big blast off.
Oh, God.
Flees it again. A 2-man stun, and they are just melting with the Static Storm on top. Boris, I don't think you can fight, Boris. Run. There's a scary wolf coming in, Boris. He'll try. Oh, in fact, he's doing a lot of damage. Sammy needs to run out of there. The big bad wolf is not looking so bad right now. Sunlight, in the meantime, is going to be able to escape with the kinetic field. It still looks like a great team fight for Wildcard, that they are having troubles dealing with Jibei and the Morph. But there goes Jibei. It's now the Morphling versus the world. And sadly for Boris, it was looking like it's a bit of a drought here in the top side of the map. As he is just getting perma-bashed up and he's down. And Roshan spawns just as he dies. Perfect timing.
You can just go for a nice easy Roshan take. You did see there though, the impact Boris has when he does turn into Lycan. Like, Sammy's damage from 283 plus 230 went down to 170. That's kind of nuts. And at the same time, your Morphling went up to 333. Like, it just impacts the Lycan in that it feels like you don't do damage. And you are so much squishier. Just not enough when the rest of his team already fell. I think if Boris managed to turn into the Lycan earlier, got the Howls off, and still have, say, Atrophy around, have the Crimson Guard active, you would be doing very little damage on Sammy. And that could be the counterplay for the Goons if they execute that way. Still, it just goes the way of Wildcard. Sammy has a secondary life. And he's got enough to almost just buy out his Scotty soon. With a full Abyssal. Like this Lycan, if you don't morph into him, and if you don't manage to get your Crimson Guard and maintain Lil Nick's life with the Atrophy up, then it takes over. Like, Sammy just bursts everyone down. It's just universal type hero with a crit.
It certainly is. Sammy's showing us just how busted this universal type is. But I try my hardest to talk crap about universal heroes the best I can, John. Because part of me just doesn't want to see them get nerfed. I don't know what it is. Like, I don't even play these heroes.
No, I agree with you. I think they're fun. I do think they're overtuned. I was having a discussion, or hold that thought, are they going to fight over this word? No. They might still. Monster has the Yags, wants to reveal it.
You know why, John? Like, you get new heroes like Muerta, for example. In fact, now they're going to go in. Giant's getting caught out. So Giant is going to die here. Eventually. Very, very slowly. There we go. Yeah, that's the thing. Like, you get a new hero like Muerta. She just never takes off. Wouldn't you have rather she just been absolutely broken? In fact, hold that thought, because now Lil Nick's caught out. And he's about to be absolutely broken here, John. He's down. Like, all I'm saying is, I would rather a broken bunch of new heroes. And every time I say this, they just jump in again. Jibei's now down. Feels like I'm trying to make a point to my wife.
No
here,
one
John. I
wants
just
to
can't
hear
keep
it.
getting interrupted.
No one wants to hear it, Mike.
Okay. That's what she tells me too, John. Top Rax is down. You get my
I
point.
can't
I'm
wait.
not saying anymore. You get what I'm trying to say.
I get what you're saying. Like, yeah, I can't wait till your kid's a teenager as well, and she'll be like doing this exact same thing to you. Oh, I can't wait for Daddy
No,
Mike
she
to go
won't.
into full gear.
No, she won't.
You underestimate the power of teens, Mike, and their angst, and their anime phase. God help
they
us if she
underestimate-
watches good anime.
They underestimate my upbringing, Jonathan. Let me tell you.
Oh
Bottom
God.
lane. Nice glimpse back. Who have they got with the... Oh, it's Boris. Boris has been glimpsed
Oh my
back to the bot
God.
lane. He's not here to defend. It's already bad enough without the Morphling. He's coming. We need you quick, Boris. Megas are coming, but we need you. Babbage is still messing with them as well on the puck. He's back in the base. In fact, never mind, he went south. Are they going to find him? Phase shift is there. All towards the north again. Babbage is still just running. It's just, this puck has made a fool of them all game, John.
Yeah. The draft just
Sammy?
can't deal with it.
Okay, here we go.
Little friends.
Oh,
doesn't do
little,
much.
Yeah, little friends.
That does absolutely nothing.
Wait, it's the worst shards in the game. Like, I remember once you were trying to convince me this was a good item. I was like, what the hell are you talking about? It's complete... like, I know it's you, and you like all the stupid Ags and Egg shards, but this one's beyond belief at how bad it is.
No, when it was new, we were theorizing it could be good against the creep armies, and it just never is. It's so bad.
It just isn't. Here we go. Onto the Primal Beast they go. Monster just making sure everyone remains doomed up. Dream Coil's there onto Lil Nick once again. They'll just drag him back with the harpoon, and Lil Nick is not looking very tanky as now the Static Storm to blast off everything being thrown. GG is the call. Lil Nick has had enough. I can't quite blame him. Wildcard just completely destroying them here in game 1, 41 and a half minutes in. And I give him props. I mean, Wildcard, they come in with a great draft. Something different for us here. I thought there was going to be some problems with the POS 1 Lycan against the Morph, I'll be honest with you, Jonathan. Turns out that was just not the case.
I mean, there were some issues in the Roche fight, but even then, they couldn't find a kill. American Goons found 3 kills in the lane.
Yeah.
It was only Boris who found those kills. They literally never found anything else. Like, that is... Oh, that was not a fun time for the Goons for sure. I think they needed a support duo that could do more, especially up against this puck. Mind you, it was a last pick puck. So it's really hard to kind of counteract at that point, or at least last pick in the second phase puck. So they just couldn't handle it. You know, it's like it jumps around everywhere, and Babatich has a great lane.
I apologize for interrupting, Jonathan. I just want to quickly go over some... In fact, we can have a look after this, the highlights, but I was going to bring up the KDA of everyone on American Goons, because it's... well, it's good to hear you've looked as well, because it's pretty depressing to look at. You know, at least I have someone else looking at it with me. So... Well, we're going to see, of course, some highlights. Wildcard mostly dominating these highlights, of course. There was a fight or two where it did feel like, you know, there was a good team fight taken by American Goons, but overall, they just... Monster did a fantastic job on the Doom. Obviously, we've raved on and on about this puck. Like, Babbage has just done so much work. And Sammy, perfect game for him on the Lycan. Just as soon as he got the Echo Saber, he started getting involved. Once he had the Harpoon up, it just looked impossible to play against him. And what can you say? Like, it's just a very clean game from Wildcard. A couple of issues. In fact, we even had the 3-2-2 score. I didn't see that.
No, I think you were rambling on about something about Universal Heroes.
I was rambling.
That was the one. You were like, oh, they're gonna fight. All right, Universal Heroes. Oh, they're gonna fight again. That's just your luck, Mike. That is your luck.
It really is. It really, really is. Because there you go. I mean, there's the highlights. You saw what happened. 3-24 was the scoreline. I'm pretty sure it was even worse at the end of the game. Nevertheless, though, Wildcard complete domination here. 3:30. Okay.
That is... Yeah, I mean, all the kills were only on
Look
Boris.
at the KDAs.
And those were only in the laning phase. Only the laning phase. Nothing else happened. After that, it was just like zero. Nothing.
And judging by my pub history, John, this is the kind of game where if you're part of the losing team, everyone's blaming each other. And then you look at the KDAs like, you all got 0 kills. What are you guys crying about? You're all terrible. It's Wildcard. Of course, we have to hand an MVP over. It's going to go to Babbage and the puck. Surprise, surprise. The man deserves it, Jonathan. He stands in for wildcard, back to the boys, and just ends up popping off like he never left. Babbage just, it almost felt like he had a point to prove when he showed up today. It's almost like he was telling wildcard, like, you really let me go. Look what I'm about to do to these people that you're up against. Like, he just unleashed all that anger, all that angst he had from 201. He just unleashed it here in this game.
Yeah, he looks reinvigorated, Bapetic. I don't remember him looking this impressive at all when we were watching Div 1 together back in the studio. So good looks coming out from Bapetic. I think it's a great sign of improvement. And I think for the side of the Goons, well, something has to come out in the... wait, sorry. Samson just called someone a leaker before we go on break, so I want to throw that out there. I have no clue what he's talking about. A leaker. I don't know what he's saying, but yeah, for the Goons, just get into Sammy's head. That's the key. Tip him every time. I don't know.
Oh, we'll see what happens. We are going to head off to a short break, and of course, right after that break, we'll be back with our Game 2 draft here between Wildcard and, of course, American Goons. We'll see you soon. right, ladies and gentlemen, welcome back. We are going into our Game 2 draft here between Wildcard and, of course, the American Goons. It is MLP Dota and Dronix5. Jonathan, welcome back. Draft has begun, so that's great news for us. Obviously, you saw Game 1, Wildcard, quite a dominant victory. Obviously, it did still last 41.5 minutes, but I'd say they were dominant practically the whole time. Game 2, Jonathan, at least in terms of draft, is there something in particular you'd like to see changed up here for the Goons to have a better chance of forcing to Game 3?
I think I'd like to see the Goons maybe go for a little bit more control in the supports. Like the Undying Ench duo just didn't do much at all. I think there was a lot of pressure on Esk to kind of run in as a Primal Beast and get someone down, but there's no follow-through, at least until their Morphling was ready, but it felt like Boris never reached that point where he's really safe in the middle. You had a lot of answers here from Wildcard. So I think just a stronger support duo probably, which is so weird to say when it's Ench and Dying, but just feels like they couldn't maximize those two heroes with that draft. So they want something that maybe works a little bit better with what they have on hand. We'll see. And the Goons have left that Lycan open as well, so Wildcard can dip back into that. There's a Doom available for the Goons if they do just want to pick that up early here for good old Lil Nick. You know, yeah, as you love to say, Mikey, Lil Nick loves his Doom.
I'm not sure how much he loves it anymore. He does play it practically every second game, so wouldn't be very surprising to see it coming out, that's for sure. Well, we'll have a think about it now. American Goons will have their first pickup available, so if they did want to just secure it, they could right now. But they will not. They'll go for the Timbersaw instead, which arguably is an even stronger hero.
Yeah, I think the flex potential on offlane is pretty big, so that makes maybe picking up the Lycan a little bit more awkward here for Wildcard. I will say this, the American Goons, 3 of their players are in dark mode right now. And look at this,
Correct.
Sammy was in light mode a while ago, but now he's in dark mode again. Why does he always do this? Game 1 has light, Game 2 has no light. Like, what happens?
Well, you know what, John? If he shows up for an interview, if Wildcard do win, you can ask him that. You ask him,
I will.
What's with the light changes? What does it do
I
to you?
will. Yeah, and I'll ask him as well what happened to the RGB lights, what happened to the Red Room, where he just looked like a serial killer playing Dota 2. I always enjoyed when I'd see the Sammy cam and it was red. I was like, oh man, this is a peek into Sammy's mind.
Yeah. There's the Techies Batrider being the opening here for Wildcard. None too surprising. 2 Universal Heroes popping up and 2 very popular Universal Heroes popping up it is. American Goons, how do they want to respond to this? Because if they did want to run the mid-timber, they could still go for the offlane boom, but I'd still say Lil Nick is a pretty strong Timbersaw player as well, so I wouldn't be surprised to see him just take that for himself and maybe go for something else on his end of things.
Yeah, I think for the side of the Goons, you kind of want to keep this as flexible as you can for as long as you can. Just don't lock in the position of Timbersaw, make Wildcard double guess as to what will happen, because and you maybe bait them into the Lycan, and the Lycan Timbersaw lane is a lot more playable for Timbersaw. You can apply some pressure there, prevent that buildup that we did see from Sammy. And they'll just go for the Morphling pickup early, so prioritizing Boris's comfort pick. And I mean, he didn't have that bad of a time, it's just his impact was really hard to bring out. At the least here, you don't have to worry about the Disruptor. You can ban out the Doom as well, so that all of that instant control for the Morphling should be taken away. I don't see Wildcard flexing the Batrider too hard here. They could run it off lane, but chances are you will want something else there.
Let's see, we'll have to wait out the next bans. Of course, AM being removed here by American Goons. Don't want that against the Morph and the Timber, both of which really don't enjoy the AM very much. Look, Wildcard, they'll focus on support banouts. Obviously, there's already 2 cores here on American Goons, so just get rid of the Oracle here, of course, against the Batrider. A very, very nice counter.
10 seconds remaining.
I think American Goons probably will just focus on the hero pool of
5
Sammy.
seconds remaining.
Mind you, though, he does seem like the kind of player that does have a decent hero pool. Like you do tend to see a lot of different stuff coming out from the man, so I don't know how much you can really focus on him.
Yeah, I think you'll have to concede that picking up the Morphling early means your core-to-core matchup might not end up the way you want it to. Even Lycan was theoretically not the worst for the Morph, but just didn't go their way. You can see the Battle Rider, despite being so popular, Mike, not having the best win rates. Then again, I think that's just the tendency. When a hero is that good, you just blind pick it, and you can have some really bad games. But it has this base standing in the draft where it just does so much that you just prioritize it anyway. Kind of leads to that weird circumstance where it can be counteracted. But hey, it's popular for a reason.
Yeah. Final bans to come. American Goods. They got rid of the AA as well. It's just trying to get rid of any kind of morphling counter.
10 seconds remaining.
Maybe just another position 1 to be banned out before we do get into the next pick phase.
5 seconds remaining.
Yeah, I feel worried if the Goons do leave in that Monster Doom. I think that's a concern. To still give out the Doom Techies lane is not ideal. I think... Yeah, I'd prefer if they banned the Doom. Just accept that the core down the line for the Morph is not going to be the smoothest, and hope that your Timbersaw can crush. Yeah, and then just ban out the Bloodseeker instead. Wild card. Take away the Pangolier, so it's time to see how far they flex that. Batrider, they go Undying, so that should be a Batrider core instead. Now the question is what lane it goes in. Is that going to be monster pickup, or is it going to be something like the mid? Because if it's a mid Timbersaw at the end here for the Goons, up against Batrider, that's a pretty decent lane for Batrider. It's not that bad at all.
5 seconds
See
remaining.
what the Goons do want to pick up as their third pick. I saw the same shirt the other day, by the way, from Jubei, the Hatsune Miku shirt, which I've heard of this garbage anime. I don't know exactly
because
what
of
it's about,
Neff.
John. I figured you'd
Heard
know
of it
about
because
it.
of Neff. Yes. Hatsune Miku is a classic.
That's why I know it's
Vocaloid.
garbage. As soon as you tell me you know about it and you've watched it, I know it's trash.
Wow. Well, I didn't watch it. There's no series of the
10
Vocaloids.
seconds remaining.
To be
Can't be that
fair,
bad then.
just a bunch of fan animations,
5
which
seconds
Okay.
are arguably worse, you could argue. But
Okay.
I don't know, maybe they are fun. There's some good tunes there, very old tunes. Ember does come out for Goons, and that's a moderately old here at this point as well. Should have a stable matchup mid. Wildcard will have to show what they want to do with a Batrider. Oh,
Wow.
oh, what is this?
It looks like a loss to me, Jonathan. What do you think?
In this game, yeah, it doesn't look like the best line game. Not gonna lie. I mean, you have stable control for the Batrider or the Face's Void blinking up, but beyond that, I'm trying to think if at any
10
point
seconds remaining.
his level 15 talent is useful here. It can be a battery for an Ember and the Timbersaw, but it doesn't feel the best. Rather interested to see what the idea here is from Goons. Mind you, Mike, Lion did get buffed. His search radius on the Earth Spike is pretty big. It's actually really big. Like that expands his Earth Spike range by a significant amount. So it's actually a little bit easier to play in lane, but you're laning into either a Techies or an Undying support. Neither one feels good for a line.
No.
It's just not the kind of support matchup you'd want. So it's
No,
going to be a
it's
bit
definitely not.
awkward for sure.
Yeah, funnily enough, I actually want Lion to be kind of strong now. I feel like the hero's been dead for such a long time. I actually want it to be back in the middle.
Yeah.
5
Yeah,
seconds
it's just-
remaining.
I feel like it's on the cusp. Like legitimately,
It's
I think
there.
its kit is
Almost.
solid. Like maybe just either increases attack range by a little bit, or increases base damage or improve his attack animation. That's the one thing holding him back. Same thing with like Shadow Shaman as a support, right?
Radiant
Like
team back.
he had some. At least Shadow Shaman has better nukes in
Dire
lane,
team pick.
so you can trade blows a little bit better. But they're just quirky in comparison to like say Techies right now.
Yeah, the thing I think I would change straight away online to make it viable is that attack animation. Like if you could reduce the base attack time, the BAT, or like just something like
10
that to make it
seconds remaining.
easier to just hit people. You know, we did see that change quite a bit, right?
5
Like
seconds
Undying got
remaining.
his spell animation lowered with Decay, and that made it so he was absolutely broken as soon as they changed that. Abaddon got that as well at one stage. Now they've kind of reverted it. I don't know. Like I feel like that's what it needs. The Visage is going to come out from Wildcard now, so their draft is looking scary once again. And that's a monster Visage as well, which he does really enjoy playing quite a bit.
5 seconds remaining.
I don't know. I still have a lot of faith in Wildcard's draft. I think maybe you might have a bit of a better time here as the Morph compared to last game where you're up against this Lycan who was just running you down with double your damage. But it's hard to know because you're up against the Void. Sammy will eventually buy Skadi. Chrono is going to be very, very potent at all stages of the game. So it can still be pretty damn tough.
Yeah, I don't think this is any simpler for Boris. I think even his lane matchup of Visage and Techies, that's a positive feedback loop of Techies doing a lot of damage to get the stacks up. For the Soul Assumption, you just run down. It's not going to be too tough here for Wildcard to get that going. I think the one thing for the Goons is you do have Jubei back on his Mirana, so it is a much more strong comfort pick for him. Your support duo of Mirana Lion theoretically can rotate onto mid pretty nice. You've got the Chains Arrow. You can kind of run down, look for a burst play. So that is something the Goons can play with. The level 6 spike in particular, if their supports feel pretty good. I just don't know if it's enough because Lion has a lot of issues. I think outside of just his laning might, even his level 1 finger cooldown is... It's a joke. The hero is a joke with finger at level 1. It's like, it's so bad. I don't know why he has that. It's like, come on.
Oh, but it's so strong, John. So look at the damage.
I mean, it is. It is, but...
It's not.
Really?
It's garbage. That's what I'm saying to you. This is what I'm saying to you, right? Like, there's heroes that come into the game that can just do 10 times as much as Lion, and they refuse to change it, just like Earth Spirit, John. Is Q stunning that broken? I don't think so. I don't think it is. Just like I don't think it's broken for them to lower
you can't keep doing
lower the
this,
cooldown.
Mike. Who mentioned anything about Earth Spirit here, okay? You're like...
Smoke. Hold on, John. Nice sticky bomb. Jubei, he has got the chance to just put up leap, and he does. Doesn't want it at level 1, but has no choice. It's either feed first blood or skill that up. I think Wildcard will still be pretty happy knowing that they forced the leap to be skilled up here by Jubei. So the level 1 timings here for Monster now on the Visage is going to feel a lot
30
safer.
seconds to battle.
Yeah, it's gonna feel pretty good. I want to say, Mike, you raising up Earth Spirit every moment you can. It reminds me of this character from Big Lebowski, which I know you haven't watched.
I haven't.
It's John Goodman's character. And
no idea who that is.
Walter Sobchak. John Goodman? Fred Flintstone? Probably not his most famous role, to be fair, but I always remember
that's
him
the
as
one
Fred
movie I've
Flintstone.
probably watched with the guy, to be honest. I love that
It's a
movie.
pretty fun film, right? Yeah, it was a really great
great
film. Good live action film.
We agree for once. Look at that. Bounty rune fight. 3 bounty runes going to the way of American Goons so far. A pretty strong start. Wildcard only going to find 1 for their trouble. Not the biggest deal though. Like you see, Jubei, he's going to run all the way back to the fountain and TP back into the laning stage. Should still be able to make it in time. But a 3-for-1 start. You've got to be happy with that if you're the Goons.
You're definitely happy. Like, you get a little bit more to go, especially for your mid. So that means Esk will be able to hit a wand bottle timing a little bit faster. Babatich, Bat Rider mid still crushes a lot of these melee matchups. Ember Spirit, no exception. Not the easiest of the times for the Ember to kind of get what he wants there. Like, you can go for a sleight of fist, try to dodge out, but even wand, I don't know if it's going to be a lot of value because you could still just go for Firefly Flamebreak over Napalm and still run down, and then suddenly you don't have like that much flash healing from the magic stick or the wand here for Esk. So I don't expect this lane to be any even the last lane. To be fair, it should be better. Well, I don't know. Like, I felt like his Prime Beast also should have gotten more in the last lane. So who knows? Maybe Esk steps it up here.
You know what they should do with Primal Beast, John?
Yeah.
They should make it so Onslaught doesn't stun, but it slows. That'd be really smart. We should make Onslaught slow instead of stunning.
Stop it, Walter. What's wrong with you, Walter, man? You know?
Bottom lane, Giants
what's
done a great
wrong
job
with
of just
you?
sending out Sunlight. The problem is at level 2, when Sunlight's got level 2, Giants probably just dead. Like, if he overextends just a little bit and you have a couple of decays plus tombstone, the line is just destroyed.
Yeah. Should be no way he lives through that. Issue
Well,
is
there's-
Sunlight is out of mana.
Yeah, there's that problem.
Yeah, just a minor inconvenience, I'm sure, for Sunlight. He'll find a way back. He'll get some regen going here. I think the one thing that can get annoying in this lane for Sammy and for Sunlight is if Giant also opts to go for, say, a mana drain build, then Sunlight just actually has no lane, right? Like, you can't spam your spells if you're just being drained out. You don't expect Sammy to run up and hit the line for you as well. So it's just a little bit awkward. That gives a little Nick the space to farm up the core to core for Timbersaw versus Faces Void. It's not a kill lane for sure for a Timbersaw up against a Faces Void, just because you'll always have Time Walk, but at the same time, Little Nick shouldn't be pressured too hard. Again, if Sunlight can't come in with the Decay, then Timbersaw is pretty free to farm here as well. Or rather, even farming land.
So far, pretty even laning stage here between these two teams. Mid lane, bit of a jump in here from Babadich, getting very aggressive. Firefly, oh, it's going to be enough.
Ooh.
Here we go again. Babadich just out to prove something here today. Finding first blood in the Ember, and he does it the old school way, John. Just level 2 sticky napalm with the Firefly, just jumps right in.
He's had a fantastic start. He's been controlling that lane well. He's been applying a lot of pressure. Finding that kill big. Finding the bounty to steal away is also pretty nice. And with that TP, because Esk was trying to TP backwards, and he's forced to walk back. So you lose everything there for your Ember. You're going to lose out on a lot of EXP in the farm. Babadich is going to have a much faster time into that 6 point.
Oh, Boris. A little bit careful there, sir. He waveformed in very aggressively. Not gonna quite die, but they certainly do threaten his life quite a bit. Luckily for him, Monster did run out of mana as well, so no secondary soul assumption to come out. Not that it would have really been enough anyway, but you catch my drift. Bottom. Bit more aggression here. Sunlight's starting to move in, try to zone them away from Sammy. But you are at the stage now where Lil Nick can get just very aggressive as the Timber. Not really much in the way of dealing with the Timbersaw anymore, I don't think, during the laning stage.
No. Maybe if you get a lot more decays out, you can start to feel good, but that's going to be a lot of decays required to soften up Lil Nick to the point where his EHP doesn't feel that relevant. You should, again, just be down to a stable farming lane. Although Sunlight, not going to be in too much danger.
Giant's actually going to TP out. No, he cancels. Okay. Bit weird. Meanwhile, mid lane.
Yeah, I think
Go on,
he
Joe.
thought Esk was in danger. So he wanted to jump in to try to punish Babadich, but Babadich backs off right as he sees the TP. So it amounts to literally nothing as Esk is still set to die.
It's a lot of damage. There's no bugs going on where like Blood Grenade counts sticky napalm damage, does it?
No,
That
I
was
don't-
just his right click.
I believe so. I do not
Okay.
think we have anything
I hope
like that. At least I hope so. Remember,
Yeah.
what was the item that used to do that? There was that one
The
item, wasn't there?
Dragon Scale.
Yeah, was it the Dragon Scale?
Dragon Scale. Yes.
There was a specific neutral. I don't.
It was Dragon
There was
Scale.
one
I'm telling
interaction
you.
we were laughing. Was it Dragon Scale? Was it really just Dragon Scale?
Yeah.
Ah.
I
My
mean,
memory
someone
is
could
failing me,
correct me. Yeah. I'm
I
pretty
mean-
sure it's Dragon Scale.
Yeah, I'll take your word for it for now.
Okay.
Let's start to get a lot more aggressive. The side of Wildcard again off to a very smooth start. 2-0 in the laning phase.
Yes.
Kind of reminiscent of game 1.
Does get away from the blast off here in the mid lane. Had an Invis rune as well, luckily. It was either an Invis or a haste to get out of that. Otherwise, he probably was just going to die. Luckily, does get the Invis, no detection available. So Nick has the hand up here, knowing he really just can't die. The most fun thing about Timber when you've got this level 2 reactive armor is just standing there, just taking all these hits, knowing that they actually can't kill you. Very, very demoralizing stuff here for Wildcard down in this bottom lane, but at least Sammy is finding quite a bit of farm on the Void, not really struggling whatsoever.
Yeah. So imagine to get that build up, although Lasso.
Yeah, mid lane, Esk is gone again. Giant has shown up, but Giant is going to die, and Babbage will hand over the tip. Thank you very much for the extra kill, he says. And mid tier 1 tower going to be under siege. In fact, it might actually just be gone.
Yeah, I don't think there is anything to really stop that push, even though the damage is slow going from Babatic. Eventually will fall down to 94 HP.
Oh,
Can still go for the deny. Nice snag here from Jubei on the Wisdom Rune at the very least.
Yeah, he does get a nice Wisdom Rune still here from Monster. I tell you what, these Wisdom Runes being introduced to the game is one of the most stressful things in the game now, isn't it, John? Like, out of any other objective that they've put, I feel like Wisdom Runes are the most, like, at level 7, it is so stressful as a support now. Because if you miss that damn Wisdom Rune, your cores are going to start pinging you at 15 minutes in asking why you're still level 4. And you're just like, well, hold on a minute. Maybe if you left the damn mid lane, I could get some XP. Lil Nick, he's about to get some XP here, John. Sunlight's in trouble, but no. Time dilation proves to be enough to not allow him to continue chasing the Undying. Meanwhile, Power Rune actually gets denied here by Giant. The Giant may get punished for this as Flea. Oh, nice Earth Spike. Cancels the blast off just as it was about to land. So it seems like oh, I was about to say the mid tier 1 tower will go down. Glyph was forced out at least. But Jabay might be able to stick around for the deny of the tier 1, so it is going to go the way of Babbage.
Okay, I just realized what it was, Mike. The specific interaction with Batright was fake grenade, right?
Oh, was that
napalm
it?
stacking with fave grenade. Yeah, it was fake grenade. It applied an auto attack and you just do extra damage. It's like, that's funny.
But I'm not
Then
wrong
they
in saying
removed fake
Dragon Scale
grenade.
did the same thing, didn't it?
I think the fake grenade was the bigger issue because it was like a tier 2 in comparison.
Right.
Just felt a lot faster for what it did. Yeah, just that's a throwback all the way back. That's a long time ago now, it feels like, Mike.
Well, hold on. Did the people in Twitch chat tell you that, John, or did you actually remember?
No, I actually went into the patch notes and looked at 7.32. They're like, all right, fake grenade remove. All right, that's it. Yeah, it was fake grenade.
Look at this. Stacks. Oh, that's a lot of stacks. Babbage has taken them away here with the help of the Tombstone from Sunlight. They will at least chain up the Undying, but Sunlight's a pretty tanky target to try and go for. And most of that farm did go to Babbage. Even with them trying to snipe the creeps, it just wasn't enough against the Firefly, but they've at least caught out the Batrider. So Babbage is going to get punished for this. You might still call that worth, though. Like, that's a fair bit of gold influx going his way on the bat. Now, obviously, a lot of gold denial here from the American Goons.
I don't think you mind. Like, just preventing that rapid buildup for the side of Goons is more than enough. You know, just preventing catch-up here, especially for Esk after a slower lane, is big. Oh, Sammy.
Oh, going down. That's a big one. Slow down the Faceless Void. Sammy will drop here to Little Nick. And you know what? So far, John, in this game, even if Wildcard are still in the lead, it does feel like a much better start for American Goons.
Oh, for sure. I mean, they find their 3 kills, and I'm fairly confident the Goons will be able to find more than 3 kills this game. Already a massive improvement for sure. You've got burst plays, they've got some ways to counteract Chrono. For Sammy down the line as these fights break out, he has to kind of keep the line in Chrono as well. Because if he does get hexed up, if he gets Earth Spiked up, he can't actually do his damage that he'd want. Pressure onto that bot tier 1, with Little Nick taking point. They've left Sunlight here, so he could go.
Esk does have chains. They will just wait, drag it out as long as possible, and then eventually just lock him down. So Sunlight's going to go down a Little Nick here. Little Nick now 3-0-0 on the Timber, having a very strong game. Wildcard, they're going to try and trade the top tier 1 tower, and they will be able to secure it. So both tier 1s in the side lanes going down. In terms of map control, I feel as though you are still in a bit more control as Wildcard because you did find the mid-tier 1. The American Goons, though, are going to try and sort that out real quick because they are going to smoke up as 3 and head towards the mid lane. Babbage has backed off at the right time, so instead they might have to reinitiate into their dire jungle. See if they can find themselves a decent target there. You do have Monster sticking around in a pretty aggressive position on the Visage. Giant going to try and move in for the Earth Spike. was within range, but I think lost vision. Wouldn't have bothered anyway. I guess the Visage might just prove to be a little bit too tanky.
Sammy.
He's got Chrono. We'll pop it immediately. No strength morph in time. Flee. Oh, he mistimed it. Yeah. I could see it as soon as he cast his blast off, he mistimed it. To be absolutely fair to Flea, that Chrono blast off combo is really hard to land. It is not, even if you practice it over and over again, it's really annoying to get the timing right.
Yeah, it's not an easy one. If Chrono had maybe a more, if it had an actual audio cue for its like duration, could be a little bit easier, but it doesn't quite. So hard to land that one. Opportunity to push down mid, and you know you're safe here on Boris, so he's free to just keep farming up. No contest coming out from Wildcard, but no Chrono. It's not feasible for them to take that team fight. So again, a lot better of a showing from the side of the Goons, and for Wildcard, that's a lot slower for game. Like after a strong start for Babitic, he's still trying to build up into the Octarine. That's the point where your Bat Rider can just constantly spam out, no worries, but you don't have that much fight.
Well, they drop a Tombstone. Mid-tier 1 tower is still alive. They've got a little bit longer with it. DP rotations incoming as well, but they are scouted out. Not really much coming out of this whatsoever here for Wildcard. They would have at least liked a kill on the way out, but they just don't get one. At least tier 1 tower is still standing. Thing is, Sammy's going to be scouted out now by Giant. Sammy, not knowing what to do with himself, is actually going to try for the kill on the Lion. Giant being very, very patient with the Earth Spike or the Hex. Won't bother throwing it out until his team was close enough, and well, that just never really happened. Yeah, just a very calm game between these two teams so far. 4-4, almost 14 minutes into the game. Does feel like you could consider it a very even game. I can't confidently say one side's in the lead, and in fact, it seems like I'm right for once, John. It is 50-50 right now in terms of Dota plus win probability.
Yeah, I'd agree with your sentiment there, Mike. I don't think this game gets any easier for either side in even farm. Right, like your core-to-core for Morphling versus Faces Void is either one can win. It's really just down to execution. Like at equal farm, it's really down to who gets to jump who first and who gets to clean up a little bit better here. Well,
Nick.
Babitic.
It's a big kill if they can get it. Though Nick trying to be a little bit cheeky there with the Lotus Orb usage. Was waiting for Babitic to lasso so he could try to get the Lotus Orb and just waste it completely, but Babitic, he does hold out. He won't waste it.
They do still end up wasting smoke, I suppose, but you don't lose out on too much. And you're kind of catching up nicely here on the side of Goons, getting a lot of room to farm up on all your cores. Only Esk still kind of hurting on the Ember. But fortunately, yeah, the Ember doesn't require too much here. Sammy being targeted with his Moonlight.
It's a big kill. There's your Earth Spike out. Sammy melting very, very quickly, and he is just dead. Great pickup here from American Goons. You kind of question whether Sammy should even be around this area, to be perfectly frank with you at this stage. Mid lane. No, Nick now going to move in. Sunlight is going to go down as well. Flea's jumped in for a blast off, but that's not going to work out in his favor, as they'll even find a third pickup. Just one by one Wildcard are falling. American Goons. Big kills coming out here as now they can finally focus down this mid-tier 1 tower without any contest from Wildcard.
Nice easy push, nice pickups coming out. Wildcard just kind of streaming in one by one right now. I mean, doesn't feel like any of their cores are ready to play. Once you hit Babitic up with the Octarine and Link, perhaps that's the point that you can see more commitment coming out. Monster as well, just opting to keep farming up top to work onto the ores. Not too far off from the full pipe. So it should bring a lot more durability in up against all the magic coming out here from the Goons. But it does take time. The more passive draft is up for Wildcard. So they have to just play it slower and prevent that bleed out, because Lil Nick's getting pretty damn big on Timbersaw. Just the Lotus Orb alone makes him pretty hard to manage. Even if you land a Chrono onto him, Sammy just doesn't have enough output to deal with the Timbersaw. You don't have the best lockdown for the Ember outside of your Lasso and Blast Off. So Chrono's probably your most stable bet to actually lock in that Ember Spirit. And it's a little bit tricky for Wildcard to even play. So just farm up, take it slow. For the side of Goons, I mean, they're very close to the point where they're going to be really comfy here. Like Manta for Boris is the big one. More stats to play with, not going to be a complete glass cannon when fully agied up. Allows some leeway away from the control as well. And he hasn't been pressured at all on the Morphling. Far cry from game 1 where it was a lot more back and forth for him from the laning phase, but maintaining his net worth and no sign of slowing down. Just no threat from Wildcard this time.
Yeah, absolutely not. Boris is having a fantastic game. I think the Lil Nick especially is having a very good game on the Timber. It's always nice to have a Timber from the offlane that's doing this well. So it allows your whole team to just kind of snowball out of control, just knowing you can set a really nice pace here. Whereas for Wildcard, they haven't really started to take off at all yet. Thing is, it's been a lot of split pushing going on. Like, you have an offlane Visage, so Monster doesn't really do much at the moment. Like, he's just trying to build into those big aura items so he can just be that annoying tanky core in the middle of a team fight, just providing all these bonuses to his team. But he's nowhere near that stage yet where you can really say he's a real menace. Now the smoke's going to be kind of given away thanks to the mines of Flea. Flea may get caught for this, but at the very least, the rest of his team does get away from this top side of the map. So they'll take the techie skill. Monster will go towards the east, though Sunlight is kind of revealing himself by decaying the creep wave. So he'll need to TP out ASAP if he doesn't want to get caught here, but it seems like he has prioritized just creep skipping over his life. And eventually, TP play is there, but the chains are going to be out. They even hex him up just in case. So Sunlight, again, seemingly just wanting the creep wave pushed out, does kind of accept the fact that he's going to die for that.
It's a nice skill to find because that's the blink coming out now for Giant. Even more initiation to come here for the Goons. Get to go into the Roshan as well. Wildcard. I mean, if Sammy's not ready to go, then there's just no play in that pit. It's going to be a freebie for the side of the Goons. Secondary life coming out for Boris, more than likely here. Just doesn't feel like you have enough to kind of handle 2 lives. You don't have that burst window open for yourself at all.
Yeah, even with the chrono up, like around the Roshan pit, they couldn't really go for the fight. But now maybe because they're split up, they could try. Top lane, bit of a group up here from Wildcard, looking towards Esk and Jubei. Arrow's going to land here onto the techies, though Jubei does need to back his way out because Lee has survived. Esk is still trying. He will slide a fist and just remnant away, but the chase is on. Babbage really wants the kill, but he can't get Esk without detection. So Esk is going to be just fine. The smoke rotation from Wildcard does not pay off for them.
Just more time being expended. I suppose the one silver lining is, again, Sammy gets to farm up. He's going for a fast BKB just to ensure that there is no threat on its life once the chrono is up. He just should be able to not worry about the line at very least. Like, you can 1 or 2 man chrono, leave the line outside. You get the chase down onto that said line.
Okay, that's one, but can they get Boris? The answer seems to be no. He'll just morph into the void. Nice easy time dilation, just walk out of there. No real thinking here for the Morphling. The American Goons, I mean, just no need to rush this game. Like, even if you are up against the void, you don't want to get to a point where you lose a big fight and you hand the whole advantage you have back the way of Wildcard. You've got so much scaling potential on the Morphling and your Timber and your Ember that it just feels like there's no need to try and force this game. Just hold the advantage. The longer you can hold the advantage, the better.
Yeah, again, you scale as well as Wildcard does, so there's no need to kind of overthink things. The one thing that Wildcard does have on top of you is, again, the threat of chrono. That is something that always feels good, that you don't have counterplay for directly here on the side of Goons. So that could be the concern going forward, but it doesn't feel like we're reaching that point anytime soon just yet. Time to clump up around bot here.
You go. Babbage looking for a big lasso opportunity. Remnants forward. They have made the jump in on the Visage, but that's all bait here for Wildcard. They'll go for the lasso on the Timber. Lil Nick still going to be able to chain away though. No stun coming out. Sammy looking for a chrono opportunity, does find one. It's on 2 targets, but do they have the damage to follow up through the chrono? It doesn't seem like it. They will get away for now. Wildcard is still chasing for more, but Sammy's been caught. Sammy's been bursted down. A very desperate fight from Wildcard has not paid off so far. It's Boris and Lil Nick will just keep moving forward. Sunlight still fighting, and in goes the Batrider once again. Babbitt is trying to find an opening. Jabay does go down. Maybe they can make this fight work. Esk is dropping too low. Boris has lost his Aegis to boot. They have been kited too far. It's only Boris and Lil Nick left, and so far Boris, being just stun locked, is going to go for the waveform TP play out. He is going to make it. So they do get away with the Morphling. They do find the Faceless Void kill. But it does feel like they lost quite a bit for that.
I think you're more than happy on Wildcard for sure. You managed to make that work. You take away the Aegis. You save your tier 2 as well. A little bit awkward from Sammy in that fight. Like, he was hitting the Ember in the chrono, but when the BKB came on, decided to chase the Timbersaw instead. And that does cost him. The Ember is actually running to a much more isolated part of that team fight. Not as many heroes surrounding them in that lower part of that lane. And this is out maybe an opportunity to just get away with it with his life. Still smoke out from Goons. They know Chrono's down. They can force something out here.
They can try. Monster's going to be spotted. Sunlight will be spotted as well, but they want the bigger kill in the Visage, so they will move in. Monster will go for a bit of a run with the Grave Chill. He is pretty damn fast. And it also doesn't help that the Tombstone was dropped on the high ground, so they will be a little bit worried of a bad team fight, because Babbage is here now. Lasso has connected. It is on the Ember, but Esk is taking no damage. He had the Flame Guard going, so he was fine through this. More TPs incoming. Arrow's going to land onto the techies, but in comes Sammy with the time dilation. He'll move in onto Esk, who does force to be BKB'd up. Sammy, he'll get forced after the high ground, but Boris is on the chase. The Void barely escaping. The finger not quick enough. Sammy's still being bashed. Jir is going to go down. Boris just not letting him go. It's Wildcard in a similar position. Boris going for even more now. Giant, he will land the stun onto Flea, meaning the techies is gone. And Lil Nick, he will clean up. Sunlight on the Undying. So this time, they will get 3 for nothing the way of American Goons.
Yeah, and that's a much cleaner engage from Goons. Again, understanding that Wildcard, without the Chrono, isn't that big of a threat. You can run into them. The only control you have to worry about is really the Lasso and Babatich. The follow-through wasn't there to burst down Esk. And the cleanup crew is just there. Like, the line with the consistent stuns is starting to really impact the way Wildcard have to take these fights. Monster doesn't feel like a hero at all at this point. On that Visage, he soaked up a good amount of farm. Still ahead of even Sammy's farm, but it doesn't feel like the investment's heading anywhere just yet. He is going for the AC, so that could be the launching point here for the Visage, but I don't know, like, in comparison, Lil Nick's been doing a lot more. Octarine up on that Timbersaw, going for the Ags, gonna have that reactive armor passive with a barrier, or the active with a barrier, and things get harder and harder for Wildcard. Again, you can always have faith that you have a Faceless Void in the long game, but Sammy still needs so much more farm to make that dream a reality.
They do. It's just no damage is happening in these chronos at all. Not on the cores anyway. Sammy, bottom lane, top lane rather. He could be in trouble again. Giant, he's in with the Hex. Monster trying to help out, but Sammy just gets completely destroyed. He so desperately needs the BKB. But these Hex initiations from Giant have been fantastic. I don't think he would even have a chance for a BKB with the way he's been initiating. This Monster will also go down. American Goons well and truly control this game number 2 now. Wildcard, they've been relegated to just pushing out the side lanes, hoping for a retreat. But American Goons, they are still moving through the top lane. Onto the high ground they go.
Yep. They force out at least to fortify. So next time they come in should be a really easy cleanup. And they'll steal away the Tormentor, which is pretty big. Now you have the free shard for Giant. So Mandarin AoE is up. And that just means there's some good crowd control coming in, because how do you stun the line in the back? Maybe you've put out a familiar and tried to stone form on him to stop that constant 0 mana gameplay. It's easier said than done. Smoke out from Wildcard as well. Sammy not joining in for this one, wanting that farm. They need some pickoffs here on Wildcard's end. With no blink up yet in Babitic, this is easier said than done.
Well, they're going to move in. Boris is the one to get scouted out here by Flea with the Glimmer Cape. Last off initiation. Boris, he's not going to react. Oh, he does. He got the Strength Morph anyway. He has the shards up, so he doesn't care for the stun. Boris now happy to turn around with the rest of his team. They saw the Tombstone dropped, and they're going to deal with it immediately. So no more Tombstone available for Sunlight. And it seems like Wildcard, they have seen enough. They've committed enough, quite frankly. They will just retreat out of here. But American Goons, they seem like they want to try and force a fight. Of course, they know Sammy Boy was in the triangle. Sammy's still showing underneath the creep wave here. Needs to be so cautious about this line initiation. So he gets hexed, he's just dead. There's no two ways about it.
Yeah, he's just not going to live true. At least has a full BKB, so he can react now if the play does come onto him. And he's a lot safer in that chrono. It doesn't need to worry about locking in some of the supports here. Although, okay. Gets out of that dicey situation with the Chains Arrow setup. Roche not too far off here. And if Goons finds that one, then they've got a really clean shot onto the high ground. In the side of Wildcard, I mean, they should be hitting this Babitic blink timing soon as well. So blink lasso is going to be a factor that could help turn these fights to the side of Wildcard, but I don't know, it's looking rough here, Mike. There's just so much to worry about. You have to catch the Morphling, the Ember, the Timber Saw, and
Flea's down. Another nice initiation here from Giant. Nick will just clean up very, very quickly here on the Timber. Nick now 9-0-2 on the Timber Saw, having a very, very strong performance this game. And there's that Roshan you talked about. It is now available. Jabei's going to scout it out for his team. The American Goons, I mean, it should just be the freest Roche of their life. You still have an opportunity as Wildcard to try and contest this, but it seems like they're probably not even going to try to make their way over.
No. It's not really an easy fight to contest for them. Like, Roche isn't falling the fastest either, to be fair, but you just don't have output. Sammy's not ready to burst anyone down. In fact, he's having to go for a Lengthens now just to prevent that Blink Hex. Buy himself some time to respond. You spot out Giant taking the gate.
Oh, Giant's going to be just fine. He'll just get some D-wards off. His team's right behind him anyway. And with the Aegis up, they want to fight. They are more than happy to try and fight Wildcard at the moment. It's Wildcard are the ones that are going to try and play the avoid game, it seems. And well, all of them are disengaging quite nicely for now. Sunlight's going to get spotted here by Esk, but Chains do not end up going. Now they do. Esk will lock down the Undying. Even some familiars being left behind here. They might just focus those down while they're at it, but no, they'll get respawned here by a monster, making sure he doesn't feed that gold away. They can't really afford to give any more gold to the Wave American Goons at the moment. It's all about buying more time here for this Void, who is very, very far behind.
Radiant's bottom tower is under
Yeah,
attack.
it's been a rough go for Sammy. Stark contrast to game number 1, where he was just allowed to free farm. This time he's under a lot of pressure. So, timing for the Lincoln's going to be a bit far off. His level 18 not quite there. Level 20 still far off as well with the attack speed in Chrono. And the map is shrinking.
Monster. Chase is on from Boris. Monster has not really seemed that tanky this game, and we do see it again. He is down. Meanwhile, Babitic was trying to go on a bit of a solo mission in the mid lane, but he might get punished for this. Lil Nick on the chase. Not going to be able to hold down the Visage, or rather the Batrider, excuse me. With that, American Goons, they're back into the top tier 3 tower. They just want to go. No need to not go high ground. It's just thread him with the lasso. Keep in mind the Aegis is up on Boris, so with the lasso up, like, it's going to be kind of hard to deal with the Morphling a second time. in onto the familiars of Monster. Nothing being done about the tier 3 tower yet. They're just too afraid to initiate onto the American goons. Sammy's not even there at the moment. He's finally TPing back. Jump is there. Lasso has been at least caught out Little Nick, but they drag him out of the chrono. Oh no. And now Boris just gonna jump in to clean up. Oh, that's rough. Hey, he got 2 of his teammates stuck in the chrono and they dragged the one guy they wanted to kill out of it. And of all people, like, you probably shouldn't be aiming Little Nick. If you're gonna aim anyone down, it's Boris. He's just happily jumping in. Sunlight is down. Babbage is trying to creep skip, I believe, on the Batrider. The top racks is already gone, to be absolutely fair. And Sammy is still trying to go against Boris, but Boris is just going for the man fight with no care in the world.
All right.
Finds the Faceless Void. And I believe we are going to a game 3. It's American Goons are looking to put an end on this game. Jump in. Lasso is out. They've caught at least the Ember, so Esk has given his life away. Maybe American Goons are about to show us a bit of a throw here. But no, Sammy dropping too low again. The Glimmer Cape going to save for now, but not for long. That's a dieback immediately out into the Void. They're still trying to deal with Boris, but he still has a secondary life. He's just not dying. Maybe they could kill Lil Nick here, but it doesn't really feel like it. Lil Nick just going to chain TP away. They don't have a cancel. He's fine.
Yeah. They hang on the side of wildcard for dear life. Top set of racks plus 1 tier 4 being down, while at least the range rack still standing. Goons going for the all-in play doesn't quite pay off. Mind you, I don't think the bounce back is good enough from wildcard. Losing Sammy, having this Faceless Void still be this poor is really not what you want to be seeing. Like, you need that Faceless Void to carry you through this kind of game. It's just nowhere close to that. As you saw, our win probability, 5% for wildcard, 95% for the Goons. Just need maybe a couple more pickoffs onto the high ground again here.
But this time, it's going to be Sunlight. Though Nick really dominant this game. 11-0-7 now in the Timber. Still yet to die once. Boris sitting at 9-0-7. Now has a full Satanic up, so even more challenging to consider trying to kill. At least he's going to lose the Aegis in 15 seconds, but with the Satanic, he's basically got an Aegis anyway. We go again. Tier 3 mid tower now going to be under siege. They know Sammy has no buyback, so they just need to kill him off once and the game is as good as done. Chrono is up though, and Aegis has now officially expired. Not to mention, we have the Ags up on our Batrider, so Babbage does have the double lasso available. And that can be quite scary if you get anywhere near that Radiant Fountain. Yeah, that could be the game-changing kind of tactic here from Babbage.
Shadows take us.
Moonlight Shadow looking to try and initiate. There is Sentry Ward placement in that top lane, so they are going to know they're coming. Or do they? Sammy? No, he didn't get the memo. Sammy gets caught, 4-staff away, he'll still survive for now, looking for perhaps a chrono, and does find a 3-man chrono, but the damage, where is it? Lasso is out, they've caught 2 with that, but it's immediately cancelled. Oh, it's a shame. That's a real shame. American Goons, they can go right into the mid-racks once again. And it seems like Wildcard are out of options. They will still try, but I don't see how you do it without the lassos or the chronos. By the way, the lasso was cancelled because he ended up lassoing the Lion, who had an Aeon disc. So it ended up cancelling both the lasso targets. GG. Yep. Game 3 on its way.
Fair. It's a little bit sad. I mean, Sammy, you see the effect of Morphling Ags again. 70 attack speed loss on a Void, Faceless Void, minus all the agi. The guy just doesn't do anything in his own chrono. And the side of Wildcard, well, I think they have to reconsider their core matchups. Faceless Void It didn't feel like the hero to kind of deal with a Morphling. To be fair, Lycan didn't feel like it either, but this was a lot more pressure coming out onto Sammy. Your supports this time also didn't have control. We joked about the Lion, but Giant made the hero look good. Once he had Blink up, he was just constantly up in front of Sammy, and there's no way to punish. Your supports just don't punish that Lion all too well once he's committing.
No, I give full props to for Giant for that game, because he did make so much work happen on the line this game around with the Blink Dagger up. Not often you see a line with that much impact these days, but there it was. Giant makes the hero actually look viable. Then again, though, he was up against the Void, so there's a lot of impact that the Lion can have just with the Hex alone. But yeah, we can see some highlights here. We can see exactly what happened in game number 2. For the wildcard boys, I mean, the thing is, American Goons have not been having the greatest time in the world. They're 1-3 right now in terms of series, so wildcard being undefeated in series probably makes them the heavy favorites in this matchup. But this is one of those games with wildcard where they go from looking like a really strong team in Division 2 to looking like a, for lack of a better word, mediocre team. It's you have these single individual games from wildcard that just look very weak out of nowhere.
Yeah.
And maybe you could just call it an outdraft, because it did feel like a complete outdraft, just based off the way things panned out. But even the gameplay kind of seemed a little bit off this time. Like, they just didn't seem like they're on the same page compared to, say, game 1.
It's a little bit unfortunate too, especially because Babatich kind of crushed his mid. But it was only the mid lane that was going well there for wildcard early on. Nothing else connected. Like, Monster was super passive on Visage, wasn't really able to hunt down any soft targets here. The aura buildup, him free farming up top, just didn't amount to anything at all for wildcard to play off the back of. And again, Sammy just had a really rough time. Like, sure, faces Void into a Timbersaw lane means you can time walk back a lot of damage, but he didn't have any damage to throw out in these Chronos. Like, he'd Chrono and he'd have to hit the Timbersaw. Like, what does that do? Absolutely nothing.
Yeah, it was a pretty rough affair here for wildcard. Just the Void proving to do, at the very least, not much work here this game. Just all the Chronos felt completely useless, and you give props to the American Goons. You can't take that away from them. Game 2, they looked fantastic here. They ran it back with the Morphling. They change up a few pieces of the puzzle, and it all works out. Of course, MVP-wise, we're going to hand it over to Lil Nick, who does go 11-0-7 on the Timber. And this is the thing with Lil Nick's offlane, right? Like, some days he looks, lackluster. Then you have games like this where he just controls the whole game. And that's basically what happened. So even if you can find a way of dealing with Boris, you still got to worry about this guy. And Lil Nick just went uncontested the whole time.
Yeah. Even though he wasn't finding the kills on the Faces Void early on in the lane, I mean, the Void doesn't do much to you either. So you just farm up. He got a lot of space out on the Timbersaw. His early activity once he had Lotus Orb were pretty big. And once the Octarine was up, it was just kind of free fall from there. Like, he just was unstoppable going forward. You didn't have enough magic damage. You didn't have enough ways of softening him up. Sure, theoretically, an Undying is somewhat of a solution, because stealing strength away is a pretty good way of taking away EHP. It's just, you need to steal a lot of strength for Sunlight to kind of soften him up for the blow there. And I don't know, like, for the side of wildcard this time, it's their turn to look back at this draft and try to correct. I think we've seen Goons kind of adjust really nicely, giving Jubei his comfort pick in the Piranha, having that combination with the Ember. And your solutions for the Morphling in this case wasn't smooth. So I want to see something different from wildcard, maybe on the support duo again.
Oh, with that, Jonathan, we are going to head off to a short break. And of course, right after that break, we can be back with our Game 3 between Wildcard and the American Goons. We'll see you all very soon. right, ladies and gentlemen, welcome back. We are going into our Game 3 draft now between Wildcard and, of course, the American Goons. And it's MLP Dota and JohnXFire joining you again. Jonathan, welcome back. Game 2 not quite going the way Wildcard would have expected, I believe, as American Goons do have a pretty dominant, I think is the word to use here, a pretty dominant game number 2. What would you like to see Wildcard change up here in Game 3 to try and pull off a 2-1 victory?
10 seconds remaining.
Well, I think they've done the right thing already. They ban out the Timbersaw for the Goons, so preventing that coming out for little Nick, maybe getting a little bit more control as well, and their supports can help the cause here. I think for the Goons, they could try to go back to the Morphling. It does feel like you have to ensure that you really set up for the Morphling. Wildcard had opportunities to pick up some counters, although the Timbersaw made it hard to opt for Illusion Heroes. I think that was really the big issue, and looking for that core and kind of ending up with that Faceless Void, which just didn't feel good at all that game for Sammy. So I want to see that kind of correction come out for Wildcard, and we'll see. I mean, just Timbersaw gone is already a pretty big step in the right direction.
Definitely was a very, very powerful pick here for American Goons in Game 2. Just Lil Nick doing so much damn work on the old Timber. They do have first pick on American Goons, so
10 seconds.
if you had another kind of priority hero you wanted to give out for the off lane, you could just take it now. And
5 seconds.
hate to say it again, but the Doom is available if they wanted to take it. But they are going to go down the Undying route again. So it's a matter of where it's going to go. Arguably should be a position 5. Wildcard with no hesitation will go right into the Spirit Breaker for their first pickup, and they'll even pick up the Lena. Well, there you go.
Ooh, well, Lena did get changed up, and she is tweaked towards magic once more. So I'm keen to see what exactly they can get done with that hero here. Really curious if it's enough, because you got buffs on Dragon Slave, 2 sub patches in a row. You got a bit of a damage increase on Light Strike Array. You got her Shard giving much more spell amp as well, or spell damage at the very least coming out there. So there's a bunch of things that can happen. The Ags buildup does feel like it's necessary though to maximize Melina's output. And I'm just very curious what it does. Goons go into the Dusa, so we will have to see just what solution is going to come out from Wildcard. Of course, once you soften up the Dusa, the burst damage is there from Wildcard, just with Lena alone. But yeah, like Lena pickup is always interesting, because it feels like ever since we've gone into the new patch, it's just been dead. Very dead. But as a spellcaster, it could be something, Mike. I don't know. Like, I'm not sure about the numbers. I'm not sure how it feels. I've seen it in a couple of pub games, and I haven't been impressed. But these are pros. They can make it work.
I mean, as far as I'm seeing from the spellcasting damages, it does get pretty damn insane. I think Dragon Slave has the potential of hitting like 800 damage eventually. It's like pretty crazy when you consider Dragon Slave can be a 4.5 second cooldown, and eventually it just does stupid amounts of damage. But we'll see if they get to that stage. Like, I haven't had too much experience myself with this hero recently, but I believe it's the Ags build up you're looking for if you're going down the magic route of the Lena. Just the spell amp you get, like 35% spell amp on this hero with the Ags up is pretty ridiculous, to say the least. We'll see exactly what does happen.
Yeah.
So it is a very fast way of bursting people now, I'll tell you.
It is, and it can farm really fast too once you itemize. So I can see the Lena kind of making a comeback as a tempo spellcaster. The ban's coming through, Void Spirit Storm, and the Pango being taken out. Goons taking out all the core matchups that the Dusa does not want to deal with. AM, Morphling, and the Terrorblade gone. So a couple of options left here for Wildcard. Something like a PL could slide through. Although again, there's an itemization here for the Medusa, just Manta Butterfly. That makes it pretty rough for appeal as well. Wildcard, they pick up the Techies once more. So Flea playing that hero once again should be a pretty decent time. Yeah, Techies with most lane matchups, most lane partnerships. Very hard to punish that hero. And always impactful. Like, even if you're not finding kills, just the fact that Prox Mines informs you of smokes is already a big enough thing.
Third pick up now for American Goons. Still do have the option of just choosing another support here and keeping this draft closer to the chest.
Dire team pick.
I'm gonna go down the Shadow Demon route, which is a pretty nice hero against heroes like the Lina, the SB, even the techies. Like just the disruption's so handy at being able to avoid so much of the damage that can be thrown out here from Wildcard. Mind you, I don't think the illusions are going to have too much impact so far. See, with the Lina, you're not really looking to go for the right-click build-up, so the illusions, at least for now, aren't going to be too impactful. Goons will go back for the Ember as well, which, you know, they had a pretty nice Ember performance here last game around from Esk, so why not just go back for it?
Yeah, my one concern is that in most of the games, in fact, in both games, really, Esk was crushed by Babatic. Granted, those were all pretty favorable matchups. Oh, I like the Lycan coming out for Wildcard once more. I think that could be an interesting core-to-core solution to the Dusa. You can go Diffusal Blade Disperser as a universal type. It doesn't hurt too much as well here, if that is the way you want to go for the Lycan. Besides, your damage is high enough that you just melt through the shield anyway, down the line. And again, like going back to that mid, Ember mid up against Lina mid, you and I have seen that multiple times before, Mike. Lina just wins. You melt through Flame Guard, you can outplay as an Ember, sure, with Sleight of Fist, but in general, as long as the Lina has rune control, she will win out just by virtue of her harassment. And that is a lot better now in her magic damage as well. So, should be a smooth time for Babatic once more in the mid lane. I'd want the Goons to kind of emphasize rune control here, but with Undying Shadow Demon, that kind of rotation just isn't as impactful as Techies and Spirit Breaker charging around there.
It certainly isn't. There's the Lycan again coming out here from Wildcard, so going back to this this POS 1 Lycan, I believe. Could still be an offlane hero for all we know from Wildcard, but you know, well, why the hell not just go back to the Lycan position 1 here for Sammy? He seemed to enjoy himself quite a bit with that hero. Some big smiles after game 1.
Yeah, like Lycan as a universal type is just so versatile in item build-up. The Harpoon, we've seen Harpoon Manta from Sammy. I don't think it's too far off to expect something like, say, maybe Harpoon Diffusal or just Echo Saber Diffusal Manta, then upgrades to Harpoon, upgrades to Disperser, and you just rip through a Medusa. Like that here just wouldn't have a mana shield anymore with all of that damage coming through. You've also got really good supports to rip apart Undying and Shadow Demon, just melt to the Lycan. They don't stop him either. The Goons do pick up the Mars for Lil Nick. And this is just to ensure that the Lycan's not going to zoom around all over the place. So they will have some way of protecting themselves in the middle of these fights. The lane matchup for Mars, not too bad as well, to be fair. I think a Mars into a melee core is always stable for Mars. So this shouldn't be the easiest of times for Sammy here.
5 seconds remaining.
Yeah, I just this Mars hero always makes me question everything though. Like he might do well in lane against the Lycan, but I just feel like the impact of Mars outside of the laning phase right now just isn't great. Still good against the Lycan, I guess, just trapping him in the arena, but I don't know, just every time we see Mars, it just hasn't looked good in this new 7.33 era. The wildcard final pickup now.
Yeah. Offlane. I mean, they could flex Spirit Breaker offlane. I don't think you need to in this game. They will go for. Oh, okay.
Yes,
they go for the jug, so it's
so.
it's an offlane Lycan. There
That's
you
what
go.
I mean.
And
Like,
that's suddenly a much better core matchup.
It's very, very cheeky from Wildcard to go down that route, but we know Monster does play these micro-intensive heroes quite well. And unlike last game, John, where you had an Enchantress against the Lycan, this time around you don't have a great counter towards the Helm of the Dom creep that will come out from Monster.
Yeah, you just fall back to that old build-up. No pressure to kind of go like a semi-core here. Just kind of go for the utility. I like this strat from Wildcard, I have to say, Mike. I think they close it out really nicely with a flex. Sammy on the jug. Jug already a pretty good counter to do so overall. Like just Battle Fury Manta, maybe a Diffusal Blade, although not even necessary. Just maybe something like the Butterfly up, the Ags. Probably an MKB necessary up against the Dusa this game, but beyond that, you're perfectly fine. You match up against the Mars pretty well, so Lil Nick shouldn't just crush that lane. And overall, like, you have this really good tempo from Wildcard, because you've got a Lycan that can push with a Dominator timing. You've got this Lina that can join in fights early with, say, Witchblade Kaya Shard, and then rush into the Ags perhaps after Kaya Sanj, and you just run down. I love this draft from Wildcard. I think for the Goons, it's much more standard outside of the Mars, but they got baited in there, Mike. You know, they picked the Mars to counteract Lycan, but it doesn't do anything against this Jug.
It certainly does not. Seems like it's going to be a very strong Jug game as well. Like, we've been seeing a lot of Jug being picked up against position 1 Medusa, and it does do some good work. Like, sometimes you don't even need the Diffusal Blade. Like, we've seen Jug players just go for the standard, you know, the few core items into the Ags rush, and it tends to work just fine without the Diffusal Blade as well. So I imagine we will go down the Battle Fury route, because we always see that. But what happens after that is a different question entirely, as it looks like we are going to be heading into Game 3 rather soon. Of course, we are going to start off Game 3 with a pause, sadly, so no Game 3 so far. But like I was saying, like, you rush a Battle Fury on this Jug, you know, you might not even go Diffusal. So most of the time they do, because it just makes life easier against Medusa, but you may not. It just depends on what Sammy Boy's feeling this game.
Yeah, I think the more standard build-up's been Battle Fury, Manta, Ags, Butterfly. Sometimes just Battle Fury, Butterfly. Some rushes we've seen in some games. Right. Depending on the timing, all of them feel really good. I think the most curious thing is still watching this Lina mid. I mean, again, theoretically, she does a lot of magical damage now. Like, a ton, but I just want to see it. I want to see how strong this can really get. The uptime on Flame Cloak, the Ags, is pretty high. 25-second cooldown for 8-second duration. Not that bad, considering how much higher your output is as a hero at that point. If you can combine that into an Octarine down the line as well, like, it can look pretty silly. I can see this popping off if Babatich does crush his lane, which up against an Ember, the old Lina versus Ember matchup, Lina does crush quite nicely.
It certainly does. We'll see if that's still going to be the case. Like, without being a right-click hero, it might be a little bit different, especially because you might not max... Well, you aren't maxing Fiery Soul anymore, so see if it is quite as dominant. But at least you are going to be able to burn through the Flame Guard quite quickly here. Maybe a bit of a fight down in the bot rune spot. Disruption is out to ensure that they can just steal the bounty away. It is a 2-for-2 anyway, so it's not like either team loses out on much, as Sunlight's still taking a bit of harass here with the illusions. Giant getting slowed up again. Blood Grenade is going to connect to boot. Sammy, though, going to get hit by the God's Rebuke, so can't really keep up with the Shadow Demon. He's going to be forced to back away, and ultimately Sunlight does lose out on the harass trade, but does have plenty of tangos to work with. As we can have a look at the mid lane to start things off. Esk is going to be up against Babbage once again. We both seem to believe that the Lina should have a decent advantage against the Ember, but only time's going to tell.
Yeah, I think you can clear out every level of Flame Guard quite nicely. It only has a 65 barrier level 1, 145 by level 2. And Dragon Slave just clears it out every single time. So level 3 timing would say... well, no, you do go 1-0-1 here. Still get some right-click harass with a Fiery Soul. It's not as ridiculous, but still pretty stable. I mean, you still outrange the Ember. All the benefits of Lina before is still the same. Insane attack range, pretty good animation once Fiery Soul's charged up. So I don't think this gets any easier for Esk. We'll see. Rune control is important. If they can reel that in for the side of Goons, it feels better for Esk here. Down bot, we can take a peek again at that Jug Techies lane of Sunlight and Sammy up against Lil Nick and Giant on the Mars and the Shadow Demon. I mean, you have combinations on both sides, like Disruption into Spear is one, but Sticky Bomb into Spin is pretty scary. That is a good slow to just set up for that rundown that you want with the Spin on your Jug. And the one issue in the Jug lane is mana output for Jug isn't the best, but if you find an opportunity like that kill, the Lil Nick or Giant can be in a lot of trouble, especially if the Disruption's down to save.
It certainly can be. In that final lane, of course, top lane, Jabay and Boris going up against Flea and Monster. Oh, nice little bash there from Flea. Jabay really copping it now. Is going to be okay to back off. One of those lanes where the Undying not finding as much as it would like, I'm sure, as Flea's doing a good job of just not stacking up with the Lycan. Even finding the courier now of the Medusa, so that's going to be the band of Elven skin being removed from the game for a minute and a half. It looks like Flea's just going to go for the creep pool, which is pretty standard against the Undying. This is what you always see.
Just don't want to have to lane into Jubei directly. Still has the 3 mangoes to play with. Just soak that EXP up while you can. Monster gets the pull off.
Yeah, definitely does. It's like Boris is going to try and just farm up the creep wave around the neutrals instead. Try to take advantage of the tombstone. Won't bother for the large camp though. A bit too tanky for that at the moment. Babbage mid lane's having a really good time. Like, I didn't realize it'd be this one-sided, but 21-7 compared to the 12-1 of the Ember. Pretty rough laning stage, at least for now, for S.
Yeah, I think it's just down to the dynamic not changing in the fundamentals of it, right? Like, Lina still has range advantage. Lina still has pretty good right-click harass despite getting nerfed out on the Fiery Soul. And she can still clear out the wave. You don't have that much play as the Ember outside of just dodging with Sleight of Fist. They are running down Little Nick, but the damage isn't quite enough from Sammy, and they're doing a decent job of preventing that Mars from farming here, though.
They are. Little Nick's finding absolutely nothing at the moment. Giant, dropping very, very low. Going to go for a disruption. Just walk away from Sunlight. Little Nick, he could have tried for the spear setup, but there would have just been no point. There's now Giant. Oh, they try to save him. Little Nick unable to time the spear perfectly to cancel the blast off. Sunlight doing a fantastic job here at the bot lane. And meanwhile, mid lane, Babbage going to find a solo pick off onto Esk. A much bigger deal here in the mid lane. It's Babbage now going to be a full level advantage ahead of the Ember. And well, once you hit the level 6 timing on the Lina, it gets even worse for the Ember. Because again, it really doesn't take you much time to burn through the Flame Guard anymore. So you kind of misuse that Flame Guard, you are just as good as dead.
Yeah, just melt. Bobbit is just going to be feeling great. And once that 6 is up, he can just solo kill threat again onto Esk. He needs his level 6 to really try to dodge around here. Not going to find that anytime soon. Just even the right click harass. Again, that's been nerfed down, but it still feels amazing. Now, at 400 HP, Babbage could just look for the kill.
Babbage just having a look around. He just needs to land the Light Strike array to really secure this one. Esk is going to juke one out. Laguna is there. Dragon Slave does connect. Babbage still trying, gets a ward down. Now the charge out to give even more vision, but he's out of mana. So even with the vision, and being unable to throw out that Q, he's still trying, but Flea is eventually going to give up the charge, realizing it just wasn't going to work.
Nah. It's a lot of committal. You're more than happy to survive through here for S, but he's still nowhere near his level 6. And now they can just kind of set up to have rune control at the 6 minute mark for the power rune. That's where things can get a little bit awkward for the Ember, not having any relief from his own supports just yet. Again, a strong laning start coming out here for Wildcard. 2-0 coming out, 1k lead. Free farm for Sammy for the most part here. Your one lane that's going southbound is Monster's lane. But having a slower Lycan isn't as bad as having a slower Ember, it feels like. Because not even any sign of Orb of Corrosion coming through here just yet for Esk. And that's not a good sign. His power spike is that early Orb of Corrosion and Phase Boots, and neither one of those are anywhere remotely close to being built up here for Esk.
Top lane, charge out. Boris going to be the target. Flea lands a stun. Laguna immediately going through all the mana pool of Boris, and he is just down. My goodness. So you saw the confidence from Babbage as soon as he TP'd in, knowing the Medusa was just dead. That's one way to deal with it, John. If you just Laguna and all her mana disappears, she's pretty easy to deal with. It's bottom lane, Lil Nick. She's dropping quite low. Oh, Sticky Bomb's going to land. He's going to make it. But it does get quite close. Sammy is rushing for a Wisdom Rune, realizing he might just die to it, though. The Shadow Poison damage, and now the spear landing. Oh, Sammy.
It's good to be this good.
Oh, boy. And now Sunlight's going to die to boot. I mean, I get how important Wisdom Runes are, but, you know, come on now.
Yeah. It's a straight line choke point. They don't even find the Wisdom Rune in the end, so they feed 2 kills. They lose the rune. You're more than happy here on the side of the Goons to see Wildcard kind of get a little bit too crazy there. Good punishment coming out. Evening out the game a little bit more here. I mean, you still have some shining points. Boris can always catch up and farm in the jungle. He will get started on that, working onto the Yasha, probably into a Manta, maybe a Butterfly this game. And should be the safe point for him to launch off. Still,
Bottom. Giant being targeted. Sunlight with the blast off initiation, but Sammy getting immediately disrupted up, so cannot go for the spin, though they are still trying to move in here. Lil Nick could be in a spot of danger, but Sammy messes up a little bit there. Maybe not expecting the rotation from Jubei. Now Babbage just shows up casually with Laguna Blade. Does not have enough though. The Dragon Slave does not connect.
Is under attack.
Goodness me.
Dire's top tower is under attack.
yeah, right outside of range. If he actually had that Aether Lens up at that point, I think it might have been able to clip and get that kill onto the Undying. Not the biggest kill in the world, mind you, but you're looking for any pickoff you can get on the Lina. Much more tempo hero nowadays
Dire's
as a
top
magic
tower
dealer.
is under attack.
So good dodge out there from the side of the Goons. Still, you're not in a bad position yourself on Wildcard. You've got that stable build-up coming through for Monster. Dominator already up. So has a Centaur Conqueror to help push out and help threaten. Pinks are coming out onto mid. Wildcard could just get a swing around, get damage off. Lina can still push pretty fast.
Top tower.
She can still machine gun down. They deny off top,
Boris.
but
Charge gonna land here on the Deucer. They've got plenty of damage here from Monster. And yeah, his mana pool is literally just disappearing. It is way too quick, because now Sunlight's found Giant. That's gonna be a dead Techies right there. Excuse me, rather a dead Shadow Demon. The Techies to initiate. It is gonna be a dead Techies anyway though, because Sunlight is down. And now Lil Nick's gonna find himself in danger. The Mars is gone. Esk is trying to do something here. Nothing's really working out. Jabei forced to drop the Tombstone to try and escape the death that was incoming. Mind you, they found all these stacks now, so obviously they're going to want to infiltrate pretty damn soon again, once they are a little bit healthier on the side of Wildcard.
Oh,
But for now, they are going to have to retreat, which does give the side of American Goons a chance. Look at Jabei. Jabei's just dying to the Wolves. He will be all right. Just barely. Light Strike Array. Oh, yes. You still have any doubts about the Lina, John?
nope.
It's a hero right now.
Yeah. I mean, again, the core-to-core matchup, say, on mid is really Lina favored still. I don't think that was ever really down to Fiery Soul. It's always about the magic damage. So you still dominate that lane. It's just scaling up is what I'm curious about with Babatich. But so far, it doesn't feel like an issue. It's going for the Travels next. No pressure to rush something like the Yags or Kaya. And just going to get that stable build-up. Push coming out with Monster as well. Again, with the Dominator, it doesn't take too long. They'll find Sunlight here, at the least.
Nice pickup for Esk. Problem is they lose the mid-tier 1 tower in the process, which isn't going to feel very good. And although, you know, Sammy did die that one time in a bit of an embarrassing way, he's still farming very, very well. Now as Jubei's going to get pushed back by a Hurricane, but they missed the Line Strike Array. Not that it's going to matter. Jubei gets disrupted up here by Giant to try and protect, but they are still chasing him down. Meanwhile, Babbage, though, is dropping rather low himself, and he will go on the Lina. So the Lina's down for 2 supports so far. As more heroes will rotate to ensure Monster cannot just keep casually diving. But he's still thinking about going. But now they find Fleet. No charge available on Fleet. He's not going to be able to get away from this.
Radiant's bottom tower.
It's a pretty damn good set of trades coming out for American Goons.
Dire's middle tower is under attack.
Yeah, you're suppressing that Lina. You only lose your support, so you're getting some catch-up here for Esk.
Radiant's bottom
Definitely something that our Ember needs. Finding a couple of those kills. So you're more than happy to trade away like that. The issue is you are giving a lot of space out now to Sammy. Battle Fury is almost done. Just 2 parts away. And once that's up and running, he can keep up or even eclipse the Medusa farm. Start to hit that point where the Jug is going to be a massive threat. The Fleet just forcing Esk all the way back. Making him choose between Remnants or dying. He does opt to just back away. Babatich, he's still having impact. Again, it's just scaling up. can be a bit of an issue. Just going for a bit of a glass cannon magic dealer right now with Itrolens rushing into Travels. It's after that point that I still want to see. Smoke out though, Sunlight, Flea, and Babitic looking for a kill.
Oh, here they go. Down towards the bottom side of the map, they might run into Boris once again. Boris just farming that ancient camp while he can, but he could be in a spot of trouble here. Seems to know that something might be wrong. He will hang in the tree line behind the tier 1 tower, but they are casually just waiting for him. Oh, Boris is moving his way down. Don't do it, sir. Babitic immediately responding, but they seem to be well aware that he was around. So Boris thinks better of it. Heads back towards the ancient camp. And instead, a wild card, they might just try to settle for this bottom tier 1 tower. Flea looking for some vision for the Nether Strike is going to get it. Nice setup. Trying to blow up the Shadow Demon immediately, though Giant is going to survive for now. Lil Nick even using the arena to protect, but it's not going to be enough. He is down. This monster will take him, and now Lil Nick getting caught out as well. In trouble. He is gone. It's just so hard. It really is so challenging against this draft. Because Monster's just doing so much damage on top. Like, you don't know who to focus anymore.
Yeah, you kind of have to lock in everyone, but not feasible with how the spacing is coming out here on the side of Wildcard. And the Goons, at the very least, their bright side here is that, well, Boris doesn't die. Well, that's always good, but Sammy's eclipsing them in farm now with a full battlefield, left alone to do what he wants on the jog. They're losing objectives. Down to the tier 2s now for the side of the Goons. If Wildcard does commit and start to find those bigger objectives, that's where things can start to go sidewards, especially with the Dusa. With map space shrinking, like this here just doesn't feel durable. No stat items up yet for Boris, still waiting for the Manta, and we'll need more than just that to really escalate into his big power spikes here. Babitic is working to buy his own shard and a blink, so he does want to maintain that aggression. And I suppose the one fun thing with the shard is that 20 more damage per stack is, well, it doesn't need any scaling, right? You can leave Fiery Soul at level 1 and still have all of that magic damage come through.
Yeah.
What was Tombstone mid?
Roshan is going through the twin gates. Bottom lane, however, they're just TPing in. They want to fight. Lil Nick has been charged up here by Flea. Lightstrike Ray going to hold him in. Disruption will only do a little bit to save, I think, here as Lil Nick just has no chance to get out. Couldn't even take Sunlight with him, sadly. So another 2 going down. Esk still around in the bottom lane now, going to reveal himself, but should be able to escape. He will remnant towards the south and just TP away. But it seems like Wildcard might be prepping for a Roshan very, very soon. And I wouldn't quite blame them because they certainly have what it takes to take it.
Yeah, you can just melt right through it. They've got the output with Monster around. If Sammy joins in as well, it shouldn't take too long for them to find that. For now, just kind of setting up for a push. Jube maybe looking for a steal. Just scouting around at the 16-minute mark. No wisdom rune to come out just yet. 11k lead coming out for Wildcard here, Mike. A very smooth game. A lot of back and forth, but we're seeing again Babitic crush the lane. We're seeing more impact from Monster, which was not present in game 2. It wasn't really, his impact and Visage was just not there, but this time on the Lycan, he's doing God's work for sure.
Yeah. Top lane. S already messing around here with Wildcard, barely avoiding the stun coming out here from Babitic. Nether Strike. Gonna be there. Meanwhile, Arena is gonna be dropped. Looks like they do catch up the lane of the big target here. Babitic is gone. A great start here for the American Goons. So even find the Helm of the Overlord creep. Yeah, free bit of gold to go to somebody. I believe that was Lil Nick that may have taken it himself on the Mars, and that's great news, right? Like just shutting down the lane like that's always gonna feel good. And I mean, if you wanted to consider it, American Goons could consider going for Roshan themselves.
And they've got that opening themselves if they wish. And they've got the Manta and Boris, so the process can go a little bit faster. Still, maybe not as fast as you'd want. Not as fast as it could be, and it's not the comfiest. Flea finds Jubei.
Certainly does. Jabay unable to survive. He just gets destroyed here by Monster.
Just melts, and they should be able to find a tombstone as well. So Sunlight's going to get himself a nice bit of gold here. A good amount. So they cut off. And it's still not the biggest kill, but you're happy just finding some punishment. I wonder what the next timing is. Full SNY up for Sammy. So the Jug is kind of set to join these fights. He hasn't had the need to. Just keeping that farm game going. I wonder if he goes for the butterfly right after this, as we tend to see. Roshan is being lined up for. Just need a few more cores, and they will Boots of Travel in with the Wolves. And now that shouldn't take too long.
Yeah, it's basically gone. Roshan. Nice and easy. There is some rotations happening here from the American Goons, but not as a full squad. Looks like they are just kind of sussing out what's going on. There's your smoke out now, but Roshan, already really down low, is just down. I don't think you really want to fight anymore if you're American Goons. You certainly don't have the kind of team that can deal with them at the moment with an Aegis on top. Though they do find Babbage. Alright, wildcard, they've split up. They're TPing back toward the top lane now because they realize the fight's broken out. Jabay about to fall. Instead, they're going on to Boris. Boris gets the Stone Gaze off in time, however, and they've lost the Lina. That's a great kickoff here for American Goons. So I'm so shocked Wildcard just split up. They might still find S, but no, he just remnants away. Monster is there though waiting. So they will at least trade the mid laners, plus the support being taken out. So still not a bad fight for Wildcard, but had they just stuck as 5, that probably would have just been a wipe for American Goons, because I just don't think they would have been able to fight at all 5v5.
It's rather curious how they're positioning here on the side of Wildcard. It's like you said at the end of that game number 2, there are some games where Wildcard can look a little bit mediocre. Yeah, I think that just comes down to decision making sometimes. You know, we heard from our previous interviews from Wildcard, from RCY, that the comms are a little bit messy. Kind of shows up there, and they make use of that in the Goons. They blow the game a little bit open. Granted, they don't manage to roll back a lead themselves, but they slow down Babitic. The Selena now having to opt for the BKB. It's just, with the way he's being jumped just with Arena and Chains, it's certainly necessary here for Babitic to still have that impact. We'll see how long it takes for that full BKB to be up and running. At the least, again, Sammy's been uncontested. Sammy is working towards Butterfly. And Sammy is your win condition. So even if you're slowing down the tempo on this Lina, as long as your Jug's farming up, that might not be an issue down the line here.
Probably not. He is indeed going for the Butterfly and the Jug, by the way, so make life a lot harder for the Medusa. And of course, Boris is trying to do the same thing, but it's very rare you see a Medusa this far behind. Sitting at 10k net worth, 3k behind Sammy. Just hasn't had the kind of game where he's been able to free farm. Just constantly being hunted has been Boris. American Goons, I'm going to try and smoke up and move in for a nice team fight. Lunik does have the blink up if he wants to jump Monster, but he's lacking the vision. Probably wasn't even sure that he was actually there. Now a counter smoke out for 2. Boris, going to be scouted. Blast off will lock him down. He did get the Stone Gaze in time. Meanwhile, Lil Nick, Arena being committed, though he is just getting destroyed. And in the meantime, Giant gets picked off just by the creeps of the Lycan. Monster was still stuck by the walls of the arena.
They managed to isolate that fight real well. Boris popping that Stone Gaze early is forced to back off. Doesn't want to die being so close to Butterfly right now, so forced to make some sacrifices. Wildcard finally getting a couple pickups from themselves. Babitic changes his mind once more, Mike. He's actually opting for the Ags now instead of BKB. Okay. So, gonna be interesting to see just how much that Flame Cloak does. I mean, 35% spell amp is massive, so can't fault him.
No, you can't. And that's the thing as well. Like when you get to level 20, you get a plus 11% spell hammer. It's it gets pretty funny, John. It's mid lane. They do miss the Light Strike array at least, so the Ember's going to be just fine. But yeah, 35 plus 11. You know, get
It's
some
gonna be a lot. I forget if it's. I
Yeah.
forget if it's multiplicative. I think it is. Nothing's additive in Dota 2, if I recall right.
Well,
Except
then just-
for maybe. Yeah, no, I think it is. Yeah.
Then just get a Yasha and
Still a
Kaya for a
lot.
plus 30%. Oh no, plus 16%, sorry. Why not?
Yeah. Even more. Just
Even just
melt
the Kaya.
heroes. Nothing to worry about there.
No, you don't even need the full Yasha Kaya. You could just go Kaya.
No.
Still works.
Pretty much. I'm keen to see that Monster's also going for the Yags after this AC, so you Wolf Bite a Jug and have him Omni Slash. That's going to be funny.
I love Wolfbite. Here we go again. Giant. I mean, I don't know if they needed to pop the Wolf Orb for this. Poor old Giant. Gonna go down here, trying his best to delay this inevitable death. Now they see Boris. They don't really have the stuns to control Boris at the moment, but he's gonna be forced to back away thanks to the disarm of the techies. The reactive taser being just so annoying here. Wildcard, not going to try and force high ground or anything like that. They might as well just go for that mid tier 2 tower that's still standing. And don't forget either, like, you lost the Aegis earlier on Babbage. So they might be forced to just play it safe and wait for the next Roshan, even if they are 20k net worth ahead. In fact, I say that. Nether Strike, Flea looking for one. Spear is going to land, but he had the bulldoze going, still he will drop. Nice pick off onto Flea here from the American Goons. Backside, they have lost Giant, however. As Babbage just takes him out by himself. Problem is now Babbage is in trouble, though he is on the high ground at the least, but they do knock him down with the spear, and this Lena should be as good as dead, but she is still fighting back. Finally going down, but Sammy's here now. He's already committed the Omni, but Boris has been left alone. Can they stun him up? Do they even need to? That was a very close call. He was under 100 HP when that TP finished.
Yeah, his mana shield just melted down, and just one more right click would have done the job from Sammy. Unfortunate that it couldn't fly out in time. Still a good dodge out. You find the Lena once more. Punishment onto Babadic. Still needs that BKB to really feel its hero here. But the nuking damage, it is online, and it's impressive. Let's say one thing, it's rather strange. You know how when you alt over some spells, it shows you how much it is with Spell Amp, Mike? Yeah. I'm not seeing that for both Dragon Slave and Laguna Blade.
Right.
So that's nice. It works on Light Strike Array, but nothing else.
No, I think the Light Strike Array damage is purely based off the level 15 talent, John, so I don't think it is working. So I can't see it either, John.
Nah, that's... Yeah, I don't know why Dragon Slave and Laguna is updating. I want to see the damage. I want to know. Ice Frog, please.
Even Light Strike Array is not updated, John. It's literally just level 15 talent.
Well, for you? Oh, wait, really? Oh, wait. No, when I alt click, I do see 434.6. Which does seem to include some of the innate spell amp.
Oh, okay,
nothing on Dragon Slave and Laguna. It's a little bit funky. It's funky.
Okay.
I don't know why.
That
doesn't make sense.
Doesn't matter. Do the math in your head, Jonathan.
It just... Oh, I can't do that, Mike.
Don't be so lazy.
I can't.
Oh,
Speaking of sitting back a little bit, on the side of Goons, we'll have to, again, keep this build-up they'd want in Boris. Oh, Flea.
Yeah, jump in. Flea being a little bit aggressive there with the charge and the Shadow Blade. And he did have the bulldoze going, so the chains is not going to last that long, but the spear certainly will. Another kill coming out here onto Flea. That is classic Spirit Breaker gameplay right there, just charging him with the Shadow Blade and, you know, thinking you're going to get away no matter what. I've done that myself a few times, I'll tell you.
Yes, it does happen, Mike. You get the urge. You don't want to back off. That it is what it is. I am rather concerned, though, for the side of Goons once this Ags comes out on Monster, Mike. Only about 2,200 gold away. And, well, a Wolf-Bitten Jug with 2 chances to crit with Omni Slash and Swift Slash.
Yes.
A Jug as a wolf with Blade Fury. That also sounds rather hilarious. You know what? You know what's even funnier about the Omnislash? I hope we see it soon, but I'm pretty sure there's no actual Omnislash animation for the wolf. So you just see a wolf jumping around in the Omnislash. It's really funny. I love Omnislash and its interactions. It's a weird one.
It is. Nevertheless, it's going to be up rather soon. Still need 2k gold for it just about here for Monster. I mean, it doesn't really feel like they need it to be absolutely fair, but it's one of those luxury items, you know? It's like, let's just really make it impossible for them to come back. It's fair enough. You are still waiting for next Roshan anyway, which is the main point in all of this, is Roshan is not up yet. Still 50 seconds away from respawning. So once that's available, I think Ags or not, they're probably just going to go.
Yeah, they're just going to go ahead and take it. You do have the full Silver Edge up on Boris. Some more damage coming out here for the Dusa. Always going to feel good. Have a break mechanic as well. There's no one in particular you need to break, but that option does stand. Jubei, he was in a pretty awkward spot. Does TP out from the trees. So Sammy not going to see him anytime soon. You do have the full Ags on Sammy though. So the Swift Slash is up. So you're not beholden to just the Omni Slash to have a invulnerability period to kind of try to melt heroes down. And this is when the Jug is really just this unstoppable force, it feels like. Full BKB for Babitic, something we've been talking about him needing for quite a while. So pinning down the Lina now, preventing her from casting spells, is going to be a lot tougher.
There's Roshan. Get started. The reactive taser actually helps a lot with the shards. Because you just do so much damage every time somebody hits you. So Roshan just ends up killing itself basically with that reactive taser. Nice little bonus.
Yeah. It's always funny to see Roche kind of beating himself down.
Yeah.
And with Aegis and Cheese, wildcard, can start thinking about high ground, I suppose.
Yeah. I imagine. Like, they might just wait out the Ags now for Monster. Like, he's 450 gold away. You may as well get the bonus with the wolf form before you go high ground now.
That is
really,
true.
really just ensure you can chase down this Medusa. Make sure she can't get away.
Yeah, just ensure Boris doesn't have a game. Do they have detection for him? Yeah, they do have the gem up and running on monsters, so that shouldn't be an issue. And I don't know, Babitic. Unfortunately, Mikey's not going for the Kaya. No additional spell amp. Rather disappointing. Just going for the Hex, more control. Makes sense, but it's not the funny build. I want the Kaya. I want an E-Blade, Mike.
Yeah.
All the magic damage.
I think to be fair, absolutely fair to Babbage, I think he's got enough. You know? It seems like he's happy.
I suppose, Mike.
So we might be going into another meta where Lena proves to be very powerful, which is nice. Because we didn't get enough of her for the last half a year to a year. However long that was. Sammy? Bottom tier 3 tower now going to be under siege. Disarms there with the reactive Taver shards, again being very, very annoying for Boris.
Radiant's middle tower is under attack.
Blast off is there, or rather Swift Slash committed by Sammy. Monster did pop the wolf form, now into the wolf fight for Sammy boy. Oh, here we go, he's looking for the Omni. He's got to find himself a target for this. They have found Leonik immediately in the tree line, so there goes your offlane Mars down for 50 seconds as Babitic hands over the tip again. Something's going on there between him and Leonik because Babitic has continued to tip this Mars. Oh, Flea. Going to be able to actually walk away from the Stone Gaze. Sammy just casually waiting in the wolf bite now. Going to go for another Swift Slash into the Omni. It's a fair bit of damage, but a lot of hits were evaded. Boris is fine. And I think with the Omni Slash committed, you might need to retreat, but they're going to go for a little bit more. Still 20 seconds without the arena, 20 seconds without the Mars. And you do still have Aegis Cheese both up and available. So secondary racks is going to be quite easy for Wildcard to take.
I don't think a third one is as simple, although if they find pickoffs, could still present themselves an opportunity here.
Swift slash again from Sammy. Really playing with his food now on the jug. American Goons quite afraid though. They're gonna let this one go, I think, and well, at least the Aegis only has 1:35 left, so they still probably have a good opportunity to hold high ground, knowing that Wildcard may play it safe and just wait for the next Roshan again. For now, Sammy's just gonna go solo the Tormentor. Does end up getting himself a shard. Why the hell not? It does feel like you could have
Everyone's
afforded
taking
to.
Little Nick.
What has Little Nick done? What has Little Nick
I
done
have
to
no
them?
clue. Literally everyone has now.
More questions to ask whoever we interview here from Wildcard, assuming they do finish off this game.
Oh, God.
More beef has begun here in NADF2, Jonathan. And
There's never a
it
lack
all
of
leads
beef,
to the
Mike.
same person. It always leads to the same destination, doesn't it?
All chat leads to Sammy boy, Mike.
It really does. Smoke on smoke, top lane. Jabay will break the smoke of Monster. Sticky Bomb not gonna land, but the Swift Slash literally just deleting him. As Lil Nick has jumped in completely on his own, trying to go after Monster, but he needs to land a spear. Can't find an angle yet, so Monster's gonna be just fine. Babbage in the meantime, though, dropping low, but will eat the cheese on the leader. Looks to take down at least Giant before he dies, but no, Giant's gonna be fine. Babbage the one to go down. Boris in the meantime pops the Stone Gaze, kills off Sunlight. Sammy running in circles, trying to find a target for himself. Will go after Esk with the Swift Slash, but the creep wave was there. So not really much damage being dealt. So instead, he'll go after Jabay with the Omni Slash just before the Aegis does expire. So now Lil Nick going to be targeted. They just can't say no to going after him, apparently. The Mars about to fall, barely okay, but no, Sammy's got him. Swift Slash again onto Giant, taking down the Shadow Demon, but he's going to buy back. The tier 3 top tower is now gone, but without an Aegis up, I'm not sure if Sammy wants to keep going. It seems like he will try to retreat, at least for a little bit. But my God, is he hitting hard.
Yeah, those
One
crits are
hit on
starting
the
to get
Emperor.
really big.
Yeah.
Just one hit. It's pretty big. It's a lot of damage coming out in Sammy right now. MKB up on Boris though, so the Dusa can do something, but
Lil Nick's still fine. Blastloff is there, finding two targets here with Sunlight to set up. Lee was there to follow up. Boris still alive. Sunlight, oh, he doesn't get the force off to the low ground. So he's going to drop. Splee will follow, but now the Mega Creeps are incoming. They've secured the racks that they wanted. Sammy, he's not done yet either. Giant, though, he's going to be protected by the Ghost Scepter, but Sammy is now a wolf, so the damage output, it does get pretty damn ridiculous. As Jabay, able to back, spear back onto Babbage now. Melina, copping a fair bit of damage here from Boris, still just trying to outrun them, but the zombies are chasing them down, and Giant does get the kill. Now Sammy being stunned up here with the Stone Gaze, but we'll just go into the spin once again, completely healing up. He'll find at least one in the form of Jabay. Going after Boris now. Sammy is just not giving up here. Sammy, dropping low though, should finally go down and will. Just trying to do it all by himself, but can't quite.
God bless Sammy boy. Goes in, goes for the big play, and becomes the one that's played instead. The Goons hold on, but with Mega Creeps up, and the role their lineup can deal with Mega Creeps. You've got a Ducey, you've got a Mars, you've got an Ember, you have the Wave Clear on hand, but I don't see them taking back map control anytime soon. Unless they win a big fight, maybe 2-3 fights in a row. That's where things can reel back their way, but as it stands right now, no angles to open up. You just have to try to shove out as best as they can, maybe hope that Roshan spawns in their favor down south towards daytime. If it's a longer respawn, although it does look like it will more than likely be a nighttime spawn, which means it's going to be up top, unfortunately. So, I don't know. It's a hard game for the Goons once more. Outside of Wildcard, they played really well, outside of just rushing in at the end of that fight. But, you know, when you're winning, sometimes you do a little play. But
Yeah. Why not? Roshan. Respawn timer, minute 15.
Ooh. Gotta love this for Babatic, Mike. He gets the Timeless Relic as well.
Of course.
So that's a lot of fun.
Plus 15% spell damage. Not to be mistaken with spell amp, which is a different word, John. I don't know if they're actually the same thing in terms of the code, but what Jabay might be able to tell us. He just found out.
That he did.
That's a lot of damage.
He took 949 from Laguna, 500 true from Light Strike Array. It's pretty nice.
Yeah, I mean, that splits a couple seconds. He did 1.9k damage.
Yeah.
Very, very
Sounds
upsetting
balanced
to
to
be
me,
unknown.
Mike. I don't think he had Flame Cloak on as well from Babatic, so not quite as efficient as he could be.
Oh, it could have been 35% worse. What a hero.
Yeah, could have been. I guess.
I'm not sure that's the bright side for American Goons, John.
Middle tower has fallen.
Right, I'm struggling to find any bright side right now for the Greens, Mike, but
That's
you know,
because there
you
isn't
find
one,
the
John.
small things. You find the small things. No, you got to look for the small things. Like, hey, at least we have a couple of our junk buildings up, so the creeps don't have to necessarily just directly aggro onto the tier 4s from the other lanes. So some of the junk buildings can buy time. That's a silver lining.
There goes the Tormentor. Who got the... Has everyone just got a shard so nobody gets one? Is that what just happened?
Yeah, they just get gold now. pretty much.
We're just going to take this Tormentor. No Tormentor for you. And to be fair, like, there's only one shard on the dire end of things, so they could have used that. Here we go. Sammy's going to
pack.
double damage now. Wolf form plus double damage. They have found the Deucer. Dust was there on Boris. Boris going to get to work here trying to take down Flea. Meanwhile, Lil Nick is just getting annihilated by Sammy. And there goes Giant as well. Sammy's diving fountain. That'll be a triple for the Jug. Looking for an Ultra. Esk, don't run that way, sir. There's an Ultra kill. Looking for the Rampage, but he won't get it. Monster takes it away. Time to dive fountain, Sammy. It's the only way to do it, brother. Here we go. They're onto Boris again. Nullifier out. Swift slash through. Still will not get it. Sunlight picks that one up. Sammy being denied everything. Going for the last one, but no, he dies. No Rampage for Sammy boy. But Wildcard, they'll find something better, John. They'll get a 2-1 victory here against the side of American Goons. Jonathan, that last series of events just making me laugh quite a bit here. I just couldn't get the words out of my mouth anymore. What can you do? It happens. American Goons are a decent fight here, forced into a game to 3 games, but obviously, unable to find the victory in the end. The wild card, I'm not sure what happened in game 2. That's kind of what I want to ask about with whoever we talk to, because game 2 just looked like such a different game to what we saw in game 1 and game 3. But we'll see. I'm sure we'll have someone to talk to very soon. For now, we'll get to see some highlights of what happened. But yeah, wildcard, they will still remain undefeated in terms of series.
Yeah, again, it's been a little bit rockier in their journey. A lot of series going 3 games, but it's really down to how competitive the side of NA has been here in Div 2. And this game, of course, a lot more back and forth. It's not quite as stompy as game 1 or game 2 for either side. You did have some counterplay early on, at the very least, coming out here from the Goons, but eventually just reached that point where wild cards were just a harder lineup to fight into. Right? Like, there wasn't much play coming out from the Goons. They were very reliant on Lil Nick kind of landing these arena spears. And your core for Dusa into Jug is just not the comfiest time for the Dusa. You were behind farm as well for quite some time. And Sammy was given a lot of space to just get the build-up he would want. And it does pay off in the end. Babatic getting a lot of aggression out for his team, forcing out a lot of openings, getting a lot of attention onto himself, freeing up the side lanes for Monster and for Sammy to get that build-up. And both of them just use that farm well. Unfortunate that Sammy was denied a Rampage. I think that's the biggest loss of this game. Certainly, we're seeing those issues with wildcard and coordination, right? Like the stuff RCY said, sometimes we don't comms well. Shows up there. Sammy doesn't get a Rampage. Why? Why doesn't he?
He won't get You won't get the MVP either, Jonathan, because the MVP is going the way of Monster on the Lycan. So, Monster going 14-0-18. Really, like, even if Sammy couldn't carry the game, Monster probably would have done the job anyway. Fantastic performance here from the offlane Lycan. And, you know, I liked Pos 1 Lycan, but I'll tell you what, like, if you can run offlane Lycan like this, it just looks even better. There's no chance against this boy. He's just too much damage, too much mobility. The support's just still melting. You know, it just reminds you of old Lycan with Necrobook. Like, the support's dying left, right, and center. And there's just nothing you could have done about it.
Yeah. I mean, you get some decent stats coming out from the Dominator into Overlord. You still have a lot of output with your right click, and there's nothing to stop that Overlord here as well. So, Monster has a great time in his lane, and he was just left alone. Again, all this attention to Babatich mid gave space for these side lanes to grow, gave space for Monster and for Sammy to become the beasts that they were in this game. And they just play around each other really well. It looks like they fixed whatever issues were there in game 2 were fixed by game 3, maybe getting a little bit more focused in that game, and certainly having a better draft. I don't think the game 2 draft was outstanding there from Wildcard, kind of got themselves in a corner. So I'm in the same track as you, Mike. I kind of want to figure out if we do have our interview, what exactly happened this series, you know, and what's the beef? There's a lot of beef.
Always beef. All right, looks like we've got Flea coming in for an interview, so let's have a chat with the man and see exactly what he's got to say. Hello, Mr. Flea. Congratulations on your 2-1 victory here against the American Goons. How the hell are you doing, sir?
Good. Thank you.
It's a fantastic performance here, Flea, from you and all the boys. I wanted to ask you straight off the bat, because Game 1 was dominant and Game 3 was dominant for you boys. But from your perspective, can you tell me what you think went wrong for Game 2?
Just slightly misplaced. That's it. You know, we lost because we play bad. That's it.
Oh, okay. In that case, allow me to ask about we couldn't help but notice Little Nick was getting a lot of tips from you boys in that third game. Is there any beef we should know about between Wildcard and American Goons, or at least Little Nick?
What do you mean American Goons? You mean American noobs? Come on, bruh.
I'll take that as the answer. Go on, John.
All right, Flea, I am very curious, you know. Going forward, not too many matches left. You guys are in a pretty good position here in Div 2, 5-0 after this match. You have 2 more matches in, I believe, C-Dub. And what's the last one that I can see? The Cut. Which matchup you're you most looking forward to? Because we've had some conversations with some of the teams, and a lot of them say you guys are the ones to look out for. So out of those 2 left, who are you looking forward to playing up against?
We look both for both of the teams, and then maybe the Cut, because I know them personally. Like, I know them and other people on the team. Yeah, so probably the Cut. But yeah, we look forward for the both of the teams, so we have to play the rest.
You know what? Wait. I want to make this a little bit interesting. Which one do you feel like is the easier team to play against then? Perhaps.
They're both equally easy, so. I feel no threat or any fear. So yeah.
That is fair. That's fair. And I have one last question. You know, this series you guys played without RCY because, well, he's a kid. He has to do whatever his parents tell him to. What's it like playing with someone that's not a kid in the form of Babatich here?
Oh, we were in a history of Babatich. Like, we played with him in Season 1 in the same org, Wildcard. Yep. So we already kind of know him, and he has no team. So, like, we just asked him, like, you know, if he wants to stand in. But yeah, RCY is kind of slaying right now. You know, spawning, like, date. He's on a date right now, so... That's the real dub, you know? We won the series, but he's winning right now.
Oh goodness me.
Goodness
Flea, but before we let you go, Flea, give me your what's your opinion on this these patches? Like 7.33D just came out. Are you a big fan of the patches here in this with this new meta?
Everything is good except for the universal heroes. Honestly, I feel like universal heroes are just kind of broken because you just build stats on them and you just like snowball from it. But yeah, I think everything is good. Like the rest is nice. The new map or whatever, like the new patch, it's good. Like a lot of changes.
Yeah. Oh, that's it. Good to hear. Flea, thank you for the interview. Pleasure speaking with you as always. And thank you. Well, actually, congratulations on the 2-1 victory.
Thank you guys. Thank you. It's always a pleasure.
Thank you.
You should ask me for like
Always a
girls'
pleasure.
question, man. What are these questions? So generic. I need some spicy. Like you guys should ask me like, what are you gonna do after this game? You know, like I'm gonna post.
What are you
some
gonna do
All
videos.
right,
after this
answer
game?
it for us.
There you go. Gonna go, I'm gonna look for some hot mom in my area. Like shit. You guys gonna come up
We
something
didn't realize
great,
you were
okay?
that-
Next interview with me, you guys gotta come up with something spicy.
All right.
All right.
All
All right.
Yeah.
We'll
we
have
got
it,
you,
Spice.
Flea.
We'll
Thank
have
you
it,
guys though.
Spice.
Thank you.
We'll get
Thank you for talking.
Thank you, Flea.
Thank you, Flea.
You have a good
Bye-bye.
night.
Thank you.
Bye-bye. Yeah, I didn't realize this guy was this spicy. I didn't realize that was the answers I was going to get, John. I thought, and I'm assuming here, I thought Flea was a more reserved guy. So I was trying to go easy on the guy. You know what I mean? I was ready to hammer Sammy. If Sammy came in, I was ready to just hammer him with stupid questions, right? I didn't realize Flea was a laid-back guy, Jonathan. There you go. We're asking him all these serious questions. The poor guy just wants to have a laugh with us.
Yeah. We'll have some spice prep next time. We do have our spicy leaderboard showing up. Wildcard again, going 5-0 now off this win over the American Noobs, as Mr. Flea has said. C-Dub keeping pace at 4-1, Ravens 3-1, the Cut 3-1 as well in the firing line to get that number 2 spot. Bottom half, all of our teams in bottom half only having 1 win, with Grin being the exception at 0 wins. So the divide in NA is quite wide, Mike. It feels like anyone in the top 4 can take a game off anyone else in the top 4, but the bottom 4 looks a little bit more straightforward. By scoreline, I think when you watch the actual games, it's been a lot closer for sure. But it's starting to, we're reaching that point where you only have so many games left. Everyone's got to look for a win somewhere, Mike.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, the bottom 2 is looking quite scary now. Like you've got the American Goons, who I thought these guys were going to be contenders for the top 2 placement, but they're in the bottom 2 at the moment. With the Green Esports, it's a little bit surprising for me. As we can have a look at the schedule for our next day of NA Div 2. We do have Tilted Boys up against Nexus Titans as our first series, and of course Ravens up against the Cut for our second series here for Div 2. So that's going to be, after a day break, but nevertheless, 2 hype series coming up here for our next day of NA Division 2. And with these teams, Jonathan, I mean, you might argue these are the lower teams apart from Ravens, but you kind of just said it. Like, everyone's now fighting in the lower end of things to just try and stay out of relegation, because if you go to relegation, then you've got to go through qualifiers again, and that's not very, very fun.
Yeah, for sure. And of course, you want to be able to get into regional qualifiers for TI by just holding on to your position here in Division 2. So a lot in the line for all of the teams. I think the second series of Ravens in the Cut should be an interesting one. But yeah, NA has been pretty spicy. We've got some spicy interviews, so hopefully next time we'll lay on to Flea. We'll get some fun stuff out
He
out
asked
for
for
sure.
it. He's made a big mistake, Jonathan. When you open the door like that for us, Flea, you're in big trouble. Anyway, that is it for today, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you so much for tuning in. And of course, we'll be back after a day break for some more great NA Div 2 action. But till then, it's MLP Dota Electronics Fire, and it's been a pleasure. We'll see you all again next time. Bye-bye.